Chapter 1, A Malevolent Supporting Character, is it? This role I am well acquainted with. Host, please prepare yourself. After the countdown concludes, you may embrace a blissful retirement. The system's countdown reverberated within her mind, and Meng Zhiyi, filled with anticipation, prepared to welcome her retirement. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed in her ears, followed by an intense sting. Her head buzzed. Today serves merely as a gentle warning. Remember, do not entangle yourself with Shin-Kei again. He belongs to Song-Wei. Instinctively, she looked up, and before she could comprehend the situation, she saw a girl before her wearing a mocking expression, uttering something she could not catch before. Turning on her heel and leaving with an air of arrogance, Meng Zhiyi felt disoriented. Had she not completed 99 tasks and prepared for retirement? Why had she opened her eyes to find herself in such a familiar setting? With a cold expression, she surveyed the well-known surroundings and spoke icily. Xiaoba, you better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Die. In the next moment, a timid voice emerged in her mind. Host, there seems to be a bug. You are currently in another small world. Meng Zhiyi's expression grew colder, the corners of her lips curling into a slight smirk. Oh, a bug, the system, detecting her rapidly escalating fury, hastily interjected. Host, the task has been bound. However, upon completion, you may receive triple rewards. At the mention of triple rewards, Meng Zhiyi's eyes narrowed slightly, and a radiant smile illuminated her previously expressionless face. Her previously frigid tone now bore a hint of cheerfulness. So, if I complete this task, my reward of 100 billion will transform into 300 billion, correct? Yes. Absolutely. 300 billion, the system, aware of Meng Zhiyi's obsession with wealth, was anxious that she might not believe it, and continued. Host, since we are here, why not? Oh, if you doubt it, you may verify the task rewards. Meng Zhiyi diligently checked and found the task rewards clearly stating the triple bonus. A satisfied expression blossomed on her exquisitely delicate face. Excellent, splendid. 300 billion. She could secure a hefty sum upon retirement. The system let out a silent sigh of relief, wiping away non-existent sweat, thankful for the fortunate turn of events. Subsequently, Meng Zhiyi adeptly organized her current situation. This time, her small world was a book. The title of this book was The Journey of the Darkened Overlord's Pursuit of His Wife. She now embodied the malevolent supporting character sharing her name, Meng Zhiyi, the true daughter of the Meng family, lost for 15 years. The original character had sought to gain her parents' and brothers' attention through numerous absurd actions, ultimately leading to their profound disdain for her. Ironically, Meng Zhiyi was a coward, meek in private, and only flaunted the Meng family's power when in the company of many. Reflecting on the ludicrous acts of the original character, Meng Zhiyi scoffed. This was not the essence of a malevolent supporting character, but rather that of a foolish pawn. It was her duty, as the perennial malevolent supporting character, to illustrate what a true malevolent supporting character should embody. Just moments ago, the original female lead's confidant, Dingyu, had cornered her in the hallway, reprimanding her for her affection towards Shin-Kei, the male lead with whom the original character had an engagement. After absorbing this information, Meng Zhiyi glanced at her newly bound tasks. There were two rules. 1. To accumulate disdain points from characters related to the original. 2. To garner favor points from those same characters. Favor points were a non-issue. She had always embraced the role of the villain. Recalling the earlier incident, a chill flickered in her eyes as she felt the lingering sting in her left hand, a painful reminder of Dingyu's earlier assault against her. Cast-in. A cast. A malevolent supporting character, is it? This role I am well acquainted with, Meng Zhiyi muttered to herself with a frosty tone. Her gaze followed the direction in which Dingyu had departed, an inexplicable excitement glimmering in her eyes. Since she was cast as the malevolent supporting character, how could she allow such humiliation to go unpunished? With a light step, she hummed a cheerful tune to herself. 300 billion. Here I come. The soiree was held in the hotel's garden, where guests mingled, exchanging toasts and laughter. Today marked a gathering hosted by a wealthy individual, attended by prominent figures from within the circle. Meng Zhiyi knew that such events would inevitably feature Shin-Kei, insisting she accompany him. Eventually, she stealthily followed. However, before the original character could even catch a glimpse of Shin-Kei, she was dragged away for a reprimand. And a malevolent supporting character? What a disgrace! At that moment, having finished reprimanding Meng Zhiyi, Dingyu stood beside the pool, chatting on the phone with her best friend, Song-Wei, boasting about her recent triumph. Wei, rest assured, I have already dealt with that Meng Zhiyi. With me around, she won't get near Shin. Quebec. On the other end was the original female lead, Song-Wei, who smiled in satisfaction upon hearing Dingyu's words, replying gently, she simply likes Shin-Kei too much. She isn't a bad person. Please don't be too harsh on her. You are far too kind. She is practically stepping over you. You and Shin-Kei have a childhood bond, yet she swooped in and stole your rightful place as fiancé. Dingyu continued indignantly, regardless, don't worry, I will stand by you and Shinkei, ensuring Meng Zhiyi cannot intrude. As her words fell, Dingyu felt a powerful force from behind. In the next moment, she was thrust into the swimming pool. Help! Help me! Dingyu struggled in the water, screaming in terror as her eyes locked onto Meng Zhiyi, who stood at the pool's edge. A broader smile spread across Meng Zhiyi's face. Dingyu's cries attracted numerous onlookers, and Meng Zhiyi's eyes sparkled as she immediately shifted to a frantic and concerned demeanor, shouting, "Help! Someone is drowning!" Quickly, the surrounding guests promptly summoned staff to rescue. When Dingyu was pulled from the water, a crowd had gathered around. She lay on the ground, gasping for air, her eyes red-rimmed, unsure if it was from fear or anger. At that moment, a well-dressed woman pushed through the throng and rushed to Dingyu, anxiously asking, You. Are you all right?" Dingyu immediately collapsed into the woman's arms, her voice choked with tears. "Mom, it's her. She pushed me in." Woo. The woman's expression darkened as she glared at Meng Zhiyi. "You pushed my daughter into the pool? You cannot swim. Are you attempting murder?" The expression on Meng Zhiyi's face turned more aggrieved than hers. "Dingyu! How can you say that?" With her naturally exquisite features, she appeared even more innocent and pitiable, with tears brimming in her almond-shaped eyes. "I was the one who saw you drowning and called for help. How can you slander me? If I had pushed you, would I have gone through the trouble of calling for help?" Meng Zhiyi feigned innocence, raising her hand to wipe away her tears. As Meng Zhiyi approached, he overheard the exchange and frowned, about to speak when a clear female voice rang in his ear. "Where is my unfortunate older brother? I am about to cry all my tears dry. If I were to use saliva as tears, surely no one would notice, right, Meng Zhiyi?" Chapter 2, Truly the male lead, possessing a face perfect for slumber. Meng Zhiyi squinted, gazing quizzically at Meng Zhiyi. Was that voice just now Meng Zhiyi, Mr. Meng? The aristocratic woman, with sharp eyes, immediately spotted Meng Zhiyi and angrily shouted at him, "Is this the upbringing of the Meng family? To raise such a venomous daughter?" Meng Zhiyi's expression was marked by a hint of impatience. He had grown weary of hearing such remarks. Now, the Meng family had become a topic of gossip in the social circle. "Is this my brother who will eventually lead the Meng family to bankruptcy and meet a tragic end? He certainly appears to have a respectable facade." Meng Zhiyi's thoughts were abruptly interrupted, and he turned his gaze sharply towards Meng Zhiyi. Meng Zhiyi blinked, somewhat perplexed. Why is this fool staring at me? Oh, is she preparing to scold me in the usual manner? Come on. Spare me the pity. Feel free to berate me. Meng Zhiyi was taken aback. What the hell, that voice truly belonged to Meng Zhiyi. But she hadn't spoken. Had he imagined it, and the Meng family would go bankrupt? He would meet a tragic fate. How could that be? Seeing Meng Zhiyi remain silent, the aristocratic woman assumed he had given up on Meng Zhiyi. Her arrogance intensified as she pointed at Meng Zhiyi. "Mr. Meng. Miss Meng's actions today are utterly outrageous. I demand she kneel and apologize to my yaya. Otherwise, she can expect a lawsuit." "I did not." Meng Zhiyi's eyes turned icy, though her voice remained plaintive enough. "Do you not think you've embarrassed yourself enough?" Meng Zhiyi's face darkened as he shouted, "You had better clarify this, or I will have you pack your things and leave." Meng Zhiyi's gaze was cold as he directed it towards her. "I wish to hear Meng Zhiyi's explanation. It would be best if you refrained from interrupting, madam." Meng Zhiyi blinked, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, resembling a wrong child. "Woo. Brother, she is framing me." She pointed her delicate finger at Dingyu, appearing both charming and haughty. Clearly, she lost her balance and fell into the water. "When I saw her fall, I immediately called for help, yet she insists that I pushed her. Woo. Brother. You must stand up for me." The last plea was deliberately elongated. Yet, she was perplexed. Has this fool changed her ways? Is she not the one who usually jumps to conclusions and condemns me without evidence? Why is she suddenly granting me the opportunity to explain? "Oh, I understand, it's a reprieve." Meng Zhiyi was speechless. What on earth was going through her mind all day long? The aristocratic woman, infuriated, pointed at her. "Yaya has said you pushed her. Can she possibly be lying?" Meng Zhiyi, seemingly frightened, shrank her shoulders and hid behind Meng Zhiyi. It was the first time Meng Zhiyi witnessed the usually arrogant Meng Zhiyi in such a timid state, and something within him softened. Yet, before he could dwell on it, he heard. "Why speak so loudly? Is it necessary to nearly spit on me while doing so? I should find a place to hide." Meng Zhiyi stiffened. He discreetly stepped back, distancing himself from the aristocratic woman, and darkly stated, "Whether Meng Zhiyi pushed her can be confirmed by the surveillance footage. The entire hotel is under surveillance. Upon hearing the word surveillance, Dingyu's body went rigid. The last thing she wanted was for anyone to witness her bullying Meng Zhiyi. That would be disastrous. In the past, whenever incidents arose, the Meng family had never protected Meng Zhiyi. What was different this time? Meng Zhiyi, her lashes lowered, concealed behind Meng Zhu, flashed Dingyu a mischievous smile while maintaining a weak voice. Indeed, if it's unclear whether I pushed her. Couldn't we just check the surveillance? Let me see if you, coward, dare to let others know you just assaulted me. After all, she had already gained a notorious reputation. Being recognized as the one who kicked her would not add any further disgrace. But Dingyu was different. She had always maintained the facade of a good girl. Meng Zhu's gaze subtly shifted to Meng Zhiyi's left hand, which was encased in a plaster cast. Upon closer inspection, he noticed traces of blood on the cast. Meng Zhu's expression darkened. Though Meng Zhiyi was not valued in the Meng family and her relatives indeed did not favor this sister, she was still a Meng family heiress. Mrs. Ding, I will ensure this matter is thoroughly investigated. If it is found that Meng Zhiyi pushed her, the Meng family will not cover for her. However, Meng Zhu paused, giving Dingyu a significant glance before continuing, but if I discover otherwise, the Meng family will pursue accountability to the fullest extent. His words were delivered subtly to others. It merely sounded like a warning against falsely accusing Meng Zhiyi. Upon hearing this, Dingyu's anger, initially provoked by Meng Zhiyi's taunting smile, abruptly faded, leaving her feeling as if doused in cold water. Mrs. Ding, entirely unaware of what her daughter had just done, was about to speak when Dingyu interrupted. Mom, I must have misunderstood. She forced a smile, gritting her teeth. I was startled earlier in a panic. I saw Meng Zhiyi standing by the pool and mistakenly thought she pushed me. Upon hearing her daughter's explanation, Mrs. Ding had no choice but to let it go. A hint of discomfort crossed her face. If it was a misunderstanding, then let it be. Having said that, she intended to take Dingyu away, yet Meng Zhiyi, with a casual blink, interjected. Wait. The guests, who had been preparing to disperse, halted in their tracks and turned to her in unison. Mrs. Ding, her tone sharp, queried, what trickery are you up to? Meng Zhiyi feigned innocence. Dingyu falsely accused me and intends to leave without a word of apology? Just moments ago, you were so furious, demanding I kneel and apologize. Very well. Meng Zhiyi glanced at Meng Zhu, then at herself, and sighed in a magnanimous manner. Let's call it my benevolence. From now on, Dingyu, please refrain from making such baseless accusations. If one day someone else inadvertently falls victim to your falsehood. Before she could finish, the guests cast knowing glances at Dingyu, and those with children urged them to keep their distance from her. Mrs. Ding, fully aware of the implications of Meng Zhiyi's unfinished statement, turned ashen, gritting her teeth. Indeed, it was my fault. Dingyu, apologize. Dingyu, visibly embarrassed, reluctantly uttered, I'm sorry. Meng Zhiyi waved her hand graciously. It's all right. Even if you don't kneel, I accept your apology, for I am indeed magnanimous. The expressions of Dingyu and Mrs. Ding darkened further, but it was out of the question for them to kneel and apologize to Meng Zhiyi. They could only leave the banquet, seething. As the guests dispersed, Meng Zhi's gaze returned to Meng Zhiyi, his mind processing the revelation that he could hear his sister's thoughts, scrutinizing her with increasing intrigue. Meng Zhiyi displayed a pallid complexion, looking innocently at Meng Zhu. Brother, could you do me a favor? Meng Zhu replied. Speak. Meng Zhiyi gestured to her bleeding hand. I think my hand has split open again. Please take me to the hospital. Meng Zhu regarded her with a complex expression. In the past, even the slightest injury would have her wailing as if facing a fatal illness, yet today, with a bleeding wound, she remained silent. He turned and said, follow me. In the car. Meng Zhiyi seemed oblivious to the pain as she gingerly touched her plastered hand. It seems to have cracked again. Dingyu was rather ruthless. That kick could have been harder this time. The swimming pool is merely a prelude. Next time, I must present her with an ICU package. Sitting nearby, Meng Zhizhou could only respond with silence. Indeed, it was you who inflicted the injury. Meng Zhizhou gazed meaningfully at the back of Meng Zhiyi's head for a moment before retrieving his phone to send a message to his assistant. In the hospital, Meng Zhiyi sat obediently on the chair as the doctor removed her cast while inquiring, did you get into a fight? The cast is cracked. The other party must have been injured quite severely as well. Meng Zhiyi blinked, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes curving slightly. How could that be? I am so delicate. How could I engage in such a crude act as fighting? Fighting and pulling at each other is quite unbecoming. I would only deliver a single blow that would shatter my opponent's skull, blood gushing everywhere. How exhilarating. Meng Zhizhou felt a twitch in his brow and suddenly asked, Doctor, how is my sister's hand? Upon hearing this, Meng Zhizhou frowned, his gaze shifting to Meng Zhiyi's pale little face. How had he never noticed before that this sister of his pretended to be so obedient in their presence, yet harbored such violent thoughts? However, more than this, he was concerned about why Meng Zhiyi believed the Meng family would face bankruptcy. Did she know some hidden secret? The following day, while Meng Zhiyi was still lost in slumber, a servant roused her from her dreams. "Miss, the master and mistress request your presence downstairs." The servant stood at the doorway, casting a somewhat pitying glance in her direction. The eldest daughter was indeed unfortunate. Not long ago, she had quarreled with the fourth young master and accidentally tumbled down the stairs, remaining unconscious for 3 days. It had been a short time since her discharge from the hospital, her hand still encased in a cast, and she had returned to the hospital again last night. "Alas, I'm coming out." A few minutes later, Meng Zhiyi donned her attire and descended the stairs with a light step. In the living room, her father and mother watched her as she came down, while Meng Zhiyi read a financial newspaper. Not far from the floor-to-ceiling window stood Shin, exuding an air of elegance and coolness, bathed in sunlight. The moment Meng Zhiyi laid eyes on him, she paused for a second, then a swift look of astonishment flickered in her gaze. "Ah, truly deserving of being the male lead, he has such a face one could easily fall asleep beside." Everyone else in the room was taken aback. The living room fell into a profound silence. Meng Zhiyi and his parents exchanged peculiar glances at Meng Zhiyi, and even the Meng Zhiyi, sipping tea nearby, nearly choked. Did she truly utter such audacious words? Chapter 3: One must be cherished, embraced, and raised high to rise. Meng Zhiyi quickly glanced at Meng Zhiyi, who had been choked by the water. She observed him calmly setting down his cup, and he remarked nonchalantly, "The water is too hot." Meng Zhiyi expressed her concern. "Brother, you weren't burned, were you? What a pity he wasn't scalded to death." Meng Zhiyi. The parents of Meng, filled with astonishment, instinctively turned their gaze towards Meng Zhiyi. They could clearly see that Meng Zhiyi had not uttered a word. Was it the voice of her heart? Moreover, their son had just received a glass of cold water. How could it possibly be scorching? Did he hear it as well? The couple remained uncertain if they could hear one another, exchanging a peculiar glance that conveyed an unspoken understanding. The silence in the living room was eerily profound. Why is everyone silent? Ah, I see. You are all waiting for my performance, are you? Meng's parents were utterly bewildered. What performance? In the next moment, they witnessed Meng Zhiyi, resembling a playful calf, dash into Shinkei's embrace, forcefully knocking him back a few steps. She then lifted her head, her face flushed with shyness, her voice sweetly teasing, "Brother Shinkei. You came to see me, right? I knew it. You care for me the most. I adore you so much." Sob. Shinkei stood frozen, his gaze lingering on her, as a distinct voice echoed in his ears. "Oh no. I'm paralyzed. Must this character remain consistent? However, Shinkei despises being touched by others. With this embrace, he will surely loathe me even more. He. Let him despise me. The more, the better." The guests in the living room fell into a profound silence, hearing her innermost thoughts. The Meng family cast her a gaze filled with complexity. Had this person fallen down the stairs last time, injuring her head? Should they take her to the hospital for an examination? She maintained the curvaceous S-shaped posture for several seconds, until Meng Zhiyi's lower back began to ache, yet Shinkei still had not pushed her away. "Meng Zhiyi, what does this fellow mean? Why doesn't he push me away? In the storyline, he is quite averse to me and detests my touch. Whenever I make contact, it's as if he has to bathe for 3 days and nights to cleanse himself." Shinkei. Meng's father. Meng Zhiyi's mother. Meng Zhiyi. Seeing that he remained unresponsive, Meng Zhiyi, in an effort to maintain her persona of a deeply infatuated lover, could only cling desperately to Shinkei. "Brother Shinkei, I miss you so much that my heart, my liver, and my lungs ache." TSK. Why have the Meng family fallen silent? Shouldn't they reprimand me for my shamelessness and lack of upbringing? Meng Zhiyi felt a surge of emotions within her heart. Her face pressed against Shinkei's waist, gazing at him with deep affection. Unable to resist, her hand wandered over his abdominal muscles, caressing them gently. Such a splendid physique. This waist feels incredibly strong. That Song Wei is truly fortunate. She recalled a certain plot involving drugging someone. Perhaps she could take this opportunity to indulge herself first? Shinkei. Meng Zhiyi, so, you are this kind of sister. Meng's father and mother expressed their disdain, declaring, this disgraceful affair is no longer desired. In that instant, Shinkei, as if jolted by electricity, forcefully pushed Meng Zhiyi away. Meng Zhiyi fell to the ground. cradling her plastered hand, her delicate face instantly contorting in anguish. "Oh, it hurts so much." As Meng Zhiyi felt a twitch in his eyelid. The physician's admonition from that evening resurfaced in his mind, prompting him to instinctively glance at Meng Zhiyi's hand encased in plaster. In the next moment, her voice echoed in his ears. "If I were to faint right now, could I claim a medical reimbursement of 100,000 or 80,000? No. That is far too little. Such a sum does not align with the status of a young master from the prestigious circles of Beijing. It must commence at 7 figures." Shen Ke observed the seated Meng Zhiyi on the floor with a composed demeanor, his gaze profound, swiftly processing the extraordinary phenomenon of perceiving her innermost thoughts. He raised his head, discreetly scanning the Meng family members lounging on the sofa, their faces betraying no emotion. Could it be that he alone could hear Meng Zhiyi's thoughts? What could be the reason? Why is this fellow still staring at me in silence? Wasn't he supposed to come over to annul the engagement? Is this narrative going to progress or has it encountered a bug? If the annulment plot doesn't advance soon, the old matriarch Shen will be heading to the hospital. Shen Ke's eyes flickered momentarily as he replied coolly, "You should get up." However, Meng Zhiyi, pouting and feigning drama, insisted that she needed her elder brother Shen Ke to lift her up in an affectionate embrace before she would rise. Now he must surely be on the verge of losing his temper. Shen Ke remained silent. If it weren't for the fact that he could hear her thoughts, he might have been deceived by her antics. Fixating on her, Shen Ke suddenly chuckled softly. "Very well, I shall lift you up." Meng Zhiyi's expression froze for a moment. Shen Ke strode towards her, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment. Is he out of his mind? Shouldn't he be scolding me for my shamelessness? Yet, he dares to desire my embrace? A realization dawned on her. How brazen! He is clearly lusting after my body. Just as well, for she had yet to fully indulge, she thought to herself, let me caress those abdominal muscles once more. Meng Zhiyi immediately smiled sweetly at Shen Ke and extended her hand, playfully requesting, I desire a Princess Carrie. Shen Ke paused. Feeling as though he had just stepped on a stone he had thrown himself. Clearing his throat, he replied. It is inappropriate for men and women to engage in such intimacy, you should rise on your own. Meng Zhiyi. Are you saying that we should maintain a distance between men and women? You certainly didn't think that way when you were entangled with Song Wei before marriage. On the sofa, Meng's father and mother, along with Meng Zhiyi, were nearly bursting with anticipation. Was this what they could overhear? Well then, I understand my brother Shin Quebec. With that, Meng Zhiyi climbed up and, fluttering her dewy apricot eyes, asked in a sweet voice, Brother Shin Ke, is there something you wish to discuss today? Surely. You didn't come merely to see me? That would bring me such joy. The stage is set, young man, please commence your performance. Shin Ke's lips parted slightly. Ready to speak, but his words were abruptly interrupted by the sudden ringing of a phone. Meng Zhiyi raised an eyebrow discreetly. This must be the call informing him of old Madame Shen's hospitalization. Alas, the old lady is indeed unfortunate in her later years. Burdened with the immense responsibility of managing such a vast estate at her age. Shin Ke's uncle has been eyeing her covetously. And the maid planted beside the old lady has been administering poison daily, ultimately leading to a sudden heart attack that claimed her life. A fleeting shadow of darkness crossed Shin Ke's eyes as he tightened his grip on the phone, yet he suppressed the tumultuous emotions surging within him. He answered the call, Uncle Zhou, what is it? Xiao Ke, hurry to the hospital, the old lady has suddenly collapsed. Shin Ke's heart constricted slightly as he lifted his gaze to Meng Zhiyi, finding her still wearing that affectionate expression. He hastily replied, understood, and, after hanging up, disregarded Meng Zhiyi's eager gaze, turning to Uncle Meng and Aunt Meng to say, Uncle Meng, Auntie, an urgent matter has arisen at home. I shall not trouble you further today, and I will visit again another day. Meng's father, still immersed in the state of enjoying the spectacle, hastily cleared his throat and awkwardly chuckled, saying, It's quite all right, you may attend to your matters first. Meng Mu quickly beckoned to Meng Zhiyi, saying, Son, please see off Xiao Shun. Only Meng Zhi stood there, her expression contorted. Is he leaving just like that? What about the broken engagement plot? Has it collapsed? Is it a bug? As Shin Ke departed, he cast a significant glance at Meng Zhi, who immediately displayed a look of concern. Yet, Shin-Kei uttered not a word, leaving Meng Zhiyi to ponder the uncertainties of life. Meng's father quickly picked up the newspaper to read, while Meng's mother sipped her tea. Oh? Are you reading the newspaper? Hurry up and take a look, for soon old Meng will be sent to the ICU. And ultimately he will be suffocated to death when the oxygen tube is removed. How pitiful indeed. Meng's father. Mother Meng's hand trembled suddenly as she held the teacup, causing the tea to spill out. Meng Zhiyi blinked her eyes and inquired with concern, Mother? Is your tea also very hot? Go ahead, drink up. The more you consume now, the less you'll have to scavenge for scraps in the future. Meng Mu? The crisp yet mischievous voice of her younger sister echoed in her ears. Especially my elder brother, who unexpectedly. Chapter 4, Retirement is just around the corner. And then? Why did she stop speaking? Doesn't she realize that leaving thoughts unspoken is utterly torturous? The three individuals in the living room stared intently at Meng Zhiyi, and upon noticing her silence, they felt an unbearable anxiety, yearning to directly inquire. Meng Zhiyi had heard the ominous predictions of his demise before, initially dismissing them as mere ramblings of Meng Zhiyi. However, this morning, his assistant sent him a video that changed everything. It depicted a scene from that fateful night at the banquet, where Meng Zhiyi was cornered and bullied by Dingyu in the corridor. This revelation compelled him to acknowledge that Meng Zhiyi's fears bore a certain credibility. Now, as he once again heard her murmuring about her grim fate, Meng Zhiyi found himself increasingly intrigued about the circumstances leading to the bankruptcy of the Meng family and the potential for his own tragic end. Time was of the essence. He decided to have breakfast first, then instructed Uncle Lin to take him for a follow-up examination at the hospital. Meng Zhiyi gestured for his parents, Meng Fu and Meng Mu, to remain calm, and then called Meng Zhiyi to the dining hall for breakfast. In order to continue listening to her thoughts, Meng Fu and Meng Mu, who had already eaten, accompanied her as well. At the dining table, while Meng Zhiyi was joyfully relishing her meal, she suddenly heard her father. Meng Fu, speak up. Further studies? Are you referring to my second brother, Meng Yang? Meng Zhiyi secretly perused the information regarding Meng Yang, exclaiming in dismay, what a pity. My erudite second brother, first falsely accused of plagiarizing his thesis, subsequently embroiled in a student's tragic suicide which derailed his promising career, ultimately succumbing to depression and taking his own life through an overdose. By the time he was discovered, it was too late. The parents of Meng Zhiyi. Meng Zhiyi pretended to be disinterested as she took a sip of milk. Meng Yanchuan, that perverse third brother. Last time, he locked the original owner in the basement, nearly scaring me into a shadowy abyss. Who would have thought that now he is regarded as the most promising forensic expert, who, after personally performing autopsies on his own father and brothers, became traumatized and turned into a criminal, willingly consigning himself to prison. He deserves it. Both Meng's father and mother gripped their chopsticks tightly, striving to contain their emotions. Meng Zhiyi lowered his gaze, his hands resting on the table slightly clenched, and continued. When Tinglan first joined the crew, she mentioned that they were filming on location in the mountains, so they probably have little time. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the explosive voice of Meng Zhiyi. My fourth brother is the most unfortunate. After the Meng family's bankruptcy, his resources in the entertainment industry plummeted, making him a target for rivals and reducing him to obscurity. Ultimately, he caught the attention of a deranged magnate who imprisoned him as a plaything. By the time he was discovered, he had lost his sanity. Moreover, that twisted magnate is the investor behind this production. And Meng Tinglan seems to be the one now in his sights. Oh dear, with several brothers, some have gone mad, some have perished, and some have become useless. It is truly tragic, too tragic. None of the family members have met a good end. How much karma have they accumulated? Upon hearing this, the faces of Meng's father and mother betrayed a flicker of distress. Is their family really in such dire straits? Fearing that Meng Zhiyi might perceive their unease, they forced themselves to maintain composure. Take your time eating. Your father and I have work to attend to, so we shall not accompany you. Meng Zhiyi raised her head, a cheerful smile adorning her face as she obediently said, All right, Mom and Dad, please go to work. As the elderly couple departed, they exchanged a knowing glance with Meng Zhiyi. Once they had left, Meng Zhiyi remained seated, his gaze fixed intently upon his sister, Meng Zhiyi. He was already aware of the fates of his younger brothers, yet his own destiny remained a mystery, as Meng Zhiyi had yet to disclose it. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Zhiyi suddenly spoke up. Meng Zhiyi, the hotel has sent me the surveillance footage from the evening of the party. Meng Zhiyi, with a fried egg in her mouth, gazed at her brother with wide, curious eyes. What does this mean? Has he already viewed the footage and discovered that I was the one who pushed Dingyu into the pool, and now he intends to confront me? Let me ponder how to act. Should I weep and claim that Dingyu had bullied me first? Or should I, as before, vehemently accuse him of favoring outsiders while disregarding his own sister? Meng Zhiyi raised his hand to gently massage his aching forehead, and patiently remarked. The surveillance cameras near the swimming pool are under maintenance, however, the corridor cameras have fortunately captured footage of Dingyu bullying you. With this video as evidence, you can hold the Ding family accountable. Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi's eyes instantly sparkled. They can be made to compensate financially as well? Meng Zhiyi, She abruptly stood up, striking the table. I demand they compensate me with 1 million. Meng Zhiyi gazed intently at Meng Zhiyi, remaining silent. Meng Zhiyi touched her nose and awkwardly said, Am I asking for too little? You might as well just go and snatch it, Meng Zhiyi suddenly interjected. Meng Zhiyi tugged at the corner of her mouth and resumed her meal with a focused demeanor. How utterly ridiculous. The Ding family, despite being a prominent clan, cannot even afford to compensate a mere 1 million. Meng Zhiyi gazed at Meng Zhiyi with a complex expression, realizing for the first time that his sister was, in fact, quite the money enthusiast. With a sense of resignation, he remarked, 1 million is out of the question. But I can certainly demand the maximum possible compensation from them. Meng Zhiyi lifted her head once more, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Meng Zhiyi. Are you going to help me, brother? You are the jewel of the Meng family. It would be unreasonable to allow you to be bullied without intervention. For that would be tantamount to slapping my face. Thank you, brother. Though I remain puzzled as to why you have suddenly taken an interest in your sister. I shall, in a spirit of magnanimity, retrieve your remains should you meet your demise at the cliff. After all, you are the first among my 4 brothers to perish. I can summon the others to join in the lamentation. Upon hearing this, a fleeting shadow of darkness crossed Meng Zhiyi's eyes. A fall from the cliff? What could be the reason? He silently waited to see if Meng Zhiyi would divulge any further secrets. However, after a while, having satisfied her hunger, Meng Zhiyi rose and mentioned her intent to return to the hospital for a follow-up, departing with a light-hearted demeanor. Observing her cheerful retreat, Meng Zhiyi revealed a knowing smile. It was all right, he could afford to be patient, for he was determined to unearth all her secrets. En route to the hospital, Meng Zhiyi languidly reclined in the back seat, diligently reviewing the progress of her current task. Upon opening the task page, the vibrant red progress bar nearly blinded her with its brilliance. Meng's father, disdain level at 60. Meng Mu, disdain level 88. Meng Zhiyi, dislike level 50. Meng Yang, disdain level 69. Meng Yanchuan, disdain level 78. Meng Tinglan, disdain level at 95. Shinkei, disdain level at 98. Meng Zhiyi gazed at the numbers, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Excellent, the original owner had already laid the foundation for her reign. She would start with Shinkei, whose disfavor was the highest. With her experience in tasks, retirement was just around the corner. However, as she scrolled further down, Meng Zhiyi was suddenly taken aback. What on earth? Grand Lady Shen, favorability 100. Meng Zhiyi felt perplexed. Xiaoba, what is the situation with old Mrs. Shen? Has my favorability rating skyrocketed? Old Mrs. Shen must have a deep affection for Meng Zhiyi, otherwise, why would she want her to be her granddaughter-in-law? Meng Zhiyi found the system's reasoning compelling. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that the original owner had committed numerous absurd acts, turning the Shen and Meng families into a laughingstock in the capital, yet old Mrs. Shen seemed utterly unconcerned. Shouldn't he, the host, consider altering her strategy to enhance favorability for old Mrs. Shen? Absolutely not. What good is increasing favorability? Do I appear particularly endearing? What if we attempt to make a breakthrough? The system attempted to persist. No, embracing the role of the villain is far more advantageous. Let us not engage in internal conflict. After Meng Zhiyi declined the system's proposal, she promptly ordered it to go offline. Turning her gaze towards the window, a hint of mischief flickered in her eyes. If memory served her right, the heroine of the original narrative was set to visit the esteemed old lady Shin in the hospital. Timing, it seemed, was fortuitous. She was determined to immerse herself in this lively scene. Soon, she would endeavor to thoroughly vex Shinkei and his radiant muse, positioning herself as an obstacle between them while simultaneously enhancing her own standing in the eyes of the old matriarch. A trifecta of accomplishments. Woohoo! Onward! Chapter 5, You are truly the most incompetent cohort I have ever led. Upon entering the hospital room where old Madame Shin lay, Meng Zhiyi found Shinkei seated before the bed, diligently peeling fruit. Beside him stood a girl clad in a white dress, the original protagonist of the book, Song Wei. Meng Zhiyi's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, eager to rush forward. Wow! It's the main characters. If I intrude on them now, I would surely accumulate a significant amount of disdain points, right? A familiar voice echoed in Shinkei's ears, causing his movements to momentarily falter. Meng Zhiyi lifted her head, gazing at the bodyguard blocking her entrance, and revealed a radiant smile. The bodyguard's scalp tingled. In the next moment, Meng Zhiyi strained her voice, crying out in a heart-wrenching manner, "Brother Shinkei, help! They are assaulting me!" The bodyguard's pupils dilated in shock. The occupants of the ward turned to look in unison. The bodyguard, filled with terror, recoiled 3 meters away from Meng Zhiyi, his entire demeanor radiating denial. I have not. Miss Meng, please do not wrongfully accuse an innocent person." Meng Zhiyi let out a light snort. "You treat me like a ferocious beast, preventing my entry. Prepare to receive my wrath." Leaning against the hospital bed, the elderly matriarch Shin displayed a faint smile and beckoned her, saying, "Ee has arrived. Come in, come in." Meng Zhiyi strode in with an air of confidence, not forgetting to raise an eyebrow at them in a self-satisfied manner. The bodyguard muttered under his breath, "What a true femme fatale." In the hospital room, Song Wei held a cup of water, positioned closely beside Shinkei, their demeanor exuding intimacy. They appeared as a perfect pair, akin to a golden boy and a jade maiden. Song Wei gazed at her with a gentle expression, kindly inviting, "Sister Zhiyi has arrived. Come, take a seat over here." Her posture suggested that she was the lady of the house in this hospital room. Meng Zhiyi cast a glance at the area pointed out by Song Wei, which was the resting zone designated for visitors within the hospital room, situated at a slight distance from Shinkei and the elderly matriarch. One cannot help but remark that Song Wei possesses an utterly harmless countenance, gentle and considerate. It is no wonder that Shinkei is utterly infatuated with her. Shinkei, with a flicker of her gaze, responded with a hint of arrogance, "I shall go wherever I please, it is no concern of yours. This is not your home. Yet, what does it matter to me? I am here to unleash my madness." Ha ha ha, I have been so impolite. Surely, Shinkei and the matriarch must be displeased by now. Quick! Let the agitation commence. Listening to her inner thoughts, Shinkei remained silent, pondering, how can one be so utterly incongruous? Furthermore, he furrowed his brow ever so slightly. Is it truly possible that he is infatuated with Song Wei? How could that be? Meng Zhiyi strode over with determination, forcefully pushing aside Song Wei and wedging herself between them. She fixed her gaze on Song Wei with a fierce glare, declaring, "Brother Shinkei is now my fiancé. Have some dignity and keep your distance from a man who is already taken." The original persona had always acted this way, perceiving any woman within half a meter of Shinkei as an adversary. It was precisely this behavior that led Shinkei to detest her, ultimately fostering a dislike for her as an individual. Caught off guard by the sudden shove, Song Wei spilled some water from her hands, barely managing to maintain her smile. She cast a glance at Shinkei, only to see that he, who ordinarily harbored disdain for Meng Zhiyi, showed no aversion to her proximity. Song Wei bit her lip, a fleeting shadow of desolation crossing her eyes as she struggled to muster a smile. "Sister Zhiyi, you've misunderstood. I only consider Shinkei a friend." "Friend?" Meng Zhiyi scoffed. "First a friend, then a sister, and ultimately a little darling, right?" As she spoke, she covertly observed Shin Quebec. Why are you still sitting there while I'm confronting the female lead? Come and scold me. Or at least, throw me out. Yet.
Shin-Kei remained engrossed in meticulously peeling an apple, as if he intended to carve it into a floral design. Song-Wei felt a deeper sense of disappointment wash over her eyes grew slightly red, and her expression turned somewhat awkward.
What can I do to make Sister Zhiyi happy?
Meng Zhiyi gritted her teeth, her face a portrait of displeasure as she declared.
Your mere presence before me brings me great discontent.
Furthermore, I have but 4 brothers and no sisters, so cease your attempts at ingratiation. If you possessed even a modicum of self-awareness, you would scurry away upon encountering me, lest you offend my sight. As Meng Zhiyi uttered these words, her gaze occasionally drifted towards Shin-Kei and the esteemed matriarch of the Shin family.
It's not your elder brother. How can you still find the leisure to peel an apple? Your wife is on the verge of tears from my scolding. Stop peeling apples. Come and peel me instead. Shin-Kei remained silent, quietly handing half of the peeled apple to the venerable matriarch. Meng Zhiyi was suddenly struck with realization upon witnessing the scene. I understand now.
Shin-Kei must refrain from defending Song-Wei in front of the old lady due to his apprehension.
He can only protect her in this manner.
It was yet another day moved by the romance between the protagonists. As for the old lady, could it be that her hearing is failing her, rendering her unable to comprehend my earlier words?
Do not stand there, come sit beside your grandmother, urged old lady Shin, patting the space next to her.
The old lady genuinely cherished Meng Zhiyi, her gaze unmasked in its affection for her.
Meng Zhiyi.
It has been confirmed that the old lady is hard of hearing. Meng Zhiyi collected her thoughts and immediately broke into a smile as she squeezed her way to Shin-Kei's side, taking a seat beside the hospital bed. Shin-Kei felt a twitch at his temple and silently pushed his chair back a little.
Here, have a piece of apple, the old matriarch Shin said, promptly handing the apple that Shin-Kei had just offered to Meng Zhiyi.
Meng Zhiyi, feigning a bashful demeanor, gazed at the half in Shin-Kei's hand and said, I desire the one in brother Shin-Kei's possession. Upon hearing this, old Madame Shin turned her attention towards them, her gaze fixating on the apple held by Shin-Kei. Before she lifted her eyes to stare intently at him. Her expression conveyed an unspoken threat. It seemed that should Shin-Kei refuse, the old matriarch might resort to violence. Here you go, Shin-Kei replied, his face devoid of emotion as he extended the apple towards her.
Meng Zhiyi pouted.
Her voice tinged with a delicate petulance as she implored, please help me remove the apple core. Shin-Kei's striking brows knitted slightly. His gaze upon Meng Zhiyi as inscrutable as a still pond.
I'm asking you to peel the apple, I intend for you to do it thoroughly.
Shin-Kei remained silent. Xiao-Kei, kindly assist Yi in removing the core, commanded old Madame Shin.
Shin-Kei held a distinct aversion towards Meng Zhiyi, bordering on disdain. Yet,
he could not defy his grandmother, fearing her displeasure. With a silent sigh, he reluctantly acquiesced, removing the apple core before handing it back to her. Meng Zhiyi raised her eyebrows slightly, casting a glance at the secretly sorrowful Song-Wei.
Her eyes flickered momentarily as she seized Shin-Kei's hand and took a bite. His expression darkened even further as he warned her, Meng Zhiyi.
Meng Zhiyi held the apple she had been nibbling on in her hand. A bright smile illuminating her face as she watched Song-Wei take a bite. Oh, the apple that brother Shin-Kei peeled for me is simply delightful. The thought of being able to savor such sweetness every day after we marry fills me with joy.
Come on. Let the fury intensify even more. The elder misses.
Shin observed the closeness between the two with great satisfaction, her tone gentle as she said, once you reach the legal age, I shall gladly assist in arranging your wedding.
Shall I?
Meng Zhiyi, with a bashful demeanor, replied, all right, thank you, Grandma.
Legal age? Does that mean next year? No. That's unacceptable.
I must devise a plan to make Shin-Kei accumulate enough disdain points swiftly, so I can call off the engagement. I refuse to be a mere pawn in his game with Song-Wei. Shin-Kei meticulously wiped the fruit knife with a tissue, absorbing Meng Zhiyi's innermost thoughts. His gaze deepening with scrutiny.
It turned out that her true intention was to terminate the engagement?
Then why did she continue to cling to me, feigning such affection?
Shin-Kei's eyes darkened as they settled upon her. What on earth does she truly seek?
Meng Zhiyi was oblivious to his gaze as she munched on an apple. Her mind filled with calculations.
Alas, this is quite challenging. Despite my previous efforts, these two remain utterly unresponsive and fail to defend Songwei. This performance cannot continue like this. Pointing fingers, you truly are the worst group I have ever mentored. You cannot even take on a role. Perhaps I should simply go mad. Shin-kei, listening to her inner thoughts, darkened in expression. Concerned about his grandmother, who had just regained consciousness, and fearing that Meng Zhiyi might cause a scene without restraint, he stood up and reached out to grasp her hand. Meng Zhiyi was taken aback. Brother? What are you trying to do? Shin-kei remained silent, firmly pulling her out of the hospital room. Old Madame Shin, observing the grim expression on Shin-kei's face, feared that he might intimidate Meng Zhiyi, and quickly exclaimed, Xiao-kei, you mustn't bully Yi. Songwei's gaze fell upon the hands that Shin-kei held Meng Zhiyi with. She bit her lip and said, Grandma, do not worry, I will go and persuade him. With that, Songwei hurriedly followed after them. Chapter 6 now. Will you kiss me? Do you dare? Shin-kei led Meng Zhiyi to the end of the corridor, forcefully pulling her into a secure passageway. His strength was overwhelming, and a slight pain surged through her wrist. Meng Zhiyi furrowed her brows slightly, her round, glistening eyes casting a reproachful glance at Shin Quebec. In a delicate tone, she exclaimed, Brother Shin-kei, you've hurt me. Her voice was soft and gentle, devoid of the petulance she displayed towards Songwei, which made Shin-kei feel as if he had been struck by lightning, prompting him to swiftly release her hand. Meng Zhiyi subtly raised her eyebrows, glancing at the safety passage with an ambiguous gaze. What brings you here, Brother Shin-kei? She took a step closer to Shin-kei, as if intending to draw nearer. Could it be that you wish to be alone with me? Shin-kei, with a cold expression, took a step back. Stop, do not move. Meng Zhiyi smacked her lips, indeed immediately coming to a halt. Hiss, it must be said, Shin-kei presently exudes a somewhat sinister aura befitting a villain. Could it be that he intends to vent his frustrations on Songwei here? Oh, has he finally reached his breaking point? Should I intervene or refrain from doing so? If I get hit, would it be considered a work-related injury? Shin-kei's expression darkened. Was he truly the type to resort to violence against a girl? Absurd. His mind was a cacophony of Meng Zhiyi's incessant chatter, causing him a headache. Shin-kei took a deep breath, his voice laced with a hint of warning. Meng Zhiyi, in the past, I could turn a blind eye to your antics. However, my grandmother is currently unwell. If you choose to cause trouble, keep your distance and refrain from performing before her. Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi's eyes flickered with realization. I see, he means that in the future, if I wish to bully Songwei, I should avoid doing so in front of the Shin matriarch, lest he find it difficult to intervene. Shin-kei was nearly driven to exasperation by her. Why does Meng Zhiyi always manage to misinterpret others' intentions? Meng Zhiyi gazed up with her small face, her eyes sparkling with innocence as she asked, since Grandma is not here now, may I act as I please? Shin-kei pressed his lips together, silently observing her with a cold, penetrating gaze. A smile played on her lips, her vibrant features exuding a captivating allure. Shin-kei lowered his gaze, fixating intently on her. Shin-kei's lips possess an appealing hue. I wonder what shade of lip balm he uses. His lip shape is also quite attractive, it appears inviting to kiss, a peck might not be a loss. Shin-kei, overhearing her thoughts, felt an involuntary twitch at his temple. Previously, he deemed Meng Zhiyi's behavior reckless and impudent, but now he added another descriptor, frivolous. Just as this thought settled, another voice echoed in his mind. Curiosity piques, if Songwei were to witness me kissing him, would Shin-kei, in his pursuit to win her heart, simply scatter my ashes? Given Shin-kei's aversion towards me, his disdain would surely reach its zenith in an instant, thus completing the task. Ah, Songwei is approaching. Should I kiss him now? Humph, you lucky fellow, this is my first kiss. Allow me a moment to gather my emotions. Meng Zhiyi's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement, exuding an eagerness to engage. Shin-kei slightly curled his hand at his side, his thoughts racing as he processed the heartfelt words he had just heard. A mission? It appeared that the girl before him viewed him as a mere instrument, employing him for her own purposes. In an instant, Shin-kei's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, and he swiftly reached out, spinning Meng Zhiyi around and pinning her between the wall and himself. Meng Zhiyi, what on earth is he doing?
Shin-Kei, having shed his previous indifference, looked at her with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor entirely devoid of it. Meng Zhiyi, if you wish to solidify our marital bond ahead of time, it is certainly feasible. Meng Zhiyi was taken aback. What? No, my friend, do you have some undiscovered issues? This isn't your character at all. And who on earth wants to establish a marital bond with you? Shin-Kei's gaze was profound and shadowy. He raised his empty hand, his warm fingertip gently pressing against Meng Zhiyi's lips, imbued with a hint of ambiguity. Meng Zhiyi's heart was ringing alarm bells. What on earth? How did this person suddenly transform? I wish I could snap that finger and remove his claw from my mouth. Endure it, I must not break my facade. Shin-Kei, listening to her suppressed thoughts, felt a flicker of amusement. He leaned slightly closer, his towering figure completely enveloping her, his warm breath brushing against her ear. What I mean is, we can marry first, and once you reach the legal age, we can obtain the certificate. This time, it was Meng Zhiyi who fell silent. Has Shin-Kei lost his mind? Isn't he the one eager to call off the engagement? Or is he at odds with Song-Wei, thus resorting to provoking the female lead? On the surface, he agrees to marry me, but in reality, it's all to provoke Song-Wei and foster their relationship? Alright, I see. You've perfectly mastered the old trope of the domineering CEO and the tormented romance. I am forever trapped under the weight of your emotional dynamics, am I not? Oh, no. I refuse. Meng Zhiyi gazed at Shin-Kei with eyes brimming with infatuation. Marriage is acceptable, but now you must kiss me. Are you brave enough? Let me see how far you are willing to go to provoke Song-Wei. Shin-Kei's gaze suddenly darkened. Then, he let out a low chuckle, slowly lowering his head in response to Meng Zhiyi's gradually fearful expression. He too was curious to see how long Meng Zhiyi could maintain her act. Just at that moment, Song-Wei, who had been hiding outside for quite some time, could no longer contain herself. Okay, Sister Zhiyi is still young. Grandma has asked you not to bully her. Song-Wei's appearance caused Shin-Kei to halt his probing. Yet, from Song-Wei's perspective, the two were undeniably engaged in a kiss. She bit her lip fiercely, her face ashen, her eyes reflecting deep sorrow, tinged with a hint of resentment concealed beneath the surface. Meng Zhiyi took the opportunity to gently push Shin-Kei aside, casting a shy glance at Song-Wei. Then, with a playful reproach, she said, "You're so annoying. Someone might see us." Haha, Shin-Kei, you're done for. Song-Wei will definitely misunderstand that we just kissed. And the future chase for your wife will be a bloodbath. TSK, you should turn around and take a look, she is nearly falling apart. At that moment, Shin-Kei had regained his usual aloof and dignified demeanor, turning to cast a dispassionate glance at the heartbroken Song-Wei. Is whispering to my fiancé considered bullying? His words pierced Song-Wei's heart like a dagger, causing her to instinctively raise her hand to her chest. Meng Zhiyi raised an eyebrow. As I suspected, these two must have quarreled. If that is the case, allow me to help escalate this misunderstanding even further. In the next moment, Meng Zhiyi immediately affectionately linked her arm with Shin-Kei's, leaning against him like a little bird, proudly gazing at Song-Wei. Miss Song, it is truly impolite to disturb a young couple's intimacy. Song-Wei, with a look of hurt, glanced at Shin-Kei and finally bit her lip. I apologize. It was I who intruded. After saying this, she turned and walked away, wiping her tears. Oh dear, she is crying in anger. Shin-Kei, are you not going to chase after her? Meng Zhiyi lingered behind, bearing a look that seemed to measure everything with her gaze. Shin-Kei was somewhat correct. After all, the old matriarch was still an ailing patient, and I had to be mindful of her health. Perhaps I shall seize the next opportunity to further provoke her disdain. Upon entering, I beheld a man adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, who was observing me with a bemused expression. Meng Zhiyi, I hear you found yourself in trouble once again? Chapter 7, Selling Your Fourth Brother's Underwear to Fans. She stood rooted in place, instantly recognizing the man before her as her third brother, Meng Yanchuan, who worked as a forensic doctor. Meng Yanchuan, at the tender age of 25, has already emerged as a prominent figure in the field of forensic science. Like several other young masters of the Meng family, he possesses striking good looks and a tall, slender physique, exuding an air of aristocratic elegance in every gesture. Meng Zhiyi, while acknowledging the handsome appearances of her elder brothers, finds herself captivated at this moment as she holds a cup of coffee, her gaze fixated intently upon herself. How peculiar, she muses, this morning during breakfast. Eldest brother mentioned he was pursuing a serial murder case. How could he have returned home so swiftly? Meng Yanchuan was leisurely stirring his coffee when he suddenly heard a loud noise, causing him to halt his actions. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What did you just say?" Meng Zhiyi gracefully placed her hands in front of her and, with a gentle blink, declared, "I assure you, I have not caused any trouble."
Meng Yanchuan, not this one. Ha? Meng Zhiyi looked utterly perplexed.
Meng Yanchuan narrowed his eyes, the gaze beneath his lenses shimmering with an unusual brilliance.
Could it be that he misheard? Little did Meng Yanchuan realize that the suspect they had apprehended this time was merely a scapegoat. Meng Yanchuan sipped his coffee with an unchanging expression, silently attuned to the unspoken thoughts of Meng Zhiyi.
It was no mere illusion, this voice belonged unmistakably to her.
Moreover,
he was certain she had not uttered a word.
Was this truly her inner voice?
It must be, for just recently, a colleague had mentioned seeing a cucumber bid farewell, only to be diagnosed with severe depression and bipolar disorder after an examination. He collected his thoughts, set the coffee down on the table, and slowly approached her. His gaze fixed on Meng Zhiyi's hand, which was encased in a cast. Meng Zhiyi felt an inexplicable unease creeping into her heart as she slightly withdrew her hand. She had not forgotten that, beneath the seemingly gentle demeanor of her third brother, lay a heart as dark and treacherous as they come.
Last time, when the original owner accidentally knocked over one of his specimens, he had locked her in a room filled with formaldehyde-soaked specimens, leaving the original owner terrified and feverish. Did Meng's family lack the means to provide for your needs, or were you simply resorting to selling your fourth brother's undergarments to fans? Or perhaps, are you willing to part with that hand of yours? Meng Yanchuan's tone was as casual as inquiring if one had eaten.
As he fiddled with the bandage on the plaster and remarked ominously, "You need not want it. I wield a scalpel quite adeptly and could assist you in removing your hand." He then recalled that in the original narrative,
Meng Zhiyi was surrounded by a cadre of dubious friends, a few of whom were fervent admirers of Meng Tinglan.
Initially, she merely pilfered small items, claiming they were gifts from Meng Tinglan to showcase her favored status within the Meng household. However, as time progressed, her insatiable friends could no longer suffice with trifles, leading her to outright steal Meng Tinglan's undergarments. Consequently, those so-called friends sold them to Meng Tinglan's fanatical followers, who proceeded to expose the matter online. This ultimately drew Meng Tinglan's ire, resulting in a heated altercation, during which Meng Zhiyi accidentally lost her footing and tumbled down the stairs, fracturing her left forearm. As these memories flooded back, Meng Zhiyi struggled to maintain her composure, her expression teetering on the brink of chaos. Was the original Meng Zhiyi truly deranged? She was unbothered by the filthiness of worn undergarments. And what of those obsessive fans? What purpose could they have for Meng Tinglan's undergarments? Surely, it could not be for some indecorous intent? Ugh, if I ponder this any longer, my mind shall be sullied. Meng Yanchuan's eyes narrowed slightly. And when he raised his gaze, the chill emanating from his depths was akin to being fixated upon by a venomous serpent. Meng Zhiyi was acutely aware that among her four elder brothers, Meng Yanchuan was the most difficult to deal with, and also the one she feared the most. If Meng Zhiyi wished to maintain her place within the family, she ought to temper her behavior. Just because our parents are reluctant to cast you out does not mean I share their sentiment. Do you understand? I understand, third brother, Meng Zhiyi replied, casting a quick glance at him before lowering her head, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes, concealing her amusement, feigning a look of terror. Ha, in any case, your triumph will not last long, the Meng family will soon face ruin, and then I shall come to mock you in prison. Meng Yanchuan halted his gesture of drying his hands, his expression abruptly shifting to one of contemplation. He seemed poised to speak, yet after a moment's reflection, he chose to remain silent. Uncertainty loomed over him, leaving him to ponder whether the issue lay within himself or with Meng Zhiyi. Meng Yanchuan cast a sidelong glance at Meng Zhiyi, who remained standing at the threshold, seemingly perplexed by her actions. He inquired once more, "Is it truly necessary to sell a pair of undergarments for 50,000?
Do our parents not provide you with 500,000 a month to spend? Meng Zhiyi, not. Selling a pair of worn underwear for 50,000?
Alright, I misunderstood. Meng Zhiyi is truly a commercial genius. If it weren't for the other brothers being worthless, I might have resorted to thievery as well.
Meng Yanchuan. The auditory hallucinations have intensified significantly. It is imperative that he visits the hospital without delay. Meng Zhiyi glanced at his watch and inquired, "It's almost mealtime, are you leaving again?"
"I need to make a trip to the hospital," Meng Yanchuan replied, still convinced that the issue lay with him, and resolved to consult a doctor first.
"Are you unwell?"
Meng Zhiyi, as the elder brother, had always been attentive to the needs of his younger siblings.
Meng Yanchuan furrowed his brow.
Yet he revealed the fact that he could hear Meng Zhiyi's innermost thoughts.
"Do not rush to leave, you are not the only one at home." "What?" Meng Yanchuan exclaimed in astonishment, "Elder brother, surely you cannot hear it as well?" "Indeed, I can, and so can our parents." Meng Yanchuan removed his glasses and gently massaged his aching brow. After all, he could hardly assert that the entire family was afflicted, could he?
This was beyond his knowledge. Meng Zhiyi leaned against the car, idly toying with the lighter in his hand, and continued, "However, I have discerned a certain credibility in her innermost thoughts.
For instance,
I just conducted a thorough investigation at the company, and indeed, there are a few individuals who appear to have been deliberately positioned beside me." Upon hearing Meng Zhiyi's words,
Meng Yanchuan suddenly recalled the sentiments he had previously overlooked.
Moreover, she was aware that the police had uncovered a new victim.
How could she possibly know this before the authorities had even issued a statement? Meng Yanchuan's final thoughts were anchored in the words of Meng Zhiyi,
who expressed that the criminals they apprehended were mere scapegoats.
"Elder brother, did you glean something from her sentiments?"
Meng Zhiyi recounted the incident regarding the surveillance footage of the banquet, yet he chose to conceal matters pertaining to the company.
Meng Yanchuan squinted thoughtfully for a moment.
"It is futile for you to ponder here, it would be wiser to wait and see if what she expresses internally aligns with reality."
Meng Yanchuan felt that his elder brother's words were indeed reasonable.
At the dining table, the Meng family exchanged glances with one another, father, mother, elder brother, and third brother. After Meng Zhiyi took her seat, she cheerfully called out as usual. Upon glancing at the dishes on the table, which were evidently not prepared by the housekeeper,
she couldn't help but scoff inwardly. This remark left her parents feeling quite awkward.
Indeed, having been lost since childhood, it is only natural that there are no feelings of attachment. This is for the best, after all, I hold little affection for this family, and I need not consider them in my future actions. Furthermore, Meng Zhiyi suddenly found herself somewhat understanding why her original self had been so difficult. Being part of the Meng family, she had never received her parents' care and concern.
Her unreasonable outburst seemed merely a plea for her family's attention. In front of outsiders,
she exuded arrogance and showcased her identity as the daughter of the Meng family, intending to convey the message that her family cherished her.
However,
she simply employed the wrong means.
Moreover, the Meng family truly did not love her.
Upon hearing her heartfelt sentiments,
Meng's parents felt a twinge of shame and lowered their heads in humility.
In an attempt to make amends, Meng's mother delicately offered her a piece of lobster meat. Meng Zhiyi furrowed her brow initially, then lifted her face, looking at her mother with a touch of grievance. "Mother, I am allergic to seafood, do you not remember?"
Meng Mu's expression momentarily faltered as her outstretched hand lingered in the air, rendered somewhat perplexed.
She was entirely unaware that her daughter could not consume seafood. "I apologize, dear. I become a bit muddled," Meng Mu uttered, tossing a morsel of lobster meat into Meng Zhiyi's bowl before selecting a piece of beef brisket for her as well.
"Ah, what a muddle, it's as if she never paid attention at all."
"Thank you, Mama," Meng Zhiyi replied with a bright smile,
though a wave of confusion washed over her. "Surely this beef isn't poisonous?" The other four at the table fell into a contemplative silence.
Noticing Meng Zhiyi's unwavering gaze fixed on the beef in her bowl, Meng Yanchuan boldly took a piece and popped it into his mouth.
"Oh. He has consumed it, so it must be safe."
With that reassurance, she too began to relish her meal with delight. Meng Mu secretly let out a sigh of relief, yet her heart felt heavier than before. During the meal, Meng Yanchuan's phone emitted a notification sound.
Meng Zhiyi pricked up her ears, yet inwardly she murmured to herself,
At this moment, it seemed they had discovered another piece of the corpse.
Yet still no sign of the victim's head, leaving the identity of the deceased undetermined.
In truth, the head lay not far from the dismembered body. Hidden within the tea garden, where an abandoned well concealed it, the murderer having used stones to weigh it down beneath the water.
She was curious to ascertain whether Meng Zhiyi's inner thoughts held any credibility.
Meanwhile, on the other side, a voice spoke, "Brother. The items you sent indeed contain substances harmful to health. The dosage is minimal, yet prolonged consumption could lead to complications.
I recommend ceasing their use immediately."
Shinkei stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his lips pressed tightly together, emotion swirling within his eyes.
"I understand," he replied. After hanging up, Shinkei gazed thoughtfully at the twinkling cityscape below. Memories of Meng Zhiyi's vibrant and willful demeanor, along with her mental musings, flooded his mind. Initially,
he had dismissed her words, but upon receiving the call about his grandmother collapsing and being hospitalized, doubt began to creep in.
To ease his mind,
he decided to have the nutritional supplements his grandmother typically consumed tested.
To his astonishment, they indeed revealed issues.
Shinkei lowered his gaze, intrigued by how Meng Zhiyi had discerned that someone had tampered with his grandmother's supplements.
Chapter 8, I shall become a disruptor, stirring unrest among them. Just as she flopped onto the bed, her phone rang. She picked it up to see it was a call from someone listed as Zhang Xiaoxiao.
Seemingly concerned that Meng Zhiyi might decline, Zhang Xiaoxiao continued, "I heard that Zhang Yubai and Shinkei have been friends since childhood, perhaps Shinkei will join us shortly." Had the original owner of her body been in her place, the mere mention of Shinkei's name would have sent her racing out of the room.
However, Meng Zhiyi lazily turned over on the bed, squinting her eyes, and replied, "I'm not coming. My hand isn't healed, and I can't drink. You all enjoy yourselves." With that,
she hung up without allowing her the chance to respond. Shinkei, always using the same excuse, don't they find it tiresome?
She thought. Only the original owner, that foolish girl, would rush out at the mere mention of Shinkei's name, only to end up footing the bill every time. What a fool!
After Meng Zhiyi hung up the phone, she turned over and sat up, beginning to examine the social relationships of her original self.
The caller, Zhang Xiaoxiao,
was among the original's dubious friends, hailing from a family that managed a moderately sized company, thus enjoying a comfortable financial situation.
However,
when compared to the Shin and Meng families, their status was rather insignificant. On the surface, these two referred to the original as a close confidant, yet in reality, they merely viewed her as a cash dispenser and a stepping stone.
Zhang Xiaoxiao had always aspired to infiltrate the upper echelons of society, attending every event frequented by the elite and affluent second-generation heirs.
Yet, social circles are stratified, and given the backgrounds of Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian, they were unable to access the true aristocracy.
After numerous setbacks, they finally encountered the original, another target,
with Meng Zhiyi, the daughter of the Meng family. As their pawn, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian repeatedly exploited the name of Shinkei to lure the original into their schemes, allowing her to meet several wealthy young gentlemen.
Unfortunately, the original was too gullible to discern the true intentions of Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian.
After Meng Zhiyi sorted through her thoughts, she felt even more disheartened.
Wasn't the saying rich people are foolish a reflection of her original self? It all made sense now.
The parents of the Meng family provided the original owner with a monthly allowance of 300,000, yet her account barely held 5,000. No wonder she resorted to stealing Meng Tinglin's underwear to sell. With two leeches by her side, she had no choice but to find a way to earn money. Meng Zhiyi felt a sharp pang of sorrow at the thought of her former self foolishly spending several million on those two individuals.
From this day forth,
if they managed to deceive her out of even a single penny, it would be a clear defeat on her part. After her exasperated muttering subsided, she realized she was somewhat parched. Rising to her feet, she took her cup and descended the stairs to fetch some water.
Upon entering the living room,
she was met with the sight of 4 individuals seated on the sofa, all gazing intently at her.
What are they up to? What clandestine schemes are they plotting behind my back?
As if struck by an invisible force, her father cleared his throat and nonchalantly lifted his thermos.
Taking a sip of goji berry tea, Meng Mu forced a smile, her face radiating concern as she inquired, why are you still awake?
Meng Zhiyi raised the glass cup in her hand and said obediently, I am thirsty, I will go down to get some water.
Why haven't Dad, Mom, and my brothers taken a break yet?
Meng Zhiyi leaned against the sofa, adjusting his glasses, and remarked in a nonchalant tone, "The adults are discussing matters.
It's time for the children to retire for the night."
Meng Zhiyi quietly crouched at the corner of the staircase, leaning on the handrail and straining her ears to eavesdrop.
Let me hear if they are secretly speaking ill of me again. Today, I was so embarrassed in front of Shinkei. And yet they didn't even scold me. There's definitely something amiss. In the living room,
the few individuals who could hear her thoughts tacitly refrained from speaking, instead inquiring about Meng Zhiyi's work. After hearing the sound of the door closing, they finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Where were we? Meng's mother asked softly.
According to her thoughts, they had indeed found the victim's head in that abandoned well. As her words fell, the entire living room was enveloped in a profound silence. After a long pause, Meng Zhiyi slowly spoke, "So, her thoughts can predict future events. And she also knows the ultimate fates of all of us." Meng's mother, her expression fraught with anxiety, grasped Meng Zhiyi's hand and exclaimed urgently,
"Does this mean that we are truly destined to meet the tragic fate she has foreseen, leading to the ruin of our family?"
Meanwhile, Meng's father stood silently by, his face etched with concern. Meng Zhiyi gently patted his mother's hand, soothingly stating, "Mother, do not be anxious.
Now that we can hear our sister's voice, we can avert the impending events and alter the outcome. Meng Mu, however, we have been too indifferent towards will she? It is best if she remains unaware."
Meng Zhiyi continued, seemingly recalling something, "We may have misunderstood her in the past.
Perhaps certain matters are not as we perceive them.
It is merely that everyone lacked patience with her, always attributing the fault to her.
From now on, let us extend her a bit more patience."
Meanwhile, at Miaocheng Bar, Zhang Xiaoxiao gazed at the disconnected call, her face betraying a hint of irritation.
"So, when will she arrive?"
Zhang Xiaoku was still waiting in the private room, inquired a nearby girl.
Zhang Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. Visibly displeased, she said she won't come. The girl's expression turned anxious, and she hurriedly lowered her voice. "What shall we do now? We have already collected the money." In the blink of an eye, summer vacation had come to an end. Of course, unless one chooses to disregard her sentiments. If I don't go to school, how can I cling to Shinkei and accumulate disdain points? I will not allow Shinkei and Songwei any moments of solitude. I shall become a thorn in their side, ensuring they find no peace. At that time, Shinkei will surely loathe me. And my disdain points will soar to new heights. Hearing her heart-wrenching cries, Meng's parents were nearly at their wits' end. Had they not been concerned about revealing their ability to hear her innermost thoughts, they might have taken her to see a psychologist without hesitation. Is this what it means to love yet be unable to attain? While Shinkei is indeed a commendable individual, they could not permit Meng Zhiyi to be pushed to the brink of despair. Perhaps it would be wise to consider approaching old Madame Shin to rescind the marriage arrangements? Yet, such thoughts were merely fleeting. Meng Zhiyi, currently a sophomore at a university's College of Arts, was determined to attend this institution solely because of Shin Quebec. Although the original owner of her identity may not have been particularly remarkable, her striking appearance and the financial backing of the Meng family ensured her admission. After hastily depositing her luggage in the dormitory, Meng Zhiyi eagerly set off to the finance department in search of Shin Quebec. Having not seen him for over a week, she truly missed him dearly. At that moment, the system, which had been lurking in the background, quietly interjected, "Is it the 300 billion that the host loans for?" Meng Zhiyi curled her lips into a smug smile, exuding an air of pride. "If you know, then there's no need to voice it." Just as she stepped out of the dormitory building, she encountered Shinkei and a male student escorting Song Wei towards her direction. Meng Zhiyi's eyes sparkled with excitement, instantly igniting a fervent energy within her. She swiftly composed herself and shouted furiously at the approaching group, "Song Wei, do you have no shame? Why do you persistently cling to my fiancé?" Chapter 9, The Infatuated Girl's Descent into Darkness for Love. Meng Zhiyi's voice resonated loudly, instantly capturing the attention of the surrounding students. As the crowd recognized the rumored pure love warrior, they paused to witness the spectacle. After all, Meng Zhiyi's infatuation with Shinkei was well known throughout a university. Particularly intriguing was the involvement of Song Wei, a lonely orphan raised in a wealthy family. Entangled in a love triangle with the crown prince of the capital and a wealthy heiress, a scenario that naturally sparked considerable gossip. The university's gossip forum even dedicated a special section to the trio, where updates on Meng Zhiyi's every move were eagerly shared by fellow onlookers, ensuring that fans could stay abreast of the unfolding drama. At this moment, the spectators had already taken out their phones to record the unfolding scene. Upon hearing Meng Zhiyi's voice, Shin-Kei glanced at her with a detached expression, offering no words. "Ah, your calamity approaches," remarked Shin-Kei's friend, a glimmer of schadenfreude in his eyes. No sooner had his words left his lips than Meng Zhiyi stormed over, her demeanor fierce. She snatched the item from Shin-Kei's hands and hurled it to the ground, declaring, "You are not to assist her." Then, adopting a protective stance akin to a hen defending her chicks, she planted her hands on her hips and confronted Song Wei, exclaiming, "I warned you long ago to keep your distance from my fiancé. Clearly, you chose not to heed my words. How shameless can you be? Have you never learned the meaning of dignity?" Song Wei bit her lip, casting a look of profound injustice at Shin-Kei, silently hoping he would come to her defense as he had in the past. Meng Zhiyi raised her chin, exuding an air of arrogance as she gazed at her. "Well, what a grand spectacle on the very first day of school. With so many witnesses, if Shin-Kei does not protect Song Wei, then I shall hold him in disdain. In this case, Shin-Kei must despise me even more." Meng Zhiyi secretly reveled in her thoughts, eagerly anticipating the system's announcement of Shin-Kei's rising disdain value, when she felt a hand from behind gently tugging her back. Meng Zhiyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Has it begun? Is she about to explode? She had already prepared for the upcoming performance, yet to her surprise, Shin-Kei did not become enraged by her public humiliation of Song Wei. Instead, he crouched down to retrieve the bag he had accidentally dropped. "Meng Zhiyi, is there a gold bar in that bag, or what? Is it more important than your future wife? Shouldn't you, like before, accuse me of making a fuss and coldly declare you want to break off our engagement? Shin-Kei, stand up. Scold me." Shin-Kei slowly rose to his feet, his serene face betraying no emotion, yet his heart was anything but tranquil. Listening to Meng Zhiyi's incessant chatter, he silently sighed. If his mental fortitude were any weaker, he might have faltered. He turned to face the girl, his gaze indifferent. "This is from your grandmother." Shin-Kei's clear voice resonated as he extended the bag towards her. Meng Zhiyi was momentarily taken aback. What the hell? How am I supposed to continue acting now? In her eagerness to gather disdain points, she had overlooked the contents of Shin-Kei's hands, instinctively assuming he was merely assisting Song Wei. Now, she stood frozen, staring at the bag he offered, her mind racing to devise her next move. At that moment, Song Wei observed the scene with a flicker of something in her eyes. She stepped forward, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, yet sufficient for the onlookers to hear clearly. "Meng Zhiyi, this is a carefully selected gift from Grandma Shin. Even if you dislike it, you shouldn't just throw it away." Song Wei, possessing a gentle and beautiful demeanor, spoke softly, making her the idealized goddess of many boys at school. One was empathetic, while the other was unreasonable, accentuating the stark contrast between her and Meng Zhiyi. Meng Zhiyi was still contemplating how to continue this performance. After listening to Song Wei's subtly profound words, she nearly succumbed to the temptation of applauding her. However, she promptly redirected her ire towards Song Wei. "What does my fall have to do with you? Shouldn't you manage your own affairs and keep your distance from my fiancé? Do you derive pleasure from playing the role of a mistress?" As Meng Zhiyi's words grew increasingly reckless, Shin-Kei frowned slightly, aware that her outburst was driven by some ulterior motive. Though he had no intention of defending Song Wei, he found himself inexplicably reluctant to let Meng Zhiyi tarnish her own image further. Thus, before she could utter another word, Shin-Kei grasped her hand and led her away from the scene. Song Wei was taken aback by Shin-Kei's decision to whisk Meng Zhiyi away, standing there bewildered, unable to comprehend his true feelings towards her. Previously, Shin-Kei had always dismissed Meng Zhiyi's presence, often deliberately avoiding her. However, since their encounter at the hospital, Song Wei had distinctly sensed a shift in Shin-Kei's attitude towards Meng Zhiyi. She remained perplexed about the source of this change. Meanwhile, Shin-Kei guided Meng Zhiyi towards a quieter area, attracting the attention of numerous onlookers who captured the moment and shared it online. Why are you pulling me away? Are you protecting her? Shin-kei, you lack a heart. I adore you, yet you repeatedly trample on my sincere feelings. Don't forget. We are bound by a marriage contract. Did you consider my feelings while you and Song Wei were gallivanting together? How do you expect others to perceive me? Woo-woo.
Meng Zhiyi abruptly shook off Shin-kei's hand and began to unleash a torrent of complaints directed at him. I recall that Shin-kei detests the constant mention of their engagement. Surely, after such a commotion, he must be infuriated by now.
Meng Zhiyi secretly gritted her teeth.
Having cursed Shin-kei 100 times in her heart, yet she had to maintain a facade of melancholy as she gazed at him.
How could he not show any reaction?
Had she known, she would have dined first. She was famished.
Could he not hasten his pace a little? The cacophony resonating within Meng Zhiyi's heart caused a painful throb in Shin-kei's ears. He turned his head away, raising a hand to gently massage his aching brow. Meng Zhiyi, cease your troubles with Song Wei, he stated, his complex emotions carefully adjusted, his dark eyes fixed intently upon the person before him. A closer inspection would reveal the helplessness concealed deep within his gaze. Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi was nearly overcome with joy, ever since her arrival in this world. This elder brother had finally acknowledged their previous encounter. She swiftly recalibrated her demeanor, adopting a heart-wrenching expression as she gazed at Shin Quebec. You indeed harbor feelings for that woman. What am I to you? What does our engagement signify?
Having expressed her sorrow,
she promptly retracted the sadness from her countenance and continued with gritted teeth, you intend to protect her, do you?
Let me make it abundantly clear, as long as our engagement persists, Song Wei shall not find peace. From this day forth, should I witness her clinging to you,
she will not have a moment's respite.
Unless, of course, you persuade Grandma Shin to consent to the dissolution of our engagement.
After Meng Zhiyi finished speaking,
she did not give Shin-kei any opportunity to respond and turned away with a face full of indignation, heading towards the cafeteria.
Well, today's task is done.
Time to enjoy my meal, I'm starving, she mused. Speaking of which, my acting just now must have been superb, portraying a lovesick girl turned vengeful.
It surely left Shin-kei bewildered, didn't he it?
She chuckled to herself, once I'm full, I'll resume my plans, striving for an early retirement.
Meanwhile,
Shin-kei stood in place, listening to the thoughts echoing in his mind, a hint of frustration appearing on his typically calm face. He began to regret not directly calling off the engagement that day, opting instead to accompany Meng Zhiyi in this charade.
After she had walked away,
he glanced at the item in his hand, sighed resignedly, and turned to walk in the opposite direction. As he departed, a figure stealthily emerged from the bushes. The girl wore an expression of excitement akin to having just witnessed a sensational event, her phone clutched tightly in her hands. Quickly, she opened WeChat and navigated to a conversation with a profile picture of a selfie.
Wei, you must see the video I sent you. Chapter 10, Trouble approaches in the girls' dormitory. Recalling the scene she witnessed at the hospital, Song Wei felt increasingly uneasy.
She had always believed that Shin-kei regarded her differently. Though she was merely a foster child in the Shin household, their acquaintance since childhood forged an irreplaceable bond. Even after 15 of the 18 years Shin-kei spent away from the Shin family, Song Wei remained steadfast in her belief that she was a unique presence in his life. The notification sound interrupted her thoughts, prompting her to pick up her phone and open WeChat to see a message from Dingyu.
Initially intending to ignore it,
she was soon met with another message, Shin-kei still cares about you, Meng Zhiyi can't compete.
Upon reading this, Song Wei immediately tapped into the conversation and found the video sent by Dingyu. Hearing Shin-kei tell Meng Zhiyi not to trouble her any further finally eased the anxiety that had been resting in her heart.
A smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. And even when she heard Meng Zhiyi state her intent to continue targeting her, Song Wei remained unperturbed. She replayed Shin-kei's words several times,
finally satisfied enough to save the video.
She knew in her heart that Shin-kei cared for her.
On the other side, Meng Zhiyi hurried to the cafeteria,
intently watching the server struggling to steady the spoon while serving food. As she noticed the few pieces of meat on the verge of falling from the spoon,
her expression darkened.
With a serious demeanor and furrowed brows, she muttered, "This school is outrageous for employing someone with Parkinson's.
I shall report this." Upon hearing her,
the server paused, staring at Meng Zhiyi with wide eyes. Their gazes locked for a moment, after which Meng Zhiyi grinned, flashing her white teeth. "Oh.
It seems your condition isn't too severe."
The server's face darkened, and just as she was about to reprimand Meng Zhiyi, she heard her say,
"Even if it's not serious, it's still against the rules."
"Don't worry, Auntie, I will report the situation truthfully." Fearful of losing her job, the server could only force an awkward smile, retorting, "I just had oil on my hands and couldn't hold it steady." With that, she filled a spoonful of braised pork again. Seeing this, Meng Zhiyi beamed a bright, innocent smile at the server. "I knew the cafeteria staff must be kind-hearted, however.
Do remember to wipe your hands next time. Not all students are as easy to deal with as I am." Afterward, she contentedly moved to the next window.
The server, trembling with anger, dared not voice her grievances.
Once she had her meal, Meng Zhiyi happily found an empty seat.
Just as she picked up her chopsticks, someone suddenly shoved her from behind, nearly causing her to faceplant into her food.
"Who did that?"
she growled through gritted teeth.
"Meng Zhiyi."
"I heard you've been causing trouble for Song Wei again," a male voice chimed from behind her. Unbeknownst to her, 5 or 6 individuals had gathered behind her, their expressions filled with malice. The leader, a tall boy with a buzz cut and a distinct scar on his left eyebrow, adorned with earrings, exuded a carefree attitude.
Meng Zhiyi soon learned from the system the identity of this individual.
Zhou Kai, the young master of the Zhou family in the capital,
is also the devoted admirer of Song Wei in the original narrative.
Meng Zhiyi swiftly traversed her memories, recalling how Zhou Kai had consistently targeted the original owner. Ever since the original owner publicly humiliated Song Wei due to Shinkei, Zhou Kai had attributed any misfortune befalling Song Wei, whether or not it was instigated by the original owner, squarely to her.
Furthermore, the original owner possessed a timid disposition, easily cowed by the affluent scions of society,
such as Zhou Kai, which rendered her incapable of resistance. The Meng family had long since lost faith in her, even when the original owner sought assistance from her kin. None were willing to believe her plight, resulting in a lingering fear of Zhou Kai and his entourage. Consequently, despite her profound loathing for Song Wei's existence, the original owner, under the threat posed by Zhou Kai, dared not provoke her.
After swiftly digesting this information,
Meng Zhiyi slightly curled the corners of her lips and gently tapped her tongue against her teeth. While the original owner harbored fear towards Zhou Kai, she, Meng Zhiyi, felt no such trepidation. Her stomach grumbled with hunger. Taking a deep breath, she coldly declared, "If there is something to discuss, speak, if not, be gone."
At this moment,
Meng Zhiyi was so famished that her eyes were dimmed, and her tone dripped with impatience.
Zhou Kai's gaze darkened, his disbelief evident as he fixed his eyes on Meng Zhiyi.
How could someone who reacted to his presence like a mouse to a cat dare to speak to him in such a manner? Even the companions accompanying Zhou Kai were equally astonished. What had she just said? If she had forgotten, they could simply remind her. After all, it was the perfect opportunity for her friends to indulge their mischievous inclinations.
Meng Zhiyi was too preoccupied to pay attention to these individuals, indifferent to their words.
She turned away and focused intently on her meal. Perhaps it was her aloof demeanor or the irritation sparked by her earlier remark that incited Zhou Kai's wrath. Just as she placed a piece of braised pork rib into her mouth, someone abruptly overturned the dining plate on the table. The dish clattered to the ground, scattering food everywhere, with some sauce splattering onto Meng Zhiyi's pristine shirt.
"I was just asking you a question. What is with your attitude?" Zhou Kai bellowed,
his tone harsh and his expression contorted with rage, accentuated by the scar on his brow that made him appear even more menacing. The commotion attracted the attention of several onlookers, some of whom took out their phones to record the incident. Meng Zhiyi sat in her seat, still clutching her chopsticks, her gaze fixated on the spilled food. In this moment, for a person who had endured extreme hunger, the simmering fury felt akin to the ignition of a bomb. Although she appeared outwardly calm, the system recognized this as a precursor to her impending outburst.
Bang!
Zhou Kai slammed his hand on the table,
gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Are you deaf? I am speaking to you." TCH, Meng Zhiyi stifled a scoff of disdain,
discarding her chopsticks and slowly lifting her gaze to meet Zhou Kai's eyes. Their eyes locked, and Zhou Kai's heart skipped a beat. The expression that once brimmed with fear and anxiety was now replaced by a chilling intensity. Had it not been for the unaltered appearance of the person before him, Zhou Kai might have believed he was confronting a stranger.
Is there a need to discuss this elsewhere? Meng Zhiyi's voice was cool, laced with an enigmatic smirk. He glanced around, realizing that some matters were indeed unsuitable for this venue, and subsequently led Meng Zhiyi to a more private location. Meanwhile, the video of Meng Zhiyi being summoned by Zhou Kai had already been circulated among onlookers on the gossip site. In the boys' dormitory, Shen Kai emerged from the bathroom, a towel in hand as he dried his hair, when he heard his friend at the desk remark, Zhou Kai's reputation as a loyal sycophant is indeed warranted. The moment Meng Zhiyi scolded Songwei, he rushed off to confront her. Honestly, as a guy, what was he thinking? Not only did he overturn a girl's plate, but he also called her away. What's his intention? Shen Kai paused, his hand halting mid-motion, and asked, "How do you know this?" The friend behind him, with a look of curiosity, inquired, "Aren't you the least bit worried? Meng Zhiyi is still betrothed to you." Silently, Shen Kai picked up his phone and, for the first time, opened the so-called gossip site. After donning his headphones, he clicked on the video that had already garnered over 10,000 views. The footage was shot from a side angle, capturing only half of Meng Zhiyi's face, beginning from the moment Zhou Kai overturned her plate and yelled at her. Subsequently, Meng Zhiyi appeared to say something before leaving the cafeteria with Zhou Kai and his group. However, due to the distance, the videographer had failed to capture her words. Upon seeing this, Shen Kai turned off the screen, his gaze dropping as he pondered. Moments later, he rose, grabbed his coat, and headed outside. "Hey, where are you going?" his friend asked, perplexed. "I have something to attend to, I'll be back shortly." Chapter 11, Moral Coercion. The backstage of the school auditorium was typically devoid of people, having become a stronghold for Zhou Kai and his rowdy companions. Upon being brought here, Meng Zhiyi was immediately flooded with images of the original owner's past reprimands in this very place. Tilting her head, she cast her gaze upon the girl with dyed yellow hair walking behind Zhou Kai. In her memories, it was this girl who spearheaded the chastisement of the original owner. Meng Zhiyi lowered her gaze, a glimmer of cold light flickering in her eyes as she secretly contemplated whom to teach a lesson to first. "Did I not advise you to be a little more courteous to Songwei and refrain from troubling her?" Zhou Kai, who had been walking ahead, halted and spoke with a chilling tone. Meanwhile, the others had encircled Meng Zhiyi, wearing sinister smiles on their faces. Meng Zhiyi raised her eyebrows slightly, her gaze coldly sweeping over them as she spoke indifferently. "You mentioned it before, and then what?" Zhou Kai's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered momentarily speechless by the person before him. "You dare to ask me and then what?" Meng Zhiyi, has the lesson from our last encounter been too mild for you to remember my warning? Zhou Kai's complexion darkened, having heard upon arriving at school that Meng Zhiyi had publicly humiliated Songwei. He hurriedly called her, and upon hearing the girl's choked, aggrieved tone, a surge of anger ignited within him. Consequently, he immediately sought to uncover Meng Zhiyi's whereabouts. He had expected that after the last warning, Meng Zhiyi might exercise some caution. However, the girl before him appeared utterly fearless, even exuding a hint of hostility. Meng Zhiyi let out a cold laugh, her eyes filled with disdain as she gazed at Zhou Kai, mocking, "Oh, so you aspire to be Songwei's gallant protector? Yet, how is it that I have heard you are merely a diligent and self-effacing sycophant? If you truly possess courage, why not directly win her heart?" "Ah, I almost forgot. Songwei has a penchant for being the other woman, fixated on ensnaring my fiancé, leaving no room for you in her sight." Meng Zhiyi laughed arrogantly, her words intentionally aimed to provoke Zhou Kai. As expected, upon hearing the term mistress, Zhou Kai's expression darkened further, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. Through gritted teeth, he exclaimed, "Who are you calling a mistress? It seems you are not only lacking in intelligence, but your hearing is also impaired." Meng Zhiyi lifted her chin slightly and continued in the same tone, "Who in the entire capital is unaware of my engagement to Shen Kai? Yet, Songwei knowingly trespasses. What else could she be but a mistress? Be quiet. You have no right to speak of Weiwei that way." Zhou Kai shouted, his fist raised and aimed at Meng Zhiyi. Just as his fist was about to strike her face, a chilling reprimand echoed through the air. "Zhou Kai, dare you lay a finger on her?" Shen Kai's tall figure emerged against the light. Zhou Kai's fist halted midair, veins bulging at his temples. turning to Shin Kei with eyes filled with resentment and defiance. Meng Zhiyi blinked in surprise at the unexpected presence of Shin Quebec. As he approached, those who had encircled her instinctively stepped back. Shin Kei strode directly to Meng Zhiyi, his gaze unconsciously surveying her, seeking to ascertain her well-being. Meng Zhiyi lightly pursed her lips, her mind swirling with discontent. How bothersome, why has he come here? She thought. I intended to teach this group a good lesson. But now I must maintain my facade. Upon hearing her inner thoughts, Shin Kei felt a sense of relief. Yet, the unmistakable disdain in Meng Zhiyi's tone elicited a bemused smile from him. Concerned for her well-being, he had rushed over with damp hair. Only to receive neither gratitude nor appreciation, but rather disdain. In that moment, Meng Zhiyi's thoughts raced, and before long, she darted to Shin Kei's side, clutching the fabric at his waist. Oh, Shin Kei, you finally arrived. Had you been any later, you would have had to collect my remains? She continued. Zhou Kai was sent by Song Wei to teach me a lesson. Now, do you see her true colors? She presents herself as an innocent flower before you. Yet behind your back, she orchestrates my assault. Meng Zhiyi spoke incessantly, her words flowing like a machine gun, while her mind was a tumult of thoughts. Ah! How splendid it is to tarnish Song Wei's reputation before Shin Kei once more. After all my efforts, Shin Kei, why not just detest me instead? Shin Kei remained silent, allowing Meng Zhiyi to chatter away without interruption. However, Zhou Kai, upon hearing Meng Zhiyi's slanderous remarks about Song Wei, immediately interjected, Cease your baseless accusations. It is I who find you disagreeable, and it has nothing to do with Song Wei. Meng Zhiyi concealed herself behind Shin Kei, peering out with a tone dripping with sarcasm as she echoed Zhou Kai's words, It has nothing to do with Song Wei, oh my. Truly a passionate sentiment that makes me reconsider. Have you never heard the tale of the devoted admirer who ends up with nothing? What gives you the right to act so proud here? After all your efforts, has Song Wei even cast a glance your way? Truly oblivious to the reality of being a sycophant, if he were to realize that Song Wei might use him as a shield, leading to the downfall of the Zhou family and imprisonment, would he still remain so loyally submissive? Upon hearing this, Shin Kei subtly raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at the girl behind him. Zhou Kai, infuriated by Meng Zhiyi's remarks, lost his composure and, disregarding Shin Kei's presence, swung his fist in anger. Shin Kei's gaze darkened as he seized Zhou Kai's wrist, his eyes, like deep pools of ink, fixed intently upon him. Emerging from one of the most prestigious families in the capital, Shin Kei exuded an inherent aura of authority that commanded respect, even in silence. He projected an undeniable sense of pressure. Confronted by Shin Kei's penetrating gaze, Zhou Kai's bravado evaporated as if doused with cold water, replaced by an instinctive sense of trepidation. Meng Zhiyi concealed herself behind Shin Kei, unable to see his expression at that moment, yet she could distinctly sense the coldness emanating from him. Shin Kei, you have known Song Wei since childhood, are you truly unaware of the kind of person she is? How can you allow Meng Zhiyi to slander her so? Zhou Kai questioned, filled with indignation. What does that have to do with me? Shin Kei retorted, shaking off Zhou Kai's hand with an indifferent tone. Zhou Kai, clutching his sore wrist, exclaimed in frustration, Song Wei has feelings for you, can you not see that? If you possess even a modicum of masculine responsibility, you should annul the engagement with this woman and spare Song Wei's sincere affection from being trampled upon. What a clever act of moral coercion. I should have articulated this to Shin Kei myself. Note to self, I must remember this for next time. As Meng Zhiyi's thoughts settled, a warm hand grasped her wrist. She then heard Shin Kei's voice, sternly admonishing, Take care of yourself, do not let me catch you provoking Meng Zhiyi again. With that, Shin Kei led Meng Zhiyi away from the assembly hall, leaving Zhou Kai and his companions in a state of bewilderment. This was the first instance they had witnessed Shin Kei defending Meng Zhiyi. Watching the duo's retreating figures, Zhou Kai, infuriated, turned and kicked over a nearby table. Gritting his teeth as he declared, Spread the word, anyone who possesses photographs or videos of Meng Zhiyi being bullied can come to me for a reward. Outside the assembly hall, Meng Zhiyi feigned compliance as Shin Kei held her hand. Yet inside, she was seething with frustration. How annoying. He clearly doesn't like me. Why meddle in my affairs? I was all set to teach those individuals a harsh lesson. And why won't he let go of my hand? I feel like I'm starving to death. This ridiculous persona, I truly do not wish to maintain it for even a minute. Suddenly, Shin-Kei halted in his tracks. Meng Zhiyi immediately ceased her inner turmoil, her eyes blinking in astonishment as she gazed at him. In the next instant, Shin-Kei released her hand and instructed, "Keep your distance from Zhou Kai, as well as Song Wei." Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi lowered her gaze, the corners of her lips curling slightly as she silently scoffed. This marks the second time today that Shin-Kei has urged me to avoid provoking Song Wei. He seems quite concerned. But what does that matter? Can I retire? Can I secure 300 billion while still relying on Song Wei? Shin-Kei listened in silence as Meng Zhiyi muttered to herself, and when the figure of 300 billion was mentioned, his brows arched slightly, a hint of intrigue flickering in his eyes. Thus, Meng Zhiyi's fervent desire for everyone to despise her was merely for the sake of money? While Shin-Kei was taken aback by his own conjecture, he heard the girl before him speak in a tone laden with grievance. "Do you truly like her that much? So much so that you would rather have me, your legitimate fiancé, become the laughingstock of everyone?" Chapter 12, a second bloom. He could not fathom why Meng Zhiyi harbored such animosity towards Song Wei. Nor could he comprehend how she was so certain of his affection for her. Naturally, Shin-Kei was even more perplexed as to why he had become so inexplicably entangled in her affairs. Having reached this point, whether he listened or not was of no consequence to him. With that, Shin-Kei turned and departed. Meng Zhiyi stood in place, rolling her eyes at Shin-Kei's back, murmuring in a low voice, "Who do you think you are? Why must I heed your words? Humph. Zhou Kai. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on me will find the grass on their grave towering high." 2 days later, the evening sun's lingering rays had yet to fade. Meng Zhiyi adorned herself in a casual black ensemble, complemented by a cap, as she arrived outside a bar named Nightfall. She had gleaned from her system, Xiao Ba, that Zhou Kai and a multitude of affluent young heirs frequented this establishment for leisure. Upon her arrival, Meng Zhiyi expended some funds to hire a server to convey her message to Zhou Kai. After a brief wait, as the last vestiges of daylight faded, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The alley behind the bar was shrouded in dimness. Meng Zhiyi leaned against the wall, one hand tucked into her pocket. The street lamp above flickered to life, casting its glow downward, creating a small shadow beneath the brim of her cap that concealed her delicate face. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, growing nearer. Meng Zhiyi's lips curled slightly as she raised her hand to lower the brim of her hat. The waiter inquired, "Is it you?" Zhou Kai approached alone, halting a few meters away from Meng Zhiyi, his gaze scrutinizing the figure clad in black attire. As soon as his question lingered in the air, Zhou Kai spoke again, "Who are you? How could Wei Wei have sent you here?" Meng Zhiyi let out a light sigh, deliberately lowering her voice to sound somewhat juvenile. "If I don't say it this way, how can I lure you out?" Zhou Kai's expression was puzzled for a moment, but then he quickly grasped the situation. A flicker of anger appeared in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, "Are you toying with me?" Meng Zhiyi stood upright, her plastered hand concealed within the voluminous baseball shirt, while her other hand rested casually in her pocket. She tilted her head, casting a provocative glance at Zhou Kai, her tone dripping with challenge. "Just teasing you, so what?" Faced with this enigmatic figure whose features remained obscured, Zhou Kai felt a mix of amusement and irritation at the audacious words. He pressed his tongue against his cheek, pondering, "Do you even know who I am? Have you grown weary of life, coming here to provoke me?" Meng Zhiyi, however, responded dismissively with a drawn-out "oh," teasingly remarked, "It must be Song Wei's devoted admirer. Who else could it be?" Before Zhou Kai could retort, Meng Zhiyi intentionally prolonged her "oh" and continued, "It should be a faithful admirer, indeed." Although Zhou Kai had never denied his unrequited affection for Song Wei, nor did he pay any heed to the external label of being a sycophant, as he perceived his actions merely as a sincere expression of his feelings for her. Yet, for reasons unknown, at that very moment, hearing the person across from him refer to him as a sycophant ignited an inexplicable fury within Zhou Kai. Unable to restrain himself, he charged forward, fists clenched, his eyes ablaze with intense anger, exclaiming, "You're asking for it." Meng Zhiyi desired precisely this effect. As she observed Zhou Kai, who had been provoked to the brink of irrationality, she effortlessly evaded the oncoming punches and seized the hand that had just brushed past her ear.
Zhou Kai. A member of the Zhou family, had undergone extensive training from a young age to ensure his self-defense capabilities, and he possessed considerable fighting skills, which had become the foundation of his arrogance. At this moment, confronted by someone whose stature was not only shorter but could even be described as petite, he was astonished to find that she could so easily dodge his assault. However, before he could process this surprise, he was met with a sharp pain to his abdomen. Ugh! He involuntarily arched his body, clutching the area that had just been struck by her knee, emitting several pained groans. Meng Zhiyi did not grant him a moment to regain his composure, swiftly striking her fist against Zhou Kai's cheek.
The tremendous impact rendered Zhou Kai's mind blank,
his body tipping to one side under the force. With a resounding thud, he staggered into a parked electric bike before collapsing onto the ground. He propped himself up with his hands, vigorously shaking his dizzy head in an effort to awaken his senses.
Weren't you quite arrogant? Resorting to violence against a woman. And now you can't even rise like a dog? Meng Zhiyi stood a short distance away, continuing her taunts.
Zhou Kai glared up at her with malevolence, straining to discern her features through the haze of humiliation. His mind was consumed with her derision, likening him to a dog. With a sullen gaze, he let his eyes drift to the corner beside him, where several empty bottles lay discarded. Fury surged within him. He first seized the helmet from the ground and hurled it at Meng Zhiyi, then snatched up an empty bottle and charged towards her. Meng Zhiyi swiftly evaded the helmet that was hurled towards her, only to see Zhou Kai raising a bottle of wine to strike.
Instinctively,
she lifted her other hand to shield herself. With a sharp crack, the bottle shattered against the plaster. In that moment, an idea flickered through Zhou Kai's mind. But before he could grasp it, he was met with another kick to his abdomen. He staggered back, the fleeting thought vanishing without a trace. Looking at the person before him, he gritted his teeth and scoffed, "So you do have hands, I was beginning to think you were disabled." Meng Zhiyi brushed the shards of glass from her sleeve and, hearing Zhou Kai's mockery, disdainfully remarked, "Even a single hand could reduce you to a dog."
Damn it!
Zhou Kai cursed, charging forward once more without hesitation. In the dim alley, cries of pain echoed continuously, and as the sounds of the brawl faded away, only the lamentations of the man remained. Meng Zhiyi placed her foot upon Zhou Kai's chest, and as he groaned in agony, she leaned slightly forward. The dim yellow light illuminated only half of her exquisite face. At this moment, Zhou Kai was utterly dazed, his vision blurred, rendering him incapable of discerning the identity of the person before him. "Today, I shall bestow upon you a modest lesson.
Should you dare to pursue Song Wei again, each encounter will be met with a blow." Meng Zhiyi deliberately dropped a remark laden with insinuation, then cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Kaiyang, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, before striding away. Meng Zhiyi was about to inform the driver of her destination when she noticed that the plaster, which had been recently replaced, had cracked once more. She muttered a curse under her breath, then addressed the driver, saying, "Please, take me to the hospital." The hospital. Meng Zhiyi wore an awkward smile as she faced the doctor. "I truly did not engage in a fight," she insisted, raising 3 fingers in a solemn pledge. Amidst her assurances, the doctor delicately extracted a small shard of glass with tweezers. Meng Zhiyi immediately fell silent. The doctor gazed at her with a look of exasperation and said earnestly, "Do you not wish for your hand to heal? If this continues, you may as well abandon all hope of recovery." Meng Zhiyi immediately shook her head obediently, her voice lacking conviction as she said, "I accidentally fell off my bike this time." The doctor wore a skeptical expression, as if to say, "Do you expect me to believe that?" Meng Zhiyi decided it was best to remain silent, and thus refrained from speaking further. After the doctor had securely recast her plaster, she nodded appreciatively and exited the treatment room amidst a flurry of admonitions. Meng Zhiyi hurriedly dashed towards the elevator. As the doors opened, she was greeted by the sight of Meng Zhizhou assisting a beautifully made-up woman, elegantly dressed in professional attire, as she stepped out. The siblings locked eyes, completely taken aback by their unexpected encounter at such a time and in such a situation. "What brings you here?" they simultaneously inquired. "Mr. Meng, may I ask who this is? Why are you at the hospital instead of the school at this hour?" Meng Zhizhou asked, his brow furrowed, adopting a tone of a concerned elder. Meng Zhiyi blinked her eyes and promptly replied with obedience.
I am experiencing some discomfort in my gastrointestinal tract and came to the hospital to obtain medication.
Meng Zhiyi felt a twinge of doubt. And just as he was about to inquire further, he heard Meng Zhiyi's inner voice. The woman my elder brother just embraced must be the undercover agent that my arch-nemesis has placed by his side, right? Meng Zhiyi? When did he embrace her? This is not right. Meng Zhiyi's eyes flickered subtly as he discreetly glanced at the woman. His secretary was an undercover agent?
As this thought settled in his mind, he suppressed the urge to inquire further about the matter.
Just as he was contemplating how to articulate his questions, an odd sound caught his attention.
The siblings turned their gaze towards the source and beheld a figure slip into the stairwell. Meng Zhiyi furrowed his brow and uttered, "Stay here obediently," before striding directly forward. Meng Zhiyi obediently remained in place, a smile gracing her brow.
Along the way,
Meng Zhiyi found himself repeatedly on the verge of seeking opportunities to inquire about the secretary, yet to avoid revealing his ability to hear his sister's thoughts. He had no choice but to suppress his curiosity. The car halted at the school gate, and just as Meng Zhiyi intended to offer a few reminders, he turned to find that Meng Zhiyi had already opened the car door and leapt out. Meng Zhiyi gazed at her departing figure, letting out a soft sigh. In the girls' dormitory, little did she know that the online world had erupted in chaos. The following day, Shin-Kei was awakened by the notification sound of WeChat. As he opened the app, a message from Songwei immediately surged to the forefront. "Shin-Kei, you must check Weibo, it seems Meng Zhiyi is in trouble." Upon reading this message, Shin-Kei's drowsiness dissipated significantly.
He exited WeChat and accessed Weibo through his browser. The moment he clicked in, he was met with the trending headline and accompanying photo displayed prominently on the homepage. Fiancée of a certain prince of the capital caught in the hospital with a man late at night, suspected of undergoing an abortion. Chapter 13, Trending Searches. Beneath this sensational headline, there was a side profile photo of a man and a woman. In the image, Meng Zhiyi's profile was clearly visible, while Meng Zhiyi, standing directly under a light, appeared somewhat blurred due to the exposure. Nevertheless, this did not deter the netizens from engaging in rampant speculation. The comments on Weibo had already soared into the tens of thousands. Prince of the capital? You might as well just disclose Shin-Kei's ID. Wow. It's evident that the wealthy indulge in extravagance. Is this the life of the elite, one that we mere mortals can only gaze upon from afar? Is Meng Zhiyi not satisfied enough? With Shin-Kei, she still finds the need to flirt with another man. Seriously, does this sister possess some kind of sorcery? That man, clad in a high-end suit, must have an extraordinary identity. What could he possibly see in her? Just wait and see. Meng Zhiyi has previously played her tricks to force a marriage. This time it's likely another self-directed performance. Don't say it, but you might just be onto something. I'm in stitches. Shin-Kei is probably the first man in history whose reputation was tarnished before even tying the knot. When will Shin-Kei annul his engagement with Meng Zhiyi? I can't bear to see a good man dragged down. Seated at her desk, Songwei scrolled through the online comments, her eyes sparkling with amusement. She lowered her gaze, a smile playing on her lips, contemplating that if this matter reached the ears of the elderly Mrs. Shin, she would likely develop a distaste for Meng Zhiyi. On the other end, Shin-Kei remained expressionless as he finished viewing the photos, too apathetic to even glance at the comments section before exiting Weibo. Upon seeing the message from Songwei, he lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Mind your own business. As the notification chimed, Songwei quickly opened it, and upon reading the cold 3 words, a satisfied smile graced her face. This way, Shin-Kei would undoubtedly continue to harbor his disdain for Meng Zhiyi, just as before. Meanwhile, on another side, Meng Zhiyi was jolted awake from her slumber by the incessant ringing of her phone. With a hint of annoyance, she cracked open her eyes and, upon seeing an unfamiliar number, hastily ended the call without a second thought. However, the caller was relentless, dialing again. Who is this? Why do they keep calling me? Are they out of their minds? With her eyes still shut, Meng Zhiyi answered the call, ready to confront the caller. On the other end, there was a momentary silence, followed by a voice filled with exasperation. Meng Zhiyi, you haven't even saved my phone number. The shout startled Meng Zhiyi, shaking off her drowsiness.
She brought the phone closer to her eyes, and the system's voice chimed in, informing her that it was her fourth brother, Meng Tinglan, calling. However, Meng Zhiyi was notoriously grumpy upon waking up. She was indifferent to who was on the line.
Is your phone number a bank password? If not, why should I save it? Didn't your mother teach you that calling repeatedly is quite impolite? When someone hangs up, it simply means they are unable to talk. Do you understand? Meng Zhiyi unleashed a torrent of scathing rebuke, leaving Meng Tinglan on the other end of the line utterly stunned. Despite Meng Zhiyi's previous capriciousness, he had always exhibited a certain deference towards the Meng family, never daring to speak so harshly before. After a brief moment of bewilderment, he clenched his teeth and retorted. Do you even realize who you are speaking to? I am your fourth brother. However, Meng Tinglan's intention in calling was not to engage in a dispute, but rather to address the trending topic on Weibo. Meng Zhiyi, could you refrain from continually bringing shame upon the Meng family? You are no longer a rustic village girl. Could you not conduct yourself with a modicum of decorum? Take a moment to review the so-called good deeds you've performed on Weibo and have some self-respect. Meng Tinglan is the most disdainful of Meng Zhiyi among the four brothers of the Meng family, thus he speaks without restraint, uttering even the harshest words without hesitation. Meng Zhiyi was already irked by being abruptly awakened, and now, without any discernment, Meng Tinglan unleashed a barrage of accusations, which pushed her fury to its zenith. As she endured the tirade emanating from the other end of the phone, Meng Zhiyi sat up and decided to check Weibo to ascertain the situation. Upon discovering a photograph of herself and Meng Zhizhou in the hospital, she immediately recalled the furtive figure from the previous night. She had sensed someone clandestinely capturing images, and deliberately turned to the side, allowing the individual a clearer shot. After all, her task was to garner disdain points. And regardless of what the other party did with the clandestine photographs, it served to her advantage. Nevertheless, she remained displeased with Meng Tinglan's tendency to place all blame upon her without investigating the underlying truth. After the scolding, Meng Zhiyi resolutely hung up the phone and promptly added Meng Tinglan's number to her blacklist before powering down her device. Following this sequence of actions, she angrily tossed her phone onto the bed, only then noticing an additional presence in her dormitory. Lin Luoluo stood awkwardly at the doorway, her hands still gripping the doorknob, poised to shut the door. She was clad in a pair of faded jeans, and her t-shirt bore signs of wear, indicating that these garments had been in her possession for quite some time. Meng Zhiyi's gaze descended, ultimately resting upon Lin Luoluo's nearly disintegrating sneakers. Perhaps the intensity of Meng Zhiyi's stare was too overt, prompting Lin Luoluo to instinctively retract her foot. Subsequently, she lowered her head in a display of modesty and silently approached the vacant bed. As Lin Luoluo listened to the soft sounds of breath behind her, her taut body gradually relaxed. Just moments ago, she had been genuinely fearful that Meng Zhiyi might confront her due to her inadvertent overhearing of certain remarks. After all, Lin Luoluo had long heard that Meng Zhiyi was rather difficult to get along with, and as a newcomer to this dormitory, she had no desire to offend someone formidable. In a fit of anger, her face flushed, she dialed Meng Zhiyi's number once more, only to discover she had been blocked. Well, Meng Zhiyi, you truly are something else. Meng Tingtian encountered obstacles with Meng Zhiyi and subsequently decided to call Meng Zhizhou. At noon, after a restful slumber, Meng Zhiyi gradually rose from her bed. She glanced towards the opposite bunk and noticed that it had already been made up. Realizing that she was now the sole occupant of the dormitory, Meng Zhiyi sat in a daze, recalling what Meng Tinglan had said in the morning. After turning on her phone, she opened Weibo to revisit the trending topic about herself. To her dismay, the trending post had vanished, and instead, among dozens of inconspicuous Weibo posts, she stumbled upon one: young Master Zhou beaten at nightclub, Zhou family offers a substantial reward for the assailant. Meng Zhiyi let out a soft click of her tongue as she hastily scrolled through a Weibo post. Just as she was about to descend from her bed, Lin Luoluo entered through the door. The two locked eyes once more. After a brief moment, Lin Luoluo timidly spoke, Meng, someone is looking for you downstairs. Who is it? Meng Zhiyi inquired with curiosity as she climbed down from the bed. It is Senior Shin from the finance department, Lin Luoluo replied. Meng Zhiyi was somewhat taken aback, but upon recalling the trending topic from the morning,
she immediately suspected that Shin-Kei had come to confront her. The thought that Shin-Kei might harbor an even deeper disdain for her due to the trending issue sparked her interest. She quickly freshened up and changed her clothes, then cheerfully exited her dormitory. Lin Luoluo observed her demeanor as she left and realized that Meng Zhiyi harbored feelings for Shin-Kei.
Wondering if she would truly engage in the absurd behaviors circulating online.
Downstairs, Shin-Kei stood tall and elegant, holding the bag that Meng Zhiyi had previously dropped. His striking presence at the apartment complex instantly captured the attention of many.
Coming from a distinguished family and possessing striking looks, coupled with his high intellect as an academic prodigy, he had always been a figure of admiration in the school. His appearance at the girls' dormitory drew countless gazes. Upon descending the stairs, Meng Zhiyi beheld the spectacle that was Shin-Kei, prompting her to exclaim, truly deserving of the title of male-led. Even his silhouette incites an urge to commit a crime. Alas, were it not for the 300 billion, I might have entertained the notion of sharing his bed. Hearing her unspoken musings, Shin-Kei gradually turned his gaze towards Meng Zhiyi. Chapter 14, Meng Zhiyi, Kneel.
This was not the first time Shin-Kei had encountered such predatory remarks. He fixed his eyes upon the approaching Meng Zhiyi, who was adorned in a mint green dress.
Her exquisite features rendered even more radiant under the sunlight.
She approached with a smile undeniably captivating.
One could not deny that Meng Zhiyi possessed an extraordinary beauty. Yet,
upon reflecting on her past indiscretions, Shin-Kei could not help but let out a silent sigh, suppressing his thoughts.
Meng Zhiyi approached Shin-Kei,
her heart bracing for the impending storm, even having devised a performance in anticipation. However, contrary to her expectations, Shin-Kei neither mentioned the annulment of their engagement nor displayed the disdain and rejection he had previously shown.
"This is from your grandmother,"
Shin-Kei remarked with a frigid tone, extending the bag in his hand towards her.
Meng Zhiyi blinked as she gazed at the exquisite bag being handed to her.
Although she had previously thrown it to the ground, it seemed that Shin-Kei had replaced it with a new one.
Meng Zhiyi did not respond, instead adopting a stubborn demeanor, insisting, "Is this truly a gift from your grandmother?
It wouldn't happen to be something that Song Wei discarded, which you then bestowed upon me,
would it?"
After uttering this, she seemed to feel that her animosity wasn't sufficiently expressed, so she continued, "Shin-Kei, though I harbor feelings for you,
I possess dignity as well.
Should you remain entangled with Song Wei, I too shall retaliate in kind.
I have made my hints quite clear. Concerning the matter of the photos online, it is time for you to confront me, isn't it? Even though the individual in the photograph is my elder brother."
As long as I remain silent, Shin-Kei will remain oblivious, perceiving me as lacking propriety, thus deepening his disdain for me.
How splendid.
Once I uncover who leaked the photo, I shall certainly reward them handsomely. Shin-Kei lowered his gaze, quietly listening to the exuberant thoughts of Meng Zhiyi.
Upon realizing that the person in the photograph was Meng Zhiyi, he was indeed taken aback.
Thus, the incident with the photos was not a mere act of her own orchestration. Shin-Kei's voice was cold and devoid of any discernible emotion.
After handing the gift to Meng Zhiyi, he nodded towards the black SUV parked a short distance away. "Let us go."
Observing that the situation was not unfolding as she had anticipated, Meng Zhiyi furrowed her brow, her mind racing. The adoring gaze of the old matriarch towards her was too indulgent, and in the presence of that loving elder, she felt a twinge of guilt.
Shin-Kei,
with one hand in his pocket, gazed at the somewhat awkward girl before him with indifferent eyes. "I have reviewed your class schedule."
The implication was clear, this excuse would not suffice. Meng Zhiyi, when did this big brother start to pay so much attention to me? I haven't even checked the class schedule, and yet you have? So annoying, what excuse should I come up with?
Listening to her frustration, Shin-Kei couldn't help but chuckle softly, turning away while curving his lips in amusement. Shin-Kei turned back, raising an eyebrow at her.
I haven't put on any makeup, wouldn't it be somewhat impolite to meet grandmother like this? How about?
Before she could utter the words "not going," Shin-Kei spoke up, "It's fine, if you wish to apply makeup, I can wait for you here."
Throughout the journey, Shin-Kei focused intently on driving, not uttering another word to Meng Zhiyi.
She tilted her head to gaze out the window, her mind a tangled mess.
For some reason,
after her last encounter with the old lady Shin at the hospital, she consistently felt a peculiar emotion enveloping her heart. It was as if she had forgotten something exceedingly important.
We have arrived. Meng Zhiyi alighted from the vehicle, gazing blankly at the majestic edifice before her. Reminiscent of an ancient royal residence.
Shen Ke handed the car keys to the approaching bodyguard and turned to her, saying, "Let us proceed, grandmother is awaiting our arrival."
Do you reside within the royal mansion? Meng Zhiyi instinctively inquired.
Shen Ke paused momentarily, a fleeting glimmer of something passing through his eyes.
Yes, he replied, choosing not to expose the unintentional slip of Meng Zhiyi's words.
He wished to avoid disturbing her.
Meng Zhiyi secretly clicked her tongue.
No wonder others referred to Shen Ke as the prince of the Jing circle. With his esteemed lineage, he truly warranted such a title.
Sigh. Shen Ke discreetly perked up his ears, eager to discern her unspoken thoughts. However, after a brief moment, Meng Zhiyi remained silent, devoid of further internal musings.
The two of them walked side by side, and just as they rounded the screen wall, they encountered Song Wei approaching them.
Meng Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of mischief flickering in her eyes.
Beside her, Shen Ke cast a puzzled glance in her direction. The scandal had already made headlines, surely. Old Madame Shen was aware of it. Shen Ke had summoned me, and with Song Wei present, it appeared they were preparing for an inquisition.
Ah! So this is where they awaited my arrival. I pondered how to respond. Should I feign innocence or confess?
If old Madame Shen believed I had betrayed Shen Ke,
would it not provoke her health?
Though I was eager to fulfill my task, I certainly did not wish for matters to escalate to a fatal consequence. Meng Zhiyi was engaged in a fervent brainstorming session, contemplating how she might induce a change in attitude in the venerable Lady Shen, steering her towards a dislike for herself. Meanwhile, Shen Ke felt a throbbing at his temples, pondering whether the mental machinations of young women were always so tumultuous. He had done nothing. Yet this young lady had conjured a whirlwind of thoughts in her mind.
Just then, Song Wei approached with a gentle smile, ready to speak.
When she noticed Shen Ke taking Meng Zhiyi's hand.
Meng Zhiyi, brother, are you determined to push yourself to the crematorium? Do you wish to provoke your future wife by holding another woman's hand?
Shen Ke endeavored to shield himself from Meng Zhiyi's heartfelt words, tightening his grip on her hand.
Let us hasten, lest grandmother grows anxious. With that, Shen Ke led Meng Zhiyi past Song Wei.
At that moment, Song Wei could no longer maintain her smile. Her hands, clasped tightly at her sides, betrayed her struggle to conceal her inner turmoil. She stood still, striving to compose herself, then rearranged her expression and turned towards the garden. In the garden, the elderly matriarch, clad in a deep crimson shipao, stood before a blooming rosebush, a small pair of shears in hand, eagerly tending to the flowers. Beside her stood another elderly gentleman, his hair similarly gray.
Ah, Yi has arrived. Meng Zhiyi was somewhat uncertain whether old Madame Shen was aware of the matter regarding the photograph, so she chose to remain discreet. She obediently greeted, "Good afternoon, Grandma."
Old Madame Shen stepped forward, pulling her away from Shen Ke, and then turned to an elderly gentleman nearby, instructing.
Quickly have the servants bring the ice dumplings from the refrigerator, Yi enjoys them. Upon hearing about the ice dumplings, Meng Zhiyi couldn't help but feel a tinge of surprise. How does old Madame Shen know that I like ice dumplings? The original owner clearly did not. In that moment, the question loomed large in Meng Zhiyi's mind. Just as she was about to voice her inquiry, Song Wei approached with a smile, saying, "Grandma, Aunt Meng has arrived." She then walked up to Meng Zhiyi and commanded sternly, "Meng Zhiyi, kneel down." Chapter 15, Perhaps it's best to reconsider the engagement. The sudden appearance of Meng Mu took both Meng Zhiyi and Shen Ke by surprise. However, the Shen matriarch cast a meaningful glance at Song Wei before tempering her smile and pulling Meng Zhiyi protectively behind her. "Madam Meng, while it is your prerogative to discipline your child, one must consider the appropriateness of the occasion." The change in the Shen matriarch's demeanor towards Madam Meng was strikingly different from her previous interaction with Meng Zhiyi. "You demand my submission, yet you ought to awaken to the reality that the Qing dynasty has long since perished. If you wish for my reverence, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. Do you truly believe yourself to be a queen?" Meng Zhiyi would naturally not relinquish such a splendid opportunity to incite animosity. She peered out from behind the old matriarch and remarked. Shen Ke pinched the bridge of his nose, wishing fervently that Meng Zhiyi would cease her provocations. You dare to retort?
At this moment, Mother Meng was at the peak of her fury. This was due to her receiving a message from an unknown individual, containing a shocking photograph of Meng Zhiyi with a strange man in a hospital, accompanied by a sensationalized narrative from unscrupulous media outlets. The image had been manipulated, seemingly to avoid offending the unidentified man, while his features remained obscured. Only Meng Zhiyi was depicted with clarity, as if captured in a high-definition close-up. The power of the Meng family pales in comparison to that of the Shen family.
When Meng Zhiyi was engaged to Shen Ke,
the members of the Meng family were well aware that they were reaching beyond their means.
Now, Meng Zhiyi has thoroughly tarnished her own reputation along with that of the Meng family. Meng's mother has been meticulously safeguarding their standing, fearful of inadvertently offending the Shen family and facing repercussions. Upon learning of the calamity caused by Meng Zhiyi,
Meng's mother could no longer remain passive and promptly sought out the Shen family to offer her apologies.
Thus, upon encountering Meng Zhiyi,
she unleashed her fury with a sharp rebuke. In the past, no matter how unreasonable Meng Zhiyi had been, she would at least temper her demeanor in the presence of her elder. Yet now, instead of acknowledging her missteps, she retorted with dismissive remarks.
Then, softening her tone,
she addressed the elderly matriarch of the Shen family with politeness. "Madam Shen, it is my failure as a mother that has led my daughter to commit such disgraceful acts.
Rest assured, the Meng family is not one that lacks shame. Given the multitude of outrageous deeds committed by Meng Zhiyi,
we can no longer cling to any semblance of connection with the Shen family. I implore you, madam, to take the lead in dissolving the engagement between our families. Young Ke is a fine child, he deserves far better." After Meng's mother finished speaking, she stepped forward and reached out to pull Meng Zhiyi.
With her mouth slightly open, she stammered, "Does the old lady not know what she has done? Then pray tell, what exactly has Yi done to provoke you, her own mother, to come here and demand she kneel without distinction?"
Lady Shen inquired, firmly grasping Meng Zhiyi's hand.
"Do not be afraid, Yi. Your grandmother is here today. I shall stand up for you."
Lady Shen's voice resonated with unwavering conviction, as if it had inscribed a significant mark upon her heart.
Meng Zhiyi was momentarily taken aback,
gazing at the hand that held hers, a wave of warmth surging from her heart. It seemed that, whether in the past or present, no one had ever steadfastly chosen her quite like this elderly woman. In that instant, in Meng Zhiyi's heart, Mrs. Shen felt more like family than her biological mother.
Meng Mu. Shen Ke stood nearby, hoping to glean some insight from Meng Zhiyi's thoughts.
Strangely, however, she became unusually quiet. She obediently allowed Mrs. Shen to lead her to the living room, where they all took their seats.
"Go on, speak."
"I wish to understand the matter at hand," Mrs. Shen urged, inviting Meng Zhiyi to sit beside her, a bowl of icy sweet dumplings placed before them. With a disregard for her surroundings, Mrs. Shen insisted that Meng Zhiyi eat,
her eyes brimming with an unmasked affection. Song Wei looked on with a tinge of jealousy.
Having been fostered by the Shen family for over a decade, she had never received such treatment from Mrs. Shen. "Grandma, regarding Zhiyi," Song Wei began, but faltered, putting on an expression of distress. She feigned concern as she glanced at the silent Shen Ke, biting her lip and adding, "Though I believe Zhiyi is not that kind of person. This incident could still have significant repercussions for the Shen family." "Speak plainly, do not beat around the bush," Mrs. Shen replied, her impatience evident. Meng Zhiyi was blissfully savoring her sweet glutinous rice balls, her eyes sparkling as she observed the scene, seemingly detached from the unfolding events.
"Indeed.
Simply declare that I am carrying the child of a man who is not my husband, and then appear at the hospital in the dead of night for an abortion.
Wouldn't that suffice?"
"I am truly at a loss. The media has even crafted the narrative for you, yet how is it that you cannot employ it judiciously?" Among those present, Shen Ke and Meng's mother, who could hear Meng Zhiyi's inner thoughts, nearly lost their composure. Meng's mother was increasingly restless,
her eyes fixed intently on Meng Zhiyi.
Whether this task can be successfully accomplished hinges on how capable Song Wei will prove to be.
"You must exert yourself.
I have sacrificed my reputation to accompany you in this charade, so please do not let me down.
Otherwise,
once the truth about the person in the photo being my elder brother comes to light, all our efforts will have been in vain."
Last night,
Zhiyi was photographed at the hospital with a man, and rumors online suggested that she went to terminate a pregnancy. As these two voices echoed, Meng's mother suddenly inhaled sharply. Cough, cough, cough. She was unable to control her coughing fit. Shin Kai promptly signaled to a servant nearby to pour her a glass of water, politely offering her a tissue. "Aunt Meng, please do not be agitated." Meng's mother coughed for a moment, catching her breath, and stared incredulously at Meng Zhiyi.
Was the man in the photograph truly their eldest son? At that moment, she disregarded the additional remarks made by Song Wei.
Hastily, she retrieved her phone and opened the image sent by an unknown sender, scrutinizing the altered portrait with meticulous attention. Meanwhile, the elderly Madame Shen listened impassively to Song Wei's words, revealing no sign of reaction.
Noticing the silence enveloping the room,
Song Wei felt as though her earlier statements resembled a complaint, prompting her to swiftly produce her phone once more.
"This is the evidence I captured this morning, Grandma. For your perusal." With that, she extended her phone toward her. Madame Shen accepted the device and narrowed her eyes to examine the photograph. Meng Zhiyi cast a sidelong glance, eagerly awaiting the moment when old Madame Shen would erupt in anger. Just then, she heard her exclaim, "Who took this photograph? The technique is poor. It has made E appear diminutive." Meng Zhiyi was taken aback.
"No, madam, it seems you have misunderstood the main point."
Meng Mu and Shin Kai remained composed,
while only Song Wei felt a surge of frustration.
Why was the situation unfolding contrary to her expectations?
Xiao Kai, make a note of the individual who posted on Weibo. Along with those who followed suit with rumors, we shall sue them one by one. After speaking, elder Madame Shen handed her phone to Shin Quebec.
Ah! Meng Zhiyi was taken aback. Help, what kind of enchantment did the original owner cast on elder Madame Shen? How could she unconditionally trust her like this? No, I cannot let this excellent opportunity slip away. Gosh! It truly is the case that no one can be relied upon, ultimately. I must take matters into my own hands. Ahem, well, Meng Zhiyi cleared her throat and set down the glass bowl in her hands. Her spoon still poised but interrupted by Shin Quebec. The individual in the photograph is Brother Meng. Should we inform him as this matter pertains to the Meng family's reputation? Shin Kai interjected, halting Meng Zhiyi's response. Meng Mu gritted her teeth and declared, "Absolutely. It is imperative. How dare they spread such slander? We must ensure that those responsible face imprisonment." Meng Zhiyi gazed up at the ceiling, rendered speechless. "I feel like giving up on life. How did Shin Kai know that the person in the photo is my older brother?" Chapter 16. In a state of withdrawal, Shin Kai glanced at the increasingly withdrawn Meng Zhiyi, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. He sent the screenshot to himself, ensuring to thoroughly erase the image from Song Wei's phone. Having completed these actions, Shin Kai placed his phone on the table and spoke in a calm tone, "I will handle such matters in the future, do not allow Grandma to worry." It was evident to anyone that Shin Kai was issuing a warning to Song Wei, except for Meng Zhiyi. She looked at Shin Kai with a mix of frustration and disappointment, silently grinding her teeth. "What are you even handling? Can't you just follow the script? Damn it, am I not partaking in a murder mystery game?" Meng Zhiyi was somewhat displeased. The resolution of the misunderstanding also signified that her progress on the task had reverted to zero. However, she felt it would be a pity not to see such a wonderful opportunity to do something. Meng Zhiyi cast a glance at her mother, and before anyone could react, she forcefully slammed the porcelain spoon on the table. The pristine white spoon shattered into two pieces, startling several people present. Even the venerable Lady Shen was taken aback, her gaze filled with concern for her. Suddenly, Meng Zhiyi rose to her feet, fixing her gaze upon her mother seated across from her. A single tear squeezed from her eye as she lamented, "Are you pleased now? Have you found satisfaction in humiliating me before Brother Shin Kai, trampling my dignity into the ground? If so, why did you seek me out in the first place? Why not simply treat me as though I were dead?" Having delivered her accusations, Meng Zhiyi granted her mother no chance for a response. She then pivoted to confront Song Wei, "And you? Wasn't it your intention to deliberately sabotage my engagement with Shin Kai, all in hopes of usurping my place? How does it feel to have your plans thwarted?" Not achieving your goal must be particularly frustrating, isn't it? Meng Zhiyi looked at her with satisfaction, entirely disregarding the presence of the elderly Mrs. Shun. Must I truly resort to finding a male mistress to provoke a reaction? Yet, if I were to find one, he must certainly be more attractive than Shinkei, otherwise, I would be the one at a disadvantage.
Shinkei felt a twinge of headache as he glanced at the stunned Meng mother and the grandmother, who wore an expression of concern for her. To prevent Meng Zhiyi from causing further chaos, he stood up and took her away.
Where are you taking me? Meng Zhiyi attempted to wriggle free, only to discover Shinkei's grip was quite firm. Aren't you hungry?
Shinkei inquired just as he released her, before she could throw a tantrum. Meng Zhiyi paused in her stride, her stomach letting out a timely growl. If you do not wish to see your mother, then do not venture outside. After finishing your meal, you still need to seek out your elder brother. Shinkei seated himself, pouring her a glass of coconut milk as he spoke. Meng Zhiyi stood in place, pondering for a few moments, before taking a seat opposite Shin-Quebec. She gazed at the man before her, whose demeanor exuded an air of aristocratic elegance and grace in every gesture.
How did you know that the person in the photograph was my elder brother?
It's not amusing at all, Meng Zhiyi murmured.
Why not offer an explanation?
Shinkei inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Meng Zhiyi.
Meng Zhiyi pondered, what is there to explain?
Upon reflection, it became evident that not only the Meng family but even he was merely a target in her eyes. Thus, in the face of everyone's misunderstandings, her lack of explanation seemed entirely reasonable. With this realization, Shinkei suddenly felt that his previous inquiry had been rather superfluous.
He shook his head and replied, it's nothing. Meng Zhiyi rolled her eyes indifferently. It seems yet another day of stagnation, nothing at all.
After Shinkei took Meng Zhiyi away, only elder Madame Shen, Songwei, and Meng Mu remained in the living room. None of them had anticipated the events that had just transpired. Elder Madame Shen fixated on the spoon shattered by Meng Zhiyi, and after a moment, she spoke solemnly, Madame Meng, Yi is the granddaughter-in-law I have chosen, and from now on, I do not wish to hear the words break off the engagement again. Unless she personally tells me she does not like Xiao Kei and does not wish to be a part of the Shen family.
As for you or the Meng family,
if you do not appreciate Yi, let me be clear, the Shen family can provide for her.
If the Meng family does not want her, the Shen family will take her in.
I apologize for my bluntness, Madame Meng, but Yi has suffered enough in her childhood, and I do not wish for her to endure any more grievances. If you do not welcome her, let her stay with me.
Every word spoken by Elder Madame Shen was imbued with profound affection for Meng Zhiyi. Had it not been for the DNA test,
Meng Mu might have doubted whether her daughter was indeed a child of the Shen family. Even Song Wei, despite her efforts to comprehend,
could not fathom what Elder Madame Shen saw in Meng Zhiyi.
However, this did not prevent her from feeling a sense of impending crisis. Grandmother,
Meng Zhiyi and Shinkei are not yet married, is it appropriate for her to reside here? Elder Madame Shen cast a cool glance at Song Wei, what is inappropriate about it?
You are not a member of the Shen family,
yet you reside here all the same. Upon hearing this, Song Wei's face turned pale.
She bit her lip tightly, her hands gripping the hem of her garment,
unable to utter a single word.
Yet, Elder Madame Shen did not cease, instead adding with significant weight, if you were wise, you would cherish your identity as the orphan of a national hero and live accordingly, rather than entertaining ulterior motives. This was the first time in over a decade that Elder Madame Shen had spoken so harshly to Song Wei. Although she had never been particularly fond of this duplicitous child, considering her orphan state, she had turned a blind eye to the arrangement made by her son and daughter-in-law to take her in. However, this did not imply that she would tolerate her meddling in the affairs of the Shen family or bullying the granddaughter-in-law she had chosen.
After all, how could the matriarch capable of sustaining the entire Shen family not perceive Song Wei's petty schemes? Song Wei's face was ashen, her frail body swaying precariously, her lips turning purple from biting.
After a long silence, she managed to force out a barely audible "I understand," before wandering out of the living room,
lost in a daze.
After Meng Mu watched Song Wei depart, she suddenly felt a sense of awkwardness. Meng Mu hesitated for a moment, but recalling Meng Zhiyi's accusations,
she ultimately decided to relent.
Rising to her feet, she offered a slight bow, her tone imbued with humility, I shall not impose any further. I sincerely apologize for today's offenses, and I hope the esteemed matron will not take offense. Lady Shen waved her hand dismissively. It is not I who deserves your apology.
At once, Meng's mother found herself in a predicament.
Observing this, old Lady Shen spoke with heartfelt sincerity. A mistake is a mistake. And it should not be concealed due to one's status. Yi has been adrift since childhood, and her bond with you has never been close. If you allow such matters to create further distance between you, you will inevitably come to regret it. Chapter 17. The Shackles of Wealth. Meng Zhiyi had lunch at the Shen residence and accompanied the elderly matriarch for a leisurely stroll in the garden to aid digestion. During this time, she did not dwell on her tasks. Instead, thanks to the old lady's kind support, Meng Zhiyi developed a fondness for her and was happy to engage in conversation. After a short while, Shen Ke contacted Meng Zhiyi regarding the issue with the photographs and soon came to summon Meng Zhiyi to prepare for departure. As they were about to leave, the elderly matriarch took Meng Zhiyi's hand and, with great affection, said, "If you ever find yourself in trouble, come to your grandmother, do you understand?" Meng Zhiyi felt a warm sensation in her heart and obediently nodded. From now on, you are welcome to visit the Shen family whenever you wish. Without the necessity of accompanying Xiao Quebec, Meng Zhiyi, after bidding farewell to old lady Shen, Meng Zhiyi accompanied Shen Ke to the Meng Corporation building. Once seated in the car, she finally unwrapped the gift that old lady Shen had instructed Shen Ke to deliver. Inside the bag lay a delicately crafted jewelry box, which she opened with care to reveal a soft lavender jade butterfly pendant. Meng Zhiyi's eyes sparkled with delight as she cradled the item in her palm, admiring it. While waiting at a red light, Shen Ke glanced at her face, interpreting her expression as genuine fondness for the gift. However, in the next moment, he heard her inner musings. This jade pendant is truly exquisite, it must be quite valuable. I shall inquire about it at the shop tomorrow. Shen Ke felt a flicker of doubt. Did the Meng family not provide Meng Zhiyi with an allowance? Why did it seem as though she was in need of money? After much contemplation, he tentatively posed the question, "Are you short on funds?" Upon hearing this, Shen Ke's grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly. Recalling the way Meng's mother had treated Meng Zhiyi that day, which illuminated her situation within the Meng household, he cast a sidelong glance at the jewelry box in Meng Zhiyi's hand. Noticing his gaze, she instinctively concealed the box behind her. "This is a gift from my grandmother. You must not covet it." Meng Zhiyi. Am I that transparent in my desire to sell the pendant? Shen Ke, attuned to her unspoken thoughts, continued. Your intentions are etched upon your face. Should I ever encounter it at an auction, you are well aware of the consequences. Meng Zhiyi narrowed her eyes in curiosity and inquired, "What are the consequences?" Shen Ke pressed his lips together, his thoughts racing. Considering the tasks Meng Zhiyi had been frequently mentioning, he knew he could not reveal any favorable outcomes for her. He could only respond, "If you sell the pendant, you can forget about receiving gifts from grandma in the future." He had bound her with the allure of wealth. Indeed. Shen Ke's words struck at the very heart of Meng Zhiyi's concerns. For someone who was infatuated with money, this was undoubtedly the most dreadful consequence. Do not casually slander me. I have no intention of selling the pendant. Meng Zhiyi immediately clutched the box tightly. Damn it, using this to threaten me? You've certainly kicked a cotton ball. If you won't sell it, then so be it. I can't buy it now, but once I've completed my tasks, it will be out of your hands. Shen Ke, with an impassive expression, drove the car while a subtle smile crept upon his lips. Though he feigned indifference as he replied, "It would be best." Meng Zhiyi let out a soft hum, turning her gaze to the window, remaining silent. An hour later, the two arrived at the Meng family estate. Given that Meng Zhiyi was the cherished daughter of the Meng family, the incident involving the photographs had inevitably implicated the company. At that moment, Meng Zhiyi was engaged in a meeting to discuss potential solutions to this issue. Upon hearing from his assistant that Shen Ke and Meng Zhiyi had arrived, he signaled for a pause in the meeting and exited the conference room. At the office entrance, Meng Zhiyi beheld the two standing side by side. Shen Ke exuded refinement and elegance, while Meng Zhiyi radiated brilliance and charm. For the first time, Meng Zhiyi felt that his younger sister possessed a certain allure. Elder brother. Meng Zhiyi beamed, standing next to Shen Ke, her smile wide and inviting. Meng Zhiyi's expression was indifferent as he observed her seemingly unaffected by the incident concerning the photographs.
which amused him. You still find the ability to smile? Of course I'm joyful to see my dearest elder brother, Meng Zhiyi pouted, appearing obedient, yet secretly reveling in the misfortune.
I certainly must smile. If not for the constraints imposed, I would have preferred to celebrate with fireworks.
With someone aiding me in garnering animosity, I can simply lie back and accomplish my tasks. What a delightful affair indeed. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. In the future, it will be you who weeps.
Both Shin Kei and Meng Zhiyi maintained their composure,
neither revealing the fact that they could hear Meng Zhiyi's innermost thoughts. However, from her musings, they both concluded that this incident was not a self-directed performance by Meng Zhiyi,
but rather a scheme orchestrated by an unseen hand. Shin Kei vaguely speculated about the identity of the perpetrator, yet lacked direct evidence. He turned to Meng Zhiyi and spoke gently, "Mr. Meng, I possess information regarding the initial photographer who exposed the images.
Grandmother intends to initiate lawsuits against each one under the accusation of malicious slander. I am curious about Mr. Meng's intended course of action."
Meng Zhiyi temporarily set aside the information gleaned from Meng Zhiyi's heartfelt words and focused on the pressing issue at hand.
After having both individuals take their seats,
he produced a stack of documents and handed them to Shin Quebec. This was the compiled information regarding the individuals responsible for the rumors, all contained within. Meng Zhiyi gazed at the stack of materials on the table, which was nearly as thick as the Xinhua dictionary, a dark cloud looming over her head.
Well. How swift the actions are. Is this a prelude to setting an example? She mused.
Song Wei probably never imagined that her attempt to undermine me would lead to such a mess for herself. A flicker of curiosity crossed her mind. I wonder how Shin Kei would defend her if he knew this matter was linked to Song Wei. Meng Zhiyi silently gazed at Shin Kei, his eyes revealing an air of inquiry.
The name Song Wei was not unfamiliar to him, for it was always this person who drove Meng Zhiyi to madness. As for the rumors surrounding Song Wei and Shin Kei,
Meng Zhiyi had consistently maintained a stance of silence. He understood all too well that for individuals of their social standing, marriage was not a mere formality. The intricate entanglements of interests rendered the concept of pure love almost non-existent within the confines of affluent families. Thus, Meng Zhiyi was indifferent to Shin Kei harboring feelings for another woman while being betrothed to Meng Zhiyi. To put it bluntly, he was unconcerned about this sister of his.
However, that was in the past.
Ever since he gained the ability to hear Meng Zhiyi's innermost thoughts, he had, both consciously and unconsciously, begun to pay attention to this sister and, naturally, her affairs. At present, Shin Kei remained unaware that Meng Zhiyi, like himself, could hear Meng Zhiyi's thoughts and did not ponder much upon the intensity of his gaze. He glanced at the documents on the table, his expression contemplative, and said, "Mr.
Meng, I have an unusual request." Meng Zhiyi, speak. Shin Kei, if we uncover the true mastermind behind this, shall we entrust the Shin family with the matter?
Chapter 18, 1 million received on Alipay. Shin Kei's words intensified the intrigue in Meng Zhiyi's gaze.
He pondered. Could it be that this seemingly insipid brother-in-law has some connection with that woman surnamed Song? Meng Zhiyi gazed at him with great interest. Indeed, she thought to herself, he has begun to shield her. Consequently, she embarked on a mental brainstorming session.
It seemed that Shin Kei was already aware that Song Wei was behind this matter.
Why? Then, did he not intervene when old Madame Shin pressed for answers? With this thought, Meng Zhiyi fell into a brief contemplation.
The two men beside her shared a silent understanding, patiently awaiting her next words.
After a moment, she internally exclaimed in realization. I understand now.
Shin Kei must be concerned about old Madame Shin discerning his feelings for Song Wei, and thus, he cannot bear to see her in a difficult position.
He intends to leverage my elder brother.
Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at Shin Quebec, receiving Meng Zhiyi's gaze once more. Shin Kei remained composed on the sofa, yet he had begun to comprehend that he was not the only one privy to Meng Zhiyi's inner thoughts. Even with his formidable psychological fortitude, he nearly faltered.
Meanwhile, Meng Zhiyi's reflections continued.
No wonder they say Shin Kei is exceptionally clever. He certainly possesses a remarkable intellect. His strategy to protect his beloved is rather astute. By employing my elder brother to uncover the mastermind behind this,
he plans to utilize the Shin family's authority to safeguard Song Wei.
In doing so, not only does he placate old Madame Shin, but he also reassures me.
Fortunately, I am astute, otherwise, I would have fallen into his trap.
Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi cast a glance at Shin-Kei that conveyed a realization of his true nature. Shin-Kei felt a dull ache at his temples, yet he could only endure in silence, feigning ignorance of the situation. Meng Zhiyi, adopting a tone of playful mockery, inquired,
"Why?"
"Ultimately, the individuals most affected by this matter are my sister and the Meng family. It seems rather inappropriate to place this in your hands."
At this moment, Shin-Kei had already confirmed that Meng Zhiyi could hear Meng Zhiyi's thoughts just as he could.
Reflecting on her misconceptions regarding him, Shin-Kei realized he could no longer insist that the Shin family address the hidden adversary. It was merely a request. If it were inconvenient, Mr.
Meng could disregard my words entirely.
Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi appeared somewhat taken aback.
Did Shin-Kei intend to abandon his little lover? Or was he merely employing a different strategy?
Meanwhile, Meng Zhiyi, completely oblivious to the fact that her secrets had been laid bare, furrowed her brow deeply upon hearing Shin-Kei's lack of insistence on his request.
What on earth is happening now? Shin-Kei, why aren't you being more insistent? Is your future wife of no concern? Goodness! This task is proving to be incredibly challenging. Why is everyone deviating from the expected course?
Meng Zhiyi's heart was in turmoil, while the other two harbored their own thoughts. After the incident with the photos was nearly resolved, Meng Zhiyi promptly dismissed everyone. Shin-Kei did not utter a word. After bidding farewell, he left the Meng family alone.
In the office, Meng Zhiyi appeared lost in thought. Unable to comprehend why Shin-Kei had chosen to relent and refrain from further involvement in the matter.
It was not until Meng Zhiyi placed a glass of juice in front of her that she was roused from her reverie. "I heard that mother scolded you at the Shin residence today," Meng Zhiyi remarked calmly. Meng Zhiyi gazed at her appearance. Fully aware that this sister before him might be indifferent to the Meng family's attitude towards her, nonetheless, he felt that his mother's actions were quite hurtful.
Today's incident.
My brother extends his apologies on behalf of our mother. As he spoke, Meng Zhiyi swiftly tapped on his phone screen. As Meng Zhiyi finished listening to his words, she was already prepared to engage in a futile argument to accumulate disdain points when her phone in the bag emitted a notification sound.
Subsequently, a message announced, 1 million yuan credited to Alipay.
A glimmer of excitement sparked in Meng Zhiyi's eyes as she swiftly retrieved her phone to check.
Indeed, a lengthy string of numbers had appeared in her balance. She counted them rapidly, her lips curling into a smile that was almost more challenging to suppress than an AK. Meng Zhiyi, this is compensation.
Meng Zhiyi struggled to suppress a smile, feigning understanding as she spoke. "I am not angry at all, and I empathize with Mother's feelings.
There is no need for my elder brother to apologize."
"Ah, indeed, he is the charming and affluent elder brother."
"Hee, so many zeros, so much money. I absolutely adore it."
Suddenly feeling a twinge of sympathy for his tragic fate, perhaps I should consider purchasing him a more exquisite coffin, given his generosity. "It is settled then, I truly am a benevolent person." Just at that moment, Meng Zhiyi, who was sipping tea, nearly choked.
1 million merely warrants a better coffin? And yet, she considers herself a benevolent soul?
"Elder brother, please take your time drinking," Meng Zhiyi said, handing him a tissue with a radiant smile. Meng Zhiyi wiped away the water stains, gazing helplessly at the girl before him, her smile radiant and enchanting. He silently muttered in his heart, a money-minded person. However, this also indicated that in the future, if he wished to glean any information from Meng Zhiyi,
monetary means could suffice.
Fortunately, while he may lack in many aspects, he was not short on funds.
"Well, since it's a rare occasion for you to visit the company, shall I take you on a tour, dear sister?"
Meng Zhiyi had her own intentions for staying behind. Naturally, she wished to ascertain whether there were any other spies within the company, aside from the secretary.
Recently enriched with 1 million.
Meng Zhiyi was in high spirits and readily accepted his proposal, cheerfully trailing behind Meng Zhiyi.
The Meng family is endowed with commendable genes, as all their children possess remarkable beauty. Upon seeing Meng Zhiyi, the employees of the company exhibited expressions of astonishment and admiration.
Meng Zhiyi commenced her inspection starting from the most rudimentary department, determined to uncover any latent perils within the company.
Unbeknownst to him, Meng Zhiyi observed quietly, her thoughts wandering.
Meng Zhiyi possesses quite a talent. Under his adept management, such a vast enterprise flourishes, with a promising future ahead.
It is indeed a pity that the Meng family ultimately faced bankruptcy.
The unscrupulous author, in a bid to glorify the protagonist, spares no effort in making everyone else a mere stepping stone for her ascent. If he had realized that his hard work would ultimately serve as leverage for Songwei's establishment, it would have driven him to madness.
Fortunately,
he did not succumb to despair but instead met his end in a tragic fall.
Speaking of falls, had it not been for Meng Zhiyi's heartfelt voice suddenly ceased at this point, leaving Meng Zhiyi feeling a pang of anxiety. Please continue, why have you stopped? After a brief moment of silence,
realizing that Meng Zhiyi remained silent, Meng Zhiyi could no longer contain himself and came to a halt. He turned around to find Meng Zhiyi halted outside the reception room,
gazing intently inside. Through the glass door, it appeared that an interview for candidates was underway. As Meng Zhiyi passed by moments ago, she faintly heard a name. Was it Bai Xiao that the interviewer had just called?
If memory serves, this Bai Xiao later became Meng Zhiyi's new secretary, assisting him in averting numerous troubles. Had he heeded Bai Xiao's advice on the day of the fall, he might have escaped death. Alas, at that time, the Meng family was on the brink of collapse, leaving him with little room to maneuver. Meng Zhiyi followed Meng Zhiyi's gaze and silently recited the name Bai Xiao in his heart.
Bai Xiao, is it?
There is no need to wait any longer, let him become my secretary now. Chapter 19, A Chance Encounter with Third Brother at the Police Station. Meng Zhiyi discreetly sent a message to his assistant, instructing him to keep an eye on an individual named Bai Xiao.
He then continued his inspection with Meng Zhiyi. However, he subsequently failed to glean any significant insights from Meng Zhiyi's thoughts.
As the vehicle came to a halt at the school entrance,
Meng Zhiyi noticed several police cars entering the premises.
She raised an eyebrow, suspecting that this was likely related to Zhou Kai.
Indeed.
After bidding farewell to Meng Zhiyi and proceeding into the school, she observed uniformed officers questioning those who had interacted with Zhou Kai.
As Meng Zhiyi nonchalantly passed by,
she intended to eavesdrop when she overheard a girl pointing at her, exclaiming to the police, "That's her, a few days ago, Zhou Kai had a conflict with her." The officer promptly approached Meng Zhiyi, stating, "Miss, please cooperate with the police investigation."
Before Meng Zhiyi could respond,
the same girl had already divulged the details of Zhou Kai's intentions to confront her.
Upon closer inspection, Meng Zhiyi recognized the girl as one of those involved in the incident that day.
She blinked, a fleeting glimmer of intrigue flashing in her eyes.
Upon arriving at the police station, Meng Zhiyi learned that Zhou Kai had sustained severe injuries.
He bore multiple contusions, with several fractured ribs, arms, and calves. It was said that Zhou Kai had remained unconscious, lying in that alley until the early hours of the morning when the night shift staff discovered him while disposing of garbage.
How dreadful! Meng Zhiyi remarked,
cradling a cup of hot water, her expression brimming with curiosity as she listened to the night shift staff recount the events.
It's so unfortunate.
Our shop's trash bin is usually placed at the back door, but I don't know who moved it next to young Master Zhou. It would be one thing if no one was around, but the problem is that some customers lack basic decency and often relieve themselves by the trash bin.
Meng Zhiyi wore a look of disdain.
You did not witness the moment when Zhou Xiao was discovered, he was covered in.
The person trailed off, seemingly feeling a bit nauseated, and chose not to continue. One can easily envision the scene without any need for speculation. Alas!
It remains a mystery what offense Zhou Xiao has committed, for when I stumbled upon him, his state appeared rather pitiful. The individual let out a sigh and then chose to remain silent. Meng Zhiyi was absorbed in sipping her water, her dark, glistening eyes darting about,
sparkling with a barely perceptible hint of amusement. At that moment, two men clad in work uniforms entered, one of whom was earnestly articulating something. When will it be my turn?
It's already dark outside, and soon the dormitory supervisor will start chiding me again.
Meng Yanchuan paused momentarily,
then raised his gaze to survey the interior, commencing his search for the source of the sound.
Soon, he spotted Meng Zhiyi amidst a group clad in matching attire.
She was seated on a long bench in the corridor, cradling a cup of water, exuding an air of leisurely contentment. Meng Yanchuan was somewhat taken aback by her unexpected presence here, and without a moment's hesitation, he strode towards her.
"Where are you going, Meng Ge?"
a colleague queried, bewildered. as they trailed behind him. Perhaps it was the overwhelming aura of Meng Yanchuan that compelled Meng Zhiyi to instinctively turn her head, only to behold her rather eccentric third brother. In that instant, Meng Zhiyi found herself at a loss for words, enveloped by a sense of mortification akin to being caught in wrongdoing by an adult.
"What are you doing here?" Meng Yanchuan inquired, standing before Meng Zhiyi and gazing down at her with an imposing demeanor. Meng Zhiyi blinked, her mouth slightly agape as she hesitated for a few moments.
"They say I am a suspect," she remarked.
Meng Yanchuan fixed her with a scrutinizing gaze. "What suspicion?"
Before he could utter the words caused trouble, he recalled the discussions they had shared as a family earlier.
He softened his tone and continued his inquiry, "What exactly is the matter?" This time, it was Meng Zhiyi who felt taken aback. It is truly a rare sight to see the sun rise in the west. He is not reprimanding me directly as before but is instead inquiring about my situation. Meng Yanchuan. Nevertheless,
upon reflecting on the previous attitudes of the Meng family towards Meng Zhiyi, he was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. He refrained from further questioning and instead inquired,
"Did your family not accompany you? Are you here alone?" Meng Zhiyi nodded and said, "Yes, my elder brother dropped me off at school and departed,"
mentioning that he had another meeting to attend. Meng Yanchuan let out a quiet sigh, surveying his surroundings before instructing her not to wander off. He then turned and made his way towards the office at the end of the corridor. Shortly thereafter, a police officer arrived to summon Meng Zhiyi inside. In the office, Meng Yanchuan was engaged in conversation with another young man, both appearing at ease, suggesting a prior acquaintance.
"Is this your sister?"
the officer, dressed in uniform, inquired,
looking up with a hint of surprise in his voice.
"Yes, the youngest in the family," Meng Yanchuan replied nonchalantly.
Upon hearing this,
the officer's face broke into a warm smile as he gestured for Meng Zhiyi to come closer.
"Come sit over here, there's no need to be afraid. We merely need to ask you a few routine questions."
Meng Zhiyi's features are strikingly beautiful, her fair complexion is devoid of makeup, and her jet-black eyes are clear and luminous, giving her an ethereal appearance akin to a sprite untouched by the mundane world.
Upon taking her seat,
she places her hands on her knees, exuding a sense of slight unease. Meng Yanchuan, witnessing her in such a state, felt for the first time that this sister of his was in need of protection.
He softened his tone and said, "Do not be afraid.
As long as you are not involved in this matter, with third brother here, no one would dare to bully you."
Meng Zhiyi turned her head,
her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Meng Yanchuan, her expression filled with anticipation.
"Thank you, third brother." For the first time,
Meng Yanchuan observed such an expression on Meng Zhiyi's face, which starkly contrasted with the earlier image of his sister, who had been like a startled bird upon seeing him. In that fleeting moment, an inexplicable sense of pride surged within him, stemming from being relied upon.
However,
before he could bask in this pride for more than a few seconds, he heard Meng Zhiyi's inner thoughts.
"That night when I dealt with Zhou Kai,
I had done my homework in advance, avoiding all surveillance spots and leaving no traces.
Feel free to investigate as you wish." "What?" Meng Yanchuan's eyes widened slightly, gazing at Meng Zhiyi with a hint of disbelief. So, it was indeed she who had taken action?
Before his thoughts settled, he heard again, "If they dared to surround me, it was fortunate that I didn't leave him severely injured."
Meng Yanchuan turned his head, seemingly feeling guilty,
and raised a hand to cover his nose. Subsequently, Meng Zhiyi showcased her acting prowess, weaving a tale of woe to the police,
portraying herself as a pitiable victim of bullying at school.
Had it not been for someone intervening that day, Zhou Kai would have already resorted to violence against me.
Meng Zhiyi lowered her head, rubbing her eyes with her hand, speaking in a stuttering manner. Meng Yanchuan could hardly bear to watch any longer.
As her older brother,
"Are you not aware that your sister is being bullied at school?"
the man asked, his expression grave as he turned to face Meng Yanchuan.
Meng Yanchuan felt somewhat speechless as he glanced at Meng Zhiyi, who was still pretending to cry.
He sighed and remarked, "I spend 300 days a year in the department, the rest of the time, I am away on business.
When would I have the time to attend to these matters? Yet, even amidst my busyness, as an elder brother, you must take heed.
The issue of bullying in schools has become quite severe, adversely affecting the mental and physical well-being of children."
Meng Zhiyi replied nonchalantly, I'll inform my family later. The man inquired once more, do you still remember who came to your rescue?
Meng Zhiyi's lips curved slightly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I remember.
Meanwhile,
in a luxurious apartment, Shinkei had just closed his laptop when his phone rang. He hesitated for a moment at the unfamiliar number.
Upon answering, a voice on the other end stated directly, Hello, may I speak with Shinkei?
This is the police station, please come over at your earliest convenience.
Chapter 20, Meng Zhiyi, the engagement remains intact. At the police station, when Shinkei arrived, Meng Zhiyi was already indulging in barbecued delicacies. Meng Zhiyi sat across from her.
Arms crossed, his gaze a tapestry of emotions as he observed Meng Zhiyi, who was happily gnawing on a chicken leg.
Although Meng Zhiyi had cleared her name of suspicion,
Yanchuan, endowed with the ability to hear thoughts, found himself in a bit of a quandary. He could scarcely fathom that his seemingly delicate sister had managed to send a towering young man, standing at 6 feet tall, to the hospital. Yet, he was unable to voice this inquiry directly. At that moment, Shinkei's figure appeared at the doorway. A sheen of perspiration glistened on his forehead,
and his gaze immediately settled on Meng Zhiyi.
You've arrived, she said, clutching the chicken leg, her eyes sparkling with delight.
Shinkei took a moment to catch his breath before stepping inside. Has Joe Kai been troubling you again?
He inquired, concerned. For the police had not divulged much over the phone, only mentioning that Joe Kai had encountered an incident and ended up in the hospital.
Upon receiving the call,
he had rushed over without delay, fearful that his earlier departure had left her vulnerable to Joe Kai's antics.
Seeing that Meng Zhiyi was unscathed, Shinkei, unbeknownst to himself, let out a sigh of relief.
No, ever since you warned him that day, I haven't seen him at all, Meng Zhiyi replied, her bright eyes fixed on Shin Quebec.
Meng Zhiyi subtly shook his head, thinking that his little sister could easily pursue a career in acting.
Upon hearing this, Shinkei felt a sense of relief.
And only then did he notice Meng Zhiyi seated beside him.
Third brother, he greeted. I will head to the police station first and return shortly. After Shinkei spoke, he cast a glance at the barbecue on the table before stepping outside.
Before long, Shinkei returned holding a bottle of soda water and took a seat next to Meng Zhiyi.
He naturally placed the water before her and calmly stated, I have clarified the situation with the police, it has nothing to do with you. Thank you, brother Shinkei, Meng Zhiyi replied, squinting her eyes. As she easily twisted off the bottle cap, a thought crossed her mind. A glimmer of significance danced in her eyes as she offered him a skewer of beef, saying,
Here, have some.
Shinkei shook his head, I do not consume such things.
Meng Zhiyi curled her lips in disdain, resigned to self-indulgence. Indeed.
The male protagonist exhibited remarkable self-restraint, no wonder that despite Song Wei's relentless flirtations in the early stages, he remained as detached as a monk, devoid of desires.
However,
no matter how admirable his composure, it ultimately proved futile, as he was eventually consumed entirely by Song Wei, who even bestowed upon him a rather embarrassing token of infidelity. The mere thought of it elicits a sense of amusement.
Meng Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, gazing at Shinkei with keen interest. Although Meng Zhiyi's inner thoughts could be rather loud at times, the opportunity to indulge in such sensational gossip was undeniably delightful.
Shinkei maintained his composure as he observed the siblings, reaffirming the fact that Meng Zhiyi, too, could hear their inner voices. Regardless of whether the matters mentioned by Meng Zhiyi were true or false, Shinkei often felt an unsettling sense of vulnerability in the presence of these siblings. After speaking, he cast a glance at Meng Zhiyi and continued, Elder brother must still have matters to attend to, I presume? Meng Zhiyi nodded, acknowledging, indeed. There remains some work to be accomplished. I appreciate your efforts. I have yet to finish my meal, Meng Zhiyi remarked, gesturing towards the barbecue on the table. Shinkei replied, you may eat it in the car.
Ah. Meng Zhiyi looked at Shinkei in astonishment.
She recalled from the data imported by the system that Shinkei had a slight obsession with cleanliness, not just anyone could sit in his car,
let alone eat inside it. Something is amiss, profoundly amiss.
Even during the peak of his relationship with Song Wei, he never permitted her to eat in the car.
Why has he made an exception today? Could there be an ambush inside the vehicle?
Having traversed multiple worlds,
Meng Zhiyi had encountered many peculiarities and was always cautious about such irregularities.
After speaking, he swiftly departed, leaving Meng Zhiyi with no opportunity to persuade him to stay.
Shin-Kei, let us go.
Meng Zhiyi had no choice but to pick up the unfinished skewers and trot behind Shin-Quebec.
Upon reaching the car, she instinctively positioned herself by the rear door, patiently awaiting.
Shin-Kei opened the passenger side door, gesturing for her to enter.
Meng Zhiyi hesitated in place.
I refuse to sit in the front passenger seat. That position has the highest mortality rate in car accidents. This person must harbor ill intentions. Shin-Kei took a deep breath and patiently replied, sit in the front, I have something important to discuss with you.
Meng Zhiyi remarked, I can speak from the back. I am not deaf. For a moment, the two fell into silence. The atmosphere became tense, and seeing that Meng Zhiyi showed no intention of yielding,
Shin-Kei was the first to concede.
Very well, do as you wish. With that,
he closed the door of the passenger seat and came around to assist her in opening the rear door.
Meng Zhiyi remained silent, quietly observing him. A gentleman of commendable character. Truly fortunate for that woman, Song Wei.
Shin-Kei had grown accustomed to her chaotic thoughts and paid them no mind.
Turning instead to the driver's seat,
the car glided steadily along the road, and Shin-Kei occasionally glanced at Meng Zhiyi through the rearview mirror. Noticing she had finished her skewers, he thoughtfully reminded her where to find tissues and pointed out the location of the car's refrigerator, along with the beverages it contained.
Meng Zhiyi was quite pleased to indulge herself. Upon opening the car's refrigerator, she discovered a few remaining bottles of cola and a bottle of soda water.
Without a moment's hesitation, she seized the soda water and remarked to Shin-Kei, you should consume fewer carbonated drinks, otherwise, in your old age, you'll find yourself confined to a wheelchair, watching your partner and other elderly gentlemen engage in square dancing.
Those are not mine, Shin-Kei clarified.
No sooner had he spoken than the vehicle came to a sudden halt.
Meng Zhiyi first cast a glance ahead,
realizing they were halted at a red light before settling back in her seat. Just because it is inconsequential now does not signify it will remain so in the future.
Wouldn't you agree? After all, you and Song Wei are the main couple, ultimately, you shall be together.
Shin-Kei closed his eyes briefly, reigniting the car's engine.
Just as Meng Zhiyi presumed he would remain silent, his melodious voice echoed once more.
You are indeed correct, matters of the heart may lack sensation at present. Yet they may flourish in time. Meng Zhiyi, the engagement shall not be annulled, and I shall endeavor to engage with you.
What? Meng Zhiyi's eyes widened in astonishment. What did you just say? Chapter 21, in a relationship with Shin-Kei. Shin-Kei's unexpected declaration nearly sent Meng Zhiyi into a frenzy.
Having just settled into her seat,
she immediately leaned forward into the space between the front seats and raised her voice. What did you just say? Meng Zhiyi was taken aback,
collapsing weakly into her seat as she gazed at Shin-Kei's profile with a mixture of emotions.
Is there something amiss? Shin-Kei should loathe me intensely,
call off our engagement without a second thought, and ultimately, in a bid to please Song Wei, wish to confine me to a mental institution.
What is there to interact about? What could possibly be enjoyable in such companionship? Meng Zhiyi was perplexed, scratching her head in frustration.
She needed to inquire about the system to understand the current situation.
Throughout the journey, neither of them spoke further.
It seemed as though she was trying to avoid Shin-Kei, as she deliberately positioned herself directly behind him, out of sight of the rearview mirror. Shin-Kei was aware that his earlier remarks had been rather abrupt, yet he felt it was no longer a matter of concern. He could not fathom the origins of Meng Zhiyi's chaotic conclusions, but he was certain he harbored no feelings for Song Wei. Rather than allowing her to dwell on her misconceptions, he preferred to demonstrate his intentions through actions. After all, during their recent interactions, while he could not claim to have developed any fondness, he at least no longer held the same aversion towards Meng Zhiyi as before.
Half an hour later, the car came to a halt beneath the girls' dormitory. Shin-Kei leaned against the car door, observing Meng Zhiyi's hasty departure with a hint of exasperation in his eyes.
He did not leave immediately but waited by the roadside.
It was only after confirming that Meng Zhiyi had safely entered the building that he drove away.
Upstairs,
Meng Zhiyi stood on the balcony, watching the car fade into the distance.
To her dismay, apart from some basic information about her target individuals, the previously available progress page had vanished.
Meng Zhiyi wore a solemn expression as she called out, "Xiaoba, come forth."
The system's voice emerged with a hint of exuberance.
I am here, she declared.
I wish to check the progress of my aversion value.
Without hesitation, Meng Zhiyi articulated her request. The system replied, now? Are you certain? This retort from the system aroused a sense of unease within Meng Zhiyi.
Pressing her lips together, she became more cautious.
What do you mean by that? Is there a condition for checking the progress?
The system responded, it is not so much a condition, rather, since the task system has been updated. There is now a time limit for querying task progress.
Meng Zhiyi, so?
System, apart from the system's automatic announcements regarding task progress changes.
The host may actively inquire about progress only once every 6 months.
Therefore, are you certain you wish to use the viewing privileges?
Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi let out a chilling laugh. Ha ha ha.
The system felt a shiver run down its spine. Host, please refrain from laughing like that.
It frightens me. Meng Zhiyi, when was the task system updated? How was I unaware of it?
The system suddenly lost its confidence, its voice immediately weakened.
It was updated while you were asleep. Meng Zhiyi scoffed coldly, her gaze chilling. Is that so? Have they reached the point of not even notifying the host about upgrades? Then, am I not obliged to complete this task? Meng Zhiyi often appears easygoing, however.
Those who have accompanied her for years know that she is not to be trifled with.
If provoked, Meng Zhiyi is certainly capable of resorting to mutual destruction. No, host.
Please allow me to explain, the system hastily interjected. This task has encountered a bug, which has resulted in a lack of compatibility.
This implies that all settings within the task system must be recalibrated.
The progress of this recalibration is contingent upon the host's degree of integration with this world.
Thus, this system update is entirely random. Meng Zhiyi listened quietly, internally assessing the veracity of the system's words. The system, aware that Meng Zhiyi was not easily deceived, once again presented its sincerity during her contemplation. Host, how about this? I shall secretly grant you an additional privilege. Meng Zhiyi sarcastically remarked, once? Are you dismissing me like a beggar? Yet I have but this singular chance. Should I utter more, the deity will surely annihilate me? And your 300 billion would be rendered futile. At the mere mention of 300 billion,
Meng Zhiyi felt as though her fate was grasped tightly by an unseen hand.
Very well, once it shall be. Though death appeared a mere trifle, her greater desire was to become exceedingly wealthy.
Upon reaching a compromise, the system granted her access to view her progress. Upon witnessing the immobile progress bar, her vision darkened. Even as she observed Shinkei's disdain for her diminish from a staggering 98 to 97, despair enveloped her heart.
Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable.
This must be a glitch in the system's update, you must restart it immediately. Meng Zhiyi felt as if she had retreated another step away from her 30 billion.
Nearly on the brink of collapse.
The system replied hesitantly, the system does not err, this is the authentic data.
Then what am I even doing? Meng Zhiyi gritted her teeth. The system continued, would you like to switch tracks? It is still not too late to change to favorability points. No change.
Meng Zhiyi fiercely clenched her molars and forcefully pressed the taskbar belonging to Shinkei several times.
I have resolved to become this wicked female antagonist. With that, she abruptly closed the task system interface.
In that fleeting moment of closure, the system emitted a barely perceptible chuckle.
Meng Zhiyi did not notice, instead, she angrily struck the wall. Since the first plan proved ineffective, I shall resort to the second one. The system, intrigued, inquired, what plan is that? May I hear it?
Meng Zhiyi, dating Shinkei.
The system raised a question. Are you certain this isn't merely a means to increase affection points? How does it recall that many redemption tasks involve courting the protagonist and subsequently embarking on a romantic relationship?
I have never heard of diminishing dislike points through the act of romance.
Meng Zhiyi let out a chilling laugh. Who says that being in love is merely about accumulating affection points?
I can feign a relationship with him, and when he truly develops feelings for me, I will strike back with a fierce blow, betraying him and leaving him heartbroken.
He will undoubtedly loathe me for it.
Meng Zhiyi emitted a villainous laugh that sent shivers down the spine of the system.
The system pondered. Why do I have the unsettling feeling that Shinkei might just lose his mind?
After all, his character is designed with a hidden madness.
Meng Zhiyi, to go mad is to hate even more. Thus, I have made this delightful decision.
As long as you are pleased.
Once the system concluded its statement, it immediately vanished.
Meanwhile, Shinkei had just returned home when he received a text message.
Aren't we supposed to be in a relationship? Then why haven't you removed me from your blacklist?
1 minute, or I shall cause a scene. Chapter 22. This is not a trash bin. As if having made a certain resolution, he removed a friend who had languished on the blacklist for 2 years. Shinkei had begun to gradually take over the affairs of the company. Whenever there were no commitments at school, he would reside in his apartment.
At this moment,
he sat before his computer, earnestly gazing at the screen, engrossed in whatever was displayed.
Suddenly, a chime pierced the silence.
Before Shinkei could discern who had messaged him, a flurry of notifications followed, ringing incessantly.
Meng Zhiyi sent him a flurry of messages, expressing, if we are to embark on a romantic relationship, let us do so with utmost sincerity. I have a few stipulations that you must carefully consider. If you cannot meet them, then we shall part ways. First, no other girls are to ride in your car. Second, you must bring me breakfast every day and show genuine concern for my meals. Fifth,
you must publicly acknowledge me as your girlfriend. I require absolute security.
Sixth, and this is of utmost importance, maintain your distance from Songwei. It is preferable that there be no interaction whatsoever.
These are my current demands, and I shall think of more in due course.
I will grant you a night to ponder. If you can comply, we shall make our relationship official tomorrow. Shinkei read through Meng Zhiyi's messages with earnestness.
Imagining her expression as she crafted these conditions, a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his lips.
After replying, he delved into her moments,
attempting to find a photo of her. Yet, despite the abundance of images, none resonated with him, as he could discern with a mere glance that they were not her.
With a hint of regret, he exited her moments.
In her apartment, Meng Zhiyi had anticipated that Shinkei might reject her sixth request.
For Songwei held a unique significance in his life.
Frustrated, she tossed her phone onto the bed, exclaiming, "Damn it!
Where did it all go wrong?"
In the quiet dormitory, Lin Luoluo heard a thud and hurriedly covered the dimly lit desk lamp with her hand.
"I apologize, did I disturb your rest?"
Lin Luoluo mustered the courage to ask softly.
Upon hearing her voice,
Meng Zhiyi peeked out from behind the curtain and saw Lin Luoluo gazing at her with a timid expression.
"No, please continue your reading." Lin Luoluo exhaled in relief and added, "If the light is too harsh, I can dim it further." Meng Zhiyi cast a fleeting glance at her desk lamp.
Its light dimmed to the point of being nearly non-existent. "If you dim it any further, you might as well forfeit your eyesight," she remarked.
"Brighten it up a little."
"My curtains shield the light, so it won't interfere." As her words settled, Lin Luoluo's gaze towards her shifted. Deep within, her perception of this roommate, who had been the subject of countless negative rumors, began to transform. She stared at the desk lamp, a gentle warmth blossoming in her heart. Lin Luoluo thought to herself that, in comparison to her previous roommates, Meng Zhiyi was indeed much more agreeable. At the very least, she did not torment her like those others had.
That night, Meng Zhiyi found herself unable to sleep. When Shinkei's call came through, she lay wide awake,
her gaze fixed on the ceiling.
"What is it?"
She answered the phone, her voice lacking energy.
"Haven't rested well?"
Shinkei inquired softly upon hearing her voice. Meng Zhiyi was momentarily stunned, her sluggish mind gradually rebooting.
"Ha? Why did you buy me breakfast?"
It was evident that she had forgotten the messages she had sent to Shinkei the previous night. Shinkei, however, was not angered. Instead, he patiently replied,
"Did you not say that you wanted breakfast every day? Just wait a moment, I will come down shortly."
Shinkei added, "There is no rush, take your time."
"I will wait for you."
One must admit, setting aside the fixed couple from the original story, Shinkei is indeed a commendable choice of partner, at least.
Before his descent into darkness,
Shinkei had received the finest education from a young age. He was emotionally stable, possessed exemplary character, and boasted a remarkably high intelligence. All while remaining steadfast in his affections. Had it not been for the numerous provocations by Song Wei, Shin Kei would not have succumbed to darkness, transforming into a brooding and obsessive individual. Whenever Meng Zhiyi pondered over this, she couldn't help but question whether the author was indeed a mother, so brazenly bestowing a green hat upon her own offspring. Nevertheless, it was of no concern to her. These individuals were merely targets within her mission. All she needed to do was fulfill her tasks to reap the rewards.
Collecting her thoughts, Meng Zhiyi swiftly arose to freshen up, tying her long hair into a ponytail and donning a strap dress before heading downstairs.
Upon her arrival downstairs, the reappearance of Shin Kei sparked lively discussions among the girls.
They eagerly speculated whether he awaited Song Wei or Meng Zhiyi.
In no time, the news of Shin Kei's presence beneath the dormitory reached Song Wei's ears.
Wei. Shin Kei must be looking for you, he even brought breakfast. Hurry down. Ding Yu exclaimed as she rushed in from the balcony, brimming with excitement.
Song Wei's heart fluttered with joy, yet her face betrayed a semblance of hesitation. In a soft voice, she replied, I'm uncertain if I should go down.
If Meng Zhiyi sees me, she will surely go mad. Oh, what are you afraid of? Have you forgotten the recording I sent you that day? Shin Kei explicitly warned her not to provoke you again. With him protecting you, what do you have to fear from that village girl? Ding Yu continued, pulling Song Wei along towards the exit.
You must go quickly, don't keep him waiting too long.
With a reluctant yet eager disposition, Song Wei descended the stairs,
her face alight with delight as she approached Shin Quebec. When Meng Zhiyi arrived, she beheld Song Wei standing before Shin Kei, her countenance adorned with a bashful expression, seemingly engrossed in some conversation. Squinting slightly, a dangerous glint flickered in her eyes. Ah, men truly are despicable creatures, their words are akin to the sound of flatulence.
Yet,
perhaps this is fortuitous, for it shall render the task at hand considerably easier. The biting mockery reached Shin Kei's ears, prompting him to glance toward Meng Zhiyi, who stood at a distance, her gaze laced with scorn. Shin Kei pressed his lips together, his expression darkening as he shot a discontented look at Song Wei. I shall reiterate this once more, do not approach me while at school. With that, he circumvented Song Wei and made his way toward Meng Zhiyi.
Song Wei's complexion paled,
the smile on her face faltering. She yearned to call out to Shin Kei, yet he paid her no heed.
Upon reaching Meng Zhiyi,
Shin Kei extended the breakfast he held in his hand.
Chapter 23, Deadly Spicy Tofu Pudding.
The hot soy milk from the bag splattered,
leaving pink scorch marks upon Shin Kei's pale skin. As if he had anticipated Meng Zhiyi's reaction, Shin Kei remained unfazed,
merely glancing at the spilled soy milk with a resigned sigh.
Will you not even allow me to explain?
Shin Kei spoke softly.
Meng Zhiyi pouted, her arms crossed, casting a gaze at Shin Kei that spoke of a reckoning to come. What did you promise me last night? Do you need to see the messages you sent?
Shin Kei stepped forward, utilizing his height to envelop Meng Zhiyi in his shadow. His captivating eyes bore into hers, as if they possessed hooks that could ensnare the soul.
With his gaze lowered, he spoke in a gentle and patient tone. I have not forgotten, she approached me of her own accord, it has nothing to do with me. Meng Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, utterly disregarding Shin Kei's explanations.
I don't care whether it concerns you, I saw it, and I will make a fuss. Let us see how long you can endure this. Shin Kei's eyes were filled with helplessness as he reached out to take Meng Zhiyi's hand,
glancing at the breakfast he had purchased. I will take you out to eat, he said, leading her towards the car. I want to sit in the back, Meng Zhiyi declared, halting at the rear door and refusing to move further.
Shin Kei did not press her, instead opening the door for her to enter.
Song Wei observed Shin Kei's indulgence towards Meng Zhiyi with a growing sense of discontent,
swallowing the bitterness in her throat. She steeled herself against the prying eyes around her and walked over with difficulty. Arriving at the front passenger seat, she grasped the door and said, Okay.
Give me a ride, I have things to attend to as well.
Shin Kei remained silent, casting a glance towards Meng Zhiyi in the back seat. You can take a taxi, if my girlfriend is unwilling, no other girl can ride in my car, he replied, his expression unchanging.
Girlfriend? Song Wei froze, her disbelief evident as she stared at Shin Quebec.
At that moment, Meng Zhiyi rolled down the window, a teasing smile on her face as she looked at Song Wei.
Let me correct you, it is fiancée, Shin Kei chuckled softly, affirming, yes, fiancée, seeing that her intended effect had not been achieved.
Meng Zhiyi suddenly experienced a twinge of pain in her teeth, exasperatedly raising the window again.
Goodness, could it be that Shinkei has truly taken a liking to me? Although my sister is stunning, he and Song Wei were supposed to be a couple. Song Wei is of no use either. Despite her protagonist aura, she cannot overshadow me. The malicious supporting character. Shinkei had now learned to automatically disregard the nonsensical thoughts swirling in Meng Zhiyi's mind. Offering no glance towards Song Wei as he entered the car and locked the doors.
The vehicle started and drove away, leaving Song Wei in a state of profound embarrassment.
Clenching her fists tightly, she glared with resentment at the departing car.
Those watching the scene were taken aback by the unexpected outcome. Just moments ago,
Song Wei and Shinkei had been the couple everyone assumed. When had Shinkei and Meng Zhiyi publicly established their relationship? Ding Yu,
who had followed Song Wei downstairs with the intention of facilitating her happiness, was taken aback by the humiliation her friend suffered.
From a distance, she watched Song Wei with a heart full of sympathy.
Once the car vanished from sight, she hurried to Song Wei's side.
Wei, don't be upset. Shinkei must have his reasons, Ding Yu comforted, concern etched across her face. Song Wei lowered her head, striving to suppress the hatred boiling within her.
Trying to sound composed, she said despondently, they were already betrothed, I am the one who is superfluous. Ding Yu shook her head vigorously.
No.
It's clear that you and Shinkei are meant to be. It was Meng Zhiyi who intruded upon your relationship.
Song Wei kept her head down,
her shoulders trembling slightly as she choked out, but the truth remains, no matter how long we've known each other or how we feel. He has still been forced to accept this engagement.
What can I do?
I have told myself countless times not to feel this way, yet I fail to do so. The mere thought of him being compelled to accept someone he does not love breaks my heart. As Song Wei spoke, her emotions surged, and she leaned against Ding Yu's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably.
Wei, don't cry.
I am here. I will ensure that Meng Zhiyi, that wretched woman, does not succeed. I will make Shinkei see her true nature and earn the disdain of the old Madame Shen as well. Ding Yu continued to console her, oblivious to the venomous glint in Song Wei's eyes, which were filled with calculations. Once she achieved her objective, Song Wei pretended to wipe away her tears and said in a hoarse voice, "Let it be, that would only make Ake uncomfortable. Please, do not approach her again." Though she spoke thus, Song Wei feigned distress before Ding Yu, who felt deeply pained for her. Ding Yu nodded in agreement but had already resolved to confront Meng Zhiyi again.
Meanwhile, Shinkei drove Meng Zhiyi to a dim sum restaurant.
Inside the private room, Meng Zhiyi rested her chin on her hand, her expression one of complex contemplation. Shinkei entered with the menu, yet she remained oblivious to his presence. As Shinkei was about to call her name, he paused, captivated by her demeanor.
Meng Zhiyi sat close to the window, the morning sunlight cascading upon her,
enveloping her in a radiant halo. Her fair skin glistened and appeared smooth under the sun's embrace, while her thick eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a delicate butterfly. Her petite and elegant nose added to her exquisite charm. Lost in thought with her chin resting on her hand, she was oblivious to his arrival.
Shinkei, captivated by the scene, could not resist capturing this moment with his phone. He then took a seat opposite Meng Zhiyi, gently tapping the table. "What would you like to eat?"
he inquired quietly, his gaze fixed upon her without uttering another word.
"All right, let us go with this," she replied. Upon glancing at the menu, Shinkei furrowed his brow slightly and asked softly, "Are you certain about this choice?" Meng Zhiyi clasped her hands beneath her chin, gazing at him with a beaming smile. "That one belongs to you, mine is the other." "Shinkei," Meng Zhiyi inquired, "aren't you going to eat? I find it hard to believe you can actually consume this." Shortly thereafter, the waiter arrived with 2 bowls of tofu pudding,
one of which was laden with an excessive amount of chile.
"I want the sweet one."
Shinkei placed the sweet tofu pudding before Meng Zhiyi, his tone soft.
"Is there anything else you wish to eat?" "No, you should eat as well."
As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed intently on Shin Quebec. "I will merely watch you eat. If you don't, I shall create a scene." Shinkei glanced at the bowl of spicy tofu pudding before him, let out a silent sigh, and then began to eat with an impassive expression.
Meng Zhiyi initially assumed he would be angry, yet to her astonishment,
Shinkei truly consumed that bowl of terrifying tofu pudding.
Observing him, Meng Zhiyi was momentarily at a loss. Isn't Shinkei supposed to be unable to handle spicy food? He appears quite capable of eating it. Did Xiaoba misidentify the character? Surely, I am not mistaken in my target. This is utterly tedious. This task lacks any intrigue. With one or two individuals deviating from the script, what am I supposed to accomplish? Meng Zhiyi raised her eyebrows and said, "All right. Then I shall indulge in a grand feast." "Very well," Shinkei replied, watching as Meng Zhiyi departed. Once her figure vanished from sight, he exhaled deeply. Pulling out a tissue to wipe the beads of sweat that had inexplicably begun to form on his forehead. At this moment, his complexion had taken on a pallid hue. And his stomach was already in a state of distress from the spasms. The bowl of incredibly spicy tofu pudding had begun to take its toll. He endured the discomfort and discreetly sought out a pharmacy to procure some antacids, ensuring that Meng Zhiyi remained oblivious to his predicament. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Zhou Kai lay immobile on his bed, various parts of his body bandaged. The phone on the adjacent table chimed. And he hastily picked it up to see a WeChat message from Song Wei. "Zhou Kai, am I truly not as good as Meng Zhiyi? Why has he chosen her over me?" Chapter 24, You disturbed my sleep. The moment Zhou Kai read the message, he immediately recognized that Meng Zhiyi had once again provoked Song Wei. The thought of being unable to protect her in his current state filled him with self-reproach, prompting him to call her without delay. After several rings, Song Wei finally answered, her voice tinged with distress. "Zhou Kai, I feel so miserable." Hearing her tone, Zhou Kai's heart ached. "Has Meng Zhiyi bullied you again?" he asked through gritted teeth. Wei, please don't cry. Once I'm discharged, I will confront her." He reassured her gently. Wei, are you listening? Please don't weep, it pains my heart. Why are you in the hospital?" Song Wei feigned concern, inquiring, "What happened? Which hospital are you in? I will come right away." Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Kai's hospitalization was a result of Meng Zhiyi's actions. Yet, even such a trivial expression of care from Song Wei brought Zhou Kai immense joy. He replied cheerily, "I'm fine, just a minor injury. I'll be out in a few days. Don't worry about me, focus on taking care of yourself, and I'll seek justice for you." Song Wei responded. "You should concentrate on your recovery. I'm just feeling a bit down and didn't know whom to confide in, so I thought of you." Zhou Kai assured her. "No matter the time, I will always be here for you." Upon learning that Zhou Kai was in the hospital, Song Wei lost interest in continuing the conversation and quickly made an excuse to end the call. The moment the call disconnected, her expression turned cold. She stared at Zhou Kai's WeChat conversation, her eyes betraying her disdain. "What a useless person," she muttered to herself before rising to head to her class in the lecture hall. After taking a few steps, her phone rang again. Upon answering, a man's anxious voice came through. "Miss Song, you did not mention that you would get entangled in a lawsuit. I have received a court summons from the Meng family today. How do you intend to resolve this matter?" Song Wei's mood had already plummeted, and her tone grew icy. "How do you propose to resolve it? I have already given you the money, what more do you want? Don't you anticipate the risks inherent in your line of work?" The other party's voice turned equally frosty. "So, you have no intention of addressing this issue, then? Miss Song, let me remind you, I possess evidence. If the Meng family pressures me, I may very well resort to using that evidence for self-preservation." At this, Song Wei swiftly regained her composure. Taking a deep breath, she softened her tone. "That's not what I meant. Tell me, how much more do you want?" The other party chuckled lightly. "Now that you're taking this approach, it's much more agreeable. Let us say you provide me with 1 million. Song Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. 1 million? Are you robbing me? No negotiation, transfer it to my account. If it's not in by 9 tomorrow morning, I will present the evidence in court." Biting her lip, Song Wei felt a surge of unwillingness. Fine. Meng Zhiyi had endured a sleepless night, and upon entering the classroom, she felt an overwhelming drowsiness, leading her to rest her head on the desk. As the students gradually filed in, they instinctively chose to distance themselves from her. However,
When Lin Luoluo entered with a book in her arms, she surveyed the room until she spotted her and made her way directly over. After sitting beside Meng Zhiyi and noticing her slumber, she refrained from waking her. Lin Luoluo gently placed her textbook next to Meng Zhiyi and settled into a quiet demeanor. While everyone else found Meng Zhiyi difficult to engage with, Lin Luoluo perceived her as the most approachable of all.
Meng Zhiyi sensed someone sit beside her.
Yet she refrained from lifting her gaze. Shortly thereafter, a group of individuals entered, making their way directly to Lin Luoluo's position.
Lin Luoluo, come out. I have something to discuss with you.
The speaker was Lin Luoluo's former roommate, accompanied by 3 other girls. Their faces bore malicious smiles. Their eyes fixated on her like venomous serpents. Lin Luoluo's complexion turned pale, her body stiffened, and she scarcely dared to breathe deeply.
I am speaking to you. Have you not heard?
The girl, noticing Lin Luoluo's lack of response, began to express her displeasure.
Lin Luoluo bit her lip tightly,
internally grappling for a moment before softly uttering, "Class is about to start."
The girl scoffed coldly, so you mean to say you won Go? Another girl chimed in. Oh, so just because you have just moved out, you think you've grown wings? Is it because I did not care for you properly before? Lin Luoluo,
biting her lip, lowered her head further.
You've become quite bold, haven't you? Daring to defy Miss Zhang's orders? Caught off guard,
Lin Luoluo was shoved and collided directly with Meng Zhiyi. Already troubled by the noisy environment, Meng Zhiyi's mood instantly exploded from the unexpected impact.
You really won't listen. Will you? She said she is not familiar with you, do you not understand?
Meng Zhiyi lifted her head, her delicate features etched with displeasure. Her voice icy as she spoke. Initially, Miss Zhang and her companions had not noticed that the person seated beside Lin Luoluo was Meng Zhiyi.
Upon recognizing her,
they were momentarily taken aback, and then, with a tone laced with mockery, they remarked, "Oh, I thought it was someone significant.
Turns out it is the tenacious Miss Meng. Still pursuing Shin Quebec. So, are you not chasing after your fiancé today? Or perhaps he simply does not hold you in high regard?" Meng Zhiyi closed her eyes momentarily and let out a cold huff.
Suddenly, she rose to her feet, her gaze fixed with icy intensity on Miss Zhang and the others. Yet her words were directed at Lin Luoluo.
You, come here.
Lin Luoluo hesitated for a few seconds, anxious that her presence might bring trouble to Meng Zhiyi, and hurriedly informed Miss Zhang and the others, "I will step out with you." However, just as she intended to leave, her collar was abruptly seized by someone. Meng Zhiyi tugged at her clothing, drawing the individuals towards the inner space, while she positioned herself before Miss Zhang, her gaze sharp and penetrating. With a voice as frigid as ice, she commanded, "Repeat what you just said." The palpable chill emanating from Meng Zhiyi instilled a profound sense of trepidation in Miss Zhang and her companions, causing their hearts to quiver with fear.
One among them stammered. Is it not true? The entire school is aware of your affairs, are we not permitted to speak of it? Moreover, we have come in search of Lin Luoluo. What concern is it of yours?
Meng Zhiyi coldly curled the corners of her lips and slightly tilted her head, saying, "You disturbed my sleep."
I have a rather bad temper. You can either leave on your own or...
As she spoke, she reached for the textbook on the table,
rolling it up with a clear intention of taking action. I will personally escort you out. Chapter 25, The First Encounter with Second Brother.
Meng Zhiyi's demeanor did not suggest she was jesting. She rhythmically tapped the rolled-up book against her palm, her piercing gaze fixed upon the group before her as she counted down. With class time drawing near, students began to settle into their seats,
casting curious glances in this direction.
The girl trailing behind Miss Zhang surveyed the surroundings, then leaned in to whisper something in her ear. As if she had found a means of retreat, Miss Zhang shot a defiant glare at Lin Luoluo, who stood behind Meng Zhiyi, before issuing a warning and departing with her entourage in an air of arrogance.
Meng Zhiyi let out a cold chuckle,
then carelessly tossed the book in her hand onto the table and resumed her position, lying down once more.
Lin Luoluo watched in a state of bewilderment,
wishing to express her gratitude for the timely rescue, but upon seeing Meng Zhiyi directly succumb to sleep, she hesitated to disturb her.
With no other option,
Lin Luoluo remained seated beside her.
In the original narrative, Meng Zhiyi's academic performance was lackluster, and she rarely attended class, often absent for the majority of the lesson.
The teachers turned a blind eye to her truancy, not to mention her habitual napping in class. Today, however, the professor was absent for some reason, and a student of his had taken over the lecture. As the class bell rang to signal the end, Meng Zhiyi slowly lifted her head. Rubbing her eyes, she caught sight of the textbook Lin Luoluo had brought for her and murmured a soft thank you. Lin Luoluo, taken aback by the unexpected gratitude, quickly waved her hands in response, saying, "No need for thanks." Meng Zhiyi languidly opened her book, just presenting an image of intent to engage in class, when a voice laced with sarcasm emanated from the podium. "Ah, our school's internet celebrity heiress has finally graced us with her presence. Are you perhaps planning to turn over a new leaf and dedicate yourself to your studies?" The underlying hostility in the classmates' words towards Meng Zhiyi was unmistakable. Meeting her derisive gaze, Meng Zhiyi merely curled the corner of her lips and promptly closed her book, leaning back slightly. She scrutinized her adversary, who appeared to be in her 20s, stylishly attired and adorned with numerous designer brands, yet she paled in comparison to the original Meng Zhiyi. Although she held no particular fascination for luxury brands, it was apparent that the labels this girl wore were among the least prestigious. What intrigued Meng Zhiyi was that, despite being a few years older than Shinkei, this girl had encountered him numerous times during academic discussions, owing to her association with a reputable professor. It was reasonable to assume she harbored some feelings for him. Today, Meng Zhiyi had intended to respect her instructor by attending class, even if she was not fond of studying. However, with someone deliberately provoking her, she could hardly let the opportunity slip by, especially since she had a mission to accomplish at this school. With this in mind, she flashed a faint smile and said in a light-hearted tone, "So, you're just one of Shinkei's many female admirers?" "What can I say? I was simply fortunate enough to be born into the right family, effortlessly becoming his rightful fiancée. According to your logic, rather than mocking me here, you might as well bury yourself in your studies, striving to find academic topics to discuss with Shin Quebec. Who knows, perhaps he might remember your name." "What nonsense are you spouting?" The girl, struck at her core, reacted like a wildcat whose tail had been stepped on, immediately becoming defensive. In stark contrast to her outburst, Meng Zhiyi remained composed, her demeanor radiating cheerfulness. She chuckled lightly, her tone akin to that of a friendly chat, and continued, "What's the matter? Liking someone is nothing to be ashamed of. Moreover, Shinkei is indeed exceptional, his lineage, talent, appearance, intellect, and capabilities are beyond reproach. Your admiration only highlights how remarkable my fiancé is. I certainly won't devour you for it, will I?" She had anticipated that she would endure this encounter silently, just as she had in the past. But never did she expect to humiliate her adversary in front of the entire class. "Why the silence? You were quite the talker a moment ago. Have I struck a nerve, leaving you embarrassed?" Aside from her mission, Meng Zhiyi typically abided by the principle of not provoking others unless provoked. Yet, since she had been challenged, she saw no reason to accept any affront. Crossing her legs with an air of nonchalance and defiance, she continued, "Tell me. The professor assigned you to substitute teach, and your sole responsibility is to fulfill that task. Why must you seek to provoke me? You can't outtalk me. Nor can you compare your lineage to mine. Aside from your academic prowess, what else do you possess? Is it merely the low-end brands you scavenged from the second-hand market? Wouldn't you agree?" Meng Zhiyi ruthlessly tore apart the last vestiges of the girl's dignity, just as she had countless times in the past, leaving the original owner in a state of humiliation. In the past, the original owner's grievances were of no concern to her. But now that she had assumed control of this body, no one would dare to trample on her. Standing on the podium, the girl felt the piercing gaze of her classmates, akin to being pricked by thorns. She bit her lip tightly, enduring the overwhelming embarrassment for a moment, but ultimately succumbed and fled through the door. Noticing the girl's hasty departure, Meng Zhiyi let out a disinterested scoff. "If all goes as expected, my second brother should make his entrance soon. I am rather curious about what sort of surprise he will bring on our first meeting." Indeed. As Meng Zhiyi anticipated, the girl embellished the earlier incident and reported it to her professor. Coincidentally, this professor was fiercely protective, and before long, the matter reached Meng Yang. When Meng Zhiyi was summoned to the office, the atmosphere inside resembled a tribunal. His appearance bore a resemblance to Meng Zhiyi, yet his demeanor was distinctly different. In contrast to her domineering elder brother and forensic brother, Meng Yang exuded an air of humility and fragility. Meng Zhiyi gazed at her elder brother, whom she was meeting for the first time, her eyes filled with scrutiny. It must be said that the Meng family's genes are quite remarkable among the children. Each excels in their respective fields, leaving only the original owner as an underachiever. Teacher Meng, everyone is here, please share your thoughts. The speaker was an elderly man in his 50s, with a few sparse strands of hair atop his head, adorned with a pair of thick, old-fashioned spectacles. Dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, and bearing a stern expression. Meng Yang's expression was indifferent as he glanced at Meng Zhiyi, a barely noticeable flicker of displeasure crossing his gaze. To be precise, it wasn't merely dislike, it was loathing. Chapter 26, Meng Yang's disdain increased by 2 points. Meng Yang disregarded Professor Zhao's earlier comments and turned his attention to Meng Zhiyi. His tone remained calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. As indifferent as if the individual before him bore no relation to himself. Indeed, this was precisely the sentiment residing within him. Meng Zhiyi was not the least bit surprised by Meng Yang's demeanor, rather, she felt a sense of relief. At last, there is finally a semblance of normalcy. Suddenly, a voice broke through the silence, catching Meng Yang off guard. He swiftly scanned the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on the reticent Meng Zhiyi. The internal dialogue continued. Is merely dropping out too lenient? Given the extent of Meng Yang's disdain for me? One would expect him to find a pretext for outright expulsion. After all, having a sister burdened with such negative notoriety must significantly impact his prospects. Meng Yang gazed at her for a considerable time, swiftly processing the revelations he had just encountered, before confirming the heartfelt sentiments expressed by Meng Zhiyi. He steadied his mind, his slender fingers gripping a pen to mask the subtle fluctuations of his emotions. There was no time to ponder how he suddenly perceived Meng Zhiyi's innermost thoughts, as she had already begun to speak. Why do you not protect me? You are my second elder brother, my family, yet your support pales in comparison to that of a mere teacher. Upon hearing this, Professor Zhao felt an inexplicable swell of pride and straightened his posture. Meng Zhiyi, having finally encountered a reasonable task objective, naturally seizes the opportunity to undertake the assignment. Since the others have proven unfit, she decides to begin with Meng Yang. As a professor, you would threaten my expulsion over such a trivial matter? Truly pathetic. After all those years of study, it seems the knowledge has nearly settled in the depths of ignorance. Do you not comprehend the familial principle of mutual support? The notion of my expulsion is utterly unfathomable. Should you refuse to assist me in seeking justice, I shall promptly create a scene, accusing you of betraying your own sister by siding with outsiders. Alternatively, I could proclaim your academic misconduct. Meng Zhiyi concluded her speech with a triumphant flourish, raising her chin with a sense of superiority directed at Meng Yang. I refuse to believe that someone as proud as Meng Yang could endure what I just said. The path has been laid out, you would do well to follow it. Professor Zhao and the students nearby were rendered speechless by Meng Zhiyi's remarks. They had merely come to request an apology for one of his female students. Little did they expect to witness such a spectacle. Professor Zhao cast a glance at Meng Zhiyi, silently contemplating that she was indeed as the rumors suggested. Meng Yang took a silent breath. He did not deny that had these words been spoken by Meng Zhiyi earlier, they would have undoubtedly provoked his ire. However, upon hearing Meng Zhiyi's heartfelt sentiments, his astute mind immediately sensed the underlying discord. Meng Zhiyi was fully prepared to face criticism, and she continued to cultivate animosity. What asked the point of explaining? Everything was quite normal just a moment ago, why has it suddenly turned abnormal? I am truly exasperated, can't it be like before? Where all the blame was indiscriminately placed upon me. Why? It's one thing for the few in my family to be problematic. But how is it that even Meng Yang has encountered issues? Meng Yang listened silently, uncertain whether he had erred. Yet he was certain that his sister before him harbored some issues. With her antics, he found himself devoid of the inclination to address the matters of the day. Merely offering a verbal apology to Professor Zhao's student. Just as the situation seemed poised for resolution, Meng Zhiyi was as restless as a cat on a hot tin roof. Why should he apologize? Was he not worthy? Why should he submit to her?
Knowing what had transpired, he simply offered an apology? Was he not cold and aloof with his own sister? Why then, in the presence of others, did he adopt such a subservient demeanor? Meng Zhiyi, I truly look down upon you. Be silent. At last, Meng Zhiyi could no longer contain himself and uttered a low reprimand. Meng Zhiyi felt a surge of joy in her heart. Finally, she has scolded me. Meng Zhiyi's temples throbbed, reaffirming his belief that his sister had lost her mind. Meng Zhiyi continued to express her thoughts. Why should I remain silent? They insult me. And you join in the derision. What do you take me for? If you possess any semblance of dignity, you ought to stand tall and demand an apology from her. Meng Zhiyi found himself suffering from a headache due to his sister's incessant chatter, realizing for the first time just how loquacious she could be. I asked you to explain. Yet you remain utterly silent. How am I to address this? He said through clenched teeth. How you choose to handle it is of no concern to me. That is your affair, not mine to ponder. All I know is that you do not stand up for me, allowing others to bully me. And you shamefully bow your head before them. Meng Zhiyi was determined to be a nuisance, vowing to intensify Meng Zhiyi's disdain for her. Indeed, amidst her antics, the system's voice resonated in her mind. Ding, the system has detected a task progress. Meng Zhiyi's disdain value has increased by 2 points. This announcement was, without a doubt, music to Meng Zhiyi's ears. After several days of setbacks, she could not contain her excitement and burst into laughter. The three individuals present, taken aback by her sudden outburst, collectively assumed she had lost her mind. Professor Zhao's expression turned awkward as he discreetly gestured to his student, prompting both to concoct an excuse to leave. Once outside the office, Professor Zhao whispered to his student, advising him to avoid provoking her and to steer clear if they encountered her on the way. No sooner had he spoken than they looked up to find Shinkei waiting outside. The girl immediately brightened, adopting a coy demeanor. Shinkei, what brings you here? Professor Zhao swiftly masked his embarrassment, greeting him with a smile. Shinkei feigned ignorance of their previous conversation and nodded lightly, stating, I'm here to pick up my girlfriend for dinner. Oh, you're picking up your girlfriend? Wait, girlfriend? Professor Zhao, who often interacted with Shinkei, was astonished. I had no idea you were in a relationship. Be sure to bring her around for me to meet. Almost immediately, Meng Zhiyi's voice chimed in from behind. No need to wait for another day, she can meet you right now. Meng Zhiyi approached Shinkei with a smile, linking her arm with his. She tilted her head provocatively towards the girl and declared, Indeed, not only am I his girlfriend, but I am also his fiancée. Professor Zhao stared blankly at Shinkei and blurted out, Are you being threatened? Chapter 27, Ultimately, Beauty Leads One Astray. The meaning of this statement was clear to all. However, the girl, who had been standing behind him, felt as though her world had collapsed upon hearing Shinkei acknowledge Meng Zhiyi as his girlfriend. She looked at the two of them, standing intimately together, in disbelief. When did you get together with her? Shinkei did not recognize this individual. Nor did he have any impression of her. After exchanging a brief greeting with Professor Zhao, he left with Meng Zhiyi. Watching their retreating figures, Professor Zhao wore an expression of regret, as if lamenting that a good cabbage had been trampled by a pig, shaking his head as he muttered, Ultimately, beauty leads one astray. The girl, in a daze, recalled how not long ago she had ridiculed Meng Zhiyi, only to find herself the true fool. Setting aside the changes in Meng Zhiyi, what bewildered him most was the realization that he could hear her innermost thoughts. At one point, he even considered that it was merely an auditory hallucination brought on by jet lag and lack of rest. Yet, recalling her thoughts about her elder brother and third brother, Meng Zhiyi had a vague suspicion and promptly dialed Meng Zhiyi's number. Moments later, the call connected. Meng Zhiyi murmured in acknowledgement before voicing his perplexity, elder brother. Have you recently noticed that Meng Zhiyi seems somewhat different? Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi on the other end of the line fell silent for a few seconds. And then the sound of him dismissing those nearby could be heard. Meng Zhiyi realized that the words they were about to speak must remain unheard. And the conjecture in his heart became increasingly distinct. Meng Zhiyi, have you seen my younger sister? When did you see her? My younger sister? Meng Zhiyi was somewhat taken aback. Meng Yang rubbed his temples and remarked, I just encountered her. She berated Professor Zhao's student, and subsequently, they reported the incident to me. On the other end of the line, Meng Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his voice as he inquired, and then? Did she offer no explanation at all, instead resorting to uttering words that would infuriate anyone? At the mention of this, Meng Yang felt a surge of indignation, reiterating the scathing remarks made by Meng Zhiyi.
You cannot imagine, she truly does not relent until she has driven someone to the brink of exasperation.
Meng Zhiyi, did you initially inquire about her circumstances and the truth of the matter?
Meng Yang fell silent, recalling that initially he had not sought clarification but had instead hastily concluded that she was in the wrong. Noticing his silence, Meng Zhiyi turned her chair to face the floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing at the architecture beyond, and spoke in a contemplative tone, consider the situation from another's perspective. If you were in my position, how would you feel if a verdict was rendered without granting you the opportunity to explain? Meng Yang remained silent. Meng Zhiyi spoke earnestly, second brother. Little sister may not be as she appears on the surface. Many matters require your own careful discernment. Upon hearing this, Meng Yang furrowed his brow and uncertainly inquired.
Elder brother, you cannot also hear Meng Zhiyi's innermost thoughts, can you? At this utterance, Meng Zhiyi fell silent. After a few moments, he asked, did you also hear it? Yes, I thought it was just an illusion, Meng Yang replied, now completely certain it was not mere hallucination. If you can hear it, then you must have also perceived some truths about yourself, such as what your ultimate fate may be. Meng Yang was somewhat perplexed. What about me? I didn't hear anything.
I only heard her mention that there was finally someone normal, and something about wanting to provoke me.
I didn't catch that at all.
Perhaps I suggest you engage with my younger sister more often, you may discover something far more intriguing. Meng Zhiyi refrained from directly revealing the fate he had gleaned from the whispers of his heart, opting instead to playfully nudge Meng Yang towards opening the doors to a new world.
With a heart full of questions, Meng Yang ended the call. However,
he dismissed his elder brother's advice and had no intention of reaching out to Meng Zhiyi.
After all, he had never paid attention to her before,
and he saw no reason to change that now. Meanwhile, Meng Zhiyi accompanied Qinkei to the school cafeteria. Having received a breakthrough in her tasks from Meng Yang, her spirits were high, and she hummed a cheerful tune from time to time.
Why were you called to the office? Qinkei inquired as he settled down, scanning his phone to place an order.
Because I scolded your admirer, Meng Zhiyi replied, her chin resting on her hand. A teasing glint in her eyes as she regarded Qinkei raised an eyebrow and gazed at Meng Zhiyi with an unflinching demeanor, responding with calm rationality. Do not allow insignificant individuals to embroil you in discomfort.
Are you concerned for me, or for yourself and the trouble I may bring? Meng Zhiyi countered.
He swiftly continued.
Because we are a couple.
Meng Zhiyi clicked her tongue, naturally disbelieving Qinkei's words. How eloquent, yet it merely reflected a desire to preserve face. Hey! If you tell me not to act, I shall insist. As long as my dislike value remains unfulfilled for a day, I will create turmoil for you all.
Fortunately, Meng Yang remained rational. His dislike value had even increased today, otherwise, the foolishness of this group would have driven her to madness.
Qinkei seemed accustomed to her internal monologue and refrained from further comment. After placing their orders, the cafeteria gradually filled with life.
It was rare to witness the school's prominent figures together, and the presence of these two high-profile individuals inevitably sparked gossip among the onlookers. At this moment, a photo of Qinkei dining with Meng Zhiyi had already surfaced on the school gossip forum. No way? Is this real? Am I seeing things? How did these two end up dining together? Is there a class representative to explain this? I haven't been online for just 2 days, and they've become an item? Come on, how could someone like Qinkei possibly be interested in a frivolous girl like Meng Zhiyi? It's obvious she's the one shamelessly pursuing him. Exactly.
Meng Zhiyi has been without shame for quite some time, there's no need to make a fuss about it.
However, as the comments veered off course, someone posted another screenshot. It was Qinkei's social media update. The first and only post showcased a profile picture of a girl, her side face illuminated by sunlight, exuding an enchanting aura, accompanied by a succinct caption, "Girlfriend." The poster tagged the earlier commenter who had disparaged Meng Zhiyi, stating, "Come on, speak up. Who's being shameless now?
The principal himself has officially announced it. If you disagree, let's debate. Chapter 28, Inquisition. Shin Kei's personal announcement regarding his relationship with Meng Zhiyi swiftly circulated throughout the campus network, garnering attention even from those who typically shunned gossip. The news even reached societal entertainment outlets, primarily due to the prominent status of the Shin and Meng families in the capital.
Unbeknownst to the two involved, they continued to enjoy their meal in tranquility. Soon, the news of Shin Kei's announcement reached Song Wei's ears. Initially, she dismissed it as mere gossip until she witnessed Shin Kei's social media post with her own eyes. With a crash, the cup she held slipped from her grasp, shattering on the floor and spilling water everywhere. Wei, what's wrong? Ding Yu approached, concerned. Just as she spoke, her gaze fell upon Song Wei's phone, where she immediately spotted Shin Kei's post. How is this possible? Ding Yu gasped. She leaned closer, grasping Song Wei's hand to get a better look. The photo depicted Meng Zhiyi, radiant and ethereal, her focused demeanor captivating enough to stir even the heart of a woman. Yet, Ding Yu quickly regained her composure, scrutinizing the image repeatedly until she reluctantly accepted its authenticity. Worry etched on her face, she gently reassured Song Wei. This must be something Meng Zhiyi concocted using Shin Kei's phone. Wei, don't believe it. Upon hearing this, Song Wei forced a smile. Do you truly think that's possible? Shin Kei would never hand his phone to her. Ding Yu opened her mouth, realizing that while it was Song Wei who harbored feelings for Shin Kei, she was more anxious than the person directly involved. You know what Meng Zhiyi is like. Someone as proud as Shin Kei could never be interested in a worthless fool. There must be some misunderstanding. Song Wei bit her lip, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Meng Zhiyi while struggling to keep her emotions in check. She turned off her phone, even though she knew it was unlikely, still clinging to the hope that the post was a result of Meng Zhiyi secretly using Shin Kei's phone. Meanwhile, in the school cafeteria, Meng Zhiyi was busily tapping away on Shin Kei's phone, exclaiming, "How could you post this photo? I'm not even made up or dressed up, it's utterly unflattering." Shin Kei, sitting beside her, sipped his water, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he listened to her relentless critiques of her own official announcement photo. They resembled a loving couple, with her in a playful uproar and him merely amused by her antics. Meng Zhiyi spoke as she opened her camera and snapped a few selfies. She then returned the phone to Shin Kei, declaring with a hint of pride, "Next time, use these pictures I took." "Alright," Shin Kei responded, complying with her request. Noticing Shin Kei's constant acquiescence, Meng Zhiyi felt as though her efforts fell upon soft cotton, leaving her unable to exert herself. Thus, she decided to take a more measured approach. Shin Kei inquired, "Did you not sleep well?" "Indeed, I spent the entire night thinking of you," Meng Zhiyi replied, narrowing her eyes and smiling playfully, her tone teasing, "I long for my boyfriend's kisses, hugs, and to be lifted high." Meng Zhiyi initially intended to tease him, but upon hearing his words, she pouted and replied, "Then perhaps it's better to let it go, otherwise, if I miss something significant, my grandmother will say I lack understanding." Shin Kei smiled gently, rose to his feet, and took her hand, saying, "Nothing holds greater importance than a girlfriend." Meng Zhiyi immediately declined, saying, No. We have plenty of time ahead of us, there's no need to rush." Observing her timid demeanor, Shin Kei found her somewhat endearing. In the study, the old matriarch of the Shin family, wearing reading glasses, stood by the desk, her head bowed as she perused documents. Upon entering, Shin Kei noticed her making a shushing gesture, realizing that the phone on the desk was engaged in a call. A man's voice came through, "Old madam. It seems that the red ghost has entered the country." The old matriarch responded, "Can we ascertain his exact whereabouts?" The man replied, "Currently, it is somewhat difficult. He is very cunning and constantly alters his identity." The old matriarch instructed, "Continue to monitor him and ensure we know his precise location." The man acknowledged and the call ended. Hearing this, Shin Kei's expression turned grave. "Is he targeting Song Wei?" The old matriarch replied, "It's highly likely, considering the involvement of her parents in past events." Shin Kei fell silent for a few seconds before suggesting, "Then I shall assign more people to follow her closely." The old matriarch nodded and added, "Just delegate these matters and maintain some distance from her to avoid any misunderstandings on Yi's part." In the past, whenever his grandmother mentioned Meng Zhiyi, Shin Kei would dismiss it casually.
The old matriarch looked up in surprise, gazing at him with curiosity.
Have you had an epiphany?
Shin-kei replied, I want to see for myself. After all, a girl whom grandmother holds in such high regard must possess her own merits.
Upon hearing this,
the old matriarch joyfully approached him, excitedly patting him on the back. You rascal, trust your grandmother, she won't lead you astray.
She is a wonderful child.
Shin-kei had always been puzzled by how his grandmother, having only met Meng Zhiyi a few times, could be so fond of her.
However,
he decided not to inquire directly but rather to explore this mystery on his own. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted Song-wei alighting from a taxi. Shin-kei paid her no mind, intending to walk away when she called out to him.
Shin-kei, wait. Song-wei hurried over, attempting to grasp his hand. What is it?
Shin-kei halted and sidestepped her reach. His handsome face bore no expression, his gaze cold as he regarded her.
Song-wei believed she had grown accustomed to Shin-kei's frigid demeanor. Yet, recalling his demeanor towards Meng Zhiyi earlier that day, a pang of heartache struck her. She gazed at him with longing, fighting back tears as she stammered, Is that post on your moments true? Why?
Shin-kei raised his eyes, his expression puzzled.
Why her? Song-wei pressed on. Shin-kei asked, What does it have to do with you? Frustrated by his indifference, Song-wei retorted, We've known each other since childhood. I've liked you for as long as I can remember.
Shin-kei, I refuse to believe you are unaware of this.
Moreover, do not forget, our parents had an agreement.
I feel it necessary to clarify something, Shin-kei stated, finally turning to face her. However, this made her even more anxious. Just as she realized what he was about to say and prepared to interrupt, it was too late.
Song-wei, aside from sharing a roof, we have no relationship whatsoever. The agreement your parents made was nullified 3 years ago by your own choice.
Therefore, at this moment, you have no standing to question me.
Neither the Shin family nor I owe you anything.
Chapter 29, Move out of the Shin house next month. Shin-kei's words caused Song-wei to take a step back. Her expression shifting from infatuation to embarrassment. Unable to find a rebuttal, she stared intently at him, her nails digging into her palms.
The atmosphere plummeted to an icy silence. Neither of them willing to speak.
At that moment, Shin-kei's phone chimed. He opened it in front of Song-wei, revealing a voice message from Meng Zhiyi.
Checking in. The brief yet clear message shattered the stillness.
Soon after, another voice message from Meng Zhiyi followed.
Tinged with irritation, Are you trying to fatten me up so you can discard me later?
Shin-kei replied, I recall a place with excellent sliced meat.
Very well then. Since you are so insistent, I suppose I shall indulge a little.
Make it slightly spicy with plenty of cilantro, thank you.
At that moment,
Meng Zhiyi's voice pierced through Song-wei's heart like a dagger. Shin-kei looked up, his gaze indifferent as he addressed her, If you have no pressing matters,
stay at school and refrain from wandering about.
With that, he turned and got into his car, leaving no room for Song-wei to respond.
In the night,
Song-wei stood rooted to the spot like a wooden post, her eyes fixed on the direction Shin-kei's car had departed, even though it had long vanished from sight. The old matriarch stood at the second-floor window, her expression stern as she observed Song-wei, recalling the moment she had intercepted Shin-Quebec. This Song-wei truly is insatiable. Attempting to summon her here, the old matriarch remarked with a hint of irritation to the butler beside her. Very well, I shall attend to it immediately.
The butler acknowledged and descended the stairs. Before long, Song-wei was brought into the living room by the butler. Grandmother, you summoned me? At this moment,
Song-wei's expression had softened, her hands clasped demurely in front of her, she appeared every bit the obedient granddaughter.
Unbeknownst to her,
the old matriarch had already seen through her pretense but chose not to expose it. The old matriarch, focused on feeding the turtle in the aquarium, inquired without looking up.
You are 19 this year, correct? Yes, my birthday is next month, Song-wei replied.
The old matriarch continued, Then according to our agreement, upon turning 19,
you are to leave the Shin household. Upon hearing this, Song-wei abruptly lifted her head, a flicker of unease in her eyes. Are you sending me away, grandmother?
The old matriarch raised her gaze, her seasoned eyes filled with authority, starkly contrasting her warmth towards Meng Zhiyi.
Song-wei's complexion paled as she bit her lip, unable to meet the old matriarch's stare.
The old matriarch discarded her tweezers and moved to sit on a nearby sofa, her voice growing colder.
What? After residing in the Shen household for a few years, do you truly believe you are a part of this family? However,
the old matriarch was not inclined to stop there. She continued, your parents indeed had an agreement with young K's parents, but those are matters of the past. 3 years ago, your uncle, Song Zhaojing, gave you a choice, 30 million or the marriage contract.
You should remember your decision well, should you not? Mentioning this caused Song Wei's complexion to drain further.
Aside from the Shen family and herself, no one knew that before Meng Zhiyi.
She had been the one engaged to Shen Quebec.
However, she had single-handedly destroyed that bond.
Back then, Song Wei was too confident, believing that even without the engagement,
she could make Shen Ke fall in love with her.
Yet, shortly after making that decision, the old matriarch personally arranged the engagement between Shen Ke and Meng Zhiyi. Seeing Song Wei remain silent, the old matriarch lost her patience. She waved her hand, issuing a final decree, then it will be next month, once your birthday passes.
You shall move out of the Shen household.
Having spoken, the elderly matriarch, Madame Shen, rose to ascend the stairs for a moment of respite. Throughout the exchange, Song Wei remained silent, her heart brimming with resentment towards the old woman.
Once the parlor was devoid of company, she gradually lifted her gaze, shadows lurking in her eyes. It seemed she had resolved something deep within, casting a venomous glance towards the staircase before finally departing. Meanwhile, upstairs, the steward served Madame Shen a soothing cup of tea. His tone laced with concern.
Madam, do you not think it unwise to dismiss her so abruptly? Madame Shen replied, I am aware it may be inappropriate. Yet allowing her to remain within the Shen household would be far more so. Is it Miss Meng you are worried about?
The steward inquired. She shook her head. Her expression grave as she remarked, "Ee is the least of my concerns, my apprehension lies with Shao Quebec concurrently, beneath the dormitory building of the school."
In a tranquil pavilion,
Meng Zhiyi wore a sullen expression, her voice laced with arrogance, "I do not eat scallions, only cilantro."
Why have you added so much? Remove them, or I shall be quite upset.
With that, she crossed her arms and glared, though inwardly she felt a sense of triumph.
Shen Ke,
I wonder how long you can endure this. Then you may enjoy the meat pie while you wait, Shen Ke replied softly,
gently placing the meat pie in Meng Zhiyi's hands before diligently picking the scallions out of his bowl.
Meng Zhiyi held a meat pie in her hand. Furrowing her brow as she gazed at Shen Ke with an expression of exasperation.
Do children from affluent families maintain such emotional stability? This is utterly hopeless. At this rate, I shall complete the task in the year of the monkey. Why is this 3% of aversion so arduous to achieve? It shouldn't be. Where exactly have I gone wrong?
While Shen Ke picked at the scallions, he listened to Meng Zhiyi's mutterings, his eyes betraying a barely perceptible indulgence.
His initial intention had merely been to delve into Meng Zhiyi's secrets, prompting him to play along in this charade. However, as he interacted with her,
Shen Ke discovered that she was not as insufferable as she appeared, rather, upon hearing her innermost thoughts, a charming contrast emerged, rendering her somewhat endearing.
I am on the verge of starvation, could you possibly hasten your pace? Meng Zhiyi resolved to persevere.
Shen Ke reassured her, it will be over soon.
Just hold on a little longer.
Before long, the scallions in the bowl had been entirely picked clean by him, leaving Meng Zhiyi frustrated as she futilely searched with her chopsticks for even a trace to continue the banter with Shen Quebec. Faced with this,
she felt disheartened and reluctantly gave up.
As she ran, her thoughts were in turmoil.
This won't do, given the current situation, I must alter my strategy. My retirement life, my 3 billion, my money. Ah!
Wailing, Shen Ke remained behind, tidying up the table, and upon hearing Meng Zhiyi's lamentations,
he could not help but let out a light chuckle.
He disposed of the trash, wiped his hands with a wet napkin, and gazed towards the dormitory, murmuring, 3 billion.
So this is your reward for the task? Meanwhile, after leaving the Shen residence, Song Wei hurried to a certain neighborhood. This was the place where she had purchased a house with part of the 30 million she had taken from the Shens. Song Zhaojing, now 48 years old, had been spoiled by his parents in his youth, leading to a life of laziness and indulgence in online games. After the incident that befell Song Wei's parents, the Song family lost their financial support, and Song Zhaojing's incompetence led to the death of his elderly parents from distress. After which he turned to the fostered Song Wei at the Shen household. His arrival became a pivotal moment in the transformation of Song Wei's fate. Like Shin Kei, Song Wei's parents were special operations personnel, often engaged in extraordinary missions.
They sacrificed their lives during a counter-terrorism operation, entrusting their young daughter to their friends and comrades. The Shin couple, who took her in until she reached adulthood.
However, after causing the demise of his parents, Song Zhaojing, in desperation, sought out Song Wei,
inciting her to abandon her engagement with Shin Kei in favor of claiming her parents' compensation. After obtaining 30 million from the Shin family, Song Zhaojing continued his leisurely lifestyle.
Meanwhile,
the Shins, adhering to their agreement, allowed Song Wei to stay until she turned 19.
Go on, to the left, there's one peeking out. Song Wei's reverie was interrupted by Song Zhaojing's voice. She pushed the door open and entered, only to be met with a dimly lit room where her uncle sat at the computer, engrossed in a game. She fumbled to find the light switch. The moment the lights flickered on, a wave of anger surged through her at the sight before her. The spacious living room was cluttered with garbage and takeout boxes, and the air was thick with the stench of decaying food. Once the lights illuminated the space, Song Zhaojing noticed her presence. As long as you marry him, I can enjoy the latter half of my life. Chapter 30, Can you just die already? His words ignited Song Wei's fury. She grabbed a piece of trash from the floor and hurled it at Song Zhaojing, releasing all the grievances she had endured at the Shin household that night, yelling, Can you just die already? If it weren't for you, how could I have been driven out by the Shins? The foul-smelling refuse struck him, and he immediately erupted in rage, slamming his mouse down as he approached her. His expression twisted with malice, he raised his hand and slapped her. The sharp crack of the slap echoed, leaving Song Wei reeling, her ears ringing and her head spinning. You're useless, unable to even handle a man. Yet you come here throwing a fit? He scolded through gritted teeth. Now look, not only are you ungrateful, but you also blame me. Covering her face, Song Wei lifted her eyes to glare at her uncle, filled with resentment. What are you looking at? Instead of acting tough here, why don't you think of how to capture Shin Kei, your golden ticket? Your parents' compensation is nearly gone, if you don't want to end up on the streets. You better act quickly. At his words, Song Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. 30 million, and you spent it all in such a short time? That's my parents' compensation, not yours. No sooner had she finished speaking than a second slap landed. Your parents were my brother and sister-in-law, their compensation is mine. What right do you, a worthless girl, have to claim that money? Song Wei bit her lip, the resentment towards her uncle erupting within her. It's mine. It belongs to me. Give the money back, do you hear me? This house was bought with my money, you have no right to stay here. Get out. Her voice was sharp, hands flailing as she attempted to tear Song Zhaojing away. But in an instant, he seized her hair and shoved her against the wall. Have you got a death wish? You little brat? As he prepared to teach her a lesson, Song Wei struggled, causing his clothing to become disheveled, the buttons of his shirt unexpectedly coming undone. Being tall, Song Zhaojing looked down to see a glimpse of her fair skin and the shadow of her curves. In that moment, a surge of blood rushed through him. His previously furious gaze was gradually veiled by lust. He gripped Song Wei's shoulders tightly, pressing her against the wall, while his other hand lowered, attempting to lift her skirt. Is it because you lack experience that you can't handle Shin Kei? If that is the case, then let your uncle teach you well today. His voice was like a whisper from a demon, and Song Wei's anger swiftly transformed into profound fear. What are you going to do? She exclaimed in terror. With a derisive snort, Song Zhaojing replied, What do you think? I'm going to teach you how to serve a man, so you can please Shin Kei as well. As he spoke, his foul hands began to caress her thigh. The close proximity filled her nostrils with the unbearable stench of him. Gritting her teeth against the nausea, she pushed back vehemently, Song Zhaojing, you bastard. I am your niece, how can you do this to me? Niece? What does that matter? As long as you don't have children, it's all good, better to let someone else benefit from you than not enjoy it at all. Xiao Wei. You need to learn well, this will help you. Song Zhaojing uttered inhuman words, his hands growing more urgent. After all, Song Wei bore a striking resemblance to her mother, whom he had once fantasized about. Now, faced with someone so similar, he lost all rationality. Song Wei was genuinely terrified.
She struggled and screamed with all her might.
Suddenly, a loud, urgent knocking at the door interrupted Song Xiaojing's actions. What is making such a racket at this hour? Can't people rest in peace? Can't you show a little decency?
A furious voice called from outside.
Seizing the opportunity, Song Wei broke free from Song Xiaojing's grasp.
She quickly composed herself and opened the door. I'm sorry, we'll be more mindful. Seeing that she was just a young girl, the person outside peered cautiously inside. However, Song Wei had only opened the door a crack, blocking the view of the unruly Song Xiaojing behind her.
Next time, keep it down.
If you disturb the peace again, I'll call the police.
Understood, we'll be careful.
Grateful to the neighbor who knocked, Song Wei felt relieved. Without him, she might have fallen victim to her uncle's vile intentions.
Thus, she bore no resentment towards the man's warning. Once he left, she swiftly exited, denying Song Xiaojing another chance to commit his heinous acts.
Inside, Song Xiaojing, somewhat disappointed yet regaining a measure of reason, crossed his arms with a wicked grin as he watched her.
What a pity! Song Wei trembled with a mix of anger and fear. You beast!
She rasped, cursing him.
Yet, Song Xiaojing remained unfazed, chuckling with that same repugnant lust in his eyes. Upon witnessing this, Song Wei dared not linger any longer and swiftly turned to flee.
She dashed out of the community, only to realize that a light rain was falling from the sky.
Reflecting on the terrifying experience she had just endured,
coupled with the cold indifference shown by Shinkei that evening, feelings of resentment surged within her.
Meng Zhiyi, why did you have to appear and ruin everything for me?
If it weren't for you, I could have remained in the Shin household forever.
Meng Zhiyi. Meng Zhiyi. Song Wei muttered the name with clenched teeth. Achoo.
In her dormitory, Meng Zhiyi, already lying down, sneezed and turned over, rubbing her nose.
Who could be thinking of me at this hour?
She mumbled before drifting back into slumber. Ever since Shinkei publicly announced his relationship with Meng Zhiyi, the school had become accustomed to seeing the two of them arrive and depart together.
The onlookers, initially shocked, gradually accepted this undeniable reality.
Their once remote deity had been brought down from his pedestal by a mere simpleton. As she descended the stairs, she spotted Shinkei waiting by the roadside.
Simultaneously, the voices of Dingyu and Song Wei reached her ears. Oh my, looking so haggard. Even I can't help but feel a sense of pity.
It's no wonder Shinkei will face a burning inferno in pursuit of his wife, seeing Song Wei so distressed.
He remains utterly indifferent.
As Shinkei approached, he overheard Meng Zhiyi uttering yet more impractical sentiments. At that moment, Song Wei also lifted her gaze. Her eyes filled with a sense of grievance and sorrow directed at Shin Quebec.
As Meng Zhiyi's eyes darted, poised to utter something,
Shinkei had already anticipated her ensuing actions and took the initiative to grasp her hand. The ice cream I bought for you is melting, he remarked, pulling her along. Meng Zhiyi's attention was instantly diverted, yet she maintained her haughty demeanor. If it's ruined, buy me a new one.
This is your failure as my boyfriend, Shinkei replied. All right, I will buy you a new one.
Listening to their exchange, the last flicker of hope in Song Wei's eyes extinguished.
She lowered her gaze, a sinister glint flashing beneath, and turned to Dingyu beside her. Yeah, could you assist me?
Chapter 31, Indiscriminate Attack. Particularly after the events of last night, she was determined to escape Song Xiaojing.
Wei, how do you wish for me to help you?
Dingyu, who had always been Song Wei's devoted follower, seemed inexplicably enchanted.
Almost wholly subservient.
Song Wei concealed the malice in her eyes and grasped Dingyu's hand, saying, I recall you once mentioned knowing a brother from the underworld. Dingyu's eyes flickered, and with a shared glance, they instantly understood each other. On the other side, at the Meng residence, Shinkei drove Meng Zhiyi to her doorstep, intending to visit her parents, but he was stopped. Shinkei gazed at Meng Zhiyi for a few moments, then noticed the Meng family members who were already waiting inside. A cursory glance revealed that except for Meng Tinglan, who was still filming, everyone else was present.
According to the task Meng Zhiyi had mentioned, the entire Meng family was his objective. Such an intriguing performance was not to be missed.
Standing at the threshold, he thought, if I don't pay a visit,
uncle and aunt will think me impolite.
Ignoring Meng Zhiyi's silent protests, Shinkei turned off the engine, strode across the center console, and alighted from the passenger side.
His actions left Meng Zhiyi momentarily stunned. So what if he has long legs?
Shin Kei approached with a smile gracing his handsome face. Let us go. Meng Zhiyi gritted her teeth and cast a disdainful glare at him before striding ahead of him. At that moment, several members of the Meng family, who were stretching their necks to peer outside the living room, exchanged knowing glances upon seeing Meng Zhiyi enter alongside Shin Quebec. As Meng Zhiyi briskly stepped into the living room, her pace abruptly halted upon noticing the individuals seated on the sofa. There, in addition to her father and mother, all three of her elder brothers were present.
Meng Zhiyi. Why is everyone here? Aren't you all at work? Why is there no sense of responsibility as workers? Meng Zhiyi tugged at the corner of her mouth. I almost forgot, Meng Zhiyi is the boss himself.
However, she immediately donned an innocent smile, yet her words struck a chord deep within Meng Zhiyi's heart.
Does your company work on weekends, brother?
The employees are so pitiful, they have no time to spend with their families. Even on a day meant for rest, they have to work overtime.
How tragic. How could you do this, big brother?
At this point, Meng Zhiyi was left speechless.
Fearing that if he did not clarify soon,
he would be perceived as a heartless capitalist, he hastily interjected, Not at all, our company follows a 2-day weekend policy.
Only I have to work overtime.
Meng Zhiyi blinked her eyes and continued to speak with a hint of sarcasm, that brother is truly incompetent.
The employees can complete their tasks during working hours. Yet you still have to work overtime. Well, regardless, it seems that nothing will suffice. Meng Zhiyi chose to remain silent. Beside him, Meng Yanchuan watched the unfolding drama, relieved that he had not provoked Meng Zhiyi.
Just then, she spoke up, inquiring, Has the case from last time, handled by third brother,
been resolved? Meng Zhiyi gazed at Meng Yanchuan with a face full of sincerity and anticipation.
However, the very next moment, she heard, that third brother is truly irresponsible.
How could he abandon his post at such a crucial moment? Meng Yanchuan, is it possible to criticize this?
Before he could respond, Meng Zhiyi continued, as a forensic doctor, you ought to regard your workplace as your home, always prepared for duty. Meng Yanchuan opened his mouth, but upon catching a glimpse of Meng Zhiyi's gloating expression, he opted to remain silent.
With the example set by the two of them, Father Meng quickly picked up the newspaper, pretending to read, in an attempt to avoid making eye contact with Meng Zhiyi.
Meng's mother stirred the bird's nest in the crystal bowl, her gaze cast downward, avoiding her.
Meng Yang kept his head bowed, engrossed in his phone, as the atmosphere grew increasingly strange. There is definitely something amiss. Why are they all more anxious than I am?
Old man Meng is holding the newspaper upside down, and Ms. Meng is nearly turning her bird's nest soup into dough.
Then there's Meng Yang, whose phone screen remains dark.
The crowd felt rather awkward. Observing the escalating tension, Shin Kei, who had been silently standing beside Meng Zhiyi, finally broke the silence. Uncle Meng, Auntie.
Meng's father turned his grateful gaze towards Shin Kei,
expressing warmly, I was so engrossed in conversation with Zhiyi that I nearly overlooked your presence. Please, have a seat, let me have someone prepare tea for you. Meng's mother also conformed to the situation, saying, Little Kei seldom visits, last time, I didn't have the opportunity to properly entertain you.
Please stay for dinner today.
Shin Kei glanced at Meng Zhiyi beside him and then nodded, Then I shall not impose. Meng Mu, I shall not disturb, I shall not intrude.
Meng Zhiyi observed their swift change of expressions with a sense of disinterest, curling her lips in disdain.
I shall go upstairs to change my clothes, she declared. And with that, she left Shin Kei and ascended the stairs. Once she had departed, the others in the living room collectively exhaled in relief. Their gazes subsequently shifting to Shin Quebec. Meng's father looked at Shin Kei with a somewhat difficult expression and asked, Xiao Kei,
have you come this time to annul the engagement? Meng Mu then inquired, Has Zhiyi caused trouble again?
Shin Kei listened silently to their conversation and suddenly began to comprehend why Meng Zhiyi never provided explanations when incidents occurred.
For instance,
during the previous altercation with Professor Zhao's student, aside from her so-called mission, it seemed that Meng Zhiyi had lost trust in her family.
In their eyes, she would always be the one at fault.
Contemplating this, Shin Kei's gaze darkened slightly.
Really? Meng's father questioned, uncertain. Not long ago,
Shin Kei had already expressed his intention to withdraw from the engagement to the old lady Shun. Why had there been such a sudden change? Xiao Ke. Although this engagement was arranged by the old lady, we, as elders, are well aware of her true nature.
To be frank,
marrying her would indeed be a disservice to you. If you truly do not wish to proceed, I can personally visit the old lady Shen to discuss your situation thoroughly.
As Meng Zhiyi descended the stairs, she overheard several family members speaking ill of her.
Ah, how delightful. Apparently, when I am not around, they all conspire to malign me.
How dare they claim I am unworthy of Shen Ke?
They ought to have their eyesight examined.
I possess beauty and a commendable figure. How could I possibly be deemed unworthy?
It is clearly that insufferable boy Shen Ke who is taking advantage.
Humph. How infuriating. As if I hold him in high regard.
Once I complete my tasks, I shall promptly seek out 10 or 8 handsome suitors.
Shen Ke silently raised an eyebrow.
A flicker of inscrutable light dancing in his dark eyes.
Seek handsome suitors? That would depend on whether she had the opportunity. Chapter 32, A Reluctance for this batch of tasks. Upon hearing Meng Zhiyi's thoughts, those in the living room promptly fell silent. Meng's father cleared his throat,
his gaze flickering to the side in a display of uncertainty.
Shortly after, the sound of Meng Zhiyi descending the stairs reached their ears. Since everyone is present,
it is indeed the perfect opportunity to resolve everything at once. Before the gathered individuals could ponder the implications of Meng Zhiyi's thoughts, they found themselves caught in the moment.
Meng Zhiyi went straight to the point. Brother, there is a matter for which I need you to take charge. Deep within Meng Zhiyi, a sense of doubt lingered. Yet he maintained a facade of composure on the surface. What is the matter? Were you bullied at school? Unbeknownst to him,
Meng Zhiyi pouted and turned to Meng's mother, lamenting, the other night when I went to the hospital to have my cast changed,
I happened to encounter you with your female secretary.
Then someone took a photograph of us and spread rumors online that I was there for an abortion. That would have been tolerable, but somehow, mother learned of this incident without recognizing you in the picture. She then insisted that I kneel before Grandma Shen, without any regard for the truth. At this point, Meng Zhiyi feigned a few tears and continued, I know you all dislike me,
deeming me unsophisticated and less intelligent than my brothers, but this is too much.
After saying this, she turned and threw herself into Shen Ke's embrace, her heart heavy with grievances as she added, this matter has weighed on me for several days, I have been unable to sleep at night, burdened by sorrow.
Shen Ke, well aware that 90% of Meng Zhiyi's display was mere theatrics, gently offered his words of comfort. In contrast, Meng Zhiyi was in a state of utter exasperation, holding his forehead in distress. He had never anticipated that Meng Zhiyi would publicly disclose the incident of him taking his female secretary to the hospital in front of the entire family. If she was going to lodge a complaint, must she be so explicit and detailed?
Indeed, Meng's father and mother, along with his 2 brothers,
cast inquisitive glances in their direction.
Enduring their teasing looks, he mustered the courage to say, I have already explained this matter to mother. Meng Zhiyi lifted her head from Shen Ke's embrace, clutching his garment as she wiped her face with it.
You explained everything to mother, but what about me? Am I destined to be scolded and misunderstood? Shen Ke, who had a mild obsession with cleanliness, reacted with a look of dismay. The others simultaneously turned their gaze towards Meng's mother.
Meng Zhiyi gazed at Meng Zhiyi with a furrowed brow, troubled by her silence. He had hoped to glean her intentions from her innermost thoughts, yet she remained astonishingly quiet at that moment.
What do you wish to do? He asked,
steeling himself for her response.
Apologize. Meng Zhiyi's voice rang out brightly. Apologize to me. Ah, Madame Yuan, with such lofty pride,
had been married to her father for many years. Even during their quarrels, regardless of whether she was in the wrong, she had never conceded. The notion of her apologizing to her own daughter would be more unbearable than death itself.
Moreover, it was for a daughter she held in disdain. Thus, it was certain that such a demand would incite her wrath.
Indeed, when Meng Zhiyi declared her desire for an apology, Meng's mother's complexion darkened immediately.
Even Meng's father,
standing nearby, sensed the gravity of the situation.
You want me to apologize to you?
Meng's mother replied, her tone laced with indignation.
At that moment,
she had completely disregarded Meng Zhiyi's feelings, her gaze now filled with displeasure. Meng Zhiyi desired precisely this effect.
Continuing to stoke the flames, is it not appropriate to apologize when one has erred? Such a simple truth, and yet, does mother not comprehend it?
Her voice remained soft and melodious, yet the words she uttered could infuriate Meng Mu.
You truly possess remarkable audacity. I, as your mother, merely uttered a single remark.
And now you demand an apology from me.
Why do you not reflect upon your own actions, having caused so much turmoil in the past? What right do you have to speak in such a manner?
I am your mother. Even if misunderstandings arise, it is you who first instilled disappointment in me.
Meng Mu,
seemingly exasperated, completely cast aside her prior private agreement with her family and unleashed a torrent of scolding upon Meng Zhiyi.
The more furious she became, the more exhilarated Meng Zhiyi felt.
Observing that the atmosphere had reached her desired intensity, Meng Zhiyi pushed Shinkei aside. Meng Zhiyi's eyes glimmered with a frigid light, her heart filled with contempt.
In her youth, due to their negligence,
she was snatched away by human traffickers and subsequently sold into a remote mountain village, where she was treated as a slave from an early age.
Did they comprehend the biting cold of winter nights in the mountains?
Merely for pilfering half a steamed bun, she was punished to kneel in the courtyard, nearly succumbing to the frost. Her adoptive parents forbade her from pursuing education, prohibited her from entering the city,
and deprived her of any opportunity to connect with the outside world. Is that even conceivable?
It is nothing short of a delusion. They believed that their actions brought them shame, yet to her, it was evident that only through relentless striving could one attain their desires.
Much like in her childhood,
where only through diligent labor could one secure a meal. Meng Zhiyi sneered as she gazed at the members of the Meng family before her, mockingly stating,
"Your facade of concern is truly repugnant."
This discontent stemmed from a lingering sentiment of the original owner of her body. Once she uttered these words, the heaviness that had long dwelled in her heart gradually dissipated. She took a slight breath and began to await the reaction of the Meng family.
Ah! I could even say I'm thirsty.
Given the haughty nature of the Meng family, having spoken thus, they surely cannot remain composed. They might come forth to denounce me as an ingrate, and it would be best if, in their fury, they filled my disdain meter to the brim and cast me out of their home.
Little did she know, the sentiments she had just expressed resonated profoundly with the Meng family.
They were aware that Meng Zhiyi had endured hardships during her time in the mountains, as the family that had taken her in was not well off, leading to a life of poverty.
However, they had never anticipated such depths of suffering. Now,
upon learning of Meng Zhiyi's tragic childhood, even Meng Mu, who had been seething with anger moments before, found her ire dissipating instantaneously, replaced by overwhelming compassion.
How could she not love her child?
She merely did not know how to express affection for this child who had been absent from her life since infancy. She yearned for her to excel, yet felt helpless in the face of her perceived mediocrity.
Meng's father and several of his elder brothers fell into silence. Even Shinkei,
who stood nearby, regarded her with a gaze laden with complexity.
Why is it always like this? Could you perhaps utter a word? Goodness! This predicament makes things exceedingly difficult for me.
I have no desire whatsoever to undertake this batch of tasks.
Chapter 33, Otherwise?
I shall leap from this very spot. Meng Zhiyi was still awaiting the progress of her task, unaware that her words had poured a cold bucket of water over the heads of the Meng family.
Everyone fell silent, regaining their composure. I am sorry. Suddenly, a voice of apology echoed in the stillness of the living room.
Except for Shinkei, the others turned to the speaker in disbelief. Bowing one's head was indeed a formidable challenge. Even Meng's mother, who had always been strong-willed, expended all her courage when uttering those 3 words.
Yet,
she still lowered her head. Meng Mu stood in her original position. The anger that once consumed her had long since dissipated, replaced now by a profound sense of guilt. Clearly, Meng Zhiyi's earlier words had made an impact.
Meng Zhiyi had never anticipated that Meng Mu would apologize.
She stood there in a daze, her heart resonating with tumultuous thoughts.
Let it be destroyed. I refuse to continue. Damn it! Meng Zhiyi pressed her lips together, then silently turned and ascended the stairs.
If she lingered any longer, she could not guarantee she would not explode in fury.
In the living room, the atmosphere remained decidedly awkward.
Shinkei silently noted the words Meng Zhiyi had just uttered, and after a moment, he too sought a reason to take his leave.
Wait. Meng's mother called out to Shen. Shen Ke gently nodded in response. Auntie.
Meng's mother stepped around the coffee table in the living room and emerged after a brief moment of hesitation. She inquired, you previously harbored a dislike for Zhiyi.
Even wishing to sever the engagement, what has prompted this sudden change of heart? Regarding Meng Zhiyi.
Perhaps Meng's mother had not always embodied the qualities expected of a competent parent. However, this does not imply that she was indifferent to her child's existence. Even after Meng Zhiyi had disappointed them on numerous occasions, neither she nor the entire Meng family had ever contemplated casting her out.
Instead,
they continued to care for her with affection and sustenance. At this moment, Shen Ke's altered demeanor towards Meng Zhiyi caught her off guard, instilling a sense of concern within her. She feared that Shen Ke might employ this tactic to counter the pressures imposed by the elder Mrs. Shen, potentially causing further harm to her already wounded daughter. Shen Ke was not oblivious, he quickly grasped the reason behind Meng's mother's inquiry. Pressing his lips together, he replied, without revealing that he could hear her innermost thoughts, I wish to attempt to understand her better.
Meng Mu remained silent.
She was acutely aware that for families like the Shen and Meng, the notion of pure love was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Yet, for the first time, she found herself fervently wishing that her daughter could attain her desires, rather than becoming a mere pawn in the game of interests.
Xiao Ke, my dear.
I recognize you as a good child, and I understand the unjust burdens you have endured due to your engagement with Zhiyi.
However,
I sincerely hope that you will not cause her any harm.
At this moment, Meng Zhizhou interjected, my little sister is naive and as stubborn as a bull.
As she herself has said, she strives exceptionally hard for what she desires, albeit often employing misguided methods. She has feelings for you, a fact beyond our control.
Yet,
if you find it unbearable, please do inform us first, and do not direct your frustrations towards her. Meng's father opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately, it transformed into a long sigh. Shen Ke pressed his lips together, pondering seriously before nodding, all right.
Meanwhile, in the room above, chaos ensued. Little 8. Come out and explain why they have shattered their personas.
Their reactions are more erratic than my menstrual cycle.
How am I supposed to advance the task?
The system trembled in fear, too intimidated to utter a word.
After a while of shouting without a response from the system, Meng Zhiyi's expression darkened,
her eyes glinting ominously, and she swiftly approached the window, flinging it open.
Silent, are we? Fine, then no one shall complete this task.
I don't even want that 300 billion, I'll simply delete my progress and start anew.
With that, Meng Zhiyi stepped onto a stool and climbed onto the windowsill. Do not act impulsively.
Two voices of alarm rang out simultaneously, one from the system, little 8. In her mind, and the other from a servant who had come upstairs to call her for dinner.
Stay away.
Meng Zhiyi snapped, brushing aside the window. She was in no mood to engage with the servant. Her sole focus was to unravel why the Meng family and Shen Ke differed so drastically from the characters she had come to know from the original narrative.
The servant,
frightened by her outburst, pressed against the wall, too afraid to advance. The system, now anxious, stammered, Master, please don't be so agitated.
Meng Zhiyi stirred slightly.
Ever since her arrival in this world, she had harbored a lingering suspicion that her existence was no mere accident. The nature of the binding task was entirely different from anything she had encountered before.
However, Meng Zhiyi had always maintained a philosophy of going with the flow.
And with the allure of task rewards, she had chosen to turn a blind eye. Yet now, circumstances had changed, and she felt compelled to seek clarity. It was impossible to directly inform Meng Zhiyi that this task had been unilaterally assigned to her.
Host, it's not that I don't want to tell you.
I truly don't know how to convey this, the system lamented, sounding despondent. Meng Zhiyi remained unmoved, her demeanor growing even more indifferent. There was no need for further words. Having said that, she turned to leap down.
Meng Zhiyi.
At a critical moment, Shen Ke's voice rang out.
Behind him,
the members of the Meng family followed, each wearing a tense expression as they gazed at her.
Meng Zhiyi, please do not act recklessly.
Mother acknowledges her past shortcomings towards you, but I shall no longer repeat those mistakes.
Will you come down, please? Meng's mother spoke anxiously. Meng's father, with a face full of anxiety, urged, "Ge, be obedient and come down first. Whatever you wish to do in the future, your parents and brothers will support you." Meng Zhiyi and his two brothers maintained a composed demeanor. The trio swiftly glanced at Meng Zhiyi's current position, then exchanged a silent look before quietly turning to enter the adjacent room. Shinkei proceeded slowly, his dark eyes fixed intently on Meng Zhiyi, his voice gentle. "Meng Zhiyi, if there is something troubling you, please come down and speak with me. Do not engage in actions that may harm yourself." "What on earth are you doing here?" Meng Zhiyi initially intended to intimidate the system in hopes of extracting some valuable information from it. However, she found herself in an awkward predicament, akin to riding a tiger with no means of dismounting. Would they believe me if I said I climbed up to enjoy the view? Please, just go away and leave me alone. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing for me. Next door, Meng Zhiyi, who was about to turn over, immediately halted, rendered speechless. The others secretly breathed a sigh of relief, yet, in order to maintain the facade, they continued to play along with her charade. After several rounds of persuasion, Meng Zhiyi reluctantly decided to abandon her inquiries about the system and forced herself to cooperate with them. "If you do not love me, then allow me to vanish from this world." With that, she feigned wiping away her tears. The others were so uncomfortable that they felt as though they might dig their toes into the floorboards of a villa. "How could that be? Your father and mother love you, and your brothers all love you too." The latter part of that statement was uttered by Meng's father with a twinge of guilt. Meng Zhiyi feigned an air of profound agitation, exclaiming, "I refuse to believe it, I refuse to believe it, unless you can show me proof. Otherwise, I shall leap from this very spot." Chapter 34, Presently, you speak of indifference, yet in the future, you may find yourselves entwined in the sheets for 3 days and nights without respite. So tell me, how are we to provide such proof? Meng Yanchuan, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Meng Zhiyi gazed at the group, her dark, glistening eyes darting about. 50,000 in pocket money for a month, she stated. How splendidly straightforward. I should have asked for more. The others were momentarily speechless. Take me to various banquets. Very well, Meng Mu hesitated for a few seconds before acquiescing. Aren't you worried I might embarrass them? The group remained silent. At this juncture, Meng Zhiyi turned her attention to Meng Yang nearby. Upon meeting her gaze, a disquieting sense of foreboding surged within him. As anticipated, Meng Zhiyi then declared, "My second brother never stands up for me at school, allowing others to bully me. Henceforth, he must protect me in all matters." Yet he merely stared at her, remaining mute. "See, I told you Meng Yang wouldn't disappoint me. He is indeed the most sensible one. Perhaps I should first capture him alone, I no longer wish to mention the others." At these words, a chill ran down Meng Yang's spine, prompting him to hastily reply, "Fine, as long as you don't cause trouble intentionally." Meng Zhiyi's expression twisted, and she unwittingly uttered a phrase steeped in cultural significance. Shinkei, positioned closest to her, was naturally attuned to the fluctuations in her emotions. "I will protect you," he said, genuinely fearing that this spirited girl might, in a moment of excitement, inadvertently tumble down. However, upon hearing these words, Meng Zhiyi became even more agitated. "Protect you? You say? I am a master of martial arts, I have no need for your feeble protection," she retorted vehemently. "Instead of properly courting Song Wei? What brings you here to stir up trouble? Do you not understand that I am currently under immense stress? Damn it, all I desire is to retire peacefully, enjoying a lavish life with my 300 billion in retirement funds. Why must this be so difficult?" Upon hearing Meng Zhiyi refer to Shinkei as a feeble dog, the others simultaneously turned their gaze toward him. To be fair, despite Shinkei's relatively young age and slight frame, he hardly deserved such a derogatory label. The musculature visible in his forearm suggested that he was, in fact, someone who maintained a regular fitness regimen, while Shinkei maintained an impassive exterior, internally. He had already taken note of Meng Zhiyi's remarks. Seeing her stubbornly clinging to the windowsill, Meng Zhiyi, exasperated, interjected once more, "Brother, I will give you 1 million each month if you come down obediently, alright?" "Alright." Meng Zhiyi, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed,
her face blossoming into a radiant smile. Although the task at hand was of great importance, she understood the essence of moderation. Shin-kei, nearly choking with amusement, recalled just a minute ago when he had dismissed her as a mere annoyance, yet now she sought his embrace. However, no one wished to unveil their secret of being able to hear each other's thoughts. With a soft sigh, Shin-kei stepped forward and lifted her down from the window. In truth, I merely perched there to admire the view, not to leap. Meng Zhiyi hastily clarified, and before anyone could interject, she promptly added, but remember, you all promised me no reneging on your word, for I have it recorded. The others nodded in compliance. Seeing this, Meng Zhiyi cheerfully followed Shin-kei downstairs, her spirits high as they proceeded to dine. This marked Shin-kei's inaugural meal at the Meng residence, where the family deliberately arranged for him and Meng Zhiyi to sit together. On the surface, it seemed an effort to foster camaraderie between the two children, but in reality, the Meng family had discerned that only he could maintain a calm demeanor amidst Meng Zhiyi's peculiar antics. To mitigate any disturbances, they decided to place the source of the trouble squarely in Shin-kei's hands. As anticipated, Meng Zhiyi proved to be a handful during the meal. Whether peeling shrimp or picking at fish bones, she oscillated between nibbling on mere vegetable leaves and avoiding garlic, ginger, and scallions altogether. To make matters worse, once the shrimp were peeled, she claimed to be allergic, though her thoughts revealed this to be a deliberate attempt to provoke irritation among the others. The Meng family remained oblivious to Shin-kei's ability to hear their inner musings. Under such circumstances, he maintained an unwaveringly composed demeanor, acquiescing to her every whim. The Meng family, observing this, nearly believed that Shin-kei had truly fallen for Meng Zhiyi. By the end of the meal, however, Meng Zhiyi felt more exhausted than Shin-kei. She slumped onto the sofa, turning her head to glance at Shin-kei, who was engaged in a game of chess with Meng Zhiyi, and pouted. Has Shin-kei ever been a monk? How can he remain so unflappable? If it were me, I would have flipped the table long ago. Such a challenge. It's no wonder he later tolerated Song Wei's idyllic offerings and even took on the burden of raising another's child. It seems everything was predestined. At this, Meng Zhiyi fumbled with the chess piece in his hand. Meanwhile, Shin-kei remained as steady as a mountain, unperturbed. Ha, Shin-kei is truly remarkable. Only you could indulge my little sister's foul temper, Meng Zhiyi jested. Shin-kei had long been aware that this family could hear Meng Zhiyi's thoughts, and he sighed inwardly. Yet, I often hear my little sister mention someone named Song Wei. Meng Zhiyi could no longer contain his curiosity. Lowering his voice, he inquired. Are you truly a couple with her? I have no relationship with her whatsoever. Meng Zhiyi initially intended to eavesdrop on their conversation, but she never anticipated hearing such words. It's easy to speak sweetly now, but in the future, we shall spend 3 nights without rest in bed. Cough. Meng Zhiyi was momentarily taken aback, and an overwhelming urge surged within to silence her with a firm hand. Meng Zhiyi naturally dared not delay him any longer, fearing that Meng Zhiyi might utter further venomous words. However, Shin-kei strode directly to Meng Zhiyi, took the chips from her hand, and led her away. Once the two reached the courtyard, several members of the Meng family quickly gathered around. Fortunately, Shin-kei was oblivious to the inner musings of the younger sister, otherwise, the thoughts she harbored would surely infuriate him. Meng Yanchuan watched the pair outside with an expression of bemusement. The parents of Meng appeared somewhat awkward, momentarily at a loss for words regarding the heartfelt sentiments they had just overheard. Meanwhile, Meng Yang remained silent, his gaze lingering thoughtfully outside the window. At this juncture, Meng Zhiyi was led by Shin-kei into the courtyard. Why have you brought me out here? She inquired. Shin-kei released her hand, his expression grave as he replied. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Meng Zhiyi narrowed her eyes at his serious demeanor. A hint of amusement flickered in her gaze as she recalled how she had playfully challenged him during their meal earlier that day. Could it be that this lad was contemplating a breakup so soon? Chapter 35, So close, are you trying to seduce me? Although she was reluctant to admit it, Meng Zhiyi possessed an uncanny ability to infuriate others at times. Shin-kei's expression darkened slightly as he regarded the girl lost in her own thoughts with a piercing gaze. A breakup? Ha, what a delightful fantasy. Meng Zhiyi gazed into his eyes, deliberately overlooking the sharpness that resided within, a quiet laughter blossoming in her heart.
Is he truly angered? Well, it seems my efforts today were not in vain.
Starting from tomorrow, due to certain unspoken reasons, I may find myself paying increased attention to Song Wei. Shen Ke had not forgotten that he needed to explain this matter to Meng Zhiyi.
Initially,
he thought he could not bear her intention to break up, and Meng Zhiyi had already prepared excuses to cling desperately, tarnishing any goodwill.
Unexpectedly,
it turned out to be news that delighted her even more.
Ah, at last, the plot is set to unfold as intended? Shen Ke, after all, cannot let go of Song Wei.
According to the script, I must now fervently stir the pot between them.
Then,
I'll wait for Shen Ke to reach a point of unbearable disdain towards me.
Retirement is just around the corner, onward. The clamorous thoughts of Meng Zhiyi caused a piercing discomfort in Shen Ke's ears. Meng Zhiyi!
Shen Ke exclaimed, his voice laced with barely contained frustration. Almost overwhelmed by her own delight, Meng Zhiyi quickly suppressed her mischievous thoughts, forcing herself to contain the smile that threatened to break free. She averted her gaze, striving to stifle her laughter and adopting an expression of feigned anger.
Are you going to seek her out again? Is she shamelessly pursuing you once more?
I shall confront her at once.
Meng Zhiyi, in a fit of determination, was about to burst through the door.
Shen Ke swiftly reached out to restrain her, urging, "Please,
hear me out. I won't listen, let me go."
I need to confront Song Wei and demand to know why she is vying for you, she insisted. Straining with all her might, her demeanor frenzied.
Yet, internally, she was elated. The opportunity has finally arrived, I can retire soon. What shall I do upon retirement? Perhaps indulge in a night out at the club, surrounded by handsome men. Or perhaps, simply embrace the notion of a sugar daddy. With gritted teeth.
Shen Ke tightened his grip, drawing her into his embrace.
Meng Zhiyi, do you truly think so little of my integrity?
The unexpectedness of his question rendered her momentarily speechless.
What does your integrity have to do with me? I am not the one who will be living with you in the future. For the first time, Shen Ke, who was typically adept at navigating any situation, felt a sense of helplessness. His gaze remained fixed on Meng Zhiyi, as he grappled with whether his approach was driven by ulterior motives or an unbidden attraction. He found himself unable to articulate what it was about her that captivated him. Ironically, at that moment, his foremost concern was whether she could see him as anything beyond a mere objective. Perhaps realizing his earlier loss of composure, Shen Ke took a deep breath, regaining his calm demeanor. Yet, he spoke with utmost sincerity, "Since I have decided to attempt a relationship with you, I assure you, I will never act in a way that betrays your trust." Meng Zhiyi was taken aback by Shen Ke's sudden seriousness, leaving her somewhat at a loss. She stood frozen, her mind racing. What does he mean? Is he serious? What about Song Wei? They are the couple in the original story. As Shen Ke listened to her murmuring, he tightened his embrace slightly, drawing her closer into his arms. Meng Zhiyi's train of thought was abruptly interrupted. Startled by the sudden twist in the storyline, she widened her eyes, glimmering with uncertainty as she gazed at Shen Ke, who had drawn inexplicably close to her. He emanated a refreshing and elegant scent, and as he slightly leaned in, the distinctness of his long lashes became apparent. Shen Ke was undeniably handsome, perfectly aligning with Meng Zhiyi's aesthetic preferences. Often, she found herself secretly contemplating the idea of indulging in a moment of intimacy with him. Yet, with a heart full of desire but lacking the courage, she could only indulge in such thoughts in the recesses of her mind. In this moment, with Shen Ke so near, she could feel the warmth radiating from beneath his shirt. She swallowed hard. Goodness, this proximity, are you trying to seduce me? Please let go of me, if you don't, I might just kiss you. Shen Ke. However, upon hearing Meng Zhiyi utter such words once more, he did not push her away as he had previously. Instead, with a hint of playful provocation, he slowly lowered his head. Meng Zhiyi's eyes widened in shock as she met his obsidian gaze, her mind momentarily blank. She silently gritted her teeth. "Very well, you have presented yourself to me, I shall not let this opportunity slip by." In the next instant, fueled by impulse, she rose onto her toes, ready to seize the moment.
Although Shin Kei intended to tease her, he had no desire to take advantage of the situation. As Meng Zhiyi leaned in, he subtly turned his head, allowing her to rest against his shoulder. Subsequently, he instinctively tightened his embrace around her.
The sudden realization jolted Meng Zhiyi back to her senses, and her cheeks flushed fiercely.
Shin Kei, oblivious to her crimson face, lowered his voice to whisper in her ear, "There is no rush, we can take our time."
Upon hearing this, the tips of Meng Zhiyi's ears burned with embarrassment. "As if I were the one in haste, clearly, it is you who is employing your charm unscrupulously. If you refuse to kiss, then so be it. It's not like I'm particularly keen on it. Just back off already." Meng Zhiyi, with a hint of indignation, forcefully pushed him away, exclaiming, "If you dare to seek out Song Wei, I will break up with you. I will call off the engagement." Surprisingly, Shin Kei did not take offense. Instead, he found amusement in her clumsy attempt to conceal her emotions. Observing the girl before him, her cheeks flushed and her eyes betraying a sense of guilt, Shin Kei smiled gently and reassured her, "I swear, it is truly due to other matters, there will be no inappropriate encounters." At this moment,
Meng Zhiyi was entirely disinclined to listen to his explanations, her mind consumed with regret over her impulsive behavior earlier.
"I do not believe you.
The words of men are as empty as ghost stories, fit only for the ears of spirits." With that, she forcefully pushed Shin Kei aside and hurried into the house, leaving him standing there with a look of helplessness. The others in the living room regarded Shin Kei with sympathetic eyes,
silently relieved that it was not them being tormented by Meng Zhiyi.
Shin Kei let out a resigned chuckle,
then gave a distant nod to the Meng family before turning to exit their residence. Once back in his car, he retrieved his phone,
stared at the conversation thread with Meng Zhiyi for a few moments, and then promptly transferred her a sum of money.
Meng Zhiyi, immediately.
The dialogue box displayed that the other party was typing. Shin Kei chuckled softly, rubbing his brow with his hand.
Then, he made another note, stating, "Both transfers are given willingly as gifts."
Upon seeing this, Meng Zhiyi accepted the money and promptly sent a love emoji.
"Meng Zhiyi, this is the only time. I won't do it again." Shin Kei, "Alright."
By the window on the second floor, Meng Zhiyi watched as Shin Kei drove away, a profound smile gracing her face.
Regarding Song Wei's matter, could the plot have advanced prematurely? Chapter 36. He, I truly am a wicked woman. Holding the script. Meng Zhiyi understood well that Song Wei was not merely fostered by the Shin family.
In the original narrative, her parents perished during a mission, leaving her with an ineffectual uncle. Due to the bond between their parents as comrades, she was taken in by the Shin family. Originally, Song Wei had a verbal engagement with Shin Kei, however, the appearance of Song Zhaojing altered the course, as he claimed that the Shin family was withholding Song Wei to usurp her parents' insurance compensation. Under his relentless meddling and persuasion, the old matriarch of the Shin family presented Song Wei with a choice, the compensation or the engagement. Reflecting on this, Meng Zhiyi shook her head in disbelief. In the book, the author portrayed Song Wei as someone who believed that her relationship with Shin Kei should not be constrained by money, asserting that even without a formal engagement, love would flourish between them. Yet, from Meng Zhiyi's perspective, she was simply greedy for both wealth and affection. Aside from the old matriarch, no one was aware that Song Wei's parents' sacrifice was but a facade, there was no compensation to be had. The Shin couple, unwilling to let a young child be devastated, had fabricated the tale of her parents' demise in the line of duty. Consequently, the 30 million given by the old matriarch was merely a form of compensation for her withdrawing from the engagement. Shockingly, even Song Wei herself remained oblivious to this truth. Moreover, within the narrative, Song Wei seemed to harbor a secret, something a certain organization had been searching for. If her intuition was correct, Shin Kei's sudden remarks today could very well indicate the presence of that organization's members around Song Wei. Meng Zhiyi reclined on her bed, gazing at the ceiling, lost in contemplation. The text merely provides a few sparse sentences regarding this matter, offering no elaborate explanation. Yet, she harbored a persistent feeling that the issue concerning Song Wei was intertwined with many complexities, and could not be as straightforward as it appeared. Nonetheless, Meng Zhiyi refrained from overthinking it, as it was ultimately of no personal concern to her. Time swiftly passed, and half a month had gone by. On this day, Meng Zhiyi ventured alone to the hospital to have the plaster removed from her hand.
As she emerged from the treatment room,
she was met with the sight of Zhou Kai, seated in a wheelchair and being pushed towards her.
Since the incident that left him injured,
Zhou Kai had been hospitalized for over a month. Apart from the fractured area, the other injuries on his body had considerably healed.
Meng Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of darkness flickering in her eyes.
She did not hasten to leave the hospital. Instead, she found a secluded corner to wait.
Soon,
the attendant wheeled Zhou Kai towards a small garden outside.
She quietly followed behind.
"Right here, go fetch me a bottle of drink."
Upon reaching a tranquil spot, Zhou Kai dismissed the attendant.
Once the coast was clear, he dialed a number.
"How long has it been? Is it truly so difficult for you to locate one person?"
"I don't care, even if I have to turn the entire capital upside down, I will drag that individual out.
Whoever dares to scheme against me, I shall flay him alive. I am giving you 3 more days to find him. If you succeed, I shall reward you with 8 million, if not, you might as well resign from your positions."
With that, Zhou Kai furiously hung up the phone.
Meng Zhiyi, eavesdropping nearby,
felt a spark of excitement at the mention of 8 million. With her eyes narrowed, she regarded Zhou Kai as a gullible target, one ripe for exploitation. 8 million, this fool has quite the fortune, it would be a pity not to take advantage of him. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard Shin Kei's voice from behind. As Meng Zhiyi turned her head, she immediately spotted him standing a short distance away beneath the shade of a tree,
gazing at her with profound emotion.
No, rather, he wore an expression of solemnity.
How did he end up here?
Shin Kei was slightly breathless. He had originally intended to seek her out at school, only to discover that Meng Zhiyi had gone to the hospital.
Instinctively fearing that something might have happened to her,
he hurried over without delay.
To find her here, clandestinely observing others? Why did she not inform me of her visit to the hospital?
Shin Kei approached her and quietly inquired. He fixated on her left hand for a moment, then turned to glance towards Zhou Kai's direction.
Is he looking for you again?
Given the previous incident where Meng Zhiyi was cornered by Zhou Kai in the gym and nearly assaulted, Shin Kei instinctively assumed that this time it was also Zhou Kai seeking her out.
Meng Zhiyi shook her head, saying, I merely happened to see him. I just came to check on the well-being of the person I sent to the hospital. He appears to be recovering quite well. Next time, if he provokes me again, I may take more decisive action. Shin Kei looked at Meng Zhiyi in astonishment. She was the one who had incapacitated Zhou Kai?
No wonder the Zhou family had been investing so much to track down the assailant without any leads. Who would have imagined that the culprit was Meng Zhiyi? This meant that even if she had not intervened previously, she would not have faced any repercussions.
For reasons unknown to him,
Shin Kei felt an involuntary sense of relief upon learning this. At the very least, she would no longer be subjected to bullying.
Meng Zhiyi nodded. Let's go then.
I'll take you out for a meal, Shin Kei said, naturally taking Meng Zhiyi's hand. She lowered her gaze to the hand that held hers, her brow furrowing.
Why do I always feel like Shin Kei has taken an interest in me?
Isn't this hand-holding a bit too casual, even though I quite enjoy it?
Whatever.
He better fall for me first, and then I'll decisively cast him aside.
Hee, I truly am a wicked woman. Shin Kei. Walking ahead,
he silently listened to Meng Zhiyi's thoughts of wanting to rid herself of him, pondering that he would not grant her that opportunity. After escorting her to the entrance of the apartment building, Shin Kei received a phone call and had to leave. By the time she had changed and stepped into the night, the sky had already darkened.
Due to the incident involving Zhou Kai,
there were numerous security personnel surrounding the area, along with the Zhou family's watchful eyes nearby, all determined to apprehend the one who had brutally assaulted Zhou Kai. Meng Zhiyi's intentions were unequivocal. She aimed to share in the spoils with the individual on the telephone with Zhou Kai. She approached the bar alone, ordered a cocktail, and began to scrutinize the patrons around her. The ambience of the night was indeed a favored haunt for the affluent scions and young ladies of the capital. With its opulent decor reminiscent of a palace, and even the waitstaff possessed a certain allure. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass hushed the crowd. Meng Zhiyi curiously glanced over and observed a waitress crouched on the ground, meticulously picking up shards of glass, while a woman before her boisterously raised her foot and stepped down upon the fragments.
Do you have any idea how much this outfit costs? Selling you won't even cover the damages. Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi felt a sense of ennui. Such theatrics were all too familiar to her.
It was not until the crouching waitress uttered an apology that her attention was piqued. "I'm so sorry, I had no idea you would suddenly stand up." The voice belonged to Lin Luoluo.
Meng Zhiyi narrowed her eyes. "Are you implying that colliding with you is my fault?" She retorted. "How dare someone of your lowly stature question me?" As the woman cursed and attempted to strike Lin Luoluo, Meng Zhiyi had already approached. Raising her hand to splash the wine across the woman's face. "Ah!" The woman screamed, "Who is this? Are you out of your mind?" Meng Zhiyi let out a faint scoff. "TSK, it's merely a tattered garment, why the fuss?" Chapter 37, Once you become my sister-in-law. Perhaps you can use your status to exert some pressure on me. The commotion was so loud that I initially thought this skin of yours had just been unearthed. Standing with her arms crossed, Meng Zhiyi remarked with a mocking smile. She had merely intended to come to Lin Luoluo's aid, but upon closer inspection, she discovered that this woman was another close friend of Song Wei, Miss Zhang Yuan from the Zhang family. The book described Zhang Yuan as haughty. Even more so than the original character known for her malicious demeanor. Despite her lofty attitude towards everyone, she was inexplicably submissive to Song Wei. Although Zhang Yuan had yet to meet Meng Zhiyi, she had already heard of her from Song Wei's accounts. In the original narrative, Zhang Yuan fell for Shin Kei at first sight, but at that time, Shin Kei was already devoted to Song Wei, leaving her to bury her feelings in silence. Moreover, the original character's tragic fate was largely influenced by Zhang Yuan's meddling. As her thoughts settled, she first glanced at Lin Luoluo's hands, which had been trampled by Zhang Yuan's feet, with shards of glass embedded in her flesh, causing blood to flow incessantly. Witnessing this ignited an inexplicable fury within Meng Zhiyi. Lin Luoluo's face turned pale from the pain, rendering her already delicate features even more pitiable. When she looked up at Meng Zhiyi, her eyes sparkled with hope, as if she had spotted a savior. "Meng Zhiyi," she timidly called out, her uncertain tone revealing her doubt about whether this person had come to help her. Before Meng Zhiyi could speak, Zhang Yuan hastily wiped the alcohol from her face and snapped, "I was wondering who it was, turns out it's that shameless, good-for-nothing heiress from the Meng family. Why aren't you off pursuing your fiancé? Did he cast you aside? I thought as much. Someone like you could never be worthy of young Master Shin. If I were you, I would have long lost all shame and jumped into the river." Zhang Yuan's mocking voice rose in pitch, provoking laughter from those present who had heard of Meng Zhiyi. Meng Zhiyi cast a frigid glance at Zhang Yuan before ignoring her entirely, opting instead to extend her hand to help the still crouching Lin Luoluo to her feet. Recognizing the urgency of tending to Lin Luoluo's wounds, Meng Zhiyi dismissed the notion of squandering time on Zhang Yuan. "Go attend to your injuries," she declared. However, as soon as the words left her lips, Zhang Yuan stepped forward imperiously, positioning herself in front of Lin Luoluo. "I did not permit you to leave. Dare to try it," she warned. Lin Luoluo, terrified, instinctively recoiled, frozen in place. Meng Zhiyi furrowed her delicate brows, and her eyes were suddenly clouded with a frigid glare. She stepped forward, forcefully shoving someone aside, then cast a sidelong glance at the timid figure behind her. "What are you waiting for? Move." Zhang Yuan, incensed by Meng Zhiyi's demeanor, raised her hand as if to strike, exclaiming, "Do you take my kindness for granted? Meng Zhiyi, be careful." Lin Luoluo cried out, instinctively reaching to push her away. In the next moment, Meng Zhiyi firmly grasped Zhang Yuan's wrist and, with a vigorous twist, sent her stumbling backward. Zhang Yuan was no match for Meng Zhiyi, and she nearly fell to the ground had it not been for a boy behind her who reached out to steady her. "Meng Zhiyi, how dare you lay a hand on me? Do you even know who I am?" Zhang Yuan shouted in fury, pointing at her. Her face flushed with rage, she snatched a bottle from the table and hurled it at Meng Zhiyi, screaming, "Die!" The onlookers quickly scattered, while Meng Zhiyi effortlessly dodged the bottle. In a swift motion, she advanced and seized Zhang Yuan's hair, forcefully pressing her down onto the table, devoid of any mercy. "You truly are in need of discipline. I've tolerated you for far too long. Must I teach you a lesson to make you behave?" Zhang Yuan's face turned pale, her hands flailing desperately as she shrieked, "Ah! Let me go! Do you believe I won't let you leave this place today?
Meng Zhiyi felt a chill in her heart, exerting more strength in her grip. Very well, I shall see how you prevent me from leaving this place.
Upon hearing this,
Jiang Yuhuan was consumed by rage, her words spilling forth carelessly. You little wretch, it's no wonder that young Master Shen looks down upon you.
You are not even worthy of carrying my shoes.
During those years of abduction, you must have been thoroughly tarnished by men. A person like you would be unworthy of young Master Shen's attention, even if he were blind.
Her insults grew increasingly vile,
to the point that even those spectating nearby found it difficult to endure.
Meng Zhiyi remained entirely unresponsive.
Yet those familiar with her understood that Jiang Yuhuan had truly provoked someone she ought not to have. It appears that the upbringing in wealthy families is not as refined as one might expect. With such a foul mouth, one could surmise she was raised in filth.
Donning this fade is an affront to the very essence of humanity. Perhaps she would be better off learning to bark like a dog.
Since your mother failed to instill proper manners in you, allow me, your elder sister, to take it upon myself to cleanse that mouth of yours.
With that, Meng Zhiyi seized the ice bucket from the bar and proceeded to pour its contents directly into Jiang Yuhuan's mouth. After one bucket was emptied,
she yanked Jiang Yuhuan by the hair and dragged her to another table, continuing the deluge with a fresh ice bucket.
This shocking display left all onlookers in a state of disbelief. Jiang Yuhuan found herself utterly powerless against Meng Zhiyi's grip. And those who considered intervening were deterred by Meng Zhiyi's menacing warnings.
Jiang Yuhuan sputtered and struggled to articulate a coherent sentence, her words drowned out by the icy water.
It was not until the third bucket had been poured that Meng Zhiyi paused momentarily to catch her breath. Seizing the opportunity,
Jiang Yuhuan strained her neck and shouted towards the bodyguards of the Zhou family nearby, Are you all blind?
Can't you see I'm being bullied? Come and seize her. Mrs. Zhou is my aunt, don't you all care about your jobs? Initially, the Zhou family's bodyguards remained unmoved. But upon hearing Jiang Yuhuan claim to be the niece of Zhou Kai's mother, they began to stir. Just as they were about to take action against Meng Zhiyi,
Shen Kai emerged from the crowd, his voice a low rumble. Who dares to lay a hand on her? Accompanying him were not only the bodyguards but also his own brother, Meng Yanchuan.
What brings them together? Are they here for me?
Shen Kai's visage served as a living emblem in the capital, commanding respect even from older generations. After all, the Shen family was not one to be trifled with.
With his arrival, the Zhou family's bodyguards promptly retreated. Meng Zhiyi was momentarily taken aback, then promptly released her grasp, abandoning her previous fierce demeanor. With a sweet tone, she inquired, Brother Shen Kai, what brings you here? Shen Kai replied, Could you please act a bit more normally?
Meng Yanchuan adjusted his glasses and leisurely remarked,
What's this? Do you only have eyes for your boyfriend, forgetting about me, your third brother?
Meng Zhiyi immediately flashed a grin at him, third brother. Meng Yanchuan could hardly tolerate her affected tone and rubbed his arms in discomfort.
He regretted speaking up.
At that moment, Jiang Yuhuan, freed from her restraints, unleashed the fury that had been building within her.
Meng Zhiyi, I will kill you,
she shouted, lunging at Meng Zhiyi with a bottle of wine in hand. Meng Zhiyi suddenly dashed into Shen Kai's embrace, her voice soft and delicate, Brother Shen Kai, please protect me, I am frightened.
Shen Kai and Meng Yanchuan exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of disbelief.
Nevertheless, Shen Kai instinctively wrapped his arms around the person in his hold, turning slightly to allow his bodyguard to handle the situation.
The onlookers, however, were left feeling embarrassed, silently condemning Meng Zhiyi's theatrical antics. Jiang Yuhuan, restrained by the Shen family's bodyguards, could only glare in protest, Meng Zhiyi,
you shameless creature. If you have the capability, do not seek assistance from others. Meng Zhiyi leaned contentedly in Shen Kai's embrace, gazing triumphantly at Jiang Yuhuan.
I am not. You are merely envious that I have someone to protect me. If you possess the ability, why not find someone for yourself? If you cannot, I could offer a suggestion. How about my third brother?
Once you become my sister-in-law, perhaps your status could overshadow mine.
Meng Yanchuan? Chapter 38 Is the plot in disarray?
Then I shall begin to indiscriminately pair the lovers.
Upon hearing Meng Zhiyi's words, even Jiang Yuhuan was momentarily rendered speechless. In fact,
her gaze towards Meng Zhiyi shifted from anger to a complex mixture of emotions. She pondered whether this person was of sound mind. introducing her newly acquired enemy to her third brother.
What was she thinking? Did she believe he would be interested? Though my brother may not possess the striking handsomeness of Shinkei, he is certainly a commendable young man. Perhaps she should give it some thought. Meng Zhiyi continued to ardently promote Meng Yanquan, completely disregarding his well-being. Meng Zhiyi! Meng Yanquan exclaimed through clenched teeth. Yet, Meng Zhiyi merely smiled and persisted, you see. His voice is pleasant, and importantly, he is well acquainted with the intricacies of the human body. He is quite adept at serving others. Silence! Meng Yanquan retorted with a scowl. Meng Zhiyi truly sealed her lips, quietly nestled within Shinkei's embrace. The plot has become rather chaotic, hasn't it? Allow me to weave a tangled web of romance. The Jiang family, which stands behind Jiang Yuan, is no ordinary clan. Their influence has contributed to the downfall of the Meng family.
If I were to pair Jiang Yuan with him now, Meng Yanquan would undoubtedly harbor a deep loathing for me in the future.
At that point, would I still need to worry about the rise of the hatred value? This plan seems feasible. Perhaps I should also involve Songwei in the Meng family affairs. Let my elder brother wear this metaphorical green hat, allowing Shinkei to yearn fruitlessly and hate me even more. If Meng Zhizhou were present, he might very well express his gratitude. The two men capable of hearing her thoughts fell into silence. Meng Yanquan never anticipated that she would resort to such a scheme. Meanwhile, Shinkei was puzzled. Wondering how the Meng family had offended this young lady to the extent that she sought to undermine the Meng Corporation in order to elevate her so-called disdain value. However, Shinkei was not overly concerned, as the entire Meng family could hear Meng Zhiyi's innermost thoughts. No matter how much she attempted to achieve now, it would all ultimately come to naught. Fearing that she might continue to utter nonsensical remarks, Shinkei hastily covered her mouth. Meng Zhiyi glared at him in protest. Shinkei lowered his gaze and calmly stated, "If you refrain from speaking recklessly, I shall release you." Meng Zhiyi furrowed her brow tightly, clearly displeased. Having finally seized an opportunity, how could one remain silent? Quickly remove your hands. Shinkei disregarded her unspoken thoughts, then remained quiet for a moment. Here. My third brother and I will handle this. Damn, how can this guy be so strong? I can't seem to break free. Ah, so you have hidden depths. Do you? Take this kick. Meng Zhiyi lifted her foot and gently stepped on Shinkei furrowed his brow slightly, yet he did not release her. With no other choice, Meng Zhiyi had to acquiesce, her eyes blinking earnestly to convey that she would not speak out of turn. After a brief hesitation of a few seconds, Shinkei finally loosened his grip. If you don't scold me, I shall continue to cause a ruckus, she teased. Shinkei's temples throbbed momentarily, and he could only endure, soothing her gently, do not concern yourself with their words, they hold no sway over our bond. Meng Zhiyi's intention was to make things difficult for Shinkei hearing his words. She was certainly not going to let it go easily. I don't care, she declared. Her words have wounded my pride. Meng Yanquan sighed, truly wanting to ask, do you still possess any pride? In recent days, Shinkei had somewhat grasped Meng Zhiyi's temperament. In such circumstances, one could either comply with her demands or... Grandmother mentioned that there is an auction on Friday, featuring a jade bracelet. She suggested I take you to see it. If you like it, we can purchase it. Just as Meng Zhiyi was about to stir up trouble, she inquired. How much is that bracelet? Shinkei replied, the starting bid is 1 million. Meng Zhiyi pouted slightly, feigning a sense of modesty, you cannot bribe me. Shinkei replied. It is not a bribe, but a birthday gift for you. Upon hearing this, the little money grubber in Meng Zhiyi could no longer conceal her excitement. She struggled to suppress a smile, declaring with a hint of arrogance, well, that's more like it, I feel much better now. Observing this, Meng Yanquan lazily cast a glance at Shinkei, remarking, you just indulge her. Shinkei shook his head in resignation. Yet he felt not an ounce of disdain for Meng Zhiyi in his heart. Jiang Yuan stared blankly at the scene, perplexed as to why Shinkei was so indulgent towards Meng Zhiyi. I'll leave this to you, I shall take her with me now. After pacifying Meng Zhiyi, Shinkei entrusted the remaining matters to the bodyguard. Meng Zhiyi surveyed the crowd, seeking Lin Luoluo's figure. Seemingly aware of her search, Meng Yanquan remarked, stop looking. Your friend has already been taken to the hospital to tend to her injuries.
Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi breathed a sigh of relief, though she stubbornly retorted. She is not my friend. Ahead of them, Shin Kei and Meng Yanchuan exchanged a glance, both resigned. Lin Luoluo had already recounted the events to them. After the altercation between Meng Zhiyi and Zhang Yuan, Lin Luoluo seized the chaos to escape and dashed to the police station to report the incident.
By a fortunate coincidence,
she encountered Meng Yanchuan and Shin Kei, who were discussing the case at that very moment. Upon hearing that it involved Meng Zhiyi, they wasted no time in hurrying over. After Meng Zhiyi settled into the car, she remained perplexed as to why Shin Kei and Meng Yanchuan would appear together. Lost in thought, she suddenly shouted inwardly, the abruptness of which nearly exposed the two men in front. Shin Kei silently turned to glance at Meng Zhiyi in the back seat, whose expression was one of grave concern.
Soon, he heard her inner lamentations. How annoying. In all this commotion, I've completely forgotten the purpose of my visit to the nightlife district today. Zhou Kai is offering 8 million for a lead on the culprit. I must get my share. Is it too late to ask them to stop?
Perhaps I should just jump out of the car.
Upon hearing this, Meng Yanchuan, who was driving, quietly locked the car doors.
We still have work to finish. You should patiently wait here for a moment, and then I will take you out for a late-night snack, he said as he exited the vehicle.
Meng Zhiyi blinked and,
after a moment's hesitation, succumbed to the allure of a midnight snack. As she entered the police station, she beheld several plainly dressed elders, aged in their 40s to 70s. Among them, a woman in her 40s sat on the ground, weeping inconsolably, repeatedly uttering, "My daughter, oh my daughter, where are you?" Meng Zhiyi feigned nonchalance as she approached and caught a glimpse of a scattered missing person notice on the ground, immediately recognizing the girl in the photograph.
So it is her. Her parents have surprisingly reported her missing so soon? The two ahead, Meng Yanchuan and Shin Kei, halted abruptly at her words, turning in unison to regard Meng Zhiyi. Then, as if a realization dawned upon him, Meng Yanchuan cast an astonished glance at Shin Quebec. Though no words were exchanged, an unspoken understanding lingered between them.
Shin Kei subtly indicated for Meng Yanchuan to refrain from acting impulsively, urging him to await Meng Zhiyi's further revelations.
After a few moments, they heard her speak again. If my memory serves me correctly, this girl should still be alive, held captive by her assailant in a basement. Who would have imagined that her captor is actually a tutor hired by her parents? Isn't this akin to a real-life case of inviting the wolf into the home?
Upon hearing this, Meng Yanchuan could no longer contain himself and swiftly turned,
striding purposefully towards the detective office.
Meng Zhiyi looked up and immediately spotted the hurried figure of Meng Yanchuan.
Why is my third brother walking so fast? Chapter 39, The Final. Erasure of Opportunity. Wait here, if anything arises, send me a message, understood? After ensuring that Meng Zhiyi was settled, Shin Kei turned to leave. Wait, are you and my third brother hiding something from me?
Meng Zhiyi grasped his arm, her expression laden with confusion. Given that Shin Kei harbored a disdain for the original protagonist, he had little interaction with the Meng family.
Yet, here he was,
inexplicably appearing at the police station alongside Meng Yanchuan, which surely had its reasons. Shin Kei had no intention of concealing the truth from her.
He cast a glance towards the grieving relatives outside and replied, the girl who went missing was an intern at the Shin Corporation, having only started a week ago. And she disappeared shortly after her work hours. Searching like this, by the time you find her, she may already have fallen victim. Shin Kei pressed his lips together, feeling a strong urge to inquire directly about what Meng Zhiyi knew, regardless of the risk of exposing her. Yet, he restrained himself. The girl before him was not the same as before, her essence concealed numerous unpredictable secrets. To recklessly unveil her identity might yield counterproductive results. With this thought, Shin Kei's contemplation shattered, and he returned to sit beside Meng Zhiyi. Aren't you going to look for my third brother? She asked, perplexed. Shin Kei shook his head. Not just yet, your third brother is likely engaged in discussions with the police at this moment. What does the missing persons case have to do with my third brother? Isn't he a forensic expert? Shin Kei explained, there have been several dismemberment cases recently, and your brother is responsible for those, leading to suspicion that this missing persons case is related to the dismemberment incidents. Oh. The missing person is separate from the dismemberment, these are two distinct cases. However,
I recall that due to the girl being discarded post-murder, the police mistakenly linked this case to the dismemberment cases, allowing the true perpetrator to remain at large. A flicker of emotion passed through Shin-Kei's eyes, which he quickly veiled as he lowered his gaze to conceal the turmoil within. Meng Zhiyi rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought as she gazed at the family members being escorted to the interrogation room by the police. These relatives were dressed quite modestly, embodying the simplicity of earnest individuals. The fact that the girl had secured an internship at the Shin family indicated her considerable abilities. A testament to the dedication and resources her family had invested in her upbringing. A quiet sigh escaped her lips as she mused, alas.
The noose always tightens at the most delicate points.
Meanwhile, Shin-Kei remained intensely focused beside her, endeavoring to glean valuable insights from her unspoken thoughts.
The parents,
being wage earners, had saved diligently to hire a tutor for their youngest daughter, only to end up with a twisted individual.
Moreover, this man was recommended by their fellow townsfolk. One must always remain vigilant against potential threats. Meng Zhiyi was lost in her thoughts, completely unaware that Shin-Kei was communicating with Meng Yanchuan via his mobile phone. At that moment, in the interrogation room, Meng Yanchuan received a message from Shin Quebec. He then pocketed his phone and observed the distraught parents who were tearfully recounting the exceptional qualities of their daughter. He pursed his lips and inquired, "Has anyone unfamiliar visited your home recently?" The grieving mother shook her head vehemently, insisting that only their immediate family was present. Just then, the bewildered younger daughter tugged at her mother's sleeve and whispered, "Mom, Teacher Wang has been to our house." The mother's sobs abruptly ceased as she hurriedly responded, "Yes, yes. Recently, I hired a tutor for my little girl, recommended by someone from our hometown." "It couldn't be him, right? That child is quite refined and very polite." The mother seemed to harbor no doubts that such a person could be the perpetrator of her daughter's abduction. "One must not judge a book by its cover, circumstances can be deceiving," interjected the officer in charge of the inquiry. Subsequently, the police began to gather information regarding this teacher Wang, including his contact details. Upon hearing that he had been consistently visiting the home to tutor the younger daughter, the police devised an initial plan. When Meng Yanchuan entered the room, he found Meng Zhiyi asleep, her head resting on the table, wrapped in a small blanket that Shin-Kei had brought from the car. "Is she asleep?" Meng Yanchuan asked in a hushed tone. Shin-Kei nodded. "Should we wake her?" "Let her sleep, this young lady has quite a temper when roused," Meng Yanchuan replied, then turned to Shin-Kei, "You carry her out." "And I will fetch the car." Shin-Kei, surprised, asked, "Me, carry her?" Meng Yanchuan, "Then what else could it be? Are you not her boyfriend?" "Then you are still her brother." Meng Yanchuan waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Although she is your sister, your relationship with her is closer." He continued, "Of course. If you prefer not to embrace her, you may awaken her instead. After all, you will be the one facing the consequences." With that, he did not afford Shin-Kei the opportunity to refuse and turned to exit the room. Shin-Kei remained rooted in place, feeling a slight headache as he gazed at Meng Zhiyi, who was still soundly asleep. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed and approached her, softly calling, "Meng Zhiyi." However, there was no response. Leaning closer, he called her name once more. This time, Meng Zhiyi murmured in her sleep, her delicate brows furrowing in irritation. Shin-Kei chose to remain silent, fixating his gaze on the girl before him. He realized that he had never observed Meng Zhiyi so intently before. Compared to her often exasperating demeanor when awake, the sleeping Meng Zhiyi appeared remarkably tranquil. Her long, thick eyelashes cast shadows like tiny wings beneath her closed eyes, and her petite, elegantly shaped nose paired with her full, rosy lips rendered her strikingly beautiful. After a brief moment, he abandoned the notion of waking her and carefully lifted her into his arms. In her dream, Meng Zhiyi stirred slightly, yet the heaviness of her eyelids prevented her from opening them. Why was it so hot? As Shin-Kei adjusted her position, his hand brushed against her cheek, discovering an alarming warmth. Concern flickered in his eyes. Meng Zhiyi had a fever, her forehead burning. "We must go to the hospital," he resolved. Meng Yanchuan did not ponder for long and promptly drove to the hospital. However, after conducting a thorough examination of Meng Zhiyi, the doctors could only determine that she had a fever, with no other ailments diagnosed. Even the physicians were perplexed,
speculating whether she might be suffering from some rare disease.
Meng Yanchuan, I shall first attend to the hospitalization and payment. Meanwhile, Meng Zhiyi finds herself in a peculiar realm. Surrounding her are vibrant halos of color.
And apart from her own presence, there is naught else.
Suddenly, a familiar voice resonates in her ears. It is the system. As Meng Zhiyi was about to call out,
she heard the system seemingly engaged in conversation with someone. The words came in fragmented bursts, consistently repeating some disjointed phrases.
Finally, a obliteration opportunity. Meng Zhiyi felt somewhat bewildered.
In order to ascertain the situation, she ventured towards the source of the sound.
After taking just a few steps,
she heard a voice from behind calling her name.
No! Meng Zhiyi, do not go!
As Meng Zhiyi raised her hand to shield herself from the scorching wave of heat, her heart jolted upon hearing the distinct call.
Who are you? Meng Zhiyi, braving the searing heat wave,
yearned to advance and discern the identity of the figure standing across from the flames. However, her utterance startled the system behind her, upon realizing the gravity of the situation. The system hastily urged her to leave this place in terror. Meng Zhiyi found herself unable to resist the force that was pulling her backward. Her gaze fixed intently on the silhouette behind the flames.
She shouted, Who are you? Chapter 40, He must be interested in me in the hospital room.
Meng Zhiyi awakened with a start, her chest rising and falling slightly. Shin Kei rose and approached her, his eyes filled with concern as he asked, What's wrong?
Are you feeling unwell?
Meng Zhiyi stared blankly at the person before her, then cast her gaze around the environment she found herself in. Filled with confusion, she asked,
How did I end up in the hospital?
You had a fever last night, Shin Kei replied, gently placing his hand on Meng Zhiyi's forehead. Only to discover that her temperature had already subsided. Meng Zhiyi was momentarily stunned, her halted mind gradually resumed its function. And she swiftly recalled everything she had witnessed in her dream.
So, was it all merely an illusion?
It shouldn't be, the sensation of the scorching heat felt remarkably tangible.
And the man who called out to me amidst the flames, someone I should recognize, who could he be?
Meng Zhiyi was lost in her own thoughts. Unaware that Shin Kei's dark eyes flickered slightly at the mention of the man.
Take a sip of water. Is there any discomfort? I shall summon the doctor. Meng Zhiyi had already suppressed her inner thoughts.
After taking a sip from the cup, she surreptitiously glanced at Shin Quebec. Noticing that he was still dressed in the same clothes from the previous night, her mind began to race once more.
So, Shin Kei stayed up all night for me?
It's confirmed, he must have feelings for me.
As long as it doesn't interfere with the task, I might as well enjoy this moment. At times,
Shin Kei genuinely wished he could pry open Meng Zhiyi's mind to ascertain whether its workings were distinct from those of an ordinary person.
What does it even mean to have a fated yet unfulfilled romance?
If he were to pursue a relationship, it would undoubtedly be for a lifetime. With this thought in mind, Shin Kei cast a cool glance at the still daydreaming Meng Zhiyi.
Not only would he not give her an opportunity,
but even if one arose, he would certainly not allow himself to become her plaything.
Upon seeing that Meng Zhiyi had awakened, Meng Yanchuan, for once, exhibited a hint of brotherly concern, inquiring gently, Are you still feeling unwell? Would you like to undergo another examination? Meng Zhiyi shook her head gently, stating that she was not distressed.
In truth, she was unaware of the events that had transpired within her.
Once she entered the restroom,
Meng Yanchuan exchanged a knowing glance with Shin Quebec. Shin Kei shook his head, choosing not to disclose what he had just heard to Meng Yanchuan.
During breakfast,
Meng Yanchuan received a phone call informing him that the missing girl had been found. Indeed, she had been confined in the basement of her tutor's home.
Fortunately,
the police arrived in time, and the girl was unharmed, albeit shaken, and was subsequently taken to the hospital for recuperation.
Meng Zhiyi sipped her porridge while eavesdropping. How did the police come to know?
In the original storyline, this girl was deceased.
Meng Yanchuan and Shin Kei exchanged a furtive glance. Soon, the vehicle entered the largest cemetery on the outskirts of the capital.
At this moment, several police cars were already parked outside the cemetery.
As Meng Yanchuan disembarked,
a man in uniform emerged from within, his expression grave as he approached Meng Yanchuan.
You have finally arrived, we have been waiting for you. What is the situation? Meng Yanchuan inquired.
The individual who discovered the dismembered remains was a staff member of the cemetery. The victim, a young woman, was decapitated and bound in a kneeling position to one of the gravestones.
Upon hearing this, Meng Yanchuan's gaze darkened, his demeanor becoming increasingly complex.
It was evident that he needed to swiftly obtain valuable leads from Meng Zhiyi, otherwise, the continuation of this grim scenario would inevitably lead to more female victims. The two individuals in question were the vampires surrounding the original protagonist, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian.
Upon seeing them, a trace of playful amusement graced Meng Zhiyi's lips.
The last time they had been in contact was when they had called her out for an evening of entertainment.
However, following that night, the two had seemingly vanished, taking an extended leave of over a month.
At this moment, they appeared haggard, as if they had toiled in Africa for an entire month.
Upon encountering Meng Zhiyi,
a fleeting glimmer of malice flashed in Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian's eyes before quickly dissipating, replaced by a fade of camaraderie.
Zhiyi, it has been so long.
I missed you dearly. Zhang Xiaoxiao feigned a smile, extending her arms toward Meng Zhiyi.
Meng Zhiyi swiftly evaded, causing her to miss her target entirely. You?
Zhang Xiaoxiao gazed at her in utter bewilderment. Meng Zhiyi, however, revealed an apologetic smile, saying, I apologize, my injured hand has yet to fully recover. The doctor advised me to avoid certain contacts. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao glanced at her left hand and noticed that the cast had already been removed.
The cast is gone, how can it still not be healed?
Meng Zhiyi, indeed, it takes 100 days to recover from injuries, and one must take time to heal. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Xiaoxiao ceased her insistence and turned to Zhang Qian, exchanging a knowing glance.
Zhang Qian understood and stepped forward, intending to grasp Meng Zhiyi's hand, only to be evaded once more. Though words suggest otherwise, it is evident that Meng Zhiyi is reluctant to draw near to them. The young master of the Zhang family, a year older than Zhang Yuhuan, bears a rather unfavorable reputation within the capital's circles. One can discern from Zhang Xiaoxiao and her companions that the past month has not been particularly easy for them. However, considering the designer clothes and bags they adorn, it seems both parties are complicit in this arrangement.
Meng Zhiyi was drenched in sweat last night due to a fever, leaving her feeling uncomfortable and sticky. As she entered the bathroom, the insincere smiles on Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian's faces instantly vanished, replaced by malice.
Zhang Qian remarked, last time she evaded us.
This time we must find a way to lure her out, or else Zhang Xiao will make us regret it. This month has been a result of her actions. Had she come out that night, it would have been her who was captured, not us. Zhang Xiaoxiao spoke through gritted teeth, then let out a light huff, adjusting her limited edition dress and adding with a smile, but thankfully, those portly, oily men are quite generous, we haven't lost out entirely. At her words, Zhang Qian's complexion paled, unsettling images flashing in her mind, causing her stomach to churn.
She fought against the urge to retch and ominously declared, even so, I want Meng Zhiyi to endure what we have gone through.
She originally came from a rural background.
Why does she suddenly get to be a more esteemed young lady than us? The smile on Zhang Xiaoxiao's face was replaced by jealousy, her eyes gleaming with malice.
It's fine, she provoked the wrong people. We can take advantage of her to earn some pocket money. This weekend, Zhang Xiao is hosting a selection party. We must find a way to lure her out. Her hand trembled as she clutched the keys, striving to calm herself.
After regaining her composure, she finally walked inside. In the dormitory, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian looked at the dowdy Lin Luolua with disdainful smiles.
Zhang Xiaoxiao said, you must be the new roommate, perfect timing. Our beds are yet to be made, you can help us with that. Lin Luoluo, unfamiliar with these two, recognized their unkind demeanor.
After a brief internal struggle,
she revealed her hands, wrapped in bandages.
My hands are injured, it's a bit inconvenient.
Zhang Xiaoxiao's dissatisfaction was palpable, and just as she was about to retort,
Meng Zhiyi emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed.
Upon seeing her, Zhang Xiaoxiao, as usual, ordered Meng Zhiyi with an air of arrogance, then you do it.
Help me and Qian make our beds. Chapter 41, The unraveling Meng Zhiyi halted the motion of drying her hair. Her dark eyes fixed intently on Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian. What are you dawdling for? Weren't you the one who assisted us before? Noticing her immobility, an expression of displeasure crossed Zhang Xiaoxiao's face.
Zhang Qian, undeterred by the presence of several others in the dormitory, boldly shed her clothing, revealing the marks left on her skin from various encounters. She appeared entirely unconcerned, rummaging through the wardrobe to retrieve a nightgown, carelessly discarding her discarded garments onto the floor. Meanwhile, Lin Luoluo cast a worried glance at Meng Zhiyi, internally wrestling with the decision of whether to extend a helping hand.
Meng Zhiyi smirked slightly, a glimmer of danger flickering in her eyes. You want me to wash your clothes?
What a joke, she thought, as she could hardly be bothered to wash her own. Reflecting on the past, she realized how humble the original owner had been, deceived by those two fools just to gain Shinkei's attention. A once noble daughter of the Meng family had been reduced to their maid, even using her pocket money to support these leeches.
With this thought, Meng Zhiyi tossed the towel onto her desk and slowly approached them.
Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian exchanged disdainful glances as she approached, thinking,
so what if she is the daughter of the Meng family?
In front of us, she is merely a summonable servant. They expected Meng Zhiyi to obediently play the role of their maid as before, but to their surprise, she stepped onto Zhang Qian's discarded clothes and, raising her hand, seized the bedding behind the curtain. Watch where you step, you're on my clothes.
Zhang Qian scolded, unaware of Meng Zhiyi's next move. In the next moment, Meng Zhiyi flung open the window and tossed everything out. Meng Zhiyi, have you gone mad?
Zhang Qian shrieked, rushing to the window to peer down. The bedding was scattered everywhere, some on the ground and others caught in the trees, drawing the attention of passing students. Fuming, Zhang Qian turned to reprimand Meng Zhiyi, only to witness her sweeping up the clothes she had discarded onto the floor and tossing them out the window as well, including her recently changed underwear, all fluttering in the wind. Soon, curses erupted from below. Damn it, who has such poor manners? Underwear just landed on my head. What's worse, it's used. They couldn't even bear to remove the tags, what trash! A foul stench wafted up. And the speaker vowed to make the culprit famous throughout the school if they ever caught them. Zhang Qian's face flushed crimson upon hearing the insults from below. Zhang Xiaoxiao, momentarily stunned, stared at Meng Zhiyi before gritting her teeth and saying, Meng Zhiyi, are you trying to rebel? What do you think you are, to even utter the word rebel? Do you really believe that your condescending faces intimidate me? Since you refuse to wash your clothes yourselves, I am merely offering my services as a waste disposal. Meng Zhiyi spoke with a smile that held deeper significance as she gazed at Zhang Xiaoxiao, inquiring, is your bed still available? Zhang Xiaoxiao, fearing that Meng Zhiyi might cast her aside as well, could only shake her head and hurriedly respond that it was unnecessary. What audacity you possess! Asking me to wash your clothes, make your bed, and do this and that for you? Meng Zhiyi chuckled coldly, raising her broom and pointing it at Zhang Qian. Advancing step by step with an increasingly frigid tone, have you forgotten that I am your benefactor? After extracting so much money from me? Not only do you show no gratitude, but you also dare to act presumptuously? At the mere mention of repayment, Zhang Qian and Zhang Xiaoxiao's expressions stiffened instantly. Over the years, they had taken no less than $1 million from Meng Zhiyi, even if their families possessed some wealth. It was improbable they could produce such a sum to repay her. We are good sisters, let us not quarrel over such trifles, she continued, delicately pushing aside the broom that was nearly thrust into Zhang Qian's face with a disdainful gesture. She added, rest assured. We will inform you immediately of any news regarding Shinkei, alright? Meng Zhiyi scoffed coldly, her eyes filled with sarcasm as she gazed at Zhang Xiaoxiao. I am not jesting with you. Previously, you borrowed money from me under various pretenses, and I possess both chat logs and transfer records. I shall grant you 1 week to repay me. Zhang Qian, incensed, was about to unleash a tirade when Zhang Xiaoxiao intervened once more. Although she was oblivious to what transpired during their absence that month, the current situation did not permit them to completely sever ties. Alright, we will find a way. Zhang Xiaoxiao replied amiably, then pulled Zhang Qian towards the bathroom. It was only now that Lin Luoluo, who had been treated as though she were invisible, mustered the courage to approach Meng Zhiyi, timidly expressing her gratitude. As Lin Luoluo contemplated sharing what she had overheard outside the door, Meng Zhiyi glanced at her bandaged hand and leisurely remarked, you should avoid such places in the future. This time, I happened to be there and happened to have a conflict with that person. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. Although Meng Zhiyi's words implied that she was not genuinely aiding her, Lin Luoluo felt a warmth in her heart. All right, I understand, Lin Luoluo responded obediently. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, Meng Zhiyi, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with her reaction, quickly changed into a set of sleepwear and climbed into bed to rest.
Left standing in her place, Lin Luoluo felt a pang of disappointment, unsure of how to proceed.
When Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian emerged from the bathroom, Meng Zhiyi was already fast asleep, while Lin Luoluo sat at her desk, engrossed in her studies.
The two exchanged glances at Meng Zhiyi's bed, then pointed towards Lin Luoluo, deciding against further antics.
Concerned that Zhang Qian's bedding would be recognized, they resolved to wait until nightfall to retrieve it from downstairs. That night, Zhang Xiaoxiao lay in bed, peering through the gap in the curtains towards the opposite side.
At that moment,
Meng Zhiyi was immersed in a domineering CEO novel on her phone, chuckling softly. Upon hearing her laughter, Zhang Xiaoxiao's expression darkened. She then located an unregistered unknown number and sent a text message. I have a lucrative opportunity here, but I require a high price.
Didn't you previously say that if you tarnished Meng Zhiyi's reputation, you would give me 1 million?
The recipient replied. Zhang Xiaoxiao responded, yes.
But I need a deposit of 500,000.
Having completed this transaction, she finally set her phone down with satisfaction and drifted off to sleep.
The following day,
as Meng Zhiyi yawned and rose from her bed, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian were already seated, made up and ready. Upon seeing her, the two greeted her with smiles,
as if yesterday's events had never transpired. Good morning, Zhiyi.
We were waiting for you to join us for breakfast, they chirped. Taken aback, Zhang Xiaoxiao stared incredulously at her.
Boyfriend? Are you no longer pursuing Shinkei?
Chapter 42. Naturally beautiful Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian could only conclude that Meng Zhiyi had lost her senses.
Shinkei was dodging her at every turn, how could he possibly be pursuing her?
However, rather than immediately exposing her delusions, they opted to adopt a spectator's stance, commenting, No worries, we can all go together, and let us see what this suitor of yours looks like.
Meng Zhiyi could easily perceive the disdain in their tone. Yet she chose to remain indifferent, letting out a cold scoff before proceeding to freshen up.
Unlike Zhang Xiaoxiao and her companions, Meng Zhiyi rarely adorned herself with makeup. She typically ventured out with a bare face, perhaps only applying a touch of skincare and sunscreen.
Indeed, she donned a casual dress.
Her hair hastily gathered into a bun from her earlier wash. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian exchanged looks of contempt.
Zhiyi, aren't you going to make an effort to dress up?
You wouldn't want to embarrass your boyfriend later, Zhang Qian feigned concern. Meng Zhiyi lazily cast a glance at the two persistent individuals trailing behind her, and with a tone steeped in feigned regret, she remarked, Who could blame me for my lack of makeup skills? Unlike you two, who have mastered the art. She then swiftly shifted her tone to one of blissful contentment, adding, Fortunately, my boyfriend is not so superficial, he adores me just as I am. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian initially intended to mock Meng Zhiyi, yet found themselves on the receiving end of her retort. They exchanged awkward chuckles before falling silent, trailing behind Meng Zhiyi as they descended the stairs.
Deep down, they could scarcely believe that anyone in the school would harbor affection for Meng Zhiyi, let alone the very boy she had been pursuing, Shin Quebec. Thus, their following her seemed to serve only to embarrass her. As the trio reached the ground floor and discovered that no boys were present, Zhang Qian covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, exclaiming, Oh dear, where is your boyfriend, Zhiyi? Zhang Xiaoxiao chimed in, Come on, we are such close friends. If he is absent, there is no need to put on a faade in front of us. Zhang Qian added, Exactly, we know you've always liked Shinkei. But there is no need to fabricate such a tale. Responding to their comments, Meng Zhiyi rolled her eyes, retorting, Have you both lost your senses? The two girls paused, momentarily bewildered by her words, only to hear her continue, Or are you performing a comedy act in this public setting? Should I set a stage for you too? Upon grasping the sarcasm in Meng Zhiyi's words, their expressions shifted, yet they managed to restrain their indignation. Gritting their teeth, they replied, Very well. We shall see if such a man truly exists. Meng Zhiyi, instead of lingering here, you might as well hurry to raise the funds to repay me. Remember, you have only 1 week. Upon the mention of money, an immediate silence enveloped the two. Zhang Xiaoxiao lowered her gaze, her eyes swirling with a venomous intensity, akin to a serpent poised to strike.
After a few minutes had passed, just as Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian were convinced that Meng Zhiyi had no boyfriend at all, they spotted a young man approaching from a distance. Due to the separation, the two initially could not discern his identity. It was only when Shen Ke drew nearer that Zhang Qian, with a hint of uncertainty in her voice, whispered to Zhang Xiaoxiao, "It couldn't possibly be Shen Ke, could it? How could it be? You know how much Shen Ke despised Meng Zhiyi before. It's only been a month, how could?" Before Zhang Xiaoxiao could finish her sentence, she witnessed Shen Ke stride directly to Meng Zhiyi. The two, with his long, slender legs and toned waist, coupled with that striking face, Meng Zhiyi found herself momentarily overwhelmed by his allure. How pitiful of me. It's not as if I've never encountered handsome men before, yet I'm so captivated by this fellow. Cough. I absolutely must not let him see how much I admire his face, that would be embarrassing. Do you have any idea that I've been waiting for you here for 20 minutes and 40 seconds? Meng Zhiyi said with a stern expression, her tone demanding. A barely perceptible smile flickered in Shen Ke's eyes, yet he maintained a serious demeanor as he replied, "So precise?" Meng Zhiyi turned her face away in embarrassment and said, "Of course, I have a strong sense of time. Moreover, a man who is late lacks grace, don't you know?" Shen Ke nodded gently and replied softly, "All right. I shall not be late again next time." Meng Zhiyi, it is truly vexing. Why is this person incapable of feeling anger? I cannot even manage to have a proper quarrel with him. I am utterly exasperated. Shen Ke ignored her unvoiced frustrations and glanced at his watch. "I have made a reservation at the restaurant in advance. We shall arrive just in time for the dishes to be served. Hurry up, I am famished." Meng Zhiyi muttered with evident dissatisfaction. Then cast Shen Ke aside and strode forward. It was only upon her exclamation that Shen Ke became aware of their presence. However, upon discerning the appearances of Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian, a hint of coldness emerged on his usually gentle countenance. Although he had never interacted with these two, they were by no means unfamiliar to him. They had appeared numerous times in photographs of certain individuals within the materials provided by the company assistant. Noticing Shen Ke's gaze upon them, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian immediately donned innocent smiles. "Senior, we are Zhiyi's roommates and close friends," Zhang Xiaoxiao said sweetly. Shen Ke glanced at Meng Zhiyi, who had stopped and turned back to look at him. Did she truly have such companions? Were they aware of the clandestine activities she might be involved in? "What are you still standing there for? Are you trying to starve me?" Meng Zhiyi crossed her arms. Completely disregarding Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian, her tone laced with irritation. Shen Ke concealed the emotions flickering in his eyes and reverted to his usual amiable demeanor. Since he was friends with Zhiyi, he decided to accompany her. He was curious to uncover the secrets that these two might be hiding. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian could scarcely fathom that one day they would be invited by Shen Ke to dine together. They were so exhilarated that they nearly leapt on the spot, eagerly nodding, "Yes, yes." However, Shen Ke arranged for a car to be summoned just for them. Meng Zhiyi took her seat in the back row without offering any commentary on Shen Ke's invitation to the two individuals. In contrast, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian immediately began to mock her for not occupying the front passenger seat, questioning what kind of girlfriend she was. Yet, they were oblivious to the fact that they were not even close to Shen Ke's vehicle. The group soon arrived at the restaurant chosen by Shen Quebec. As Meng Zhiyi seized the opportunity while Shen Ke parked the car, she slipped into a nearby shop to purchase a bag of pastries. Shen Ke felt a twinge of curiosity, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts. It was only when they settled down that he observed Meng Zhiyi choosing a seat distanced from Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian. As soon as she was seated, Shen Ke could hear Meng Zhiyi's inner thoughts, "I want to keep my distance." In the original narrative, these two were afflicted with a contagion. Shen Ke? Chapter 43, Zhiyi feels a bit discontent, I shall soothe her. Shen Ke silently glanced at the two individuals whose excitement was increasingly evident. Then wordlessly rose to take a seat beside Meng Zhiyi. Meng Zhiyi lazily lifted her eyelids, inwardly thinking, "What on earth is wrong with you, encroaching upon my space? You should leave quickly, lest they come over as well." No sooner had her thoughts settled than Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the distance between them, rose to inch closer. Shen Ke felt a slight heaviness in his heart and immediately spoke up, "You may remain seated there, Zhiyi is feeling a bit upset. And I shall tend to her." The three of them fell into a profound silence.
Meng Zhiyi, which one of your eyes perceives my displeasure?
Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian exchanged incredulous glances.
Could it be that Shin Ke has genuinely developed feelings for Meng Zhiyi? What on earth transpired in merely a month?
Shin Ke, appearing unfazed, shifted his chair closer to Meng Zhiyi.
Meng Zhiyi, what on earth is wrong with him today? Why is he being so clingy? That rascal is dressed so handsomely today, is he testing my self-control?
Shin Ke lowered his gaze and suddenly leaned in close to Meng Zhiyi's ear. As his warm breath caressed her skin, she shivered instinctively, wanting to lean back and escape.
Don't move, Shin Ke said swiftly, wrapping his arm around her waist and continuing to whisper in her ear, I need your help.
Those two have been rivals in the business sphere.
I wish to gather some intelligence.
Meng Zhiyi slightly pursed her lips, her dark eyes sparkling with brilliance. Observing this, Shin Ke had no choice but to reveal his ace. At tonight's auction, whatever you desire, I shall purchase it.
Really? Indeed. No matter the cost? Absolutely.
Without a moment's hesitation, Shin Ke made his promise. As the heir of the Shin family, he possessed the means to spend a little money to elicit a smile from her.
Moreover,
he genuinely sought to extract some information from Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian.
Meng Zhiyi feigned contemplation for a few seconds before declaring, in light of your status as my boyfriend, I shall lend you a hand. She then added, it is certainly not due to financial incentives.
Shin Ke lowered his gaze, suppressing a smile, and let out a soft hum from his nostrils. As the saying goes, one should never cross paths with money, no matter the circumstances.
Meng Zhiyi,
having shed her earlier disdainful demeanor, smiled sweetly as she wrapped her arm around Shin Ke's, leaning her body against him.
Darling, they are my dear friends.
Our bond is so strong that we could share a pair of trousers, she declared.
Isn't that right, Xiaoxiao, Qian?
Meng Zhiyi's smile on her face belied the turmoil churning within her. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian, of course,
would seize such a splendid opportunity and would not foolishly undermine Meng Zhiyi's dignity.
Indeed, we have always taken great care of Zhi during our time at school.
And when she pursued her senior, we lent her considerable assistance. Meng Zhiyi feigned a smile, her eyes brimming with a chilling intensity.
Of course, they contributed significantly. All those absurd deeds attributed to the original owner stemmed from you too. Shin Ke's gaze darkened slightly, recalling that when he first became acquainted with Meng Zhiyi,
she was not so eccentric. Thus, her subsequent antics aimed at garnering his attention were indeed the brainchildren of these two? With this thought,
a sudden notion arose within Shin Ke's mind: he must ensure that Meng Zhiyi maintains a certain distance from them to avoid being led astray. As soon as the words left his lips, Meng Zhiyi responded with a teasing tone, their connections are extensive, they know numerous affluent individuals within the capital's business circles.
Unlike me, with so few friends. She continued, feigning envy, by the way, Xiaoxiao, didn't you mention your last outing with that wealthy heir?
Do share the amusing tales of your adventures.
As she spoke, Meng Zhiyi put on an expression of longing, adding, you both know, apart from you two,
I hardly have any friends, and no one invites me out.
Indeed, in this regard, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian could flaunt their superiority before Meng Zhiyi. Oh, please don't belittle us in front of Senior Shin. In the entire capital, which wealthy heir could possibly rival him?
Zhang Xiaoxiao initially adopted a humble tone,
praising Shin Quebec.
Yet, with a hint of boasting, she continued, this time, when we went out with young Master Jiang, there were many others with us.
Though we didn't get to know all of them.
The young Master Jiang referred to by Zhang Xiaoxiao was none other than Jiang Yubai, the heir of the Jiang family, whose influence in the capital is second only to that of the Shin family.
The internal dynamics of the Jiang family are intricate.
The primary operational authority rests with the main lineage, specifically Jiang Yubai's father. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuhuan belongs to a collateral branch.
Jiang Yuhuan's father and Jiang Yubai's father are biological brothers, yet their relationship is reportedly strained, and their private interactions are less amicable than they appear. Subsequently, Jiang Yubai was sent abroad and has not contacted Shin Ke since. On that fateful night, Zhang Xiaoxiao had initially intended to leverage Meng Zhiyi's connection to Jiang Yubai to secure an entry ticket, but to her surprise, Meng Zhiyi outright declined her invitation. Fortunately,
Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian possessed a modicum of charm, and Jiang Yubai, rather than taking offense, invited them aboard a cruise to accompany partners with whom the Jiang family had business dealings. These events remained a secret known only to Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian,
as they continued to cling to the Zhang family's prestige to cultivate their socialite personas. Is that so?
Shen Ke chuckled lightly, casting a glance at Meng Zhiyi beside him. No worries, next time, I shall extend the invitation to you, Zhang Qian said, feigning generosity.
Meng Zhiyi grinned broadly, sure, please do call me.
Zhang Xiaoxiao replied, of course. We are good sisters, and I will definitely introduce you to any new friends. Such sweet words, but the reality is they merely wish to profit from me. I can hardly bear it, my face is aching from smiling.
When will this meal ever conclude? Curse it, if it weren't for Shen Ke's monetary persuasion,
I wouldn't waste my time feigning camaraderie with them. Shen Ke silently observed the deep sisterly bond between Meng Zhiyi and the two women,
inwardly marveling at her acting prowess.
If he couldn't hear her inner thoughts, he might have genuinely believed in their close relationship.
Let us dine, he decided.
Having obtained what he desired, and he chose not to squander any more time. The restaurant staff began to serve the dishes, all of which were to Meng Zhiyi's liking.
Unfortunately, she had no intention of indulging in the evening's fare.
Meng Zhiyi felt a twinge of regret in her heart, then, in the presence of several others, she produced the small bread she had just purchased.
Excuse me, could you please pour me a cup of soy milk or milk? Meng Zhiyi addressed the waiter.
The waiter replied, certainly, please hold on for a moment. Once the waiter had departed, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian, already eagerly holding their chopsticks, looked at her in confusion.
Zhiyi, why did you bring the small bread? Aren't you going to eat?
Meng Zhiyi, with an unperturbed demeanor, remarked, my stomach has been rather unsettled these past few days. The mere sight of greasy food makes me feel nauseous.
I long to indulge, but dare I?
It's all Shen Ke's fault.
In a fit of madness, he summoned these two, leaving me to merely watch, unable to partake. Frustrated,
she cast a covert glare at Shen Ke and then fiercely bit into the bread in her hand.
Zhang Xiaoxiao responded, what a pity, such a plethora of delectable offerings.
Meng Zhiyi feigned a smile, it's no loss, you would enjoy it just the same. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian ceased their politeness and began to eat. Throughout the meal, Shen Ke did not touch his chopsticks but occasionally lifted the hot pot to pour soy milk for Meng Zhiyi.
At that moment,
Zhang Xiaoxiao suddenly stood up. She slurped her chopsticks in her mouth, then placed a piece of fish onto the bone dish in front of Shen Quebec Senior Shen. This fish is quite delicious, you should give it a try.
Shen Ke's expression shifted slightly, yet he maintained his composure, politely declining, thank you.
But I do not eat fish. Beside him, Meng Zhiyi struggled to contain her amusement, turning away to feign a cough, attempting to mask her laughter.
Ha ha ha. Shen Ke's expression just now was priceless.
Help, Zhang Xiaoxiao actually slurped her chopsticks, which were drenched in saliva.
Oh, so many germs.
Upon hearing this, Shen Ke silently wrapped his hand in a napkin, pushing the bone dish slightly away from him.
Chapter 44, what does it mean? Am I not considered a person? Shen Ke's actions confirmed to Zhang Xiaoxiao and Meng Zhiyi that he indeed did not relish fish.
Zhang Xiaoxiao awkwardly forced a smile, then turned her attention to another dish, then try something else. Shen Ke's brow furrowed slightly, making an effort to suppress his distaste, muttering to himself. You should take care of yourself, Junior, I am not accustomed to eating food that others have picked up. Once these words escaped his lips, any hope Zhang Xiaoxiao had of getting closer to Shen Ke dissipated. She sat down dejectedly, refraining from insisting on serving him food any further.
Zhang Qian,
who had initially intended to follow suit, also settled down upon witnessing Zhang Xiaoxiao's embarrassment. The meal proceeded with only Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian partaking in the food.
Meng Zhiyi gnawed at the withered bread, feeling increasingly frustrated within. I am starving. This bread is hardly filling. Can they eat a bit faster? I need to buy something else to eat. It's all Shen Ke's fault. Blame him. Blame him.
Shen Ke, overhearing the girl's discontent, pondered for a few moments before suddenly speaking, I have something to attend to, so I will take Yi with me. The bill has been settled, enjoy your meal. With that, before Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian could react, Shen Ke took Meng Zhiyi's hand and left the private room.
Meng Zhiyi, seemingly out of sorts,
followed Shen Ke into another private room, navigating through a series of twists and turns.
Aren't you supposed to be busy?
She inquired with confusion.
Ha! Meng Zhiyi replied. Taken aback.
Shin Kei pulled out a chair beside him, gesturing for her to take a seat, and then elaborated, I have a peculiar quirk, I prefer dining alone.
Then why are you still eating with me? Meng Zhiyi asked sincerely as she settled into her chair. After a moment of silence, Shin Kei responded, You don't count. Meng Zhiyi was instantly infuriated. What do you mean? Am I not considered a person? Speak up. I clearly cooperated with you today. So why are you resorting to indirect insults?
Meng Zhiyi stood up, hands on her hips, exuding an air of unwavering determination.
Shin Kei's temples throbbed.
And he reached out to urge her to sit down, his tone conciliatory. I am not speaking ill of you in a roundabout way.
It is simply that you cannot be compared to them. At this moment, Meng Zhiyi found herself entrenched in a dilemma. Forcefully shaking off his hand as she obstinately pressed on, What do you mean by not being able to compare me with them? They are human beings. And I am not?
Alright, Shin Kei, I never anticipated that this is how you perceive me, especially after my fondness for you.
Have you taken a liking to them?
It hasn't been long, and you have already changed your heart.
What a scoundrel! Seizing the opportunity,
she clung to this point and began to quarrel with Shin Quebec. Under normal circumstances, even Shin Kei, known for his good temper, would inevitably be provoked by her unreasonable outburst. Meng Zhiyi turned her head away, feigning the act of wiping away tears. She thought to herself, Please, get angry with me.
Even if it means having a quarrel.
I simply desire a dispute, why is it so difficult? Shin Kei supported his forehead, listening to Meng Zhiyi's incessant chatter. Once she had finished her outburst, he gently pulled her down to sit, patiently and tenderly elucidating, What I mean is, you are my girlfriend, not just anyone else.
Thus you cannot be compared to them. Do you understand?
Meng Zhiyi found herself unable to swallow her anger. Her face flushed crimson as she struggled to contain her emotions. Observing her distress, Shin Kei promptly placed a gentle hand on her back and reassured her, Do not be upset, there is an auction tonight.
After dinner, I will take you to buy a new dress.
Just then, the waiter entered with the dishes, and Meng Zhiyi sank into her seat, feeling utterly despondent.
Forget it.
I refuse to complete this absurd task, let it all come to ruin, whatever will be will be.
The system, which had remained dormant until now, could no longer remain silent. Host, you cannot give up. Consider the 300 billion, does that not entice you? Then you do it, Meng Zhiyi retorted, relinquishing her burden. The system replied, Host, there is something I have yet to disclose.
Go on, she urged.
If this task fails, the main deity will erase you. Erased? What does that even mean? Who will be erased? You, the system insisted, and also me.
Meng Zhiyi suddenly slammed down her chopsticks, exclaiming, Oh.
So there's such a big pit waiting for me. I knew it.
Initially, you told me it was a bug.
But it turns out you simply don't want to pay and are preparing to tear up the ticket, right? Beside her.
Shin Kei was momentarily taken aback by her abrupt action and inquired with concern, What's wrong?
Is the food not to your taste? However, at that moment, Meng Zhiyi had no time to pay him any mind and continued her argument with the system, Is this how you play? Fine, I'm done.
I've lived several lifetimes, if I die, so be it. The system replied, Wait, please calm down, host.
This task is the easiest among all your assignments. Are you truly willing to falter here?
Meng Zhiyi stated, Please be aware, I am not defeated here, but rather at your hands.
Let us be precise.
It is not my professional capabilities that are lacking, but your underhanded tactics. Since you wish to engage in such games, allow me to inform them that this world is merely a book, and I shall reveal to them what the outcome will be.
I intend to throw the entire world into chaos, rendering it so that no one can play their tricks anymore.
The system, having accompanied Meng Zhiyi for so long,
naturally understands her well.
It was in a state of agitation, and before she could speak, it hurriedly interjected, Host, I have applied for a task reward to be doubled. Along with an additional bonus, Meng Zhiyi remained indifferent.
This additional reward could grant you a second chance at life. Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi's interest was piqued. What does it mean?
The system replied, It signifies a resurrection mechanism.
A resurrection mechanism, quite intriguing.
The system's offering of such a reward suggested that she was likely to encounter life-threatening situations in the forthcoming tasks.
Contemplating this, Meng Zhiyi's gaze deepened with concern. Yet, it was merely a task to manage aversion levels. How could it possibly involve peril to her life? Could there be aspects of this task that she was unaware of?
Just as Meng Zhiyi's thoughts began to wander, Shen Ke, noticing her stillness, grew suspicious.
Meng Zhiyi? He attempted to call her name. Host. You may take your time to contemplate, but for now, could we not maintain a semblance of calm?
The system spoke with a hint of pleading.
Very well.
After her agreement, the system finally exhaled in relief and resumed its silence.
Observing her return to normalcy, Shen Ke's eyes flickered before he continued to inquire with concern, "What is troubling you?" Meng Zhiyi shook her head, feigning ignorance. "I haven't done much, have I?"
Knowing that Meng Zhiyi would not speak the truth, Shen Ke did not press further, but kept a watchful eye in his heart. That evening, at a 5-star hotel, Meng Zhiyi, adorned in a sea blue, diamond-studded high-waisted gown, arrived on the arm of Shen Quebec.
This evening's auction was hosted by a prominent Chinese collector, showcasing items of immense collectible and historical value.
Consequently, the attendees were a gathering of affluent magnates from all corners of the world.
As the scion of the Shen family,
Shen Ke's mere presence drew a throng of influential figures eager to pay their respects. After all, opportunities to encounter this heir of the Shen lineage were indeed rare. Meng Zhiyi is his companion tonight, and her status as his fiancée draws particular attention. Just as they were engaging with the guests who had come to greet them,
a rather jarring voice of jest broke through the atmosphere.
"Shen Ke, is this the one, the frivolous fiancée who has caused such a stir in the circle?
Bringing you nothing but disgrace?"
The man's voice, neither loud nor soft, instantly silenced the surrounding laughter, redirecting all eyes toward them. Meng Zhiyi linked her arm with Shen Ke and turned to see a man of similar age approaching. He sported flamboyant red hair and had a pallid complexion that suggested a hint of frailty. Adorned with cold gray contact lenses, a sinister smile played at the corners of his mouth. Shen Ke merely cast a detached glance at the approaching figure before leaning down to whisper in Meng Zhiyi's ear.
"That is Jiang Yubai."
Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, her eyes glinting with a frigid light. She then retorted in a mocking tone, "My dear,
how do you still know such a pretentious fellow? He looks like a red-feathered chicken." Jiang Yubai was taken aback by Meng Zhiyi's audacity to publicly retaliate,
even going so far as to insult him.
His expression shifted, and his gaze toward Meng Zhiyi turned dark and menacing. However, after a fleeting moment, he redirected his attention to Shen Ke, speaking with a restrained tone laced with malice. "It appears the rumors hold some truth. You, Shen Ke, have chosen a fiancée who lacks any sense of decency. Have you been starved for too long? Or should I find you a few more? Moreover,
I have heard whispers about the Jiang family's young master leading a tumultuous private life." As he spoke, Meng Zhiyi raised her other hand to cover her nose,
her expression one of palpable disdain as she scrutinized Jiang Yubai from head to toe.
Jiang Yubai squirmed under her gaze.
Before he could respond,
Meng Zhiyi's eyes settled on his midsection as she continued, "For someone like you, who is indiscriminate in taste, be wary, you might just rot one day." Shen Ke refrained from intervening, fully aware of Meng Zhiyi's tenacious nature. Any attempt to restrain her would be futile.
Yet,
hearing her blunt remarks stirred a sense of helplessness within him.
Furthermore, where on earth was this young lady's focus?
He extricated his arm from her grasp, encircling her shoulders and shielding her eyes with his palm.
"What are you covering my eyes for? I haven't finished my tirade yet, you're disrupting my flow." Shen Ke ignored her protests.
His voice, cool and resonant, emerged from his lips. "Perhaps you should concern yourself with your own affairs."
"Indeed, take care of yourself," he reiterated.
Though her vision was obscured, Meng Zhiyi remained undeterred, asserting, "He is clearly on a different level than you. Limit your interactions, lest you be led astray." Shen Ke replied softly, guiding her as they turned to enter the room. Jiang Yubai stood frozen, his face a mask of fury as he watched their retreating figures.
Yet,
as he observed, his anger morphed into a smirk, his interest in Meng Zhiyi piqued.
The rumors did not quite align with the reality.
Even Shen Ke's demeanor towards her diverged from what he had been led to believe.
"Investigate this Meng Zhiyi," he instructed one of his bodyguards, tilting his head. Meanwhile, Shin-Kei led Meng Zhiyi into the private room.
Meng Zhiyi immediately distanced herself from him, plopping down onto the sofa in an unrefined manner.
Is there some kind of enmity between you and Jiang Yubai?
She inquired lazily, leaning back with a curious gaze fixed upon Shin Quebec.
The original text did not elaborate on any grievances between Jiang Yubai and Shin-Kei, it merely mentioned that they later competed for Songwei. Why are there so many missing details? Did the author overlook them, or was it an omission by Xiaoba?
If they are indeed arch-rivals,
could that red-haired fellow be of use?
Shin-Kei observed the eagerness flickering in her eyes, and a dull ache began to throb at his temples.
He retrieved a bottle of soda water from the refrigerator, casually twisting off the cap before finally speaking. He is not a good person. You should keep your distance from him.
Meng Zhiyi smiled as she accepted the water he offered, nodding sincerely. All right, I will listen to my boyfriend.
Not a good person. Oh, that would be splendid.
If Shin-Kei discovers that his fiancée is entangled with his nemesis, it would surely infuriate him.
Alas, poor judgment.
He is obviously here to bolster my performance. I shouldn't have scolded Jiang Yubai earlier.
Shin-Kei knew well that Meng Zhiyi was not the type to simply obey. However, given the current circumstances,
he could not directly disclose certain matters regarding the Jiang family to her. Reflecting on this, he realized he must keep a closer watch on her in the future.
Next up was the auction.
The venue outside was already filled with attendees, while the private boxes housed individuals of considerable status and influence. Each box was equipped with screens mirroring the main event, along with tablets for guests to select and learn about the auction items.
Meng Zhiyi nestled on the sofa,
cradling a tablet in her hands as she perused the exquisite treasures to be auctioned off that evening. Soon, she stumbled upon the jade bracelet that Shin-Kei had mentioned.
The bracelet, translucent and icy in its luster, was indeed remarkable.
Meng Zhiyi was already contemplating the potential worth of the bracelet in her mind. As she sat beside her, Shin-Kei silently listened to her plans for reselling it, rubbing his temples in exasperation.
Suddenly, Meng Zhiyi straightened her posture, her eyes sparkling with astonishment as she gazed at the exquisite item on the tablet. How did it end up here? Shin-Kei's brows slightly furrowed as he discreetly glanced at the screen. It was a jade pendant carved from mutton-fat white jade, depicting two fish playing with a pearl. The description provided scant information, leaving the origin and age of the pendant marked as unknown. Yet, it was evident from Meng Zhiyi's inner thoughts that she recognized this piece.
Indeed, the next moment, she held the tablet up to him eagerly.
Shin-Kei, I want this.
This pendant holds no value. In fact,
it is a subpar item in this auction. Why do you desire it? Shin-Kei feigned confusion, while inwardly hoping that Meng Zhiyi would divulge more. It
is beautiful, she hastily offered an excuse, fearing further inquiry from him. She tossed the tablet onto the sofa and grasped his arm, shaking it insistently.
I want this. Please help me bid on it. I can pay for it myself.
Shin-Kei leisurely picked up the tablet, ostensibly examining the pendant, but in reality, he was waiting.
Meng Zhiyi fell silent, her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked at Shin Quebec. That was the last item left to me by my grandmother.
It vanished unexpectedly one day, and I searched for it tirelessly.
Why does it appear here? Could it be that I have once traversed this realm? Yet, why do I possess no recollection?
In the past, when I completed my missions, the system never erased my memories. As Meng Zhiyi's heart came to a halt, Shin-Kei received the answer he had longed for. He casually remarked that he would purchase it for her, ensuring she would not have to spend her own money.
After his nonchalant statement, he retrieved his phone and made a call.
Moments later, a staff member entered, presenting a delicate box.
Young Master Shin, this is what you requested.
In Meng Zhiyi's puzzled gaze, the staff member opened the box, revealing the exquisite jade pendant inside.
The jade pendant!
She exclaimed, springing up with joy, cradling it in her hands. The staff member maintained a professional smile, gently explaining, this pendant was originally intended as a complimentary gift, however.
It has a minor flaw on the back. Miss, would you be willing to accept it? Meng Zhiyi quickly turned it over and immediately noticed a slight crack on the back. It is it, truly it, the one left to me by my grandmother. Meng Zhiyi clutched the jade pendant tightly, her affection for it evident to the staff members nearby.
Shin-Kei gestured for the staff to leave.
quietly observing the smile of joy that had returned to Meng Zhiyi's face. "Thus, who exactly are you, and from where do you come?" Chapter 46. Such an eerie atmosphere, I felt like a third party. During the subsequent auction, she did not carry out her initial plan to deceive Shinkei. Instead, when it came to the bracelet, she graciously declined it, expressing her lack of fondness. Shinkei, understanding her intentions, chuckled inwardly but still proceeded to bid on the bracelet for her. Upon exiting the hotel, they were immediately approached by Zhang Yubai, who had been waiting for a considerable time. "Shinkei, it has been many years since we last met, shall we share a drink?" Although Zhang Yubai's words were directed at Shinkei, his gaze was fixated on Meng Zhiyi. Shinkei's expression darkened slightly, aware that even if he declined today, Zhang Yubai would seek various opportunities to draw closer to Meng Zhiyi. The incident involving the Zhang family had intricate ties to the Shin family, and he was uncertain of how much Zhang Yubai knew, fearing he might transfer his resentment onto those close to him. Despite the current nature of his relationship with Meng Zhiyi not being as it appeared on the surface, he must safeguard her from becoming a casualty in the enmity between the Zhang and Shin families. Meng Zhiyi originally intended to take advantage of Zhang Yubai, and naturally, she would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. However, before she could utter a word, Zhang Yubai teasingly remarked, "You seem quite anxious about her." "It truly differs from what I have heard. But fear not, I have no intention of causing her any harm." Meng Zhiyi stood obediently to the side. Yet her heart was already blooming with joy. Indeed, Zhang Yubai is truly an excellent support. With him, the progress of our tasks is bound to ascend swiftly. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. I can't help but wonder what transpired between Shinkei and Zhang Yubai. In the original narrative, Zhang Yubai clearly held no affection for San Wei, yet he stubbornly competed with Shin Quebec. Let me ponder. Could it be that Zhang Yubai harbors feelings for Shinkei? One might even say, with his crimson hair and fashionable contact lenses, he certainly gives off that vibe. With this thought, Meng Zhiyi regarded Zhang Yubai with a more curious gaze. Shinkei was at a loss for words, internally exclaiming in disbelief. Meanwhile, Zhang Yubai felt uncomfortable under Meng Zhiyi's gaze, a chill creeping up his spine. "Brother Shin, I don't order takeout," Meng Zhiyi chimed, shaking Shinkei's hand and adopting a voice entirely different from the one she had used to confront Zhang Yubai. Noticing the eager glimmer in Meng Zhiyi's eyes, Shinkei paused momentarily, and a thought struck him. Perhaps allowing Meng Zhiyi to have a go at Zhang Yubai would be a clever strategy. After reaching a consensus, Shinkei led Meng Zhiyi and Zhang Yubai to the restaurant they had previously visited. Upon entering the private room, the bodyguards from both the Shin and Zhang families took their positions outside, each closely monitoring the other. After ordering, a profound silence enveloped the room. Meng Zhiyi sipped on her Wangzai milk, her eyes darting restlessly. Shinkei and Zhang Yubai sat on the bench, engrossed in their phones, neither showing any inclination to speak. What a peculiar atmosphere, I feel as though I am an interloper. Shinkei slowly lifted his gaze, casting a questioning glance in her direction. Meng Zhiyi flashed him a playful grin, revealing her teeth. "I need to use the restroom." Shinkei inquired, "Would you like me to accompany you?" Meng Zhiyi quickly waved her hand, saying, "No need, you two haven't seen each other for quite some time and must have much to discuss. I'll just go by myself." After speaking, she rose and swiftly exited the private room. As the door gently closed behind her, she turned to find the bodyguards standing like sentinels outside. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she tugged at the corners of her mouth and gestured for them to be silent, then disregarded them, pressing her ear against the crack of the door to eavesdrop. The bodyguards exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Inside the room, Meng Zhiyi's departure seemed to shatter the standoff. Shinkei casually tapped his fingers on the table and was the first to speak. "Go ahead, what is your intention?" Zhang Yubai raised an eyebrow, a carefree smile adorning his face. "Is wanting to share a drink with a good brother considered an intention? Is that so?" Shinkei's expression was calm, seemingly gentle, yet it carried an unmistakable air of detachment. Zhang Yubai's smile faltered for a moment, and a flicker of struggle surfaced in his eyes. He bowed his head, silently contemplating the wineglass in his hand for a long while before letting out a derisive laugh. "How did we end up here?" Once, the Zhang and Shin families were close allies. Zhang Yubai was born a few months after Shinkei, and they had known each other since they were in diapers.
Being of the same age and coming from families with a long-standing friendship, they were inseparable until the age of 16. Had that incident not occurred, Jiang Yubai would not have gone abroad, and Shin Kei would not have been sent for secret training. Now, their reunion, once filled with unspoken camaraderie, had devolved into this tense situation. Yet, they both understood the underlying reasons all too well. Shin Kei, given your temperament, no one can force you into anything.
Do you truly have feelings for Meng Zhiyi?
As the topic shifted, Shin Kei finally raised his gaze, a hint of warning in his eyes.
Do not entertain any thoughts about her. Oh, I never said anything, why the sudden defensiveness? Jiang Yubai shrugged, downing his drink in one go. He then added, with significant implication, you should keep a close watch.
At his words, Shin Kei's gaze turned colder. The aura radiating from him was so intense that Jiang Yubai felt short of breath, yet he stubbornly held his ground, meeting Shin Kei's stare.
I will only say this warning once.
Jiang Yubai clenched and released his hand beneath the table repeatedly.
Come on, I'm just joking. Don't take it to heart. Shin Kei fell silent, yet he could hear Meng Zhiyi's thoughts from outside.
I can't make out what they're saying, I really want to know.
He glanced towards the door and then directly rose to approach it. As he pulled the door open, an unsuspecting Meng Zhiyi stumbled forward into the room.
Shin Kei reached out to catch her, his dark eyes lowering slightly, enveloping her in their depth.
Meng Zhiyi blinked rapidly, and in a moment of inspiration, she raised her hand and playfully struck Shin Quebec. How could you suddenly fling the door open?
You nearly caused me to fall.
Excellent, seizing the initiative.
Shin Kei tightened his embrace around her waist, almost amused.
After being gone for so long, I thought you had fallen into the toilet. Is this how you speak to your girlfriend? I'm upset now, you must transfer me 500 yuan as punishment.
Jiang Yubai, upon hearing this, was visibly taken aback. His face a canvas of disbelief.
Is this even permissible? Is she a gold digger?
Shin Kei was well aware that her remarks were a desperate attempt to deflect.
But he paid it no mind. I'll transfer it to you after we eat. Jiang Yubai stared at Shin Kei in utter astonishment. Has he been bewitched? Is this really happening? Chapter 47, Meng Zhiyi is Shin Kei's girlfriend. To pursue her, I demand 3 million.
Meng Zhiyi's opinion was cleverly concealed as she let out a haughty hum. No sooner had she taken her seat than the waiter entered with the dishes. Jiang Yubai regarded the two individuals across from him with a complex expression. He found it utterly perplexing that Shin Kei, who had been raised in luxury and surrounded by servants, would take an interest in someone like Meng Zhiyi.
Moreover, he was even selecting fish bones for her. A wave of frustration surged within Jiang Yubai, leaving him feeling suffocated. I'll take my leave, you two enjoy your meal, he declared abruptly, rising from his seat and striding towards the exit.
Shin Kei, with his head bowed, focused intently on removing the bones, did not lift his gaze and merely replied,
Take care, I want to see you off.
This only fueled Jiang Yubai's ire further. Gritting his teeth, he slammed the door behind him with a resounding bang. Meng Zhiyi gazed at the door, still trembling from the recent impact, perplexed by the situation.
Why do I sense his anger? Oh my. Could Jiang Yubai truly have feelings for Shin Kei? Isn't this rather thrilling?
Shin Kei glanced sideways at the girl beside him, and without uttering a word,
promptly stuffed a piece of expertly prepared fish into her mouth.
Perhaps he deemed me to have forgotten friendship in the face of allure. Meng Zhiyi swallowed the food in her mouth in a hurried manner, her eyes curving into crescent shapes as she gazed at him.
Surely it can't be that simple. Can it?
Shin Kei regarded her with a cool gaze, taking a tissue to wipe his hands.
What do you think? Meng Zhiyi, I sense that his feelings for you transcend mere brotherly affection.
At the very least, it is not purely fraternal.
In any case, Jiang Yubai undoubtedly harbors some deeper sentiments for Shin Quebec. Shin Kei sighed and playfully poked Meng Zhiyi's forehead with his finger. Indeed, it is not brotherly affection. You see? I told you so.
Meng Zhiyi replied with a sense of pride, my eyes serve as a measure.
However,
no sooner had her words escaped her lips than Shin Kei launched another surprise, leaning in closer. With foresight, his other hand had already circled around her back,
leaving her no opportunity to lean away.
He drew near, his warm breath caressing her face, eliciting a gentle tickle.
Meng Zhiyi was uncertain about Shin Kei's next move.
She dared not make a sound, merely gazing at him with wide, unblinking eyes. Shen Ke refrained from advancing, maintaining a posture that was both ambiguous and subtly distant.
Meng Zhiyi, have you forgotten the nature of our relationship? He inquired.
We are boyfriend and girlfriend, she replied hesitantly.
And what do you think my relationship with Zhang Yubai would be?
He pressed further. When she locked eyes with Shen Ke's profound gaze, she distinctly discerned her own reflection mirrored in his pupils. Although Shen Ke made no overt actions, she could still sense an undercurrent of danger emanating from him. An alarm bell sounded deep within her. Meng Zhiyi, no longer passive, suddenly broke into laughter and wrapped her arms around Shen Ke's neck.
This unexpected reaction took Shen Ke by surprise. With a playful grin, she asked, "What is your relationship with Zhang Yubai? Shouldn't you be the one explaining it to me?
You must understand that the one feeling a sense of crisis here should be me. As your girlfriend, discovering a mysterious person by your side naturally warrants clarification."
After saying this, Meng Zhiyi intentionally pulled Shen Ke closer by his neck, reducing the distance between them. Her tone turned suggestively, "Furthermore, you've come this close to me twice today, are you trying to kiss me? Now."
It was Shen Ke who found himself at a loss. He should have known that Meng Zhiyi never played by the rules, in their interactions. One could only gain the upper hand through monetary means. "Let's eat, or the dishes will get cold," he remarked while adjusting his clothes.
Meng Zhiyi curled her lips in disdain as she observed Shen Ke feigning calmness, though the tips of his ears were already flushed crimson. Internally, she scoffed, "Little novice.
You are still too inexperienced to play with me." Shen Ke paused in his adjustment of his cufflinks, inhaling deeply. There were moments when he genuinely wished he could selectively tune out Meng Zhiyi's inner monologue, for she would inevitably drive him to exasperation. Meanwhile, Lin Luoluo interjected. "This is Meng Zhiyi's closet, you ought not to rummage through it without permission."
Upon witnessing this scene, Meng Zhiyi's expression darkened abruptly, and she forcefully slammed the door shut.
Afterward, she and her companions departed with their chosen dresses, paying no heed to the disarray they had created within her wardrobe. They even stepped on several garments that had fallen to the floor without a second thought.
"Who granted you the right to invade my belongings?" Meng Zhiyi inquired icily. Her countenance grim. "Moreover, you are a scion of the Meng family, surely, you wouldn't be so attached to a few dresses?" "Indeed. And we would look far more splendid in those dresses than you," they retorted. It was truly the first time she had encountered such shamelessness. Instead of exploding with anger, she took out her phone and began calculating briskly. "The few dresses you are holding amount to 86,000, combined with those you have touched and tossed on the floor. The total is estimated at over 200,000. I shall hold you accountable for this. Furthermore, I previously allotted you a week to repay this amount. But I have now changed my mind. You have only 3 days to settle the debt." "What?"
Zhang Qian exclaimed in disbelief, "for just a few dresses.
Are you really going to charge us? Otherwise, do you expect to take them for free?"
Meng Zhiyi crossed her arms, her gaze dripping with sarcasm.
"My money does not come from the wind, why should I squander it on you? Do you truly believe we desire to spend your money? Have you looked around the entire school to see who would willingly associate with you?
Only Xiao Xiao and I tolerate you and consider you a friend.
We genuinely treated you as a sister, assisting you in your pursuit of Shen Ke, and now that you've achieved your goal, you wish to cast us aside? Meng Zhiyi, you do not understand the meaning of friendship." Zhang Xiaoxiao's smile faded, and she regarded Meng Zhiyi with displeasure. "Qianqian is correct.
We endured the ridicule of others to befriend you.
Your current actions are genuinely disheartening. Do you truly believe that money is more significant than friendship? Are you really willing to sever ties with us over money?"
Both Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian were momentarily stunned.
They then heard her say, "What are you even worth to compare with money? I would undoubtedly choose money." "So, you are indeed prepared to turn against us?"
Zhang Xiaoxiao asked in a low voice.
Meng Zhiyi smiled, "As long as you repay the money, we can still remain good friends."
"Alright, fine," Zhang Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, her expression filled with reluctance.
"Since you demand payment, then we shall no longer be friends. Meng Zhiyi, think it through." "It matters not," Meng Zhiyi shrugged.
As her words fell, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian exchanged a glance, then tossed the dresses they held onto the ground.
Here, take it back. We have no need for it.
Meng Zhiyi curled her lips in a disdainful smile and retorted, I refuse to be tainted by items that have been touched by others, including these on the ground. You shall compensate me at full value. You are nothing but a robber, do not even think of succeeding. Zhang Qian cried out sharply.
Meng Zhiyi leisurely remarked.
If you refuse to compensate, I shall have no choice but to pursue legal action. My elder brother's company possesses a highly professional legal team.
And considering the debt you owe me, it would certainly warrant a lengthy judgment against you.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian contemplated retaliating but was restrained by Zhang Xiaoxiao. 3 days it is, she declared, before taking Zhang Qian away from the dormitory. Once they reached the ground floor, Zhang Qian pulled her hand away, exclaiming,
Why are you holding me back?
Zhang Xiaoxiao, her expression shadowed, replied, Since Meng Zhiyi is so ungrateful, we shall not be held accountable for our actions. Zhang Qian instantly regained her composure.
What do you intend to do? Zhang Xiaoxiao disclosed, there is an individual willing to pay 1 million for Meng Zhiyi.
And he has already made a down payment of 500,000. Zhang Qian retorted, that is still insufficient for us to repay our debts.
Zhang Xiaoxiao replied.
Why the haste? The situation is changed, with Meng Zhiyi now in a relationship with Shinkei, 1 million is undoubtedly insufficient. I shall contact that individual shortly to raise the offer to 3 million. With that, Zhang Xiaoxiao sent a message to the faceless profile on her phone, stating,
Meng Zhiyi is now Shinkei's girlfriend, if you wish to pursue her, the price is 3 million. Chapter 48, You weaklings. Meng Zhiyi was perplexed by their whereabouts until Zhang Xiaoxiao's call arrived. With a languid tone, she inquired, So, have you gathered the money?
Meng Zhiyi responded, If you seek the funds, come to this address, I shall not owe you a single cent. Upon finishing her statement,
Zhang Xiaoxiao promptly ended the call and sent her the address.
Meng Zhiyi sat on the stool, gazing thoughtfully at the address sent by Zhang Xiaoxiao.
It was a hotel. How intriguing.
She chuckled softly, then changed into a casual outfit and grabbed her black cap.
Are you heading out now? Lin Luoluo inquired.
All right.
Lin Luoluo nodded and then took an apple from her bag, smiling as she said, Here, I just bought it, it's quite sweet. Meng Zhiyi paused for a moment,
gazing at the radiant smile of Lin Luoluo, and did not decline, Thank you, I haven't had a meal yet.
May I inquire about your destination?
Lin Luoluo asked hesitantly. As the sky outside was beginning to darken, Zhang Xiaoxiao asked me to step out for a bit.
Well, I must be on my way now.
Meng Zhiyi hurriedly exited the door, leaving Lin Luoluo momentarily stunned, her mind struggling to comprehend the situation. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she dashed after her,
only to find that Meng Zhiyi had already vanished from sight.
Recalling the conversation she had overheard outside the door days earlier,
Lin Luoluo realized she had not had the opportunity to share it with Meng Zhiyi. However, by the time she pursued her, Meng Zhiyi had already boarded a car and departed.
Anxious thoughts swirled in Lin Luoluo's mind as she paced restlessly. Before turning on her heels and sprinting toward the business school, she needed to find Shinkei and warn him that Meng Zhiyi might be in danger.
Unfortunately,
her efforts were in vain. She arrived only to learn that Shinkei was not on campus that day.
Could you provide me with his contact information? Lin Luoluo inquired,
her voice laced with urgency. The individual before her regarded Lin Luoluo with a hint of misunderstanding, mistaking her for a lovesick junior enamored with Shin Quebec. Given Shinkei's distinct status, sharing his contact details casually was out of the question.
Junior, please come back another day, we cannot disclose Senior Shin's contact information. They replied curtly before turning away, leaving Lin Luoluo in despair.
Meanwhile, Meng Zhiyi sat in the car, tossing the apple Lin Luoluo had given her, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She was not naive, the meeting place chosen by Zhang Xiaoxiao at the hotel undoubtedly harbored some ulterior motive. Yet, she was equally curious to discover what schemes her two toxic friends were concocting. Before long, the taxi came to a halt outside the hotel.
Meng Zhiyi paid the fare and, upon alighting, raised her gaze to the towering edifice before her.
She retrieved her mobile device to glance at the message from Zhang Xiaoxiao, then ascended the staircase according to the room number she had provided.
As the elevator ascended, Meng Zhiyi received a WeChat message from Shinkei. inquiring about her breakfast preferences for the following morning.
Zhiyi, you have arrived, Zhang Xiaoxiao exclaimed as the elevator doors opened, revealing her waiting outside. The silence on this floor was unsettling. Fearing that Meng Zhiyi might sense something amiss, Zhang Xiaoxiao hurriedly stepped forward, reaching out to grasp her.
Meng Zhiyi sidestepped. Her voice icy as she inquired, I am here, where is the money?
Zhang Xiaoxiao's expression momentarily froze, her gaze swirling with a frigid glimmer.
It is in the room. Only cash.
Meng Zhiyi gazed at her for a moment, then smiled and said, all right.
Following this,
she accompanied Zhang Xiaoxiao down the corridor towards the guest room at the end.
After Meng Zhiyi entered, Zhang Xiaoxiao immediately locked the door. Shortly after,
a voice called out for Brother Wei. Then, the wall of the guest room began to slowly shift, revealing a dozen or so men and women emerging from within.
Among them, a man resembling a lackey swiftly surrounded Meng Zhiyi, leaving her no opportunity to escape.
She flatteringly addressed the man, saying, Brother Wei, it's her.
Are you satisfied?
The man referred to as Brother Wei was bare-chested, his arms and neck adorned with tattoos, and he was embracing a provocatively dressed woman. He scrutinized Meng Zhiyi, but her cap obscured her face, leading him to impatiently demand, take off the cap.
Meng Zhiyi gazed contemplatively at the situation before her, yet showed no intention of removing her hat. Observing her lack of action, Wei Jiyi's displeasure swiftly grew. Did you not hear my command? Take off your hat.
Meng Zhiyi disregarded him and instead shifted her gaze to Zhang Xiaoxiao behind him, inquiring, Zhang Xiaoxiao, where's the money?
With newfound support, Zhang Xiaoxiao was unafraid of Meng Zhiyi. She crossed her arms, a malicious grin spreading across her face. You want money? I refuse to give it to you. Meng Zhiyi, I once gave you a chance. Yet you failed to recognize it. You should be aware that there are many who wish to harm you. Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi let out a cold smirk and pressed down the brim of her hat. Is that so? Then don't blame me. Beside her, Wei Gu, growing impatient, gestured to one of Meng Zhiyi's subordinates, take her hat off. I want to see what I'm dealing with. As the command was issued, the subordinate reached out to tug at Meng Zhiyi's hat. However, before his hand could touch it, Meng Zhiyi seized his arm and executed a shoulder throw. The suddenness of the event caught everyone off guard. None expected Meng Zhiyi to possess such skills. Seeing his subordinate incapacitated, Wei Gu felt a surge of irritation. Hold her down, he commanded, prompting several subordinates to rush forward in unison. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian had prepared to enjoy the spectacle, yet as events unfolded, their smiles gradually faded. This was because all 5 or 6 of Wei Jiyi's subordinates lay motionless, defeated by Meng Zhiyi. You bunch of weaklings, Meng Zhiyi disdainfully remarked. Zhang Xiaoxiao, taken aback by Meng Zhiyi's prowess, shook her head in disbelief. I had no idea she was this strong. Before she could finish, Meng Zhiyi interrupted, being fierce with them is pointless, they haven't provoked me to the point of action yet. Tilting her head, her expression morphed into one of malice. She added, however, that may not hold true today. Wei Gu glanced at his groaning subordinates, a fierce anger igniting within him. He pushed aside the woman leaning against him, flexed his wrist, and spoke in a menacing tone, very well, today I shall personally deal with you. Meng Zhiyi exhibited not the slightest hint of fear as she placed the apple given to her by Lin Luoluo upon the adjacent cabinet, swiftly turning to engage in combat with Wei Gu. Despite her diminutive stature, her countless traverses through myriad microcosms had endowed her with formidable skills. In her eyes, they were all mere weaklings. However, Meng Zhiyi did not strike lightly. When she chose to take action, it was never without consequence. Much like Zhou Kai, her stays often extended to 10 days or even half a month, which she considered hardly noteworthy. Before long, the guest room was left with only Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian, huddled in a corner, trembling with fear, alongside several other women who appeared disoriented, some even exhibiting a hint of exhilaration. Meng Zhiyi cast a glance at them, her brows slightly furrowing. The state of these individuals clearly indicated they had indulged in substances prohibited by law. It seems I shall have the opportunity to earn some merit this time. With that thought, Meng Zhiyi yanked the power cord from the television, binding Wei Gu's hands behind his back. After completing this task, she turned to the few subordinates she had knocked down. You lot, drag him into that secret chamber. Her subordinates exchanged glances, yet none made a move. Meng Zhiyi spoke.
Her smile growing increasingly sinister. If you do not comply, I shall compel you until you obey.
Recalling her fierce demeanor, several of her subordinates hurriedly approached and began dragging Wei Gu towards the secret chamber without uttering a word.
She cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian. Flashing a wide grin that revealed her gleaming white teeth, you too, ensure these women are brought inside.
Terrified, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian promptly complied with Meng Zhiyi's orders to avoid punishment. Once everyone had entered the secret chamber, Meng Zhiyi finally dragged a chair inside. I am eager to discover what secrets you have concealed in this place. Chapter 49, you can explain it to the police.
The arrangement within the secret chamber bore no distinction from that of a typical nightlife venue. Against the wall sat a row of leather sofas. A liquid crystal display mounted on the wall, and the lighting cast an ambiguous purple-pink hue. The elongated coffee table in the center was laden with an assortment of alcoholic beverages and peculiar implements. As Meng Zhiyi stepped inside, the mingled odors assaulted her senses, causing her to furrow her brow and instinctively take a step back. She activated the ventilation fan, patiently waiting for the stench to dissipate before cautiously advancing further. A few disoriented women reclined haphazardly on the sofa, while Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian huddled in the corner.
Wei Gu lay discarded on the floor,
twisting his head to cast a look of utter disdain in her direction.
Meng Zhiyi placed the stool before Wei Gu, and after sitting down,
she lifted her foot to rest upon his face, scoffing, if you cannot defeat me, learn to behave and suppress that unwilling expression.
When had Wei Gu ever endured such humiliation?
Gritting his teeth, he retorted, you insolent wretch,
Do you have any idea who I am? Offending me means you shall find no refuge in the capital.
Oh, how stubborn you remain even now, Meng Zhiyi replied. Her gaze lowered as she pressed her foot down with increasing force.
Her voice grew ominous, I care not who you are, in my grasp. You shall either perish or be stripped of your skin.
As she spoke, one of the lackeys standing behind Meng Zhiyi glared fiercely, drawing a small knife from seemingly nowhere, and swiftly lunged toward her. In a flash, the shattering of a bottle echoed alongside the piercing screams of Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian.
When they opened their eyes again,
they beheld the assailant lying motionless on the ground, blood oozing from his forehead, unconscious. Meng Zhiyi clapped her hands and picked up an unopened bottle of wine, her gaze cold and piercing as it swept across the others.
Is there anyone who still wishes to resist?
The others hurriedly shook their heads. They were laborers,
not willing to gamble with their lives. Satisfied with their reaction, Meng Zhiyi smirked and resumed her seat.
She noticed a brand new smartphone carelessly tossed on the coffee table,
and upon inquiring, learned it belonged to Wei Gu. Without hesitation, she unlocked it with her face. Within this device, Meng Zhiyi discovered a plethora of alarming information.
This group was not only indulging in illicit substances but was also implicated in the coercion of women into prostitution.
The phone contained thousands of photographs of young women,
their bodies inadequately covered, their expressions filled with terror, evoking the dread they must have felt when forced to pose for such pictures.
Upon witnessing this, Meng Zhiyi felt an even deeper chill enveloping her.
Subsequently, she exited the photo album and directly opened the messaging application. The most recent chat window was that of Zhang Xiaoxiao and Wei Gu. Upon discovering through the chat records that her worth at Wei Jiyi's place was a mere 50,000, Meng Zhiyi was struck with a blend of anger and amusement. She turned her head to glance at Zhang Xiaoxiao, who was trembling in the corner, and raised her phone, saying, Zhang Xiaoxiao,
you deceived me into coming here for just 50,000.
At that moment, Zhang Xiaoxiao was on the verge of tears. The ruthlessness with which Meng Zhiyi had struck earlier had etched itself into her very soul, leaving her feeling utterly defenseless.
Zhiyi, please let me explain.
Zhang Xiaoxiao stammered, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence.
I do not wish to hear it now, save your words for the police.
Upon hearing that she intended to call the authorities, both Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian became increasingly frantic. They immediately clasped their hands together in a gesture of supplication, pleading,
Zhiyi, please don't call the police, we acknowledge our mistakes. We implore you, don't take this further. If the police arrive, we will be doomed. Zhiyi,
I know you are the best, we were momentarily blinded and lost our way.
I beg you, considering our past friendship, can you find it in your heart to forgive us this once and refrain from involving the police? Meng Zhiyi, feeling disheartened,
coldly fixed her gaze upon the two who desperately pleaded for her attention. You do not merely acknowledge your mistakes, you are simply fearful, she remarked.
We are all adults now, and it is time to take responsibility for our actions.
Subsequently, regardless of Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian's entreaties,
Meng Zhiyi chose to disregard them.
She resumed her perusal of Wei Jiyi's phone, and upon uncovering all of his illicit deeds, she glanced at the time unbeknownst to her.
It had already struck 6 in the morning.
Call the police and report that someone is using drugs, she said. A faint smile playing on her lips as she addressed Zhang Xiaoxiao and the others.
Zhang Xiaoxiao instinctively shook her head, unwilling to comply. For her,
the arrival of the police would signify the exposure of her own misdeeds. Consider this carefully. If I were to personally report it, the nature of the situation would change entirely.
Meng Zhiyi did not articulate her thoughts directly, yet they understood the underlying meaning. Throughout the entire incident,
Zhang Qian did not engage directly in any actions. When Zhang Xiaoxiao vehemently resisted the idea of reporting to the authorities, Zhang Qian, in an attempt to alleviate her own culpability, chose to comply with Meng Zhiyi's suggestions.
Before long, she dialed the emergency number.
Simultaneously, at the University Business School,
Lin Luoluo had spent the entire night in restless anticipation for Meng Zhiyi.
Even before dawn, she arrived at the entrance of the business school to wait. After approximately an hour, she finally spotted Senior Shin Kei's Land Rover approaching the campus gate.
Senior Shin, Senior Shin.
Lin Luoluo immediately dashed toward Shin Kei's vehicle.
Meng Zhiyi,
who had just alighted from another car, paused curiously to observe the commotion.
With her arms outstretched, Lin Luoluo positioned herself directly in the path of the vehicle.
Shin Kei gently applied the brakes, assuming that yet another love-struck junior was attempting to obstruct him for contact information. Meng Zhiyi was taken aback by the audacity of someone who dared to block a vehicle, pulling out a phone to capture the moment to send to his love-struck sister. Raising an eyebrow, he thought to himself that in the past, he would have dismissed such an act without a second thought. However, circumstances had shifted.
What did you just say?
He inquired as he swiftly approached. Shin Kei lowered the car window completely, her expression grave.
What happened to Meng Zhiyi? Lin Luoluo,
in a state of agitation, began to stamp her foot, recounting to both of them what she had overheard the other day. With a hint of regret, she lamented. I should have stopped her yesterday, but by the time I realized, it was too late.
Furrowing his brow, Shin Kei took out her phone to call Meng Zhiyi,
only to be met with a notification indicating that the call could not be connected.
Did she mention where she was going? Shin Kei asked. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Lin Luoluo shook her head. She didn't tell me. Without hesitation, Meng Zhiyi activated the location app on his phone, quickly pinpointing Meng Zhiyi's whereabouts.
At the Lanyue Grand Hotel. Upon hearing this, Shin Kei wasted no time and immediately made a U-turn to head there.
Meng Zhiyi, wait. I will go with you.
Subsequently, the two hurried to their destination with utmost speed. Upon their arrival at the hotel, the police arrived simultaneously.
After a brief exchange, Shin Kei and Meng Zhiyi followed suit.
As the police forcefully opened the door to the guest room and discovered the hidden chamber,
Meng Zhiyi was found cowering pitifully on the floor. Meng Zhiyi.
Shin Kei barely had time to comprehend the scene within, before he shouted out.
Hearing his voice,
she abruptly raised her head, preparing to switch into her act.
Why is Shin Kei here?
Chapter 50, Maintaining a Good Persona in the Dim Light.
Shin Kei followed the direction of the voice and immediately spotted Meng Zhiyi huddled in the corner. Her expressive eyes sparkled with a doe-like fear,
as she curled up in her small form, evoking a pang of concern in both Shin Kei and Meng Zhiyi. In front of her were Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian, leaving them unable to ascertain whether she had been mistreated. Shin Kei strode forward, unaware that upon seeing Meng Zhiyi, his worry for her had transcended all bounds. Meng Zhiyi's mind raced with thoughts before she suddenly sprang to her feet and leaped into Shin Kei's embrace.
He held her tightly,
his dark eyes scanning her for any signs of distress. Before he could voice his tension and concern, he heard Meng Zhiyi muttering to herself.
Why is even second brother here? Surely not, every time I fight, you all come rushing in? I must perform well. I cannot let them discover that these people were struck by me. I need to maintain my good persona, being found out would be disastrous.
Shin Kei promptly sealed his lips, and even Meng Zhiyi, who was about to approach with concern, halted in his tracks.
Shin Kei, why did it take you so long to arrive?
I was so frightened, it terrified me.
Meng Zhiyi buried her face in Shin Kei's chest,
determined to conceal her pretense from them. Observing her nestled against him, her shoulders trembling, Shin Kei couldn't help but feel a twitch at his temple. How fortunate it was. He had been so worried throughout the journey, fearful that something might befall her.
After all, who could possibly contend with her? Do not be afraid, I am here. Nevertheless, Shin Kei played along with Meng Zhiyi's charade. At this moment, Meng Zhiyi remained oblivious to the fact that Shin Kei could also hear Meng Zhiyi's innermost thoughts.
Observing him gently comforting his sister, a twinge of sympathy inevitably surfaced within him.
Brother, your profound affections have ultimately been misplaced.
After Shin Kei finished soothing Meng Zhiyi, the police had already restrained the remaining individuals present. Among them, several younger ones were conscious yet bore injuries. The other girls, with the exception of Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian, had succumbed to unconsciousness. Wei Ge, the last one standing, had recently been knocked out by a punch from Meng Zhiyi.
Noticing their condition, the police commenced a brief inquiry. Who called the police?
Cowering at the back of the crowd, Zhang Qian timidly raised her hand. I did. She lowered her head in fear, refraining from uttering another word.
The officer frowned, surveying the scene until his gaze settled on Meng Zhiyi. At that moment,
she appeared as a frightened and fragile innocent girl, curled up in Shin Kei's embrace, as if she were utterly terrified. They had initially gathered to inhale a white powder, after which they descended into a frenzy of violence against one another. Shin Kei gazed down at the person in his arms, internally lamenting that it was a pity she didn't pursue a career in acting.
However, he had no intention of exposing her. After all,
the circumstances before them sufficiently indicated that these individuals were engaged in a collective substance abuse. Young Master Shin, she must also accompany us for a urine test.
The officer indicated towards Meng Zhiyi, addressing Shin Quebec. Without hesitation, Shin Kei nodded in agreement. Very well. Meng Zhiyi nodded obediently while sitting at the table.
Having not consumed any water throughout the entire evening, she thought to herself, how am I to relieve myself? Additionally, her stomach grumbled with hunger, as she had yet to eat the apple Lin Luoluo had given her. Shin Kei cast a silent glance at her before turning to converse with the police officer from earlier.
Shortly thereafter, Meng Zhiyi followed Shin Kei and Meng Zhiyi as they embarked in their vehicle towards the police station.
Meng Zhiyi had endured a night of hunger, feeling as though her front was pressed against her back. Without hesitation, she uttered a vague thank you and began to devour her meal with fervor.
Meng Zhiyi sat in the passenger seat, gazing thoughtfully at Shin Quebec. He was indeed somewhat taken aback by Shin Kei's attitude towards Meng Zhiyi. Meng Zhiyi smacked her lips,
contemplating that this matter could not be concealed any longer, so she spoke candidly. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian collectively owed me over $1 million.
I demanded repayment from them.
As a result, Zhang Xiaoxiao, harboring resentment, deceived me into a hotel with the intention of selling me to those individuals.
Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi could no longer remain composed.
He turned to Meng Zhiyi and exclaimed, they are unaware of your identity.
And they dare to sell the daughter of the Meng family?
Although this assertion may seem exaggerated, considering the previous attitude of the Meng family, it hardly appears to be an improvement. Fortunately, I possess the ability to defend myself, otherwise, I could have truly been sold off to northern Myanmar.
Meng Zhiyi was utterly speechless. This was simply absurd.
No matter how much they might dislike Meng Zhiyi as a sister, it was inconceivable that they would disregard her well-being. You need not concern yourself with this matter, I shall discuss it with the family. After speaking, Meng Zhiyi took out his phone and called Meng Zhizhou. Meng Zhiyi sat alone at the back, savoring a delectable breakfast while murmuring to herself, no, I haven't told anyone.
How do Shin Kei and my second brother know where I am? This is illogical. Do I have a listening device on me? With this thought,
she began to frantically search her own body, even scrutinizing the emerald pendant hanging around her neck.
Observing her erratic movements in the rearview mirror,
Shin Kei felt compelled to clarify, it's your friend. She intercepted me early this morning at the academy gate and informed me that you were in trouble.
Ha? Meng Zhiyi halted her frantic search. You mean Lin Luoluo?
Yes.
Even if she informed you that I was in trouble, how did you know my exact whereabouts? Meng Zhiyi squinted, her eyes filled with curiosity. Is it really so difficult to track someone's location?
Shin Kei replied leisurely.
Meng Zhiyi remained silent. How infuriating. I fell for his trick. Having power is truly impressive. Shin Kei pressed his lips together, a faint glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes.
Meng Zhiyi pouted slightly, then donned a cap and tilted her head to catch up on some sleep.
By the time they arrived at the police station,
Meng Zhiyi had already been waiting for several minutes.
Are you hurt? Have you been bullied?
The moment she stepped into the police station, his concerned words slipped out, leaving her feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Meng Zhiyi stood still, as if her mind were processing something, taking several seconds before she shook her head. I am fine.
However, her delayed reaction led Meng Zhiyi to believe that she was utterly frightened. He stepped forward, enfolding Meng Zhiyi in his embrace for the first time,
gently patting her and soothingly saying, "Do not be afraid, I will handle the rest." Meng Zhiyi remained rigid, her delicate brows furrowed like two little caterpillars.
What is she doing? Is she putting on a show of sibling affection? In the past, you never showed this much concern during a crisis. What is it? Have you misplaced a nerve recently?
Meng Zhiyi's comforting gestures abruptly froze.
Beside them, Shin Kei and Meng Yang could hardly contain their laughter, quickly turning their heads away. Meng Zhiyi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. What exactly was he hoping for?
This wretched girl possessed no heart.
He feared that if he lingered any longer, he would indeed be unable to restrain himself from throttling Meng Zhiyi. Meng urged, "You stay here with Zhiyi."
I shall go and inquire further, Shin Kei declared, promptly following into the interrogation room. Meng Zhiyi felt somewhat fatigued, so she sat on the bench, leaning against the wall with her eyes closed, seeking a moment of respite.
Just then, someone wheeled in Zhou Kai, accompanied by two impeccably dressed men and a flamboyantly attired middle-aged woman. How long has it been? Have you still not apprehended the perpetrator? The middle-aged woman launched an accusatory tirade at the police officer stationed at the inquiry desk. Meng Zhiyi, feeling somewhat annoyed, lifted her gaze and then rose to move towards a quieter corner. The moment Zhou Kai glanced up, the figure clad in black casual attire and wearing a cap flashed in his mind, reminiscent of the person who had assaulted him that night. Damn! He is over there! Zhou Kai exclaimed, pointing at Meng Zhiyi's back. Chapter 51, I have videos and recordings of them bullying me on my phone. Zhou Kai's voice rendered the nearby woman silent, and she turned to look in the direction he indicated. Where? Is it the person who attacked you? The woman asked anxiously. Yes. The one in black clothing and a black hat, that's him. As Zhou Kai's words fell, the two men in suits exchanged glances and immediately set off in pursuit. As Meng Zhiyi had just taken her seat, before Meng Yang could even inquire about her beverage preferences, he was abruptly pushed aside. Within mere seconds, Zhou Kai and his mother positioned themselves directly in front of Meng Zhiyi, flanked on either side by his two elder brothers. At this moment, Meng Zhiyi felt utterly exhausted. When she noticed someone interrupting her, she looked up with a cold expression and found herself face to face with Zhou Kai. You little brat, after hiding for so long, I've finally tracked you down, haven't I? It was you who harmed my son, I shall ensure you rot in prison. Zhou Kai's mother, renowned for her fiery temperament within the Beijing circle, scolded fiercely and prepared to snatch the hat from Meng Zhiyi's head. Meng Zhiyi's eyes sharpened, and her hand, which had been tucked in her pocket, emerged halfway. What are you doing? Meng Yang swiftly stepped forward to shield Meng Zhiyi. She was momentarily taken aback, staring intently at her second brother who stood protectively in front of her. Meng Yang gazed coldly at the few individuals before him and spoke in a deep voice. Madame Zhou, what is the meaning of this? Madame Zhou instinctively prepared to scold the man before her, but was swiftly restrained by her two sons behind her. Although Madame Zhou was unfamiliar with Meng Yang, her sons certainly recognized him. Mother, he is the second young master of the Meng family, Meng Yang. Upon hearing her son's explanation, Madame Zhou tempered her fury somewhat, yet remained confrontational as she declared, so you are from the Meng family. However, even if the Shen family were here today, it would make no difference. The man behind you has sent my son to the hospital.
And I intend to see him imprisoned. Meng Yang had indeed heard of the Zhou family's substantial reward for finding the culprit. Yet he could not fathom how this matter could be connected to Meng Zhiyi. Of course, that was before witnessing the events of last night, where Meng Zhiyi had brutally assaulted others. He cast a sympathetic glance towards Zhou Kai, who remained seated in his wheelchair.
Do you have any evidence that I hospitalized your son? Meng Zhiyi leaned forward, her large, innocent eyes blinking at Mrs. Zhou. Upon hearing her voice, even Zhou Kai was momentarily taken aback. Why are you here? A look of disdain crossed Zhou Kai's face. So, you are not the one I should be looking for? Meng Zhiyi continued to inquire innocently. Ha, little brat, if you can find the evidence, consider it a victory for you. Upon hearing her innermost thoughts, Meng Yang wore an expression of knowing anticipation. Zhou Kai, taken aback to discover that the individual in question was Meng Zhiyi, felt the anger he had harbored over finding the perpetrator dissipate in an instant. Instead, he adopted a tone that was both cruel and disrespectful as he remarked, Meng Zhiyi, did Wei Wei call me again to say that you have been tormenting her? Have you forgotten the warnings I previously issued? At these words, Meng Yang's countenance darkened considerably. Meng Zhiyi's smile remained unaltered, yet a closer inspection would reveal the chilling depths of her eyes that betrayed an underlying coldness. How audacious you are. It seems I have underestimated you. Next time, I shall ensure to temper your arrogance properly. Before she could utter a word, Shen Kai and Meng Zhizhou emerged from the inquiry room, coincidentally catching the tail end of Zhou Kai's remarks. The Zhou family truly exemplifies resilience. Meng Zhizhou strode forward, his towering figure effectively obstructing Meng Zhiyi. With one hand casually tucked into his pocket, he emanated an aura of authority honed through years of navigating the business world. His piercing gaze fixed intently on the wheelchair-bound Zhou Kai. In a cold voice, he inquired, "Is this how you bully my sister at school as well?" Despite Zhou Kai's notorious demeanor, he felt a twinge of trepidation in the presence of the older Meng Zhizhou, who overshadowed even his brother in the business arena. He swallowed hard, his eyes darting about in uncertainty, struggling to find his voice. I recall having warned you last time, Zhou Kai, Shen Kai remarked, approaching with measured steps, his tone imbued with an unmistakable warning. Zhou Kai's complexion shifted dramatically as he turned, bewildered, to the figure behind him. The moment Shen Kai spoke, even the initially brazen Madame Zhou fell silent. In the circles of Beijing, offending the Shen family was a cardinal sin. Madame Zhou stammered, "Wait, this is a misunderstanding. We've mistaken the person." With that, she gestured for her two sons to hastily push Zhou Kai away. However, Shen Kai's long legs swiftly intercepted their path. What I discussed with Madame Zhou pertains to a different matter altogether, he stated, his obsidian-like eyes fixed on Zhou Kai. Have you forgotten my warning, Zhou Kai? At this juncture, Madame Zhou's composure began to falter. She stepped in front of Zhou Kai, attempting to placate Shen Quebec young Master Shen. They are merely children. Roughhousing is quite normal. Shen Kai's gaze turned sharp as he confronted Madame Zhou. A 20-year-old child? Is it also normal for a male to strike a female? Madame Zhou was rendered speechless. Although Zhou Kai felt intimidated by both Meng Zhizhou and Shen Kai, the thought of Song Wei's affections for another man ignited a reckless defiance within him. Shen Kai, are you truly willing to repeatedly cause Wei Wei distress for that woman? Don't you understand why I target Meng Zhiyi? As his words hung in the air, Zhou Kai received a sharp slap to the head. Madame Zhou delivered the blow without much force, then quickly apologized. I'm so sorry, he is disoriented from being hospitalized. Young Master Shen, please don't take it to heart. Meanwhile, the previously silent elder son stepped forward, sincerely offering an apology. We apologize for not supervising our younger brother adequately. We were unaware of his actions. If possible, we are willing to offer financial compensation as recompense. Financial compensation? Excellent. If you're going to compensate, why not make it a substantial amount? Meng Zhiyi tilted her head, recalling another incident where she had been wronged. The three men, sensing her thoughts, fell silent. Shen Kai replied, I am not the victim here, discussing this with me is futile. With that, Meng Zhizhou and Meng Yang instinctively stepped aside. Meng Zhiyi sat on the bench, the brim of her hat casting a shadow over half of her face, her posture lazily leaning against the wall.
apart from her soft, mellifluous voice, Zhou Kai could not help but feel that she was indeed the one who had violently assaulted him that night. However, upon further contemplation, he recalled that Meng Zhiyi had not dared to retaliate when he had previously reprimanded her, making it implausible for her to be the assailant from that evening. For a moment, Zhou Kai struggled to remember the distinct characteristics of the person from that night. As all eyes turned towards her, Meng Zhiyi cleared her throat and addressed Meng Zhizhou, saying, "Brother, aside from him, there were a few others as well. They have summoned me to the gymnasium numerous times, tugging at my hair and slapping my face." Upon hearing this, even Shinkei cast a surprised glance in her direction. Subsequently, the trio listened as Meng Zhiyi continued. "Every time Songwei was displeased, regardless of whether it was my fault or not, Zhou Kai would unleash his frustrations upon me. Yet, during those times, I had often sought help from you all, but you never intervened. Thus, like Zhou Kai, the bystanders among you are also complicit in the torment." In an effort to substantiate the reality of Zhou Kai's bullying at school, Meng Zhiyi slowly rolled up her sleeves, revealing 2 scars on her arms, marked by cigarette burns. "They even burned me with cigarettes, forbidding me from confiding in anyone, or else they would escalate their punishments." Listening to her words, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, Meng Zhizhou and Meng Yang felt their throats dry, as if something was lodged within. Shinkei pressed his lips together, lost in thoughts that remained unspoken. Meng Zhizhou clenched his fist, uncertain whether it was out of regret or annoyance, or perhaps a combination of both. Zhou Kai did not anticipate that Meng Zhiyi would unveil his bullying actions at such a moment. In a panic, he gritted his teeth and retorted, "She is a habitual liar. Does she have any evidence to support her claims of my bullying? After all, the last time Shinkei intervened, they had not yet engaged in any physical altercation, and there was no substantial evidence against him." Zhou Kai felt a sense of secret satisfaction and vowed that once he recovered, he would ensure that this woman learned a lesson. However, Meng Zhiyi's words fell upon him like a bucket of cold water. "I have video and audio recordings of them bullying me on my phone." Chapter 52, You Are Mistaken. "He is mine now, my fiancé." As soon as Meng Zhiyi's words escaped her lips, all eyes were drawn to her. Madame Zhou and Zhou Kai glared at her, their eyes brimming with animosity, silently warning her with their stares. Yet, she stood undaunted, a cryptic smile gracing her lips as she slowly declared, "I am at the police station, I fear you not." Her words bore a deeper significance, one that Shinkei comprehended. At this juncture, even if the Meng family did not serve as her pillar of support, she was determined to unveil all that Zhou Kai had done. He gazed at the girl seated on the bench, uncertain of his own motivations, and spoke directly, "I am here, no one shall bully you." At his words, a fleeting glimmer flashed in Meng Zhiyi's eyes. She understood quite well that under absolute power, fairness was an illusion, even in this place. But what did it matter? She was not the original owner of this identity, she held no expectations of these individuals. And she possessed her own means to ensure that Zhou Kai received his due punishment, even if it were not through lawful channels. However, what surprised Meng Zhiyi was Shinkei's unwavering support for her cause. Zhou Kai and Madame Zhou promptly retreated, saying, "Hand the evidence to the second brother. I will negotiate with the police." Meng Yang suppressed the complex emotions swirling within him and turned to her, striving to speak in the gentlest tone possible. Observing the 3 of them, Meng Zhiyi found herself utterly bewildered by their inexplicable shift in attitude towards her, a complete turnaround as if they had taken some mysterious elixir. While Shinkei could comprehend their behavior, given their status as a couple, Meng Zhizhou and Meng Yang's intentions eluded her. Noticing her stillness, Meng Yang's lips moved repeatedly. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Mrs. Zhou grew increasingly restless. Her genuine fear that Meng Zhiyi might unveil a video prompted her to seize upon Zhou Kai's hospital visit and examination as an excuse to depart. "What's the rush?" From his demeanor, it seems he is in no immediate hurry. Shinkei's voice decisively eliminated any escape for Mrs. Zhou. If it were merely the Meng family, she might have felt somewhat confident given the Zhou family's standing and influence in the capital. However, with Shinkei present, the pinnacle of power in the political circle, she dared not confront him directly. Meng Zhiyi's train of thought was abruptly interrupted as she gazed at her second brother, who was looking at her intently. After a moment of hesitation, she extended her phone towards him. Under her direction, Meng Yang opened the video stored in the album. In an instant, The terrified cries for help and pleas for mercy from the girl resonated, only to be drowned out by the boisterous laughter and insults of the bullies. Led by Zhou Kai, Meng Zhiyi leaned in, and despite the dim lighting of the video, it was sufficient to discern how that isolated girl was being tormented by the group.
Shin Kai closed his eyes, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions surging within him. Suddenly,
as he listened to those voices, Meng Zhiyi felt an uncontrollable spasm in her stomach, and soon after, her vision began to blur.
"What's the matter with you?"
Shin Kai was the first to notice something amiss with her. However, before he could approach, Meng Zhiyi forcefully pushed him away and dashed toward the restroom.
"I'll check on her, you all stay here and handle this," Shin Kai said to Meng Zhiyi and the others before immediately pursuing her.
Meng Zhiyi burst into the bathroom, her half-bent form collapsing over the sink as she retched incessantly. A powerful force within her seemed intent on tearing her apart, as if striving to expel her from this corporeal vessel.
"Xiao Ba!"
she shouted in a moment of respite, summoning the system with a fierce urgency.
"I'm coming." "Damn!
Why is she still here?" The system gasped in astonishment before hastily extracting the lingering consciousness from her body. Once the consciousness was severed, Meng Zhiyi gasped for air, her body immediately growing weak as she leaned against the wall. "Provide me with an explanation," she demanded, her expression darkening. She recognized that the consciousness she had just experienced belonged to the original owner of the body.
As a task performer, she understood that if the original owner's consciousness was sufficiently potent, it could indeed displace her from this form.
Thus, individuals like her typically chose bodies that had already perished.
The system swallowed nervously, stammering, "If I were to say this is a bug, would you believe me?" "What do you think?" Meng Zhiyi retorted.
Perhaps yearning for someone to rely upon heightened her emotional response upon witnessing their willingness to believe in her.
"However, rest assured, host,
I have completely severed her influence this time, she will not affect you again."
After absorbing the system's explanation, Meng Zhiyi lapsed into contemplative silence. After a prolonged pause, she inquired, "May I meet her?" "Ah? You want to see her? Is that permissible?" The system hesitated, its words stumbling. Meng Zhiyi's resolve to meet the original owner of the body was further solidified.
Eventually, the system, unable to withstand her insistence and under the pressure of both threats and temptations, reluctantly acquiesced. Subsequently, her consciousness was drawn into a realm orchestrated by the system. In this space, Meng Zhiyi beheld the former inhabitant of her body.
"You have usurped my form, return it to me. Give me back my body."
The figure shrieked as it lunged towards Meng Zhiyi, only to be repelled by an invisible barrier. On the opposite side, it furiously battered against the barrier.
Teetering on the brink of madness,
Meng Zhiyi narrowed her eyes slightly, a question suddenly arising in her mind.
Why did her appearance differ from this body?
The system remained silent. Meng Zhiyi suddenly revealed a hint of a playful smile and said, "Because she is not the true owner of this body, is she?" She stepped forward, gazing directly at the person on the other side of the invisible wall who was still shouting furiously.
She inquired, "Do you not feel wronged? Believing yourself to be the true victim? Is it not so?"
"They are the ones who bully me, my family disregards me, and my fiancé treats me with indifference."
"If this does not constitute a victim, then what does?" Meng Zhiyi scoffed,
her tone dripping with sarcasm. "It is rather absurd to lie to me while I inhabit this very body."
The person opposite her was momentarily taken aback, only to hear Meng Zhiyi continue, "On the day you were bullied, why did it just so happen that the incident was recorded on video?" "It was because your initial intention was to seek someone to torment Songwei, intending to capture it for Shin Quebec." "No. That is not the case. You are speaking nonsense." "Meng Zhiyi, denial is futile, for this is your memory."
"I simply do not wish for her to compete with me, Shin Kai is my fiancé."
"Mine alone."
"You are mistaken, he is currently my fiancé."
Meng Zhiyi scoffed,
her guilt towards the original owner dissipating upon discovering that the other was merely an unfamiliar occupant of the body. She had initially believed the original owner to be merely foolish, squandering the opportunity to enjoy a life of privilege as a daughter of the Meng family,
instead relentlessly vying with Songwei over Shin Quebec.
However, it now appeared that the other might be, like herself, a task executor, albeit one of rather mediocre competence. The other continued to scream frantically, resorting to threats and intimidation.
Observing Meng Zhiyi's indifference, she lowered her stance, pleading pathetically for Meng Zhiyi to relinquish the body. Yet, Meng Zhiyi remained unmoved. You, like them, are no good person. After a moment of reflection, she added, of course, I am not either. Chapter 53, I wish to enjoy the spectacle from the front line. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, a cold smile gracing her lips. Thief? Who isn't one? Your incompetence is your own downfall, since you cannot properly utilize this body, the rewards of the task shall be mine. Outside the restroom. Shin-Kei listened intently to everything. When Meng Zhiyi emerged, composed, she found him standing there, his gaze fixed on her with an air of detachment. What are you doing here? Meng Zhiyi tilted her head, inquiring. She raised an eyebrow, although he spoke words of concern, his eyes remained consistently calm. Those eyes were undeniably beautiful, yet the underlying detachment never faded from their depths. Meng Zhiyi nodded silently. Exhibiting no concern about her role as a victim in the bullying incident and whether she should remain to assist with the investigation. Especially with Meng Zhizhou and Meng Yang by her side. Young Master Shen, there are accusations stating that those individuals were struck by this young lady. And we now require her continued cooperation with our inquiry. As the words fell, Shin-Kei and the Meng brothers turned their gazes toward Meng Zhiyi. Yet, the individual in question displayed no reaction, maintaining an innocent facade and blinking her eyes innocently. Are you referring to me? Indeed, the police officer affirmed with a nod. However, upon observing Meng Zhiyi's seemingly harmless demeanor, he found it hard to believe. Meng Zhiyi lowered her head slightly, the innocence in her eyes vanishing entirely, replaced by a fleeting chill. She could easily surmise who had pointed her out. Very well, I shall comply. Subsequently, Meng Zhiyi followed the police officer into the interrogation room. Meanwhile, in another chamber, Shin-Kei and the three Meng brothers observed the unfolding events through a one-way mirror. Perhaps due to her seemingly harmless demeanor, the investigators maintained a relatively gentle approach towards Meng Zhiyi, initially inquiring about her relationship with Zhang Xiaoxiao and the others. Meng Zhiyi did not conceal anything, thoroughly detailing the relationship between the original owner and Zhang Xiaoxiao, including the sums of money they had taken from her. When asked whether she had resisted an injured Wei Gu and his gang due to suffering harm, Meng Zhiyi slightly furrowed her brows. She retorted, Officer, if it were you, could you overpower those individuals? The police officer was momentarily taken aback by the question and then began to ponder. He was familiar with Wei Gu and his associates, all of whom were ruthless individuals living on the edge, having previously frequented the police station for various reasons without consequence. Meeting Meng Zhiyi's clear gaze, the officer hesitated for a few seconds before shaking his head. No. Indeed, if he, a graduate of the police academy and trained in combat, was incapable, how could a frail young girl manage? The scars on her body were faint, indicative of old wounds, with some recent injuries layered atop them. She then spoke in a remarkably calm tone. If I had the ability to protect myself, I would not have been bullied at school, would I? As Meng Zhiyi spoke, her tone was remarkably calm, as if the wounds inflicted upon her were not her own. This demeanor rekindled a deep-seated frustration within the hearts of the Meng brothers, who were situated in another room. The police officer, upon observing the injuries on Meng Zhiyi and witnessing her current nonchalant appearance, felt a twinge of sympathy arise within. I apologize, I am merely conducting an investigation in accordance with protocol, not intending to evoke your past. Meng Zhiyi smiled at him nonchalantly. It's all right. I have grown accustomed to it. According to protocol, once someone raises an allegation, the police are obligated to investigate. Soon, Meng Zhiyi's personal information was submitted for review. Upon examining her records, the case officer swiftly dismissed her as a suspect, for the information contained within revealed that Meng Zhiyi possessed no capacity for harm whatsoever. Concurrently, the test results for Zhang Xiaoxiao and the others were released. Aside from Meng Zhiyi, the rest had, to varying degrees, come into contact with inappropriate materials. As Meng Zhiyi emerged from the interrogation room, she caught sight of the restrained Zhang Xiaoxiao. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Xiaoxiao pointed an accusatory finger at Meng Zhiyi, exclaiming, "It was her. She was the one who assaulted everyone and coerced us into reporting it." Instantly, the corridor fell into a profound silence. Yet no one seemed to believe her claims. I witnessed her strike. It was undeniably her who inflicted the injuries.
Zhang Xiaoxiao, in a fit of rage, shouted fervently, flailing her arms as she demonstrated to the police the scene of Meng Zhiyi's alleged violence. Observing her frenzied demeanor,
a hint of an enigmatic smile danced in Meng Zhiyi's dark pupils.
With a tone laced with feigned grievance, she remarked, Xiaoxiao, I never anticipated you would treat me this way. I have always regarded you as a good friend.
Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xiaoxiao's agitation intensified.
And with all her might, she broke free from the grasp of the officers, lunging toward Meng Zhiyi with a furious cry.
As Meng Zhiyi attempted to sidestep,
an arm encircled her waist, gently pulling her into a warm embrace. Shen Ke held her close, his gaze sharply directed at Zhang Xiaoxiao. Before he could utter a word, Meng Zhiyi emerged from behind, his words cutting like a blade. For all that you have done, I shall hold you accountable, as well as your parents.
Meanwhile, the now subdued Zhang Xiaoxiao was forcibly taken away. Why do you not believe me?
Every word I utter is the truth, I have not lied,
she fiercely protested.
It was she who injured Wei Gu and the others, granting me the opportunity to report the incident.
Meng Zhiyi, speak up.
You deceitful wretch. Meng Zhiyi gazed at the silhouette of the figure being taken away, a flicker of amusement dancing in her dark pupils. It is already quite merciful to subject you to the sanctions of the law. If this were not a society governed by law, I would feel remiss if I did not sever your heads from your bodies. A bunch of feeble wretches.
In the desolate corridor, three men listened silently to Meng Zhiyi's inner thoughts, none daring to speak. Where were the elder and second brothers? Meng Zhiyi curiously turned her gaze towards them.
Upon hearing this, she glanced at Meng Yang beside her.
Surely the second brother isn't planning to stay behind?
I recall he has an academic discussion tonight. I almost forgot, the female student who caused his disgrace seems to be attending that very discussion.
Oh my, I am rather tempted to follow along.
I wish to witness the unfolding drama firsthand.
Hearing this, Meng Yang exchanged a discreet glance with Meng Zhiyi. Here it comes.
The revelation of his tragic fate was about to unfold.
The ability to hear thoughts was already astonishing, yet the truths revealed within those thoughts were undeniably real.
Meng Yang had always approached this phenomenon with skepticism until the third brother, Meng Yanchuan, resolved the case of the missing girl, compelling him to believe.
According to Meng Zhiyi's inner voice, the Meng family would undergo cataclysmic changes in the coming year. Family members would face calamities one after another,
none meeting a favorable end, including himself. Thus, he was keenly curious about how he would descend into disrepute.
Chapter 54, Never forgetting to complete the troublesome task at any moment. Under Meng Zhiyi's inquisitive gaze, Meng Yang casually spoke to Meng Zhiyi. Subsequently, the group departed from the police station, leaving Meng Zhiyi to address the matter of Zhou Kai bullying Meng Zhiyi.
Meanwhile, Zhou Kai, who had been hiding around the corner, clutched his wheelchair tightly.
He could clearly hear Zhang Xiaoxiao's frenzied screams echoing in his mind.
Images of that night when he was brutally beaten merging and separating with the visage of Meng Zhiyi he had encountered today. He had initially dismissed his doubts, as Meng Zhiyi had not dared to resist during their prior encounters.
Yet now, the ember of suspicion reignited within Zhou Kai. Could it truly be her who had sent him to the hospital?
Contemplating this, Zhou Kai's expression darkened further.
Meng Zhiyi, once I am discharged,
I shall surely take the opportunity to test you thoroughly.
When she finally awakened, it was already evening.
Lin Luoluo entered from the balcony and discovered Meng Zhiyi, who had just roused, sitting on the bed and engrossed in her phone. A smile brightened her face as she swiftly approached Meng Zhiyi's bedside. Her tone laced with concern, Meng Zhiyi, you're awake.
Are you hungry?
Upon hearing her voice, Meng Zhiyi lifted her gaze towards Lin Luoluo, her demeanor noticeably softer than before.
I am a bit hungry. Due to her continuous engagement in tasks within a miniature world, Meng Zhiyi was not particularly adept at sincere interpersonal interactions. In most situations, she maintained a facade, never allowing herself to invest her true emotions. However, in the presence of Lin Luoluo, she found it difficult to remain indifferent. In an instant,
the words of refusal eluded her.
Then allow me to freshen up first. Alright, take your time, there's no rush.
I shall wait for you, Lin Luoluo replied.
Her spirits lifted, for at least this time, Meng Zhiyi did not decline her invitation. After a brief moment of grooming,
The two made their way directly to the school cafeteria. Along the way, Lin Luoluo chattered animatedly, sharing insights about which stalls served the tastiest dishes, which offered the best value for money, and which ones were not worth the trouble. A gentle smile adorned Meng Zhiyi's face, and she found the surrounding noise rather pleasant,
as it evoked an unprecedented sensation within her.
Upon arriving at the cafeteria on the upper floor, her gaze swiftly fell upon Song Wei, who was in the company of Ding Yu and several other girls nearby.
Unlike Meng Zhiyi, Song Wei had always projected an image of pure innocence.
And due to her association with the Shen family, she enjoyed considerable popularity at school. This was particularly true among those wealthy young men and women eager to align themselves with the Shen family yet unable to approach Shen Ke directly.
Among them,
Ding Yu shared the closest bond with Song Wei.
What a surprise to see her here. Could she be seeking trouble with Wei Wei again? One girl seated across from Song Wei displayed an immediate look of disdain upon spotting Meng Zhiyi. Hadn't Ti heard that Shen Ke himself had publicly acknowledged their relationship? Given that, she should have no reason to pursue Wei Wei any longer. Wei Wei, didn't you always have a good relationship with Shen Ke? How could he suddenly be with Meng Zhiyi? As the topic of Shen Ke and Meng Zhiyi's romance arose, the others turned their attention to Song Wei.
At that moment, she cast her eyes downward, her countenance reflecting a profound sense of disappointment and sorrow.
The melancholic expression stirred feelings of sympathy among them. Why on earth would you bring that up?
Ding Yu, sitting beside Song Wei, expressed her discontent, gently patting Song Wei's back in comfort. Shen Ke's loss of our Wei Wei is a misfortune for him. He has chosen to pursue that empty-headed Meng Zhiyi, and soon the entire capital will mock him for it.
Song Wei clasped her hands tightly over her knees beneath the table,
her nails digging into her palms as she struggled to suppress the tempest of fury brewing within her. She could not allow herself to erupt. She needed to maintain the persona she had meticulously crafted, ensuring that everyone perceived her as the victim.
After a brief pause, Song Wei spoke in a subdued tone. "Ke must have his own reasons.
You all know that with his family background, many matters are beyond his control."
She refrained from mentioning Meng Zhiyi and did not deny or disparage their relationship, subtly framing Shen Ke's decision to be with Meng Zhiyi as one dictated by circumstance.
The individuals present hailed from renowned affluent families. While they did not possess the immense power of the Shen or Jian families, they nonetheless understood Song Wei's sentiments.
In families like theirs, even engagements had to be weighed against the potential benefits to the family's interests. I knew someone like Meng Zhiyi could never capture Shen Ke's attention. But Wei Wei, didn't you say your parents arranged a marriage between you and Shen Ke when you were young? How did it suddenly become Meng Zhiyi who has a claim on him? One of them inquired.
This matter was undoubtedly a thorn embedded deep within Song Wei's heart, a mere touch eliciting a visceral pain. She bit her lip, her breathing becoming heavier. Perhaps it's because my parents passed away too early.
How could this happen? Isn't Shen Ke being utterly untrustworthy?
I once thought he was a decent person, but I never expected him to break his promise.
Wei Wei,
he is not worthy of your affection, they chimed in, disparaging Shen Quebec. Song Wei quickly interjected, this isn't Shen Ke's fault. He is also being coerced into this arrangement by family elders, which he cannot resist. Ding Yu muttered, you care for him too much, you defend him in everything. Which is why he feels free to take advantage of your love.
Yet, Song Wei feigned understanding, managing a strained smile as she responded, it's alright. As long as he is happy, I can endure anything. Even if I can only watch him from afar, that brings me joy. Witnessing her resilience. The others felt a deep pang of sympathy for her plight.
Meanwhile, Ding Yu conveniently overlooked that not long ago,
the kind and gentle Song Wei had asked her to deal with Meng Zhiyi.
Meng Zhiyi and Lin Luoluo sat at a distance from Song Wei. Thus they were oblivious to the conversation that transpired moments ago. They observed, however, as the group occasionally cast glances in their direction before huddling together to whisper among themselves. It was evident without a doubt that Meng Zhiyi had already been the subject of countless disparaging remarks. A glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes as an idea struck her. She took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Shen Ke. I am at Cafeteria A, please come and keep me company for dinner.
She added, oh.
And please bring me 2 cups of milk tea. In the business school, freshly emerged from his shower. Shen Ke pondered the message for a few moments before changing his attire and heading out.
Shortly thereafter, he arrived, carrying 2 cups of milk tea. Darling, I'm right here, Meng Zhiyi called out deliberately, her voice ringing out.
The group of Song Wei, who had just finished their meal and were preparing to leave, turned at the sound and spotted Shin Kei's gaze met that of Song Wei's, and then shifted to Meng Zhiyi, who was waving at him.
He sighed inwardly,
recognizing her unwavering determination to fulfill her peculiar task at any given moment. Upon seeing Shin Kei, Song Wei found herself rooted to the spot.
Entranced by the figure she had followed since childhood, a bittersweet ache rising in her throat. I can't stand this.
Wei, just wait, I shall avenge you shortly, Dingyu declared, unable to contain herself, as she grasped Song Wei's hand and strode boldly toward Meng Zhiyi.
The others followed suit, their faces alight with curiosity. Chapter 55, How was I unaware of Shin Kei's engagement to Song Wei?
As Song Wei and her companions approached with a fierce demeanor, Lin Luoluo felt a twinge of anxiety, casting nervous glances at Shin Kei, who had already seated himself beside Meng Zhiyi, fearing an impending confrontation.
In contrast, Meng Zhiyi welcomed their approach with anticipation.
She pushed the milk tea in front of Shin Kei and, with a soft tone laced with a hint of playfulness, urged,
Could you please poke it open for me?
Shin Kei merely glanced at her, saying nothing, yet complied with her request, expertly puncturing the straw.
Thank you, darling, she replied.
Meng Zhiyi smiled joyfully, resembling a girl blissfully enveloped in the sweetness of love.
Yet, to Song Wei, this scene was painfully conspicuous. For a fleeting moment, her gaze toward Meng Zhiyi was suffused with uncontainable resentment.
Dingyu, walking ahead of her, remained oblivious to this sentiment, her mind instead consumed with animosity toward Meng Zhiyi. As she pulled Song Wei toward them, her eyes swiftly scanned the group, ultimately resting upon Meng Zhiyi.
Meng Zhiyi, you truly possess no shame. Relying on your status as a daughter of the Meng family, you audaciously usurped Wei Wei's engagement with Shin Quebec. Meng Zhiyi wore a perplexed expression. How could she be unaware of the engagement between Shin Kei and Song Wei? The original storyline had not alluded to it. Had she truly overlooked something?
Dingyu's words struck Song Wei like a thunderbolt. The matter of her engagement with Shin Kei was known only to herself and the Shin family. It was her own unwillingness that had led her to inadvertently disclose this information to Dingyu after the old matriarch of the Shin family had personally arranged the betrothal between Meng Zhiyi and Shin Quebec. Song Wei had intended to leverage Dingyu and her friends to confront Meng Zhiyi, never anticipating that this revelation would occur in Shin Kei's presence.
Dingyu! Song Wei exclaimed, hastily placing her hand over Dingyu's mouth to silence her. Yet, no matter how she tried,
she could only cover so many mouths with her two hands. The individuals trailing behind her assumed she wished to spare Shin Kei embarrassment,
and they felt a sense of indignation on her behalf. They interjected, although the Shin family holds considerable prestige in the capital, they must uphold their promises, right? To abandon an engagement with Wei Wei simply because she is an orphan and for the sake of profit is truly unseemly. Wei Wei has always considered you. Yet you have betrayed her for a fool. We have misjudged you. Their clamor left Song Wei feeling overwhelmed.
Panic washed over her as she glanced at Shin Kei, who was regarding her with a profound gaze. Shin Kei, please do not misunderstand. It is not what it seems, allow me to explain later, she implored. Her frustration simmering beneath the surface as she turned to Dingyu and the others.
Please, stop talking. Dingyu! Song Wei's face darkened ominously, her tone heavy with discontent.
Dingyu, taken aback by her fierce gaze, instinctively took a step back, silenced by fear.
Song Wei merely wished to depart from this place as swiftly as possible. Wait. We haven't even clarified the matter. Where do you think you're going? Meng Zhiyi interjected suddenly, her expression one of amusement as she regarded those accompanying Song Wei. Did you just say that Song Wei and Shin Kei are engaged? Who mentioned it? Did she say it herself? Is that so? Meng Zhiyi turned to Shin Kei,
observing him nonchalantly detached from the situation, and her curiosity was piqued.
Could there truly be a hidden past? Shin Kei, unless you provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I will promptly seek out grandmother Shin to annul the engagement. In the past,
the mere mention of breaking off an engagement was something the original character would never dare to utter.
Since Meng Zhiyi's arrival, however, threatening to annul the engagement had become a frequent occurrence. The mention of her intent to break the engagement astonished those trailing behind Song Wei. Had the sun risen from the west? The very Meng Zhiyi who once clung to Shen Ke, eager to wed, now dared to utter those words? Shen Ke looked at Meng Zhiyi with resignation, internally lamenting her ability to stir trouble. He had not anticipated that Song Wei would disclose this matter, leaving her to face accusations of being untrustworthy. Meng Zhiyi regarded her triumphantly. See? If you have any sense of shame left, you should take the initiative to withdraw. Wei Wei's birthday is approaching, and she and Shen Ke are truly the perfect match. Yet, instead of feeling elated, Song Wei's heart sank further into turmoil. She gazed at Shen Ke, her eyes filled with unspoken pleas. As Shen Ke spoke, Ding Yu and the others turned to look at Song Wei in disbelief. Her complexion drained of color, she staggered slightly. What? The one regretting the engagement is Song Wei? One of them asked incredulously. Song Wei, you did not tell us this. How many lies have you spun to deceive us? Song Wei found herself at a loss for words, frozen in place, unsure of how to respond. The expressions of those around her began to shift as they pieced together the truth. How frustrating. You must think us fools. We regarded you as a friend and felt sorry for you. What a waste of sincerity, one exclaimed. The jester is truly myself, so be it. Do not call us friends anymore. Except for Ding Yu, the others, feeling betrayed, began to depart. At that moment, Song Wei was engulfed in humiliation. Trembling as a whirlwind of emotions surged within her, Ding Yu bit her lip and cautiously reached for Song Wei's hand. Wei Wei. However, in the next instant, her hand was forcefully shaken off. Song Wei glared at Ding Yu with resentment, her voice laced with anger. Are you satisfied now? With that, she could no longer bear to remain in the room and fled. Ding Yu, feeling lost, glanced at Shen Ke, who was now absorbed in his phone, before turning her gaze to Meng Zhiyi, who wore a cryptic smile. Aren't you going to chase after your dear friend? Meng Zhiyi remarked with a hint of irony. Ding Yu gritted her teeth and shot her an angry look before hurriedly pursuing Song Wei. Yet, as she sprinted out of the cafeteria, she could not catch a glimpse of Song Wei. Meanwhile, Song Wei found herself alone in a secluded corner. She could not comprehend why events had taken such a drastic turn. In her dreams, she had envisioned herself as Shen Ke's one true love, even without the engagement. He would inevitably fall for her. Initially, everything mirrored the scenes from her dreams, so why had it all changed so suddenly? After much contemplation, she attributed the change to Meng Zhiyi. At that moment, her phone rang. Steeling herself, Song Wei retrieved her phone from her bag, only to see it was a call from the Shen family landline. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart. Just as she hesitated, the call ended. Yet before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the phone rang again. Determined, she answered before it could disconnect. Hello? The unexpected notification left Song Wei momentarily flustered. The voice on the line continued, regarding Miss Song's rumors about the Shen family being untrustworthy, the old matriarch has instructed you to handle this matter yourself. Should you fail to do so, the Shen family will have to intervene. With that, the call ended abruptly. Panic surged within Song Wei as she hastily opened Weibo, only to find a trending topic titled Shen family disregards orphan, untrustworthy and regrets engagement. Chapter 56, Meng Zhiyi, you lecherous old fool. Meanwhile, Meng Zhiyi also noticed this trending topic. Sipping her milk tea, she savored the comments beneath the post, all of which condemned the Shen family and Shen Ke without fail. Meng Zhiyi, with a hint of schadenfreude, presented her phone to Shen Ke, saying, "You should take a look, the internet is rife with criticism directed at you." Shen Ke raised an eyebrow, casting a fleeting glance at the comments without offering any response. Aren't you upset? Meng Zhiyi inquired, leaning closer with an expression of curiosity. This illustrates the disparity in treatment. Previously, when Meng Zhiyi found herself the subject of ridicule trending online, Shen Ke was eager to call off their engagement. Yet now, with Song Wei, he has tacitly accepted it. Indeed, true love is invincible. Do not overthink it, Shen Ke replied. His brow furrowed in mild discomfort as he gently prodded Meng Zhiyi's forehead, urging her to step back, his tone laced with resignation. Meng Zhiyi pouted slightly, her eyes darting around as she immediately adopted an expression on the verge of tears. It seems you are still unable to forget her, she remarked. Lin Luoluo, standing nearby, attempted to diminish her presence, wishing to bury her head in her lap. Shin Kei replied, there are no lingering feelings between her and me.
I see, Meng Zhiyi continued. You two have always been mutually infatuated, never truly parting ways.
It is I who have intruded upon your relationship. She dramatically lamented, but what can I do?
I like you just as much, if not more than she does.
Can't you be wholeheartedly with me?
Shin Kei lowered his gaze,
fixated intently on the girl before him.
In the next moment, he reached out, gently pulling Meng Zhiyi closer by the back of her neck, diminishing the distance between them.
And the atmosphere grew palpably intimate.
Lin Luoluo, akin to an ostrich, wished she could simply disappear beneath the table. Meng Zhiyi sealed her lips and widened her eyes.
Shin Kei slightly lowered his body, his breath brushing against Meng Zhiyi's face. Do you want me to prove it? His cryptic words left Meng Zhiyi in a state of confusion.
As he drew closer, alarm bells rang in her heart. Her heartbeat quickened, and her breath became somewhat labored. Suddenly, she thrust her hand forward, forcefully pushing Shin Kei away, then swiftly rose to flee, leaving behind a solitary remark, I am going to find my second brother. I can't stand this, he actually tried to charm me with his looks. A man full of tricks, I won't fall for this.
Yet.
I am somewhat curious about what a kiss feels like. Shin Kei is quite handsome, after all.
Pa. Meng Zhiyi, you old lecher. Lin Luoluo, perplexed, gazed at Shin Kei, struggling to comprehend why Meng Zhiyi had suddenly dashed away. However, Shin Kei, watching Meng Zhiyi's retreating figure and hearing her inner monologue, could no longer contain himself.
He let out a soft chuckle, his shoulders shaking, his clean and hearty laughter further bewildering Lin Luoluo.
Senior.
I will go chase after Zhiyi, Lin Luoluo stammered as she stood up, hastily grabbing her bag and rushing out. Once she departed, Shin Kei gradually ceased his laughter.
Yet.
In the next moment, the smile in his eyes vanished, replaced by a shadow of gloom. He took out his phone and opened that Weibo post, examining some comments with a serious expression.
One of the latest comments cast a chilling pallor over Shin Kei's face.
First, he took a screenshot of the comment. Then clicked into the user's profile, capturing a screenshot of the information. After completing these tasks, Shin Kei exited Weibo and dialed a phone number.
Young master. The call was quickly answered by a calm male voice.
I have sent you several screenshots, please investigate the identity of that person.
Also,
I want to know who posted this Weibo.
Understood. After giving his instructions, Shin Kei finally exited the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Meng Zhiyi, having fled the cafeteria, unknowingly found herself beneath the teaching building.
As Meng Yang stepped out, he beheld her standing before the flower bed, fanning herself with her hand.
Instinctively,
he assumed that Meng Zhiyi had come seeking him, prompting him to stride over.
Meng Zhiyi, he called out with a tone of indifference as he approached. Upon hearing her name, Meng Zhiyi turned, momentarily taken aback, before swiftly recalling that Meng Yang was to attend an academic conference that evening.
Her eyes darted with excitement.
And she hurried towards him, exclaiming, Elder brother, where are you headed? May I accompany you? Meng Yang hesitated for a few moments, then nodded, let us go. Accompany me to a dinner gathering. How delightful.
Ah, the front lines are buzzing with gossip.
Meng Yang, today's dinner marks the beginning of your tragic existence.
Students harbor feelings of admiration for you, only to ultimately transform that affection into hatred, ruining your life. How lamentable.
However,
you fare better than your elder brother and fourth brother, for their ends were far more tragic.
Meng Yang walked ahead, an inexplicable emotion surging within him.
He silently recorded his thoughts, pondering that since he had foreseen the outcome, it was impossible for tragedy to ensue. For her, the years spent in the Shin household had been more opulent than those of many affluent daughters. The Shin family had never been harsh,
allowing her to live a carefree life until now.
Yet, her dissatisfaction grew, and her desires became increasingly insatiable. At this moment, two maids stood quietly by,
observing as Song Wei packed her belongings, occasionally offering assistance. Has grandmother gone to sleep?
I wish to bid her farewell, Song Wei remarked, having packed all her luggage, longing for one last glimpse of the matriarch. However, the maid shook her head and replied, the old lady is entertaining guests and cannot see you. Song Wei bit her lip, feeling a twinge of reluctance.
I can wait, she insisted. Miss Song, it is best if you leave.
The old lady has stated that the Shin family has been more than generous to you, the maid said, her expression somewhat awkward.
Upon hearing this,
Song Wei finally resigned herself to the situation. She turned back, gazing longingly at the room she had inhabited for so many years.
From the window, she could see directly into Shin Kei's room, a choice she had made deliberately. From this day forth, she would no longer be able to peer through the window. Across the garden, like a thief observing every aspect of Shin Kei's life. After a considerable time, as the maids grew impatient, Song Wei finally lifted her suitcase.
"Could you please assist me in moving this?"
she requested. The maids nodded and helped carry several boxes of her belongings.
Although she was departing the Shin household, the matriarch had still arranged for a driver and servants to escort her to her new residence.
Due to the previous incident, Song Wei felt a lingering discomfort and trepidation towards Song Zhaojing.
He regarded her with a mix of skepticism and curiosity but ultimately refrained from asking further questions.
Once Song Zhaojing retreated to play video games, Song Wei stood at the doorway, watching the dimly lit living room illuminated solely by the glow of the computer screen.
As he donned headphones, cursing at the game with abandon. Reflecting on her current predicament and the reality of Meng Zhiyi being with Shin Kei, a shadow of melancholy gradually enveloped Song Wei's expression.
Meng Zhiyi, I shall not allow you to have your way. Chapter 57, quickly revert to that loathsome demeanor. As Song Wei reluctantly vacated the Shin residence, Meng Zhiyi accompanied Meng Yang to the hotel hosting the academic conference.
During their journey, she listened to his introductions, learning that this conference was attended by several prominent figures in the industry. However, despite being labeled as an academic event, it was essentially a gathering of influential elites. The reason Meng Yang confided in her was to glean, from Meng Zhiyi's heartfelt sentiments, the identity of the person responsible for his tragic fate.
Consequently, is it truly appropriate to bring family members to such an occasion? Moreover, the student admiring my second brother appears to be merely a sophomore. By what means does she find herself in such a setting? Could she also be the daughter of some industry magnate? Meng Yang let out a quiet sigh,
resolutely dismissing his earlier thoughts.
Don't wander off. If you need anything, just let me know in advance, he advised anxiously before entering the private room.
It was evident that he harbored some concerns about Meng Zhiyi potentially causing trouble in such a setting.
Rest assured, second brother, I will behave,
Meng Zhiyi replied with a sweet smile. It was reminiscent of the first time they met, when she had been just as obedient.
Let us go. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Yang's tone softened slightly.
The siblings pushed the door open to find 7 or 8 individuals already waiting inside.
Ah, young Meng finally graces us with his presence.
I thought you would miss this gathering yet again, exclaimed a man in his 40s, warmly welcoming them.
Meng Yang nodded modestly and then led Meng Zhiyi to take a seat. Who is this?
Several individuals turned their curious gazes toward Meng Zhiyi.
This is my younger sister, Meng Zhiyi, Meng Yang introduced her graciously.
The genes of the Meng family are truly remarkable. This young lady is exceptionally lovely, one person complimented with a beaming smile. Being praised inevitably brings about a pleasant mood.
Meng Zhiyi felt a delightful warmth within her, just as she was about to express her gratitude, an untimely voice interrupted. Isn't Meng Zhiyi the one engaged to the Shin family?
I've heard that the young master of the Shin family is vehemently opposed to this engagement.
Moreover,
I've also heard that your sister shamelessly pursued young Master Shin at school, causing quite a few amusing incidents that even trended online, ha ha ha.
As the words echoed, the entire private room was enveloped in an eerie silence. The smile on Meng Zhiyi's face instantly vanished. She lifted her gaze toward the speaker. A young man roughly the same age as Meng Yang.
He possessed a somewhat handsome appearance, yet his inverted triangular eyes immediately betrayed a less than savory character.
Naturally, Meng Zhiyi was not one to tolerate such deliberate attempts to humiliate her. Pardon?
The man seemed momentarily bewildered by Meng Zhiyi's words.
It appears your information is rather outdated.
Shin Kei and I have been in a romantic relationship for over a week now.
Prior to that, we were merely indulging in playful flirtation, do you understand? Of course, someone of your advanced years would struggle to comprehend the ways of the youth. But fear not, I bear you no ill will. With that, Meng Zhiyi graciously waved her hand, adopting a demeanor that suggested she would not hold it against him. You think I'm old? The man
having likely missed the entirety of Meng Zhiyi's statement, clung to the solitary point that resonated with him.
Meng Zhiyi, second brother, look at this person.
They are a quintessential example of someone who fails to grasp the main point.
Is he usually like this?
Meng Yang feigned sipping tea, nodding in a perfunctory manner.
Yet,
internally, he was musing that his younger sister had referred to that individual as an old man, whereas he himself was of a similar age, thus rendering him an old man as well. Although he appeared to be engaged in hushed conversation, the entirety of the private room could hear him.
Upon hearing this, everyone, including Meng Yang, turned their gaze in that direction. You are talking nonsense.
The man, whether out of guilt or irritation, abruptly rose and slammed his hand on the table.
Meng Zhiyi gazed at him with an expression of innocence, inquiring, how can you resort to such insults? Who permitted you to spread rumors here? What evidence do you possess that accuses me of academic fraud? The man's countenance darkened as he pressed on relentlessly.
And what proof do you have that validates your earlier claims about me?
Meng Zhiyi countered. The man replied, everyone is saying it outside. Is there really a need for proof?
He added, this situation is not even comparable. Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi's gaze turned icy, and her tone sharpened.
Why is it not comparable? Does the act of spreading rumors come with a hierarchy? Or is it permissible for you to fabricate lies while I am forbidden from speaking the truth? Is this truly the lesson that teachers impart to their students?
The man's face paled, veins bulging on his forehead, and he could only roar 4 words, nonsense.
Meng Yang wore a grave expression, several times attempting to interject and interrupt Meng Zhiyi, yet ultimately remained silent.
The others exchanged glances, eager to voice their thoughts, yet found themselves unable to intercede.
Thus, each chose to remain quiet, patiently awaiting the resolution of the conflict between the two. Meng Zhiyi scoffed at the man's demeanor, remarking, why are you so agitated?
We're both spreading rumors, yet I don't appear as frantic as you do. The man gritted his teeth, his gaze fierce, as if he were ready to devour someone.
Meng Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, wearing an expression that seemed to beckon him to continue.
The man stared at her intently for quite some time,
before finally shifting his gaze with evident displeasure towards Meng Yang. Is this how your family disciplines their children? They lack even the most fundamental manners. At this moment, Meng Zhiyi fell silent. You approached Meng Yang for a reason, perhaps, in the interest of the Meng family's reputation, he might actually reprimand me.
I'm somewhat looking forward to it. How much will my disdain value increase this time? Just as she reveled in her secret delight,
Meng Yang spoke up beside her.
Zhang Yan, you were the one who spoke ill of my sister first, how is it now that she is the one deemed uncultured?
Meng Zhiyi tilted her head, gazing at Meng Yang with a perplexed expression.
No, this development is not right.
You should be scolding me,
accusing me of bringing shame to the Meng family.
Hey, have you been influenced by someone else? Meng Yang was overwhelmed by the clamor of her heart's voice,
causing her ears to ache, prompting her to raise a hand in a gesture of ear-pulling to mask her discomfort. She continued, as my sister pointed out. The remarks you made lack empirical evidence, however, you chose to jest publicly in such a setting, which is hardly a display of good breeding. Furthermore, as an educator,
you ought to be more mindful of your words and actions, should you not? Or perhaps your previous comments were merely intended to induce a sense of embarrassment in me? Meng Yang's words rendered Zhang Yan utterly speechless. Meng Zhiyi, enveloped in an aura of despondency, closed her eyes in resignation.
As the atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point, the others hastily sought to alleviate the tension. For the sake of maintaining harmony, Meng Yang offered a sharp critique of Zhang Yan's actions but chose not to dwell on it further. After all, Meng Zhiyi had indeed been somewhat unpredictable in the past. Zhang Yan, having lost face in public, already held a private discontent towards Meng Yang, and his disdain for him grew a fraction more.
Meng Zhiyi was somewhat withdrawn, remaining silent throughout as she quietly awaited the arrival of the girl who admired Meng Yang.
It was not until someone spoke from behind her, saying, "Miss,
shall I fill your cup?"
Meng Zhiyi turned her head to see a tall waitress standing behind her, dressed in a dark blue qipao, her skin fair and luminous. She appeared to be quite young, and when she smiled, dimples appeared on her cheeks, while her eyes sparkled with clarity.
Could it be her? This girl doesn't seem like the type who would deliberately ruin someone's prospects. Miss?
Wenwan shyly called out as she noticed Meng Zhiyi's gaze lingering on her.
With a gentle smile, she filled Meng Zhiyi's cup and then turned to inquire about Meng Yang.
Meng Zhiyi held the cup, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on Wenwan.
Could it be that the plot had encountered a glitch, altering the course of events that originally dictated Meng Yang's encounter with that girl tonight? Yet,
due to her heartfelt expression, Meng Yang inexplicably cast an additional glance at Wenwan. It was this very glance that confirmed his suspicion that the young woman before him was indeed the one resonating within Meng Zhiyi's heart. He recalled having seen her at school before. Chapter 58, The Meng family. All short-lived. Wenwan hailed from a prestigious scholarly family in the capital, where both her parents were intellectuals of considerable repute within literary circles. She herself was exceptionally talented, having been regarded as the exemplary child of others throughout her upbringing. With nearly perfect scores, she advanced to University A ahead of her peers, becoming a prominent figure within the institution. It was precisely for this reason that Meng Yang grew increasingly convinced that Wenwan was that individual.
Given her illustrious family background,
it was unfathomable for her to have descended to the role of a mere waitress. Thus, it was highly likely that her presence here was intentionally directed towards him.
Contemplating this, Meng Yang felt a throbbing headache. If she were an ordinary student, he could easily wield the power of the Meng family to transfer her to another school,
or perhaps even send her abroad, distancing her from him entirely. However, dealing with Wenwan posed a significant challenge.
Isn't that Miss One? Suddenly,
someone at the dining table recognized Wenwan. Meng Zhiyi promptly perked up her ears, and upon hearing Wenwan's full name, a flicker of intrigue flashed in her eyes.
Goodness, it truly is her.
She lifted her gaze to scrutinize the elegantly poised girl before her, who exuded grace in every gesture.
Surely, the original author must be unwell. How could such a splendid young woman be bestowed with such a fate? Meng Yang rarely concurred with Meng Zhiyi's perspective, nodding subtly in agreement. Wenwan, graceful and poised,
was undoubtedly exceptional. She had no reason to jeopardize her life for a man.
Meng Yang was hardly worthy of her. If anyone were to perish, it should be him.
A flicker of disdain crossed Meng Yang's lips as he cast a frosty glance at Meng Zhiyi. Truly, she was his beloved sister. Upon having her identity revealed,
Wenwan momentarily panicked but quickly donned a charming smile, declaring, "I am here to experience life." Afterward, she discreetly glanced at Meng Yang beside her. This fleeting look did not escape Meng Zhiyi's notice, who inwardly lamented, "Wenwan, how foolish you are. Of all the men, why must you set your sights on Meng Yang?
The entire Meng family are doomed to short lives. Do not squander your precious youth."
Meng Yang felt a throbbing at his temples.
Upon hearing the term short-lived ghost, he nearly lost his composed demeanor. He silently clenched his teeth, thinking, "You are the short-lived ghost, and your entire family shares that fate."
A few moments later, never mind, didn't her family include him as well?
Once Wenwan was recognized, Zhang Yan, who had just been reprimanded by the Meng siblings and was feeling dejected, immediately adopted a humble facade,
eager to invite her to dine with them.
Wenwan had initially approached with the intent of connecting with Meng Yang, and after a brief moment of hesitation, she shyly accepted the invitation. Zhang Yan, filled with delight, was about to offer his seat to Wenwan when Meng Zhiyi unexpectedly rose.
"Please, sit beside me," she said.
"Zhang Yan, your intentions are clearly written all over your face."
"All right," Wenwan replied, nodding before Zhang Yan could utter another word. As she settled beside Meng Yang, Zhang Yan's gaze towards Meng Zhiyi radiated a palpable animosity.
Meng Zhiyi provocatively smiled at him, then pulled out the chair beside Wenwan and sat down.
Although she was reluctant to witness Wenwan's demise at the hands of Meng Yang,
she was even more averse to the thought of her being sullied by someone like Zhang Yan.
Meng Yang found himself perplexed by Meng Zhiyi's behavior.
Yet he endeavored to maintain an air of composure and a sense of distance.
Once the meal concluded, Wenwan's fondness for Meng Zhiyi soared,
even prompting her to exchange contact information upon parting. After watching her being escorted away by her family's driver, Meng Yang finally voiced his curiosity.
"Do you have a particular fondness for Wenwan?" Meanwhile, Song Wei's discreet departure from the Shen household was a deliberate act of concealment.
She harbored no desire for outsiders to discover her situation prematurely. Upon arriving at her dormitory, she encountered Dingyu, who was climbing out of bed to freshen up. Recalling her attitude towards Dingyu the previous day, Song Wei swiftly masked her emotions, adopting a facade of guilt.
Yeah, I am truly sorry.
My demeanor yesterday was inappropriate, I should not have spoken to you in that tone. Her voice quivered slightly, evoking a sense of genuine remorse in Ding Yu.
Upon receiving Song Wei's apology, Ding Yu's heart softened immediately.
Wei, it's not your fault, I failed to consider your feelings and was solely focused on defending you. Song Wei lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and a single tear cascaded down her cheek.
Why are you crying? I'm not upset with you.
Please don't cry, Ding Yu urged soothingly.
Unexpectedly, Song Wei threw herself onto Ding Yu, sobbing, Yeah, I've been cast out. Ding Yu exclaimed, What? Cast out?
Leaning against Ding Yu's shoulder, Song Wei trembled, her eyes darkened with anguish, and continued to lament, I have no idea what Meng Zhiyi discussed with grandmother Shin.
But last night she insisted that I leave the Shin household.
Ding Yu's shock was soon replaced by indignation.
How dare Meng Zhiyi do such a thing? She hasn't even married into the Shin family, what right does she have to force you out? It's utterly outrageous. You didn't even contest her. You've already stepped back and wished them well. Why must she be so ruthless?
Hearing Ding Yu advocate for her, a hint of satisfaction flickered across Song Wei's lips.
I don't know, I'm feeling quite despondent. Ding Yu gently patted her back, then, after a moment of contemplation, declared resolutely, No. We cannot allow her to bully us like this.
Seeing her goal achieved, Song Wei sat up, feigning disappointment as she looked at Ding Yu.
But what can we do?
Grandmother Shin favors her, and even Shin Kei has been compelled to accept her. I feel utterly powerless.
I have a plan, Wei. I know how to deal with her.
Ding Yu's expression turned cunning as she continued, The older brother I contacted last time got caught, which is why she has been able to victimize you.
But don't worry, I know another one. Upon hearing this, Song Wei's mind raced as she tentatively whispered in Ding Yu's ear, Could I assist in any way?
At that moment, Ding Yu was preoccupied with thoughts of how to teach Meng Zhiyi a lesson, entirely oblivious to the subtle expression in Song Wei's eyes.
Deep in thought,
she eventually said, We need to devise a strategy to lure her away.
With her gaze downcast, Song Wei feigned regret while inadvertently mentioning,
Meng Zhiyi's greatest concern is Shin Kei. Apart from that Lin Luoluo, she seems to have no other friends. Ding Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped Song Wei's hand.
Yes, we can use her to our advantage. Song Wei bit her lip, pretending to be troubled. Is that truly advisable? What if?
Ding Yu interrupted her, Rest assured, I will only use her, I won't harm her.
Moreover,
you need not worry about this, I will handle it.
With her objective achieved, Song Wei instantly donned a mask of gratitude. Yeah, I'm so fortunate to have you. On that day, after class, Meng Zhiyi and Lin Luoluo were walking towards the apartment, engrossed in a discussion about what to eat later when suddenly someone called out to them from behind.
As Meng Zhiyi turned around, she spotted Jiang Yuhuan approaching them in high heels, her expression one of displeasure.
Upon recognizing the visitor,
Lin Luoluo's face paled instantly, and she hurriedly tugged at Meng Zhiyi's sleeve.
Zhiyi, you should leave quickly. That night in the darkness, Meng Zhiyi had offended Jiang Yuhuan to assist her, leading Lin Luoluo to instinctively assume that she was here to cause trouble. Meng Zhiyi squinted her eyes,
a hint of playful amusement gracing her smile.
It's nothing, I, too, am curious about what she seeks from me. Chapter 59, In My Heart. You are indeed a wonderful person. Meng Zhiyi's lips curled into a playful smile as she observed Jiang Yuhuan approaching her with an imposing demeanor. One could easily imagine the resentment Jiang felt towards Meng Zhiyi for confining her to her home. Meng Zhiyi, apologize to me.
Jiang Yuhuan exclaimed sharply as she reached her.
Why should I? Meng Zhiyi retorted with an innocent expression.
Jiang Yuhuan was nearly beside herself with rage, her voice rising, How can you even ask why?
Do you have any idea that I have been grounded at home for an entire week and had my allowance taken away? Meng Zhiyi shrugged her shoulders, expressing indifference. What does that have to do with me?
It wasn't I who urged your parents to ground you, nor did I suggest they withhold your allowance.
If you are truly dissatisfied, why not confront them directly?
Surely, your parents must have been angered by something you said to Shin Kei. If you do not apologize to me today, our conflict remains unresolved.
Upon hearing Jiang Yuhuan's reasoning, Meng Zhiyi began to understand why she had fallen prey to Song Wei's manipulation.
With a resigned sigh, she was about to speak when Song Wei unexpectedly appeared. With a hint of surprise in her tone, Song Wei hurried to Jiang Yuan's side, instantly donning a look of delight. Upon seeing Song Wei, the fiery anger within Jiang Yuan dissipated. Wei, it's been ages. Oh, I haven't forgotten, I just haven't had the chance to tell you. The two women, resembling long-lost friends, completely disregarded Meng Zhiyi and Lin Luoluo standing nearby. When Song Wei felt the moment was right, she feigned confusion and asked, "You know Meng Zhiyi?" At the mention of her name, Jiang Yuan's smile vanished, replaced by a grimace as she retorted, "Who knows her? Just a useless fool. Wei. She's the reason I was grounded at home for a week." Ah? Song Wei pretended to be astonished. Then, she gently pulled Jiang Yuan behind her and, biting her lips lightly, looked at Meng Zhiyi with a full pitiful expression. "Meng Zhiyi, I know you dislike me, but please do not harm my friend. If your hostility stems from my long-standing friendship with Shinkei, I sincerely apologize." With her head lowered, her delicate face revealing a hint of grievance, she choked out, "It's all right, as long as she doesn't trouble you again, I am willing to do anything." Frustrated, Jiang Yuan stamped her foot and glared at Meng Zhiyi, exclaiming, "Meng Zhiyi, don't go too far." Throughout this exchange, Meng Zhiyi observed Song Wei's performance with an expression of bemusement, akin to watching a fool. She clapped her hands, saying, "What a splendid performance, truly remarkable. Ladies, I seem to have not uttered a single word since earlier. It has merely been the two of you engaging in this theatrical duet. Perhaps we should crowdfund a stage for you both, so you may perform to your heart's content?" Jiang Yuan's throat tightened, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Meng Zhiyi gazed at Song Wei with a smile that was both enigmatic and mocking, inquiring, "Miss Song, which of your eyes witnessed me bullying Jiang Yuan?" Song Wei's hands, which hung by her sides, tightened slightly as she met Meng Zhiyi's gaze, a deep-seated resentment swirling within her eyes. Struggling to suppress her emotions, she continued, "Did Yuan not mention that it was you who caused her to be grounded?" Meng Zhiyi, Jiang Yuan has always been kind-hearted. Regardless of whether your actions stem from disdain for me or something else, if you continue to harm my friends, I shall no longer retreat as I once did." Listening to her righteous words, Meng Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. "Is that so?" When a waiter accidentally bumped into her, staining her clothes, Miss Jiang unleashed her fury and trampled the poor individual's hand on shattered glass, hurling insults at them. "Is this what you deem kindness? If so, I cannot concur." Jiang Yuan's expression shifted slightly as she quickly scanned the surroundings, noticing several classmates observing them. "I was in a bad mood that day, and my emotions got the better of me," she hastily explained. "So, being in a foul mood grants one the liberty to bully others? Is this what Miss Song considers to be kindness?" Meng Zhiyi continued, her smile unwavering. "It appears Miss Song's worldview is quite unconventional." Unaware of the animosity between Jiang Yuan and Meng Zhiyi, Song Wei likely would not have uttered such words had she known. "Why has Miss Song fallen silent? Were you not quite just moments ago?" Meng Zhiyi inquired with a teasing tone. In that moment, Song Wei felt as though she were ensnared in a fiery predicament, unable to find an escape. Meng Zhiyi gazed at them scurrying away in disarray, her smile widening with each passing moment. It seemed the days ahead promised to be quite lively. However, she could never have anticipated that, instead of Jiang Yuan and Song Wei, an unexpected visitor would arrive. On this Saturday, plagued by severe stomach pains, Meng Zhiyi declined Shinkei's invitation to join him for a meal and lay on her bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Outside, the sky was cloaked in darkness, heavy clouds looming ominously overhead, while large raindrops pelted against the windowpane, occasionally accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder. "Zhiyi, I brought you some brown sugar eggs. Can you get up?" Meng Zhiyi heard a sound and turned over, only to find Lin Luoluo standing below, half of her clothes soaked by the rain, her hair dampened. In her hand, she held a carefully packed portion of brown sugar eggs, remarkably well protected from the downpour, with not a single drop of rainwater on the bag. Meng Zhiyi stared blankly at Lin Luoluo, a surge of inexplicable emotion suddenly swelling within her. It felt as though a warm current was melting her frozen heart. In her memories, it seemed that no one had ever cared for her in such a manner. Noticing her silence, Lin Luoluo's face reflected a hint of concern. mistakenly believing that her condition was quite dire.
Does it hurt a lot? Perhaps I should carry you to the infirmary? Lin Luoluo said,
setting down the bag in her hand and preparing to assist her.
Meng Zhiyi quickly gathered her thoughts, saying that it was unnecessary while weakly sitting up.
She remarked,
"It's not that serious, I'm just a bit lazy and reluctant to move." Meng Zhiyi never anticipated that the arrival of menstruation could be so excruciating. It felt as though someone was relentlessly assaulting her abdomen. Is this truly the case?
Do not feign strength. If it becomes unbearable, you must speak up. Lin Luoluo expressed her concern, even extending her arms to support Meng Zhiyi as she attempted to rise from the bed, apprehensive that she might fall.
Meng Zhiyi smiled with a hint of helplessness, then settled down in her slippers. Lin Luoluo treated her entirely as a patient.
Hurriedly coming over to assist her in unfastening the bag, and thoughtfully placing a spoon in her hand. Meng Zhiyi languidly leaned against the back of her chair. Her gaze soft as she looked at her, curiosity evident in her voice.
"Lin Luoluo, why are you so kind to me?" "Ha?" Meng Zhiyi was taken aback.
A surprised smile gracing her lips.
"You are the first person to call me a good person."
"That is because they do not truly understand you. You are undeniably wonderful." Lin Luoluo gently bit her lip, her clear eyes meeting Meng Zhiyi's as she continued, "That time in the classroom, when I was bullied by those people. You were the first to stand up for me. The same in the dormitory, you did not look down upon me because of my family circumstances. Nor did you treat me as inferior like others did.
You were the first to regard me as an equal. And even in the night, you offended Jiang Yuan just to help me.
Therefore, in my heart, you are truly a remarkable person."
Chapter 60, I have said it before. Meng Zhiyi does not genuinely like you. As Meng Zhiyi savored her brown sugar egg, she listened intently to Lin Luoluo's words.
When Lin recounted all her endeavors,
Meng couldn't help but chuckle softly.
She set down her bowl and, with a gentle smile, inquired, "So, according to your perspective, if others were to assist you,
would you deem them good people as well?"
However, Lin shook her head, "It's not the same. There may be many like you who rise against injustice upon witnessing it, which merely illustrates their bravery and kindness.
But you are different." "Different how?" Meng Zhiyi asked. Curiosity piqued.
Lin Luoluo furrowed her brow, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, she gazed at Meng with a hint of frustration. "I can't quite articulate it.
But in my eyes, you are indeed unique. No matter what others say about you, I refuse to believe it."
Having moved on from that line of discussion, Lin reminded Meng to finish her meal while it was still warm before she took her change of clothes and headed for the shower.
Once Lin had entered the bathroom,
Meng lowered her gaze to the steaming brown sugar egg on the table, her mind drifting back to the image of Lin, half-soaked, moments ago. It felt as if a string within her had been plucked. She mused to herself, perhaps having a friend isn't such a bad thing after all. As the rain outside intensified, Meng finished her meal only to realize she was out of sanitary supplies.
She glanced out the window,
contemplating whether to order delivery or venture out herself, when suddenly, her phone buzzed with a message from an unknown sender.
Upon opening it, she was surprised to find a photograph.
In the image, Shinkei and Song Wei stood together. As Meng Zhiyi squinted her eyes, pondering who might have sent her the photograph, she received a new message.
"Do you wish to know what your boyfriend is doing behind your back? Come here."
Gazing at the location sent by the sender, Meng Zhiyi hesitated for a few seconds before retrieving a coat from the wardrobe, changing her shoes,
and grabbing an umbrella as she stepped out of the dormitory.
First, she made her way to a convenience store to purchase a pack of sanitary pads before hailing a taxi to the designated address. The destination was the Yin Palace, an exclusive high-end club with a membership requirement.
Meng Zhiyi held an umbrella, raising her gaze to behold the opulent entrance of the club before her. Initially,
she harbored doubts about the authenticity of the photograph, but upon arrival, clarity dawned upon her. Unlike other wealthy heirs, Shinkei did not frequent the seedy nightclubs or indulge in the superficiality of the entertainment scene.
It appeared that, apart from Song Wei and Meng Zhiyi, he had never been embroiled in any tabloid scandals.
Yet, with the script in hand,
Meng Zhiyi was acutely aware that the only place Shinkei would visit was the banquet hall.
In the original narrative, Shin-Kei extravagantly celebrated Song Wei's birthday,
spending lavishly throughout the night.
However, everything began with the storyline, rendering the absurd somewhat plausible.
Being a members-only establishment, how could she gain entry? Meng Zhiyi wore a look of melancholy. Surely, she couldn't just obtain a membership on the spot? Meng Zhiyi shook her head,
contemplating the exorbitant cost of a membership card merely for the purpose of catching a cheater.
It seemed an excessive expense.
Just as she pondered whether to disguise herself as a cleaner, someone called out to her from behind.
"Isn't this Miss Meng?" As Meng Zhiyi turned around,
she beheld a figure with striking red hair, clad in rather flamboyant attire, standing behind her, Zhang Yubai. His garments were somewhat dampened by the rain, and his shoes bore traces of mud. She raised an eyebrow and then smiled at Zhang Yubai, saying, "Young Master Zhang, we meet again.
Why are you alone? Where is Shin-Kei?"
Zhang Yubai approached with a tone of familiarity, making one wonder if they shared a particularly close relationship.
Meng Zhiyi playfully winked and said,
"I didn't inform him, I came here secretly."
He stuttered for a few seconds before regaining his composure and enthusiastically invited, "Why not come inside with me? I can show you around." "Sure, it's my first time here, and I'm not yet acquainted with what lies within." Meng Zhiyi agreed swiftly, entirely unlike their first encounter.
Zhang Yubai felt a flicker of confusion within, yet he stifled it, feigning nonchalance as he guided her into the banquet hall. With the most formidable challenge resolved,
Meng Zhiyi began to survey her surroundings earnestly.
Unlike the nightclubs she had frequented before, this place bore no trace of debauchery. Instead, it exuded an air of elegance. She discreetly memorized the layout, adopting a curious demeanor as she trailed behind Zhang Yubai. Naturally, Zhang Yubai, a frequent visitor, was well acquainted with the venue, and every person they encountered greeted him warmly, casting puzzled glances at the inquisitive Meng Zhiyi following in his wake. Today, Meng Zhiyi did not make a deliberate effort to dress up, donning a loose-fitting casual outfit. Her fair and delicate countenance bore no trace of makeup, exhibiting a hint of pallor. Yet, even in such simplicity, her beauty remained unaffected. "Zhang Xiao has quite an eye this time," someone jested. Zhang Yubai's expression shifted slightly, though he offered no explanation. As the two of them arrived at Zhang Yubai's exclusive booth, they found it already occupied by several individuals. A man with a mixed heritage rose from his seat, calling for those beside him to make way. Zhang Yubai discreetly glanced in a certain direction before politely inquiring,
"Miss Meng, would you like to join me for a while?" Before Meng Zhiyi could utter a word, the charming mixed-blood gentleman enthusiastically proclaimed, "Come join us.
Zhang Xiao's friends are our friends, so please, make yourself at home."
"All right, I shall not impose," Meng Zhiyi replied, unfazed,
as she confidently stepped forward to occupy the vacant seat.
Zhang Yubai remained rooted in place, somewhat perplexed by Meng Zhiyi's demeanor.
"Zhang Xiao, stop dawdling and take a seat."
Meng Zhiyi beckoned him. Yet, for reasons unknown, the smile adorning Meng Zhiyi's face instilled in Zhang Yubai a sense of foreboding.
Meng Zhiyi could not concern herself with so much. After taking a seat, she began to survey her surroundings. Directly opposite her was a stage, where a performer was currently singing. After scanning the area without spotting Shin-Kei, Meng Zhiyi surmised that he might be in one of the private rooms.
Nevertheless, this did not dampen her spirits for enjoying the music. "Would you like a drink?" Zhang Yubai offered her a glass of wine. Meng Zhiyi did not respond.
She merely gazed intently at the cup. Zhang Yubai remarked, "I haven't drugged you, I'm not that foolish."
Indeed, the banquet hall was unlike those ordinary nightclubs.
Meng Zhiyi arched an eyebrow, offering a faint smile without uttering a word, as she accepted the wine from him. She took a sip, then squinted her eyes in delight, savoring the melody that enveloped her. Zhang Yubai observed her from the side, his heart filled with increasing perplexity.
"Have you had a disagreement with Shin-Kei?" Zhang Yubai inquired once more. Meng Zhiyi, however, did not catch his words clearly and tilted her head in confusion, asking, "What did you say?"
Zhang Yubai furrowed his brow slightly, leaning in a bit closer to repeat his question.
Meanwhile, not far away, Song Wei had just emerged from the private room and witnessed this scene.
Initially taken aback, excitement swiftly surged within her eyes.
Click.
Song Wei took out her phone to capture the moment. In the photograph, Meng Zhiyi and Zhang Yubai were positioned very close to one another,
exuding an unmistakable air of intimacy. Observing the picture, Song Wei could not suppress the upward curve of her lips. Meng Zhiyi, you are in trouble. She swiftly turned and headed straight for the largest private room at the end of the corridor. Shin Kei, I need to speak with you. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Wei pushed the door open and entered.
Inside the room, Shin Kei was engaged in cheerful conversation with several friends, but upon her abrupt entrance, their smiles faded. His gaze turned frosty, and he spoke with a detached tone. I have already made myself quite clear.
Yet, Song Wei did not waver. Instead, she smiled at Shin Kei and said, what if I told you it concerns Meng Zhiyi?
At the mention of her name, Shin Kei fell silent for a few seconds.
Very well.
He rose, informing his companions to wait a moment before stepping outside. Once the door closed behind him, he spoke in a measured tone, go on.
What is it you wish to say? Song Wei stepped forward, placing her phone before Shin Quebec. Do you see this? I told you.
Meng Zhiyi does not genuinely care for you, she is merely interested in the Shin family's background. Now, she is mingling with young Master Jiang behind your back.
Do you still intend to pursue her?
Shin Kei lowered his gaze to the photo on the phone, a tumult of inscrutable emotions swirling in his dark eyes. After a brief pause, he replied coolly, understood. Song Wei, perplexed by his reaction, opened her mouth to speak again, but Shin Kei had already turned toward the booth. Unwilling to relent, she hurried after him.
Before long, Shin Kei located Meng Zhiyi, who was currently laughing heartily while drinking with Zhang Yubai and his friends.
Song Wei halted behind him, suppressing her excitement as she remarked, see, I want tea lying. Shin Kei ignored her and strode forward, stopping directly behind Meng Zhiyi. In a tone neither warm nor cold, he called out, Meng Zhiyi.
Chapter 61, the ladder has been set up for you, it would be best to climb it.
The familiar voice caught Meng Zhiyi off guard, and she turned to find Shin Kei standing right behind her.
Oh, he actually came looking for me.
That works out well, it saves me some trouble. Her gaze shifted to Song Wei. Hey, both the leads are here, perfect.
Calculating the day. It's quite favorable, suitable for a grand scheme.
She remained silent, merely offering a faint smile.
Shin Kei's expression was inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor anger, as his dark eyes fixed upon Meng Zhiyi's somewhat pale face. What brings you here? Shin Kei inquired. Meng Zhiyi chuckled lightly, gently swirling her wineglass.
Her posture languid and casual, her radiant beauty further accentuated by the soft glow of the lights.
Cannot come? She inquired with a smile. Then tilted her head to glance at Song Wei behind her, continuing, or is it simply an unfortunate coincidence?
Shin Kei felt a sense of helplessness as he observed the faint weariness etched on Meng Zhiyi's brow, her eyes darkening slightly.
Suddenly, Song Wei stepped forward. Adopting a didactic tone, Miss Meng, you are clearly already with Shin Kei, why then do you still engage ambiguously with other gentlemen? Is it truly amusing to toy with others' affections?
The music had ceased long before Song Wei's words, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to all present.
The few who had just been toasting with Meng Zhiyi now stared wide-eyed, jaws agape upon realizing she was the rumored fiancée of Shin Quebec. In the face of Song Wei's accusations, Meng Zhiyi exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, she leisurely took a sip of her drink. Since Miss Song is aware that Shin Kei is my boyfriend, why do you shamelessly linger by his side? Do you aspire to be the other woman?
Song Wei's expression shifted, her tone tinged with urgency. Stop spewing nonsense, I am merely his friend.
Well, I am friends with Jiang Shao as well. From the side, Zhang Yubai interjected. Who said we are friends?
I am not with her, Shin Kei remarked, reaching to remove the wineglass from Meng Zhiyi's hand. Upon encountering her icy touch, his brows furrowed slightly.
Yet, it was precisely this reaction that fueled Meng Zhiyi's ire even further. How utterly vexing. It is always the same response. In that moment,
Meng Zhiyi found herself unable to discern whether her irritation stemmed from Shin Kei's actions or the hormonal imbalance caused by her menstrual cycle. She felt a volatile fire brewing within her chest. With a swift motion, she shook off Shin Kei's hand.
Alternatively, you could simply announce our breakup now, allowing you to be with Miss Song without any qualms. I could just as easily find another handsome gentleman. The ladder has been extended for you. It would be best to climb it gracefully.
As Meng Zhiyi finished speaking, she curled up deeper into the sofa, one hand pressed against her abdomen. This wretched body is so bothersome, suffering from menstrual pains, she thought.
Could someone please expedite this scene? I feel as if I might perish from the agony. Song Wei was taken aback that Meng Zhiyi had the audacity to voice such a declaration of separation in public. Stealing a glance at Shen Kai,
her heart fluttered with the hope that he would acquiesce.
However,
what she heard was Shen Kai letting out a sigh before moving around the sofa to stand before Meng Zhiyi. "We shall not part ways," he declared, and then, without hesitation, he bent down and lifted her into his arms.
Meng Zhiyi was taken aback by his unexpected action. Song Wei and the others, including Zhang Yubai,
looked as if they had encountered a ghost. This group of individuals, all of similar age and within the same social circle, were well aware that Shen Kai never took the initiative to get too close to any woman, despite the rampant rumors of a love triangle involving him, Meng Zhiyi,
and Song Wei.
Yet, no one had ever witnessed any intimate gestures between Shen Kai and either of them until now. "If you're feeling unwell, you should rest properly.
Once you're better, I will bring you here to have some fun."
Throughout the conversation, Shen Kai did not utter a single word of reproach. Nor did he inquire about her association with Zhang Yubai.
"Meng Zhiyi, do you think I want to be here? If it weren't for someone sending me those photos, I wouldn't even bother stepping outside. With the rain pouring down and my stomach in such pain, is it easy for me to fulfill a task?"
Shen Kai silently listened to her inner complaints, gently rocking her in his embrace.
A soft sound echoed.
Meng Zhiyi and he simultaneously lowered their heads, only to see the sanitary napkin she had just purchased at the convenience store tumble out of her pocket. An awkward atmosphere enveloped them.
Shen Kai raised his gaze to Zhang Yubai, his tone composed. "Zhang, would you kindly pick that up for me?" Zhang Yubai pointed to himself, incredulously responding. "Me? Very well." Shen Kai nodded.
Observing Shen Kai's sincere expression, Zhang Yubai, almost involuntarily, retrieved the small package and handed it to him.
"Today's expenses are on me."
"Considering it a treat from my girlfriend," Shen Kai declared, freeing his hands to embrace Meng Zhiyi as he prepared to depart. Zhang Yubai sat in stunned silence for a moment, belatedly processing Shen Kai's earlier words.
He abruptly stood, his expression darkening as he spoke through clenched teeth at Shen Kai's retreating figure.
"There's no need, I am not short of this trifling sum."
Yet, by this time,
Shen Kai had already entered the private room. Enraged, Zhang Yubai kicked over the table before him, his hands trembling with fury.
The companions nearby hastily stepped back, wary of the potential fallout.
She could hardly fathom it. Shen Kai had clearly witnessed the ambiguous relationship between Meng Zhiyi and Zhang Yubai, yet he remained remarkably composed,
displaying no signs of anger. Was it an excess of trust, or a complete lack of concern? It must be indifference. Shen Kai did not harbor feelings for Meng Zhiyi.
Even if they were together, it was out of obligation, thus he would not care if she betrayed him. It had to be so, she repeatedly assured herself.
Yet,
despite the rationale she conjured, the mere thought of Shen Kai voluntarily embracing Meng Zhiyi caused her heart to ache painfully. They had known each other the longest. Yet throughout the years, even while sharing the same roof, Shen Kai had deliberately maintained his distance from her.
Even during meals,
he would sit at the farthest end of the table.
Why did Meng Zhiyi deserve such preferential treatment? "Shen Kai, what is this?"
One person pointed at Meng Zhiyi in his arms and inquired. He then turned to his companions and instructed, "Please fetch me a glass of boiled water." After a brief pause, he added, "Never mind, have them prepare some brown sugar water instead."
"Ha? Oh, his friends responded, glancing at Meng Zhiyi's condition and quickly understanding. Another remained silent, observing Meng Zhiyi with keen interest. At this moment, Meng Zhiyi was experiencing a severe stomachache.
Uncertain if it was due to the alcohol she had consumed earlier,
she languidly curled up on the sofa,
lacking the energy to further contemplate the identities of the individuals in the private room. Shen Kai sat down beside her and draped the discarded coat over her shoulders.
Meng Zhiyi cast a weary glance at him and weakly remarked, "Do not presume that this will lead me to forgive you for secretly dating Song Wei behind my back. I am truly not here with her." Shen Kai explained, "I do not believe you." Meng Zhiyi spoke these words, yet deep down she was well aware
That photograph had been deliberately sent to her, intended to provoke discord between her and Shin Quebec. The reason she endured her abdominal pain to come here was to instigate a misunderstanding with Shin-Kei, thereby furthering her own agenda.
In the end,
her discomfort was in vain, the performance was for naught, as he had not been angered at all. The thought of this incited a bitter frustration within Meng Zhiyi, making her disinclined to engage with Shin-Kei any longer. Coupled with her physical malaise, she leaned against the sofa, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Noticing her frail condition and recalling that she had been drinking earlier, Shin-Kei's expression darkened slightly. However, out of compassion, he refrained from reprimanding her,
ultimately letting out a sigh instead.
The server brought over some brown sugar water, and after coaxing her to drink it, she soon fell asleep.
At that moment, the friend who had remained silent finally spoke with a hint of mockery. Have you fallen in love?
Having known each other for 20 years. They had never witnessed Shin-Kei attending to someone else in such a manner.
The friend, sipping on her drink, jested, well, now that you have a family, you can no longer indulge in our mischief as before. Alas, a lonely life. Chapter 62. What kind of man is this elegantly refined individual when he loses his composure? Meng Zhiyi slept soundly,
and Shin-Kei carried her out of the banquet hall without any sign of her waking.
Observing the torrential rain outside,
he instructed his bodyguard to shield her from the downpour as best as possible, even as his own back became drenched.
Once he placed her in the car,
he retrieved a small blanket to cover her and reminded the driver to turn on the air conditioning.
Young master, wipe yourself down. The bodyguard offered him a clean towel. Amidst the curtain of rain, the car gradually disappeared into the night.
When Meng Zhiyi awoke the following day, her mind experienced a brief moment of disorientation. She surveyed her unfamiliar surroundings. The scent in the air felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of the subtle, cool fragrance that clung to Shin Quebec. Realizing this, she momentarily forgot her weakness as a woman during her menstrual cycle and sprang upright, beginning to inspect herself.
Could he have taken advantage of me while I was vulnerable? If that were the case, I would have been at a loss, feeling nothing at all.
As Shin-Kei pushed the door open, he was met with the sight of her tugging at her own collar. Their eyes locked in silence, each at a loss for words.
Ultimately,
it was Shin-Kei who broke the impasse.
Now that you're awake, rise and freshen up before breakfast. Meng Zhiyi sat on the bed for a while, observing Shin-Kei's indifference.
She pouted slightly before deciding to get off the bed on her own. Lowering her gaze, she noticed the oversized slippers on her feet,
evidently belonging to Shin Quebec.
It must be said that, in certain respects, Shin-Kei was quite attentive and skilled at taking care of others. Meng Zhiyi pressed her lips together, then slid into a pair of boat-like slippers as she stepped outside. In the dining room, Shin-Kei donned a light gray loungewear ensemble,
his tousled black hair falling obediently around him,
with one hand tucked into his pocket and the other gently stirring the contents of the pot with a spoon. He filled the air with a hint of sweetness. Meng Zhiyi languidly leaned against the wall, raising an eyebrow as she gazed upon the delightful scene before her. As if sensing her gaze, Shin-Kei slightly turned his face to look at her. The toiletries and a change of clothes are ready, you should go freshen up first, he said in a gentle tone. Meng Zhiyi's eyes flickered slightly, and with a tone of disdain, she remarked, I have no desire to wear clothes that others have donned.
Do not think of giving me anything that once belonged to Song Wei.
You claim it has nothing to do with Song Wei, yet as a single man.
Isn't it absurd to have women's personal items at home? You scoundrel, I have caught you red-handed, haven't I? Upon hearing this,
Shin-Kei extinguished the fire on the stove, then strode over and, without a word, took Meng Zhiyi by the hand and led her toward the bathroom.
Although Meng Zhiyi did not struggle, her words were still sharp and unyielding. Shin-Kei, you don't intend to wait until after marriage to secretly support Song Wei, do you?
Having two wives, one at home and one outside, sounds quite appealing.
And about last night, if you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation, I will go to Grandma Shin and report you.
I will ensure the whole world knows you are a scoundrel who plays both sides.
She chattered incessantly,
while Shin-Kei remained silent throughout, leading her to the bathroom where he personally squeezed toothpaste for her.
Everything is new. You are the only and the first girl to come to my home.
The clothes were bought this morning and just taken out of the dryer. Meng Zhiyi closed her mouth, feeling a sense of disillusionment as she took the toothbrush and began her morning routine with a sense of gloom. Shin-Kei stood behind her. arms crossed and leaning against the doorframe, observing her with an indifferent expression. After speaking, he exited the bathroom, casually pulling the door shut behind him.
For a moment,
Meng Zhiyi was taken aback by Shin Kei's all-encompassing demeanor, before a sardonic smile tugged at the corners of her lips.
Damn it. I'm a bit reluctant to let Shin Kei go to Song Wei.
Gritting her teeth, she prepared to take a shower, only to notice the sanitary napkins placed nearby. A variety ranging from day to night use, in all different sizes.
Meng Zhiyi closed her eyes in annoyance and retreated into the bathroom.
By the time she emerged from her bath, Shin Kei had prepared a lavish breakfast.
There was freshly cooked shredded chicken congee and red date soup,
along with golden brown meat pancakes and soft, creamy buns.
Would you prefer to drink the red date soup first, or the congee? Shin Kei inquired. Meng Zhiyi said, I want it all.
Shin Kei raised an eyebrow at her, said nothing, and turned to fetch another bowl, placing a similarly filled bowl in front of her. Meng Zhiyi first took a sip of the chicken congee, and as the rich aroma of the chicken spread across her palate, a glimmer of delight flickered in her eyes.
Delicious.
I never expected Shin Kei to possess such culinary skills. Shin Kei lowered his gaze, a hint of a smile dancing in his eyes.
Yet,
mere moments later, that smile began to falter. Shin Kei, in a fit of madness, tore apart Song Wei's clothing, pinning her down on the bed. His eyes filled with a fervent obsession and madness, his heated lips delicately tracing along the curve of her neck as if he longed to devour her whole. Well, who would have thought, presenting himself as a paragon of virtue before me, yet he has a penchant for coercive love. I'm rather curious to see what this elegant and refined man is like when he loses his composure.
Shin Kei's smile froze.
His dark eyes suddenly fixating on the girl before him who was sipping her congee. He inhaled deeply, then rose and made his way to the dining room.
Hearing the sound of the chair scraping against the floor, Meng Zhiyi looked up with curiosity.
Shin Kei ignored her completely,
pouring himself a glass of water and gulping it down.
He silently resolved that one day, Meng Zhiyi would pay for her peculiar thoughts.
Recently,
Madame Shin had begun to hand over the reins of the company to him, necessitating his personal involvement in many affairs.
You have classes this weekend?
She inquired, puzzled.
No. I've found a tutoring job. The employer asked me to come for a trial lesson first, and if all goes well, I'll be hired. Lin Luoluo,
coming from a modest background, had already achieved much by gaining admission to this school through her own efforts.
To alleviate her family's burden,
she took on part-time jobs during her breaks to earn her living expenses.
Be careful, don't get deceived, Meng Zhiyi advised. An hour and a half later,
Lin Luoluo arrived at a villa district located quite far from the city. The area had recently been developed, with surrounding amenities still incomplete and sparse human presence,
lending it an air of desolation. Yet, in Lin Luoluo's mind, those residing in villa districts were affluent individuals, and even in this solitude,
she steeled her resolve to find the designated address. After searching for nearly 10 minutes, just as she was about to give up, she finally located the agreed-upon place. Standing outside the villa, she surveyed her surroundings and, finding nothing amiss, stepped forward to knock on the door. After a few rings of the visual doorbell,
the main door slid open automatically.
Lin Luoluo swallowed hard and cautiously stepped inside.
Hello, I'm here for the tutoring position, she announced.
As her voice fell, the door behind her closed with a thud. Startled, Lin Luoluo turned around, but before she could reach for the door, a voice emerged from behind her.
See?
I told you this method would definitely draw someone in.
Chapter 63, Colluding and Deceit. Lin Luoluo, terrified,
turned to see Ding Yu descending the stairs with Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian.
Observing the malicious grins on their faces, Lin Luoluo spun around, attempting to flee. However,
no matter how hard she pulled, the door seemed welded shut, refusing to budge. Save your strength, that door won't open without a remote.
Ding Yu strolled toward Lin Luoluo, eyeing her with clear disdain.
I heard you used to live in Building 2 before moving to Meng Zhiyi's side.
Your name is Lin Luoluo, correct? Didn't you hear Miss Ding asking you a question?
Zhang Xiaoxiao stepped forward, playfully pushing Lin Luoluo's head. Ding Yu did not intervene. Instead, she crossed her arms, mockingly observing Lin Luoluo.
You're so timid, yet you dare to get close to Meng Zhiyi? Friends? Ding Yu laughed as if she had heard a joke. Ha, did you hear that? She actually wants to be friends with Meng Zhiyi.
Zhang Xiaoxiao sneered,
shoving Lin Luoluo again. Sounds nice, but isn't it just because you think Meng Zhiyi is foolish and wealthy that you want to be near her? I'm not.
Lin Luoluo instinctively protested, raising her head.
I don't care if you are or not.
I didn't bring you here to discuss your friendship. Ding Yu stepped closer,
her tone menacing.
Lin Luoluo, bring Meng Zhiyi here, and I'll let you go.
Hearing Ding Yu's intentions, Lin Luoluo's expression shifted slightly.
But if you refuse to cooperate,
don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Suppressing her fear, Lin Luoluo asked, what do you want with her?
You were clearly in the wrong first.
What does that have to do with Meng Zhiyi?
No sooner had she spoken than Lin Luoluo felt a sharp slap across her face.
She cupped her cheek, her ears ringing with a dizzying hum.
Ding Yu and Zhang Qian merely observed, showing no intention to intervene.
So you're not planning to do as I say? Ding Yu asked coldly.
Lin Luoluo endured the burning pain on her cheek, and despite her fear, she stubbornly replied, I won't do anything to harm my friend. At her words, Ding Yu lost all patience, signaling Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian to teach her a lesson. Subsequently, Lin Luoluo was dragged into a room. Over half an hour later, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian emerged to find Ding Yu sitting on the sofa, visibly agitated.
Miss Ding, what should we do next? How can we lure Meng Zhiyi here?
Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian exchanged puzzled glances, and just then, Ding Yu smiled as she welcomed a man inside. The man appeared to be around 40, with a scruffy beard, giving the impression of someone unrefined.
Brother Song, why did you arrive so quickly? Ding Yu feigned a smile,
internally disgusted by his presence and deliberately keeping her distance. The newcomer was Song Zhaojing, whom Ding Yu had met in an online game. They were merely internet acquaintances,
unaware of each other's true backgrounds.
Previously, Song Zhaojing had often showcased his noble character in the game, leaving a strong impression on Ding Yu.
A few days prior,
after Ding Yu decided to use this online friend against Meng Zhiyi, she had approached Song Zhaojing.
When he heard that Ding Yu wanted to introduce him to someone,
he agreed without hesitation.
Which girl are you introducing me to?
As soon as he entered, Song Zhaojing's gaze roamed over Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian.
Their expressions shifted slightly,
their disdain nearly impossible to conceal.
Not them, the person hasn't arrived yet, Ding Yu quickly clarified.
Song Zhaojing looked somewhat disappointed but continued to eye Zhang Qian, joking.
I think she is not bad too.
The girl I'm introducing you to is even prettier, Ding Yu replied, her eyes glimmering with mischief.
Upon hearing this, Song Zhaojing's interest peaked, and he settled onto the sofa. When will she arrive? My time is precious. Ding Yu's gaze flickered momentarily.
Don't be in such a rush. My friend is also new to blind dates and needs to prepare herself. Alright then, Brother Song, you can play games here for a while, I'll urge her along.
Ding Yu said, relieved.
She turned to Zhang Qian and instructed, Zhang Qian, please show Brother Song upstairs to a room.
Zhang Qian's expression faltered, hesitating as she bit her lip, do I have to go?
Ding Yu's gaze hardened, silently warning her with a look. Zhang Qian dared not offend Ding Yu, so she gritted her teeth and reluctantly complied with her demands. Song Zhaojing trailed behind Zhang Qian, his gaze fixated on her legs, his face a mask of lewdness.
Suddenly,
he reached out and pinched Zhang Qian's backside, startling her into a jump, nearly causing her to cry out.
Song Zhaojing merely chuckled, unfazed, remarking, quite perky, isn't it?
Zhang Qian bit her lip, suppressing her dissatisfaction, and forced to smile without uttering a word.
Yet,
this only served to solidify the impression in Song Zhaojing's mind that she was easy to bully. It was only after he entered the room that Zhang Qian fled down the stairs, still not daring to mention the incident that had just transpired. Due to Lin Luoluo's uncooperativeness, Ding Yu and her associates struggled to devise a better plan to lure Meng Zhiyi over.
In light of this,
to prevent Lin Luoluo from sabotaging their scheme, Ding Yu had no choice but to temporarily detain her. She even enlisted a few thugs to ensure Lin Luoluo did not escape. As night fell, Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian found themselves without a place to go. So they remained in the villa, while Ding Yu had departed early. In one of the bedrooms, after Zhang Qian finished her shower and turned off the lights to rest,
she was suddenly embraced from behind.
She screamed in fright, only to have her mouth covered a second later. Song Zhaojing leaned close to her ear, whispering like a demon. Don't make a sound, or I won't hesitate to invite those fellows downstairs to witness the scene. His words sent shivers down Zhang Qian's spine. Although she had been with many men, it had always been of her own volition.
Moreover, those encounters remained undisclosed as long as she chose silence. However, if she truly provoked Song Zhaojing, she could not gamble on whether he would summon those men. I clearly locked the door, how could you still? Song Zhaojing chuckled, I have a key.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian dared not utter a sound or resist any longer. Song Zhaojing, pleased with himself, arrogantly tossed her onto the bed. Meanwhile, in a room downstairs, Lin Luoluo huddled in a corner, her face having swollen but now showing distinct handprints. Laughter from a group of thugs drinking and chatting echoed from the living room. Suddenly, the ringtone of a phone interrupted them. One of the men glanced at the phone on the table, noticing the incoming call was from an unlisted number.
What should we do? Answer or hang up? Miss Ding instructed us not to alert the police. Then what now?
As they hesitated, the ringing ceased, but before they could breathe a sigh of relief,
the number called again. Don't panic, I'll handle it.
One man gripped the phone and strode directly to the room where Lin Luoluo was confined.
As someone entered, Lin Luoluo's nerves instantly tensed. Your phone call, but you should know what to say, right? If you say anything out of line, the consequences could be dire. Follow my instructions, and you'll only be detained for a few days at most, understood?
Lin Luoluo bit her lip, recognizing the warning in the man's eyes, and finally nodded. Thus, when the phone rang for the third time, Lin Luoluo answered.
Hello.
She glanced at the man before her, suppressing her fear, her voice trembling slightly. I'm staying at my employer's house, it's too late, and the roads are unsafe. Meng Zhiyi lowered her gaze, a flicker of dark light igniting in her eyes.
And with a playful smile remarked, Is that so? Then I shall not leave the door open for you.
Chapter 64, How unfortunate it would be not to indulge them in a game.
Meng Zhiyi hung up the phone swiftly,
leaving Lin Luoluo with no time to utter a word before the familiar sound of disconnection echoed. For a fleeting moment, a pang of disappointment surged within Lin Luoluo as she stared blankly at the now-ended call interface. Observing the abrupt termination, the man reached out and snatched the phone away. After speaking, he turned and exited the room. As the door closed with a soft click, darkness enveloped her once more.
Listening to the laughter outside,
Lin Luoluo helplessly crouched down, wrapping her arms around herself.
Meanwhile, in another part of the building, beneath the dormitory, after Meng Zhiyi hung up the phone, her expression darkened.
Xiaoba, she summoned the system.
Host, you called for me, the system promptly appeared. Please help me locate Lin Luoluo's signal. Meng Zhiyi seldom requested assistance from the system, but in this instance, uncertainty loomed.
The tone of Lin Luoluo's voice during the call had sounded distinctly off. Despite her assertion of remaining at her employer's residence,
Meng Zhiyi couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Understood. As long as the inquiry did not pertain to the truth of this mission, the system was amenable to anything.
In a short span, the system pinpointed the location of Lin Luoluo's mobile phone. Upon observing Lin Luoluo's whereabouts,
Meng Zhiyi wasted no time and immediately set out to follow the coordinates.
The evening traffic was relatively smooth, and within half an hour,
Meng Zhiyi arrived at the villa district.
The occupancy rate of the entire area was quite low, and the security measures within the community were inadequate. A few streetlights flickered dimly, and as she surveyed the surroundings, only a handful of houses glowed with light. She skillfully evaded the sparse surveillance cameras and took a detour to stand outside the villa. At that moment, the second floor was shrouded in darkness, while the living room on the ground floor remained illuminated. Meng Zhiyi ventured outside, surveying the surroundings before deftly scaling the wall and locating the room where Lin Luoluo was confined. Inside, Lin Luoluo had been too terrified to sleep. Upon hearing a sound from outside the window, she summoned her courage to rise and peer into the darkness. When she spotted a shadow entering from the outside, her heart leapt to her throat. In the obscurity, she fumbled about, desperately seeking something for protection. Just as panic began to overwhelm her, Meng Zhiyi called out softly. Zhiyi? Lin Luoluo gazed in disbelief at the figure cloaked in darkness. In the next moment, the glow of a mobile phone illuminated the space, revealing Meng Zhiyi's visage. In that instant, Lin Luoluo could no longer contain her fear and rushed forward to embrace her.
Zhiyi, I am so frightened. Meng Zhiyi gently patted her shoulder, whispering words of comfort. It's all right, I am here.
Lin Luoluo sobbed, but as a thought crossed her mind, her expression shifted dramatically.
She hurriedly pushed Meng Zhiyi away, urging, you shouldn't be here.
While they haven't noticed, you must leave quickly.
They are after you. I can endure being confined for a few days without issue. Please, go. And distance yourself. What did you say? They are targeting me?
Meng Zhiyi's eyes narrowed slightly, taken aback by the revelation that this matter was also entwined with her fate. Lin Luoluo recounted the incident where Dingyu and the others had deceived her into coming under the pretense of a part-time job.
Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi's eyes shimmered with a dangerous glint. So that is how it is.
She understood in her heart. Yet she was also curious as to why Lin Luoluo did not comply with their request to draw her over.
Hearing Meng Zhiyi's inquiry, Lin Luoluo lowered her head and softly replied, if I were to do that, what would be the difference between me and them? Meng Zhiyi gazed at her,
her eyes fixed on the fingerprints adorning her face. After a moment, a hint of a perilous smile curled at the corners of her lips. She grasped Lin Luoluo's hand and led her towards the window. Leave through the window, and do not disclose anything that has transpired here.
Lin Luoluo replied. Aren't you coming with me? In response, Meng Zhiyi had already assisted Lin Luoluo in climbing onto the windowsill, subsequently bestowing upon her the 200 cash she had on hand. Take a taxi and leave.
Lin Luoluo protested, I have money, you need not give me any.
Meng Zhiyi insisted, placing the matter firmly in her hands, this situation arose because of me, so naturally, I shall reimburse your travel expenses. Hurry along now. It won't be amusing if we are discovered.
Lin Luoluo, unable to oppose her, though anxious, realized that remaining would only serve as a burden to her.
No need for that.
If you wish to avoid any trouble for me, let us keep this matter between ourselves.
Upon hearing this, Lin Luoluo quickly nodded, all right. I shall not speak of this to anyone. Meng Zhiyi smiled with satisfaction, watching Lin Luoluo's figure fade into the night.
The following day, Dingyu reappeared at the villa. Observing the disheveled figures sprawled across the living room, she wore a look of disdain.
She signaled to the bodyguard behind her to awaken them, then inquired about the events of the previous night. No commotion from upstairs? Dingyu asked further.
The ruffians shook their heads. A fleeting expression passed through Dingyu's eyes. Get someone to rouse them as well, she instructed the ruffians.
One of them nodded and made his way upstairs.
He first knocked on the door of the room at the top of the stairs. As Zhang Xiaoxiao opened the door, she heard him say, Miss Ding has arrived.
You are to come downstairs.
He then continued down the hall, knocking on another door.
After a minute of silence,
he cursed under his breath and turned to knock on the adjacent door. The moment he tapped, the door swung open by itself. Both the ruffian and Zhang Xiaoxiao exchanged puzzled glances before stepping inside. What they encountered in the room elicited a scoff from the ruffian. A man and a woman lay entwined on the bed, their clothes strewn chaotically across the floor.
Get up, Miss Ding is here.
The ruffian shouted boisterously.
Zhang Qian,
startled from her slumber, opened her eyes to see Zhang Xiaoxiao and the ruffian, immediately shrieking and pulling the blanket over herself.
Zhang Xiaoxiao wore an odd expression but chose not to comment. Song Zhaojing, still half asleep, shamelessly complimented Zhang Qian. The ruffian then laughed heartily as he exited the room.
Zhang Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of embarrassment, murmuring for everyone to hurry downstairs before turning to leave. Once they gathered below, Dingyu's gaze lingered on Zhang Qian multiple times. Release Lin Luoluo and grant her one last chance to summon Meng Zhiyi, she commanded. The ruffian acknowledged her, taking the key to unlock the bedroom door on the first floor. As the lock clicked open, before he could even push the door,
it was yanked open violently from within. With a loud bang, the door crashed against the wall. The ruffian barely had time to utter a curse before Meng Zhiyi kicked him out forcefully.
This sudden turn of events drew the attention of everyone present.
Then,
under the astonished gazes of Dingyu and the others, Meng Zhiyi emerged slowly from the room, a dangerous smile gracing her lips. Her piercing gaze fixated on them.
She inquired, what do you seek?
Chapter 65. If Song Wei comes to your rescue, we shall consider today's matter resolved.
Meng Zhiyi.
Ding Yu screamed upon recognizing her presence.
How did you end up here?
Meng Zhiyi gazed at her with a playful expression, her eyes swiftly scanning everyone present, and remarked.
Was it not you who lured me here?
Ding Yu quickly glanced behind her, and upon not seeing Lin Luoluo, an unsettling feeling surged within her.
She was uncertain whether Lin Luoluo had already gone to summon reinforcements.
It was simple to threaten someone like Lin Luoluo, who lacked a prominent family background.
But if Meng Zhiyi discerned her intentions, the situation would become quite precarious.
At this moment, she needed to swiftly seize any leverage that might compel Meng Zhiyi to acquiesce. Or find a way to escape from this place. With her thoughts racing, Ding Yu addressed the bodyguards and the group of ruffians behind her, commanding, "Seize her first." As soon as the words left her lips, the bodyguards sprang into action, while the ruffians remained utterly still. Meng Zhiyi's eyes remained unblinking as she swiftly seized a nearby stool, dispatching the bodyguard brought by Ding Yu within a mere 2 minutes. She then placed the stool perfectly wedged between the bodyguard's arm and neck, rendering him utterly immobilized.
Meng Zhiyi nonchalantly took a seat, her smile unwavering as she directed her gaze towards the others. Are you going to take action? She inquired.
The group of ruffians promptly shook their heads. They had been paid to keep watch over Lin Luoluo, not to engage in a brawl.
Ding Yu's expression darkened, and she reprimanded, "Did I pay you to merely spectate?"
One of the ruffians retorted, "You never mentioned a fight.
You only told us to watch."
Gritting her teeth, Ding Yu turned her gaze towards Song Zhaojing.
"Don't look at me, I'm merely here for a date," he replied.
Not oblivious to the situation, having realized that he had nearly been deceived. However, recalling the sweet taste of last night's experience, he felt less irate. Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian, having witnessed Meng Zhiyi's ferocity firsthand, were even more hesitant to act.
Like ants drawn to a fly.
They clung to what appeared to be a reliable ally, hoping to leverage their strength for their own ends. Yet, when real trouble arose,
these two fled faster than anyone else.
In this moment, Ding Yu began to panic entirely. She rushed towards the entrance, only to find that no matter how she pressed the remote, the door remained firmly shut.
Don't bother, the entire villa's power system is down. You can't escape, came the dispassionate voice.
Ding Yu turned back, pressing herself against the door, her complexion paling.
What do you intend to do?
She stammered, her voice trembling.
Meng Zhiyi raised her eyebrows. Shouldn't this question be directed at you? You lured Lin Luoluo here, did you not intend to use her to draw me in as well?
Ding Yu remained silent, her expression betraying an unmistakable sense of guilt. Meng Zhiyi curled her lips, her gaze icy as it swept over Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian,
ultimately resting upon Song Zhaojing. Allow me to surmise your intentions.
Meng Zhiyi perched her leg, her toes tapping rhythmically. A seemingly indifferent posture that only heightened Ding Yu's anxiety.
Ding Yu, are you intent on eliminating me as an obstacle for Song Wei? So she may be with Shen Ke?
Meng Zhiyi regarded her with a faint smile, her tone languid, devoid of discernible emotion. Ding Yu remained silent. Yet her gaze towards Meng Zhiyi was rife with disdain. It was you who shamelessly intruded. At this, Meng Zhiyi let out a soft laugh. She recalled that the original narrative offered scant details about the school era, but it was unmistakable that Shen Ke and Song Wei's entanglement commenced post-graduation. The text had mentioned that initially, Song Wei distanced herself from others to avoid speculation regarding her motives for being with Shen Ke, only for the tumult of their relationship to unravel in later stages, revealing to the outside world that she had been fostered by the Shen family all along.
However,
that moment had yet to arrive. Soon, the world would almost be aware of her upbringing in the Shen household and her childhood bond with Shen Quebec. Meng Zhiyi's gaze darkened slightly, her smile becoming increasingly enigmatic. Perhaps this Song Wei differs somewhat from what I had previously perceived.
So what if I intervene? After all,
it is Shen Ke who favors me rather than her.
Meng Zhiyi did not refute Ding Yu. Instead, she boldly confessed to having taken Shen Ke for herself. You shameless wretch! Ding Yu exclaimed. What do you intend to do? Ding Yu tensed up completely. Whatever you sought to do from the very beginning, I shall do as well. With that, Meng Zhiyi cast a piercing gaze towards the group of ruffians and Song Zhaojing, inquiring, were you summoned by her?
Her gaze then shifted to Song Zhaojing.
She mentioned introducing me to someone, so here I am. Song Zhaojing, being older than the others, appeared more relaxed, exuding a sense of ease rather than tension. Then that must be me. Meng Zhiyi scoffed before inquiring, and what about now?
Song Zhaojing chuckled softly, his eyes
brimming with mischief, roving over Meng Zhiyi, yet he ultimately declared, I dare not touch Shin Kei's woman.
What if it were her?
Meng Zhiyi gestured towards Ding Yu.
Song Zhaojing turned his gaze to Ding Yu, his smile taking on a wicked twist. She seems acceptable. At this, Meng Zhiyi lowered her eyes. Her tone icy as she asserted, then she belongs to you now.
Without affording Song Zhaojing a moment of hesitation, Meng Zhiyi continued, I shall bear any consequences.
The Ding family, after all, once cost me $1 million, they can be swindled again. After all, Ding Yu has persistently sought to provoke me.
Upon hearing this, Ding Yu erupted in fury, shouting, How dare you? Meng Zhiyi, how dare you?
What is there to fear?
Meng Zhiyi retorted.
Even if it reaches the Ding family, there are those who will shield me. With a smile illuminating her face, she regarded the terrified Ding Yu, adding, Tell me.
Do you think your parents would prefer to offend the Shin and Ming families, or would they blame you for your own folly? Besides, I am the victim here. You are the instigator.
At this, Ding Yu was thoroughly panicked. She cast a quick glance at Song Zhaojing, then turned to Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian.
At that moment, Zhang Qian's gaze was filled with resentment.
The instant Song Zhaojing revealed he possessed a key, Zhang Qian comprehended everything. Song Zhaojing, after all, was a man with no scruples.
Having previously entertained dubious thoughts about his own niece, what more now?
He grinned lewdly, his hands rubbing together slightly. You and my niece are good friends.
Following me would not be a misfortune.
His words left everyone present, including Meng Zhiyi, momentarily stunned.
She tilted her head, asking, Your niece? Is it Song Wei? Indeed. Song Zhaojing replied. I am her uncle.
However, I was unaware of this until just now, having learned it from your conversation.
After hearing this, Meng Zhiyi suddenly burst into laughter. How intriguing, truly intriguing.
She clapped her hands, her smile broadening. Ding Yu, I offer you a chance. If you can bring Song Wei to rescue you, then today's affair will be entirely forgotten.
Meng Zhiyi's words were to Ding Yu what a lifeline is to a drowning person.
Without a moment's hesitation, she immediately retrieved her phone to call Song Wei,
putting it on speaker. Before the call connected, Meng Zhiyi insisted.
Moments later, the line was answered, and Song Wei's voice resonated on the other end.
Yeah, did you succeed?
Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at Ding Yu.
At that moment, Ding Yu had little inclination to discuss Meng Zhiyi with Song Wei. Wei, could you come to see me?
Ding Yu did not speak directly but posed her inquiry in a tentative tone.
She glanced at Meng Zhiyi,
who maintained a gentle smile, and swallowed hard before continuing. Wei, Meng Zhiyi said that as long as you come, she won't pursuing any further.
Therefore, could you possibly come and assist me?
As her words hung in the air, the call fell into an unsettling silence.
Ding Yu waited with bated breath,
expecting Song Wei to respond as she usually did, always ready to appear when needed. However, as the silence stretched out, her hopes began to wane.
Is it not possible? She asked once more, unwilling to concede defeat. Meng Zhiyi smiled playfully, toying with her phone while gazing intently at Ding Yu. Yeah.
I have mentioned before that Meng Zhiyi merely harbors a fondness for Shin Kei. She is not a bad person, so please do not be too harsh on her.
Why is it that you still have not heeded my advice? Upon hearing Song Wei's words, Meng Zhiyi could not suppress her laughter.
The person on the other end of the line seemed to have heard this and immediately fell silent.
At that moment,
Ding Yu's expression could only be described as that of a corpse. Her hand gripping the phone was beginning to contort.
Indeed, throughout the conversation,
Song Wei had never explicitly asked Ding Yu to target Meng Zhiyi. She merely portrayed herself as a pitiful victim through her sob story and feigned kindness.
Does this imply that Song Wei is unwilling to come?
Meng Zhiyi remained unfazed by the fact that their call had not yet been disconnected and directly inquired. Ding Yu trembled all over, once again beseeching Song Wei on the other end of the line. Wei, please come over.
Meng Zhiyi assured me she wouldn't do anything. If you just show up, she'll let me go.
I'm sorry, but we are adults now and must take responsibility for our actions.
Song Wei replied with a tone of admonition.
After a brief pause, she continued, Meng Zhiyi is not a bad person, just speak with her properly and apologize if necessary.
My uncle is calling me, so I must end this conversation.
With that, the sound of a busy tone abruptly filled the line. Ding Yu looked helplessly at Song Zhaojing beside her, feeling as though something within her began to crumble at that moment.
In that case, wait.
Before Meng Zhiyi could finish her sentence, Ding Yu interrupted. She hurriedly approached, speaking in a rapid manner, if I provide you with some compromising evidence against Song Wei,
would you consider letting me go? Compromising evidence? Meng Zhiyi narrowed her eyes slightly, contemplating what Ding Yu could possibly offer. As if desperately seeking forgiveness from Meng Zhiyi, she quickly added, yes, I have something on her, something that could make her lose all face before Shin Quebec.
Oh?
Meng Zhiyi's interest was piqued.
Ding Yu immediately began rummaging through her phone, producing a photograph and presenting it. Look at this.
Meng Zhiyi gazed intently at the photograph on her phone, discovering an intimate moment between Song Wei and a man.
Intriguingly, the man in the picture bore a striking resemblance to Shin Quebec.
I know where he is.
And I also know who he is, Ding Yu declared, her gaze unwavering as she fixed her eyes on Meng Zhiyi. She continued, if you wish to know,
I can reveal everything to you.
Meng Zhiyi tilted her head, her fingers idly playing with her hair as she contemplated the credibility of Ding Yu's words. Noticing her prolonged silence, Ding Yu felt a surge of anxiety within her. Besides this, from now on, I shall no longer assist her in targeting you.
Or I may choose to aid you instead. Meng Zhiyi scoffed lightly, her gaze towards Ding Yu laden with disdain.
At this moment, in front of me,
you betray Song Wei for your own preservation. Will you not also betray me before others in the future? I, too, am acting out of self-preservation.
Ding Yu perceived no fault in her choice, it was a commendable excuse.
Meng Zhiyi refrained from further commentary, instead recalling Lin Luoluo. Despite her overwhelming fear, she could have simply followed Ding Yu's instructions to lead her away and escaped.
Yet, she preferred to endure the dread,
convincing herself that a few days of confinement would suffice.
She never contemplated whether she might encounter peril or harm during that time.
Indeed. One must not have a control group. Tell me everything you know, and I shall let you go this time. All right. At that moment, a knock resounded at the dormitory door. She swiftly rose to open it, assuming it was Meng Zhiyi.
To her surprise, upon opening the door, she found an unfamiliar girl.
The newcomer glanced briefly behind her before speaking. Hello, is Meng Zhiyi here? Lin Luoluo's mind raced, and she inquired, are you looking for her for something important?
Well, Senior Shin is downstairs. He has been unable to reach her and asked me to come up and look for her. Understood, I will relay the message to her.
Thank you.
Lin Luoluo replied before closing the door and rushing to the window.
She indeed spotted Shinkei standing below. This is bad. What should I do? Zhiyi had instructed not to inform anyone. How should I explain to Senior Shin? Senior Shin. Lin Luoluo approached Shin Quebec.
He nodded, then glanced behind her.
Not seeing Meng Zhiyi.
A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes.
Meng Zhiyi is not here?
Lin Luoluo forced a smile, stammering, Zhiyi left the dormitory quite early.
She might have gone shopping.
I was concerned you would be waiting here indefinitely, so I came down to inform you.
Is that so? Shinkei, astute as ever, sensed the complexity behind Lin Luoluo's tone. However, given their lack of familiarity, he hesitated to press further.
As he contemplated handing her the items in his possession for her to pass along, Meng Zhiyi's voice resonated from behind.
Meng Zhiyi let out a soft exclamation,
then reached out to accept the snacks that Shinkei had purchased for her.
Thank you, my boyfriend, she said with a beaming smile.
Her eyes fixed intently on Shinkei, pondering internally, what expression would Shinkei wear if he knew he had a little uncle vying for the Shin family's fortune? Shinkei's gaze flickered with intrigue as he regarded Meng Zhiyi, his heart filled with confusion.
A little uncle? Chapter 67, How could a princess walk on her own?
There was an added depth of inquiry in Shinkei's eyes.
He had never heard of a little uncle. Did she possess knowledge he lacked? To clarify, Ding Yu was unaware of the connection between the man intimately linked with Song Wei and Shin, Quebec.
Upon learning of this individual's existence and basic details, Meng Zhiyi had requested the system to investigate further, only to discover the man's close ties to the Shin family.
Shin Kei's grandfather, Shin Chong,
had a childhood sweetheart prior to marrying his current wife, the elderly Madame Shin. After parting ways due to conflicts, Shin Chong met Madame Shin, and they entered a whirlwind romance culminating in marriage. However, unbeknownst to anyone, on the 10th anniversary of their marriage, while Madame Shin was with child, the childhood sweetheart resurfaced, leading to a night of infidelity. Feeling guilty afterward, Shin Chong provided a sum of money to his childhood sweetheart, and they never crossed paths again. Yet, Shin Chong had failed to foresee that this childhood sweetheart bore him a son. The existence of this illegitimate child remained a secret from the Shin family to this day.
How could Song Wei be connected to that person? Does she know his identity? If that is the case, things are becoming increasingly intriguing.
Shin Kei's parents are special forces personnel, which makes his claim to the Shin family inheritance quite reasonable.
The sudden emergence of an illegitimate child is clearly aimed at the family fortune. It seems I must find the time to meet this individual.
Shin Kei remains silent,
his exterior calm while a tempest brewed within. He suppressed his gaze, concealing his emotions completely. Can you accompany me to a place this weekend?
Shin Kei asked softly.
Meng Zhiyi blinked her eyes, swiftly pondering for a few seconds, and nodded, all right. In the blink of an eye, it was already Friday.
As Meng Zhiyi descended the stairs with her bag in hand, she spotted Shin Kei and a young man standing by the car awaiting her arrival.
Shin Kei approached, took the bag from her, and introduced the young man, stating, "This is Yang Xingwen, whom you met at the banquet last time." Yang Xingwen had been poised to open the back door and enter the vehicle when he noticed that Meng Zhiyi was not taking the front passenger seat, leaving him perplexed as he glanced at Shin, Quebec.
She expressed her reluctance to sit in the front due to the higher fatality rate in accidents, to which Shin Kei provided an explanation.
Yang Xingwen's lips twitched slightly, and he silently settled into the passenger seat.
As the car pulled away from the school gate,
Meng Zhiyi caught sight of Song Wei stepping into a black sedan.
As the two vehicles brushed past one another, she glimpsed Zhou Kai seated in the rear. Calculating the time, she realized he must have just been discharged from the hospital. Zhou Kai came to find Song Wei immediately upon his release, such as true love. Shin Kei, driving, caught this exchange and discreetly glanced at the car behind them, his lips pressing together slightly. He had forgotten to inform Meng Zhiyi that their destination was a camping-style resort, a venture created by a wealthy second-generation entrepreneur within their circle.
To attract attention,
they had invited these affluent young heirs from the capital. Zhou Kai, Ding Yu, and others were also included in the invitation list.
After a 2-hour drive, they finally arrived at their destination. Before coming, Meng Zhiyi had not anticipated the lengthy journey. Gazing at the picturesque scenery before her, she turned to ask, "Did you bring me here to commit murder and hide the body?" At that moment, Shin Kei and Yang Xingwen, who were retrieving items from the trunk, turned their gazes toward her. "What did you just say?" Yang Xingwen asked, momentarily taken aback.
Meng Zhiyi turned around, her expression playfully teasing as she looked at them.
"Just joking, hee hee."
Shin Kei cast a cool glance in her direction, his voice indifferent, not amusing. She pouted slightly, nonchalantly tugging at her clothing. "Oh."
Yang Xingwen observed the awkward atmosphere between the two, a sense of confusion brewing within him. This hardly resembled a couple, did it? The road ahead was inaccessible by car. They had to proceed on foot. Shin Kei carried a suitcase in one hand while holding Meng Zhiyi's bag in the other. "What? How can you let the princess walk on her own?" Meng Zhiyi feigned a look of disdain, dramatically declaring, "These shoes are quite expensive, they cannot get muddy." "Hey! Let us see your reaction when I embarrass you in front of your friend. If you can tolerate this, you must be a true ninja turtle."
Yang Xingwen stood frozen, incredulity etched across his face as he gazed at Meng Zhiyi. Upon learning later that Shin Kei was with her, he thought perhaps this girl wasn't as terrible as the rumors suggested. Yet, seeing her now, it seemed he had underestimated the situation. Yang Xingwen leisurely turned his gaze toward Shin Kei, curious to see how he would respond. "I'll buy you a new pair," Shin Kei stated directly.
Yang Xingwen was left dumbfounded.
Having known Shin Kei for so long, he understood the nature of the man. Shin-Kei, while appearing gentle, exuded an inherent sense of detachment.
Moreover, in Yang Xingwan's memory, Shin-Kei was a person of strong principles. Why then did he seem to abandon all principles in front of Meng Zhiyi?
Meng Zhiyi, I refuse, this pair of shoes has been discontinued and is no longer available. Shin-Kei, I will cover the costs to have the manufacturer resume production. Meng Zhiyi secretly gritted her teeth and continued to fabricate. It's different, I have developed a bond with these shoes.
Yang Xingwan remained in a state of disbelief. This. Is it not blatantly obstinate? What do you intend to do? Shin-Kei inquired patiently. You will carry me inside. Meng Zhiyi tilted her head, adopting a charming demeanor. Yang Xingwan. He then turned to Yang Xingwan and said, let us proceed inside first. Meng Zhiyi, what do you mean by you go in first? Are you implying that I should be left here? Well, I see now why you never seem angry.
It turns out you're just a passive-aggressive man. She added, that's fine, it makes it easier for me to create a scene. Even Yang Xingwan felt that Shin-Kei intended to abandon Meng Zhiyi here when he heard Shin-Kei patiently say, I will come to pick you up shortly. With that, Shin-Kei and Yang Xingwan carried their luggage towards the resort hotel.
Meng Zhiyi remained in place, contemplating that Shin-Kei would undoubtedly seek to dismiss Yang Xingwan.
I shall not wait, if you abandon me here, I will leave at once.
Meng Zhiyi shouted irrationally. Yang Xingwan's lips twitched as he discreetly glanced at Shin-Kei beside him and whispered, how about you take her inside first? Meng Zhiyi's eyes were playfully narrowed as she provocatively locked gazes with Shin Quebec.
I speak sincerely, should you abandon me, I shall certainly cause a commotion. As her words lingered in the air, the sound of a car door echoed behind them, followed by the unmistakable voice of Zhou Kai.
Ha, Shin-Kei.
This is your choice, a mannerless, uncultured simpleton.
Chapter 68, Only One Room Left. With Zhou Kai's proclamation, Song Wei emerged from the vehicle.
Today, she donned a delicate pink dress. Her hair styled in a ponytail, and her face adorned with a natural look. At first glance, she resembled a pure, unblemished flower.
Upon spotting Shin-Kei,
a fleeting expression of panic crossed her face, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze, seemingly embarrassed about her closeness to Zhou Kai.
Trailing behind Zhou Kai, Zhang Yuhuan and Zhang Yubai also exited the car. Upon seeing Meng Zhiyi, Zhang Yuhuan's expression turned to one of fierce resentment. She hastily approached Song Wei, adopting a protective tone as she confronted Meng Zhiyi. Meng Zhiyi, could you refrain from constantly troubling Song Wei? Meng Zhiyi looked utterly innocent. Zhang Yuhuan, you can't target me just because you failed to win over my third brother. Matters of the heart cannot be rushed, they require a gradual approach. Look at how long I pursued Shin Quebec. You must persevere, who knows, one day you might become my sister-in-law. Zhang Yuhuan's face flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and anger. I am not pursuing him. Stop spreading rumors about me. Meng Zhiyi furrowed her brow, a hint of disappointment evident in her demeanor. Why are you blushing? With that bashful expression, I assumed you had a fondness for my third brother. Alas, what a pity, for he is indeed quite remarkable. Or perhaps you do not fancy his type? What of my second brother? He is a teacher at our school, having attained the rank of professor at a young age, with an illustrious future ahead of him. Alternatively, there is my eldest brother, a wealthy tycoon. Though he may be a bit older, he compensates with his affluence. Rest assured, I can guarantee he lacks any old man scent. Meng Zhiyi chattered away, resembling a fervent salesperson. If the Meng brothers were present, they might have been utterly exasperated by her. Yang Xingwan was left in a state of astonishment. Good heavens, is this really a sister? Zhang Yuhuan, who had just moments ago been commanding and imposing, now resembled a deflated balloon, unable to utter a single word. So, what do you think? Have you given it some thought? Meng Zhiyi pressed on. Just then, Meng Zhizhou, who had arrived unbeknownst to them, inquired with confusion, what are we considering? Meng Zhiyi swiftly turned around, momentarily astonished upon seeing Meng Zhizhou. Ah? How is he also here? Meng Zhizhou raised an eyebrow, stepped forward, and gazed at her gently. Inquiring once more, what were you just saying? Meng Zhiyi's eyes sparkled as she reached out to pull Meng Zhizhou forward. Zhang Yuhuan, this is my elder brother. What do you think?
Meng Zhiyi tilted his head, looking at her with a bemused expression. Jiang Yuan had already shrunk behind Jiang Yubai, her face flushed with embarrassment.
Meng Zhiyi, are you out of your mind? She exclaimed. Hey, I'm merely introducing you to a match, how could you say I'm crazy?
My brothers are unmarried.
And you are single as well, it's quite reasonable. Meng Zhiyi, you wouldn't possibly look down upon my elder brother, would you? If that's the case, then let me mention the last one, my fourth brother, a superstar. I no longer wish to converse with you.
Jiang Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. After listening for a while, Meng Zhiyi finally grasped the essence of Meng Zhiyi's words. He rubbed his forehead and swiftly covered her mouth.
Having come this far, why not proceed? He turned to Shinkei and inquired, why? Is your foot injured?
As he spoke, he lowered his gaze to her feet.
She replied, the shoes are quite expensive, they cannot touch the dirt. Yang Xingwen interjected. Upon hearing this rationale, everyone present found it utterly absurd. Unable to contain herself any longer,
Song Wei spoke up, Meng Zhiyi, since you are together, it would be prudent to show each other some respect.
Who asked for your opinion? Meng Zhiyi retorted,
crossing her arms and tilting her chin defiantly.
This is merely a playful intimacy between couples, what do you understand?
A slight twitch crossed Song Wei's face as she clenched her fists, continuing, I know Shinkei, your actions will only embarrass him.
You too.
Before she could finish, Shinkei had already entrusted his luggage to Yang Xingwen and approached Meng Zhiyi. He slightly bent his knees and indulgently said, come here.
I'll carry you. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Who said Shinkei did not harbor feelings for Meng Zhiyi? At this rate, he was practically adoring her to the heavens.
Meng Zhiyi felt a pang of discomfort, gritting her teeth as she glared at Shinkei, who had his back turned to her.
Is this person part turtle? How can one endure so much?
Shinkei and Meng Zhiyi silently listened to her whimsical inner musings.
If you won't carry me, shall I take you in my arms?
Shinkei urged. Meng Zhiyi gritted her teeth and, in a fit of retribution, lunged forward with great intensity. As the weight settled onto his back, Shinkei leaned slightly forward before regaining his balance. He clasped his hands into fists, cradling Meng Zhiyi's legs, gently lifting them before proceeding to stride forward with her upon his back. Meng Zhiyi gazed at him thoughtfully, letting out a low chuckle before assisting Yang Xingwen with the luggage. Behind them, Song Wei's complexion was pale, her eyes filled with hidden sorrow.
Nearby, Jiang Yubai,
upon hearing the conversation, scoffed derisively, Meng Zhiyi's unreasonable antics have reached such extremes, yet he continues to indulge her.
You all ought to abandon such fanciful dreams. After speaking,
Jiang Yubai turned to Jiang Yuan with a smile, saying, I believe Meng Zhiyi is right, the men of the Meng family are quite admirable.
You should choose one.
Jiang Yuan immediately flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Jiang Yubai.
I speak earnestly, do consider it, Jiang Yubai replied,
gesturing for the driver to take the luggage as they leisurely made their way to the hotel. The distance from the parking lot to the hotel was over 100 meters, during which Shinkei carried Meng Zhiyi effortlessly,
his steps steady and devoid of any sign of fatigue.
She nestled against his back, inhaling the refreshing scent of shampoo in his hair, her thoughts wandering.
Why do I find Shinkei increasingly inscrutable? What can I do to provoke an emotional response from him?
It seems he possesses neither desire nor sentiment.
Smiley face, perhaps I should consult the internet, I am truly at a loss.
Shinkei lowered his head, a subtle smile gracing his features. Upon arriving at the hotel lobby, he finally set her down. I will fetch the room key, please wait for me.
Are we sharing a room? Meng Zhiyi inquired, looking at Shinkei's retreating figure.
I prefer not to, she replied coldly. Observing her withdrawal, Shinkei chuckled softly, shaking his head as he continued towards the front desk.
Mr. Shin, due to infrastructure issues, there is only one camping room left. One room? Indeed, however.
The manager mentioned it would be perfect for you and your girlfriend to share.
Shinkei fell silent, pondering the implication. After a few seconds, he asked, are there truly no other available rooms? The hotel attendant responded apologetically, I regret to inform you, there are none. Chapter 69, is this the best location for burial? He gazed at Shinkei in confusion, asking, "Old Shin, is there no place for me to sleep?"
Shinkei naturally slipped the remaining key card into his pocket. "You will share a room with me."
Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi immediately leaned closer. Two men sharing a room? Is it a double bed or two singles?
Her eyes sparkled with mischief.
Eagerly observing Shinkei and Yang Xingwen, "I've heard that relationships in male dormitories are rather intricate, is that true?" With a cunning smile, Meng Zhiyi found Yang Xingwen's naivety amusing and felt tempted to tease him.
Shinkei regarded her sly demeanor. Pulling her closer with a tone that held a hint of warning, "Yang Xingwen's room is experiencing facility issues, which is why he will stay with me.
However, if you are uncomfortable with this arrangement, I can share a room with you instead."
Meng Zhiyi felt a sudden twitch at the corner of her eye and quickly took a step back.
"That won't do. Although we are betrothed, we have yet to be wed. Sharing a room would be quite inappropriate."
As she spoke, she busied herself with her belongings.
"Moreover,
I am quite restless at night and have an atrocious sleeping posture, which severely disrupts my sleep quality.
You would be better off staying with your good friend." "Humph. How dare you covet this beauty? Dream on. TCH, you think I don't see through your little schemes?"
Shinkei rubbed his temples, somewhat speechless at the imaginative musings within her mind.
At times, he couldn't help but ponder the image he projected in Meng Zhiyi's heart. Meanwhile, Meng Zhiyi,
who had remained silent, wore an amused expression, and upon meeting Shinkei's exasperated gaze, he shrugged.
It was not just Shinkei. Meng Zhiyi was equally astonished to discover the vividness of his sister's thoughts ever since he could hear her inner voice. Before long,
the group arrived at the camping-style lodging area. Nestled on the sunlit slope of the mountain range, it overlooked a pristine natural lake.
Its waters crystal clear and a vibrant shade of green, surrounded by a delightful environment.
Scattered across the hillside were 10 tent-style guest rooms, each featuring a small terrace designed for leisure.
Upon finding her room,
Meng Zhiyi tossed her luggage aside and proceeded to the leisure terrace to gaze upon the picturesque scenery of the resort. Indeed, the establishment is nestled against the mountains, and the natural surroundings are beyond compare. The pristine lakes offer opportunities for boating and fishing, while the shores provide a perfect setting for gatherings and barbecues. Ideal for the young souls who seek solace from the rigors of modern society.
She tilted her head slightly, inhaling the crisp air.
As the cool breeze caressed her face gently, everything felt so serene and tranquil. It was as if a mysterious force was soothing her restless spirit. Just as Meng Zhiyi was savoring this rare moment of relaxation, she heard the voices of Zhou Kai and Song Wei from a nearby angle.
"What bad luck!
Had I known the room was situated so close to hers, I would have requested a change from the hotel staff," Zhou Kai remarked, his tone less than amiable upon spotting Meng Zhiyi. Song Wei interjected, "Do not speak so, I believe this room's location is quite splendid.
One can even witness the sunrise in the morning."
Meng Zhiyi turned to lean against the glass railing,
her face adorned with confusion. "Isn't the lake situated to the west? Can the sun possibly rise from the west?" Song Wei's expression stiffened as she glanced at the sun overhead, instantly feeling awkward.
Zhou Kai gritted his teeth, on the verge of speaking, when Meng Zhiyi interjected, "Earlier, Zhou said he wished to change rooms, and I believe that is a prudent decision. From the perspective of feng shui, that particular room directly faces the gap between the two mountains behind the lake, which is the most auspicious location for burial. It is indeed inappropriate for you two lively individuals to reside in that room." Meng Zhiyi spoke earnestly, her solemn expression prompting the two to gaze straight ahead.
Indeed,
their current position was precisely aligned with a gap resembling a valley. Although they lacked knowledge of feng shui and were uncertain of the veracity of Meng Zhiyi's words, a chilling sensation began to creep down their spines.
Implicitly, this remark suggested that Meng Zhiyi was a harbinger of misfortune.
Meng Zhiyi exhibited no hint of displeasure, rather, she regarded Zhou Kai and Song Wei with a half-smile as she continued, "You indeed ought to change rooms and keep your distance from me, otherwise it would be quite unfortunate to return to the hospital so soon after being discharged."
Zhou Kai's complexion turned ashen,
and his gaze towards Meng Zhiyi was laced with an icy disdain, his eyes glinting with malice.
As she watched the two enter their room,
the smile in her eyes faded, replaced by a chilling coldness.
Although she had spared Ding Yu previously, it did not mean she would let Song Wei evade responsibility. Initially,
she had thought Dingyu's repeated harassment was merely a misguided attempt by a friend to support Songwei.
However,
revelations from Dingyu disclosed that Songwei had deliberately portrayed herself as a victim before Dingyu, deflecting blame towards Meng Zhiyi for all manner of grievances.
Real or imagined, Dingyu had been used as a tool against Meng Zhiyi time and again.
Before her arrival in this world, Dingyu's frequent troubles with the original owner had largely been instigated by Songwei, who sought to manipulate public opinion to coerce Shinkei and the original owner into dissolving their engagement.
Past grievances, which Meng Zhiyi had not personally endured,
were naturally of little concern to her.
Meng Zhiyi could hardly endure the thought.
Even for the sake of her mission, she might tarnish her own reputation. But she would never allow someone else to besmirch her name.
Contemplating this,
a cold smile slowly graced her lips as she gazed at the guest room where Songwei resided. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Meng Zhiyi's reflections. Upon opening the door, she found Shinkei standing outside, having changed into a fresh set of clothes.
"Are you hungry? I'll take you to eat something," he said.
His voice warm and soothing, with a hint of moisture still lingering in his hair, suggesting he had just emerged from a refreshing bath.
Meng Zhiyi leaned against the door,
smiling silently as she observed him. Shinkei felt a sense of perplexity and lowered his gaze to inspect his attire, finding nothing amiss.
"What's the matter?" Shinkei inquired. "Shinkei, if an unavoidable conflict arises between me and Songwei, whom would you choose to assist?" Meng Zhiyi's tone was casual, akin to asking if one had eaten.
Shinkei's eyes flickered momentarily, and without hesitation, he replied, "You."
"Really?" Meng Zhiyi's smile widened.
Yet her eyes remained as tranquil as a still pond.
"Indeed," Shinkei affirmed. Chapter 70, Am I Truly the Third Party?
Shinkei gazed at the girl before him. Her vibrant beauty reflected in his dark pupils, as he sensed that Meng Zhiyi was likely to take some action.
However,
he was uncertain about the nature of the impending conflict. It was not until the evening bonfire party commenced that the atmosphere shifted.
The hotel, situated by the lakeside,
hosted a bonfire gathering, where all guests could indulge in complimentary late-night snacks.
It was rumored that, in addition to Shinkei and his affluent companions,
the hotel was also catering to several international tycoons.
To ensure the safety of all patrons, numerous security personnel were deployed throughout the hotel's vicinity.
Meng Zhiyi's presence here is attributed to a collaboration with an affluent international businessman, as he has come for social engagements.
When Meng Zhiyi accompanied Shinkei to the lakeside,
they found Jokai, Zhang Yubai, and Songwei Zhang Yuan already gathered around the fire, enjoying barbecued delicacies.
Upon seeing them, only Zhang Yubai raised his glass in greeting to Shinkei. "Will you join us for a drink?"
Shinkei instinctively contemplated declining, but Meng Zhiyi preemptively accepted.
"Certainly.
We didn't get to enjoy ourselves last time. Come, make some space for Shinkei and Miss Meng," Zhang Yubai stated, prompting Jokai to reluctantly move a chair aside, albeit with a measure of reluctance. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan pulled Songwei to sit beside her.
Meng Zhiyi bounced over and directly sat down beside Zhang Yubai.
Zhang Yuan observed the scene and instinctively glanced at Shinkei displayed no signs of displeasure. Instead,
he pulled up a chair for Yang Xingwen and sat down next to Meng Zhiyi.
A subtle and intriguing smile appeared on Zhang Yubai's face as he handed a bottle of wine to Meng Zhiyi. Before she could reach for it,
Shinkei had already intercepted it. She was unwell and could not drink.
Zhang Yubai raised an eyebrow and then chuckled softly, saying, "Very well.
Then we shall forego the wine."
As his words faded, a server approached with a cup of warm milk tea, placing it before Meng Zhiyi.
"Young Master Shen, this is the hot milk tea you ordered."
He nodded, his beautiful eyes turning to Meng Zhiyi, and gently remarked, "With less sugar, I believe you will enjoy it." Meng Zhiyi cradled her cup, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she gazed at Songwei, who sat opposite her.
However, her words were directed towards Shinkei. "To think you are even aware of my preferences, have you been harboring a secret affection for me all along? Isn't it only natural to understand one's girlfriend's tastes?"
Shinkei replied, completely missing the point.
Upon hearing Shinkei's response, Songwei's expression darkened further. Meng Zhiyi's smile deepened as she continued to inquire, "Having grown up alongside Miss Song, you must be familiar with her preferences, correct?" Meng Zhiyi, but previously.
Everyone outside has been spreading rumors that she is your girlfriend, and I am the one intruding. As her words fell, a brief silence enveloped the table.
Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment, internally exclaiming in admiration.
The earlier rumors suggested that Song Wei and Shin Ke were a couple, stemming from the fact that they had once delivered a joint speech as exemplary students during their freshman year. In this current era, people are often mindlessly shipping couples. With both of them possessing striking looks, the online community gradually intertwined their fates, leading many to believe they were an item. Although Shin Ke had publicly stated his single status on several occasions, the impact was minimal, as the female counterpart had never clarified the situation. In fact,
Song Wei consistently appeared alongside Shin Ke at various events thereafter.
Photos of the two together circulated among fans, resulting in a widespread assumption that they were secretly dating.
It was not until Meng Zhiyi's arrival that this rumor began to show signs of fracture.
Zhang Yuan was among the few aware that Shin Ke and Song Wei were not in a romantic relationship, also knowing that Song Wei genuinely harbored feelings for Shin Ke,
which led her to subjectively view Meng Zhiyi as the unwelcome third party in their dynamic.
However, rumors are ultimately just rumors.
And Zhang Yuan believed they would quickly dissipate once Shin Ke began dating Meng Zhiyi.
To her surprise, Meng Zhiyi boldly confronted the situation in front of the principal parties involved. Noting the silence around her, Meng Zhiyi rested her chin on her hand,
her expression innocent and unassuming, and continued, "Are you all silent because I am right?"
She turned her head, her eyes glistening like a fawn's,
and with a tone of feigned guilt, asked, "Am I truly the third party?" Shin Ke gazed at her intently, uncertain of Meng Zhiyi's next move,
as he could not discern her inner thoughts at that moment. After a pause, Shin Ke replied calmly, "That is merely a rumor, you are not the third party." In truth, he had clarified this matter with Song Wei more than once, both publicly and privately. The moment those words escaped his lips,
it felt akin to delivering a resounding slap across Song Wei's face in front of everyone.
She had long taken the rumors to heart, despite Shin Ke's clarifications. She chose to remain oblivious, consistently striving to appear alongside him, eager to solidify the speculation. Even in her interactions with others, she would deliberately hint at the depth of her relationship with Shin Ke, seeking both respect and certain advantages in her social dealings.
The others, with the exception of Zhou Kai, displayed a myriad of expressions, secretly reveling in the drama unfolding. Observing Song Wei's evident discomfort,
Zhou Kai felt a pang of sympathy and immediately slammed his cup down onto the table.
"Meng Zhiyi, what do you mean? If you can stay, then do so. If not, get lost."
Zhou Kai rebuked, eyes fixed on her with intensity. Shin Ke's expression darkened, his tone displeased. "Zhou Kai, mind your attitude." Meng Zhiyi appeared like a startled little bird, half of her body leaning against Shin Ke, her voice laced with a sense of grievances. She said,
"Why are you being so fierce with me?
I have done nothing to you, I merely expressed my doubts.
It's not my fault that every time you see me,
you accuse me of stealing Shin Ke from you, making me feel like a third party." Zhou Kai gritted his teeth, and, constrained by Shin Ke's presence,
his voice barely escaped through clenched teeth, "Did I speak incorrectly? Were you justified in your claims?"
Meng Zhiyi, filled with confusion, subsequently turned her gaze towards Song Wei,
whose expression had become rigid. With a smile, she inquired, "Song Wei, have you ever been with Shin Ke? Am I truly the one who has intruded upon your relationship?" Meeting Meng Zhiyi's gaze, Song Wei felt an intense hatred, almost to the point of grinding her teeth.
Yet, she dared not reveal her true emotions.
"No,"
she managed to utter with great difficulty.
Upon receiving this answer, the smile on Meng Zhiyi's face vanished, replaced by a chilling glare in her eyes. With a stern expression,
she retorted sharply, "Since I have not intruded upon your relationship, why then did you instruct Dingyu to target me?
Why did you even go so far as to summon thugs to harm me?"
As her words fell,
Shin Ke, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, casting a cold and fierce glance at Song Wei. Even Jiang Yubai and Yang Xingwen looked on with disbelief. Song Wei's hands, resting on her lap, clenched tightly,
her nails digging into her skin as she struggled to suppress the tumultuous emotions within her. Under the watchful eyes of all, she found it increasingly difficult to respond.
"I do not understand what you are saying. Meng Zhiyi, are you implying that you are unaware of what Dingyu has done to me?" Song Wei,
Forcing herself to remain composed, replied, "Although Ding Yu and I are friends, I have never pried into her intentions or past actions. If she has harmed you because of me, I sincerely apologize on her behalf." Zhou Kai, seemingly unable to tolerate the situation any longer,
abruptly pulled Song Wei aside and cast a fierce glare at Meng Zhiyi. "Meng Zhiyi, that is quite enough." Meng Zhiyi tilted her head with a nonchalant smile and silently uttered two words, "Not enough."
In Chapter 71, she tore away all the disguises she had worn.
Zhou Kai, observing Meng Zhiyi's arrogance, tightened his grip on Song Wei's hand and cast a dissatisfied glance at Shin Kei, his tone laced with reproach. "Shin Kei, are you truly allowing her to embarrass herself here?" Before Shin Kei could respond, Meng Zhiyi let out a cold laugh.
Leaning slightly back, her hands resting on her knees,
she wore an expression of unabashed audacity.
"It's futile to seek him, he cannot intervene." Shin Kei leisurely set down his glass and replied in a measured tone, "If what my girlfriend says is true, then I shall hold her accountable." After he spoke, he cast a significant glance at Song Wei.
Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi clicked her tongue. "Could it possibly be me? Pray tell, what has made you unhappy? Don't confine your thoughts to just one or two people.
You must speak openly, or else it will appear as though I have wronged you." As her words faded, everyone turned their attention squarely to Song Wei. The curiosity among the attendees was palpable. They were eager to uncover what Meng Zhiyi had truly done. There had been several notable disturbances, often stemming from Song Wei's constant presence beside Shin Kei, with Meng Zhiyi appearing to assert her identity. Yet, such behavior seemed somewhat understandable and not entirely unforgivable.
However,
in the aftermath, Meng Zhiyi's reputation spiraled into an irreparable state, with both online and real-life narratives painting her as profoundly malevolent.
In contrast, Song Wei's image gradually crystallized into that of a meek, wronged flower. Contemplating this, Zhang Yubai's gaze towards Song Wei took on a more intriguing quality.
He sipped his drink with an enigmatic smile, his eyes shimmering with inscrutable light.
At that moment,
Song Wei felt a twinge of regret for confiding in Zhou Kai about her troubles. She was well aware of Zhou Kai's affection for her.
He would unconditionally do anything to see her happy.
Thus, for quite some time, apart from Ding Yu, she had cultivated an image of a victim in front of Zhou Kai to elicit his sympathy and tenderness.
Simultaneously, Song Wei was fully cognizant of Ding Yu and Zhou Kai's actions concerning Meng Zhiyi. Now, caught off guard by Meng Zhiyi's public unraveling of this facade,
she felt a surge of anxiety. Suppressing her burgeoning anger, she glanced down at the girl beside her, only to find her breathing uneven and her grip on his hand alarmingly tight.
"Wei!" Zhou Kai called out nervously.
To his surprise, in the next moment,
Song Wei collapsed to the ground. Zhou Kai's countenance shifted dramatically as he rushed to catch her.
This sudden turn of events caused the others to abandon their idle curiosity,
replaced instead by concern.
Her acting is truly commendable. One can tell she has watched her fair share of palace dramas.
Having heard Meng Zhiyi's sentiments,
Shin Kei began to observe the unfolding situation with quiet detachment. Yet Zhou Kai, in a state of mounting anxiety, continuously patted Song Wei's face,
calling her name over and over again.
Meng Zhiyi rose to her feet, wearing an expression that seemed to revel in the chaos.
"Oh, fainting so conveniently. Miss Song must be feigning it, right?" Zhou Kai glared at her furiously and reprimanded, "Meng Zhiyi, do you have no heart? Must you be so ruthless?"
Meng Zhiyi cast a sidelong glance at him and, with an air of jest, remarked, "You truly lack common sense.
If I were heartless, would I still be standing here? Do you take me for a fool?"
Zhou Kai was rendered speechless by her words. "In the dramas I watch, when someone faints, they splash water on them.
Why not give that a try?" Meng Zhiyi suggested, reaching for the wine glass on the table, intent on approaching. Aware of her propensity for such antics, Zhou Kai swiftly shielded Song Wei, stepping aside. "Meng Zhiyi, why are you running?"
"I would not harm her."
Zhou Kai ground his back teeth, coldly retorting, "You lunatic. What is it that you would not do?"
Meng Zhiyi curled her lips in disdain. "Very well, since Zhou Sha does not trust my words, I shall call for an ambulance and have a doctor come to examine you."
"Surely, that will suffice?"
As her words lingered in the air, her keen eyes caught a slight twitch in Song Wei's eyelids. The mirth in her gaze deepened as she leisurely retrieved her mobile phone, stating,
"Calling an ambulance incurs a cost, and that expense shall be yours to bear. As for the call fees, fret not, my kindness knows no bounds." Her remarks prompted the onlookers to wipe their brows in relief.
Clearly, they sensed the genuine concern in her jest. And the still-dazed Songwei emitted a soft moan before gradually reopening her eyes.
"Ah, Miss Song, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to dial 120.
Meng Zhiyi feigned surprise, continuing, "How miraculous the emergency number is," nearly uttering at once, "and our dear lady awakens."
Though she spoke thus,
it was evident to all but Zhou Kai, ensnared in the throes of infatuation, that Songwei was merely feigning unconsciousness.
At that moment,
the bitterness welled up in Songwei's heart, spilling forth as she adopted a feeble demeanor and addressed Zhou Kai. "Zhou Kai, I feel unwell."
Meng Zhiyi expressed her discomfort, suggesting that perhaps it would be wise to call a doctor, lest any underlying health issues worsen over time. Songwei glanced at her,
a hint of concealed malice lurking within her depths, responding, "There is no need for Miss Meng to concern herself, I am fully aware of my own health."
With that,
she urged Zhou Kai to hasten their departure.
As the two hurriedly left, each onlooker harbored their own thoughts, but only Shin Kei remained preoccupied with contemplating Songwei.
In the past, whether at the Shen residence or elsewhere, she consistently presented herself as a well-mannered and knowledgeable individual.
Thus, when rumors of Meng Zhiyi's bullying reached his ears,
he instinctively felt that Meng was being excessively cruel. However, the events of that night prompted him to reconsider whether his impression of Songwei had been too rigidly formed. Meanwhile, Meng Zhiyi wore a knowing smile.
"Songwei, this game has only just begun.
From this day forth, you shall no longer hide behind the scenes as a puppeteer. I want you to forcibly tear away all your disguises." Shin Kei's gaze shifted slightly, a trace of gravity appearing on his handsome face.
"Young master, you called for me." The bodyguard, towering and robust, stood at an imposing height of over 6 feet.
His muscular frame suggesting he could burst through his clothing at any moment. This bodyguard, once a special forces operative, had served under Shin Kei's parents. After sustaining injuries during a mission, he had retired and become Shin Kei's personal protector.
"For the next few days, keep an eye on Meng Zhiyi and ensure she remains safe," Shin Kei instructed. The bodyguard hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Should she be made aware of my presence?"
"Do not let her know," Shin Kei replied, fully aware that revealing his presence to Meng Zhiyi would yield no benefits for him. The bodyguard nodded in understanding and quietly departed. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hotel, outside a solitary villa guarded by several bodyguards,
a man in a white robe awaited inside.
"Boss, this is what our brothers have recently captured." One of the bodyguards presented a stack of photographs to him. The images depicted Meng Zhiyi in the company of Shin Quebec clutching the photographs. The man spoke with a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Father mentioned that the little girl from years ago was taken by the Shin family. This girl must be her.
Find an opportunity to bring her here." Chapter 72, Damn. I want to kiss her.
The following morning, as Meng Zhiyi exercised on the terrace, she noticed Shin Kei approaching her with something in hand.
Moments later,
he stood below the terrace, tilting his head to gaze at the girl skipping rope. Bathed in the morning light, her fair skin seemed to radiate, and her ponytail danced with each jump. Her slender frame exuded a sense of strength rather than fragility. This scene felt oddly familiar to him. A fleeting image flashing through his mind too quickly for him to grasp. Shin Kei found himself entranced, until Meng Zhiyi leaned over the railing and called out to him.
"What are you standing there for?"
Meng Zhiyi arched her eyebrows and beckoned him with a finger, saying, "Come here." Shin Kei paused for a moment,
ultimately taking a detour to arrive at Meng Zhiyi's room. "What kind of soiree requires formal attire?"
she inquired, receiving the bag he held with curiosity. Shin Kei stood at the threshold, his gaze lowered, refraining from glancing around the room. Upon hearing her question, he finally explained, "It's merely a regular gathering."
Though the attendees are all affluent merchants. After hearing this, Meng Zhiyi offered him an awkward smile. "All affluent merchants? And you call this ordinary?" She thought.
Such an occasion is precisely when one cultivates connections.
Shin Kei should be stepping into the company soon. Is that his purpose for being here? She mused. How daring of him to bring me along. Does he not fear that I might disrupt his plans?
As Meng Zhiyi held the dress he had sent her and contemplated its fit, she murmured to herself. Shin-Kei listened intently. Initially, he had not considered this matter. Merely thinking that since he had resolved to honor the engagement with Meng Zhiyi, it was only natural for her to accompany him to such events. After all, she was destined to be the future mistress of the Shin family, inevitably frequenting such gatherings. Hearing her murmurs now, Shin-Kei felt the need to address the situation. Even though he was not particularly worried that Meng Zhiyi would disrupt his plans, he nevertheless took a step forward and quietly inquired, "Shall we discuss something?" Meng Zhiyi was still examining whether the diamonds on her dress were genuine, her head not lifting as she asked, "What are we discussing?" Shin-Kei's dark eyes were firmly fixed on the girl before him, listening to her mutter about whether those diamonds could be sold for money. A smile gradually spreading across his face. If she could just endure a little this evening and avoid causing trouble, after the gala, she would have complete freedom in deciding what to do with that dress. Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi tilted her head and squinted at Shin-Kei, who continued. The diamonds on the dress could likely fetch about 600,000 to 700,000. The gown is a unique piece by a renowned foreign designer, and if sold, it should be valued around 3 million. Meng Zhiyi gazed skeptically at the dress in her hands. What kind of designer charges 3 million for a tattered dress? She pondered. The style is quite ordinary, how could it possibly be worth such a sum? Shin-Kei subtly elucidated. The designer once served the royal family and passed away 2 years ago. This is his final masterpiece. Meng Zhiyi's eye twitched slightly at the mention of posthumous work. Could it possibly be one of those garments that are worn once and then auctioned off to the next person? Oh. She had no desire to don clothing that had been worn by others. Just as Meng Zhiyi was grappling with whether to outright decline Shin-Kei's invitation to the gala, she heard him continue, "This dress has never been put up for auction since its design. It was reserved by my grandmother long ago." Meng Zhiyi, why is grandma thinking about reserving such a dress? Ah. Meng Zhiyi was momentarily stunned. Did I say that? Did I utter those words? No. It was that person who said it. How strange. What kind of charm did that person cast on old lady Shen to make her so fond of her? It seems you have forgotten, after all. You casually mentioned it back then. Shin-Kei took the initiative to offer her an escape. That must be it. You know, I can indeed be untrustworthy at times. Meng Zhiyi chuckled. Shin-Kei was at a loss. Untrustworthy can be used in that way? Were you trying to bribe me just now? As she spoke, she set the dress aside and turned to sit cross-legged on the bed. Shin-Kei did not deny it this time, simply nodding, "Yes, I was trying to bribe you." Meng Zhiyi tilted her head, a smile lingering on her lips. "So, Song Wei will be attending as well? Are you worried that I might clash with her at the party and embarrass you?" "No, it has nothing to do with her," Shin-Kei shook his head. His primary concern was that Meng Zhiyi would remain preoccupied with her mysterious task, leaving him unprepared when the moment arrived. Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi appeared contemplative. Shin-Kei, meanwhile, remained patient, quietly standing there in anticipation. Meng Zhiyi observed him, standing as if he were being punished, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. She then patted the space beside her and said, "Why are you standing so far away? Come and sit here." Although they had engaged in hand-holding and embraced one another on numerous occasions, in this secluded space, Shin-Kei still maintained an intrinsic sense of detachment. He gazed at the spot next to Meng Zhiyi, yet his legs remained firmly planted in place. Meng Zhiyi raised her eyebrows, intending to tease him a little longer when a sudden ring interrupted her plans. "Is there something wrong?" Shin-Kei answered the call. She could not discern the words exchanged on the other end, yet it was evident that Shin-Kei's expression shifted subtly. When he turned his gaze towards her, she offered him a faint smile. The conversation was brief. Once Shin-Kei ended the call, he appeared somewhat tense, though he said nothing and maintained an outward semblance of normalcy. Meng Zhiyi felt a tinge of curiosity regarding the content of the recent phone call, her thoughts racing swiftly. "Very well, considering the financial investment you have made to persuade me, I shall refrain from any activities this evening. Particularly after receiving that call." He was increasingly anxious about Meng Zhiyi's potential refusal. "Naturally, if someone has provoked you, there is no need for restraint, act as you wish. And I shall support you unconditionally." Meng Zhiyi looked at Shin-Kei with some surprise, not expecting him to say such a thing. A hint of amusement danced in her eyes, revealing her growing curiosity about the man before her.
That evening, Shin-Kei arrived early to escort Meng Zhiyi to the banquet hall.
Outside the restroom, clad in a tailored suit that accentuated his tall and graceful figure, Shin-Kei exuded an air of sophistication. Suddenly, a voice called out from within the restroom.
He leaned closer to the door, inquiring softly, "What's the matter?" Inside,
Meng Zhiyi, with her hands behind her back, struggled to pull up the zipper, which seemed stuck, refusing to budge.
"Is this zipper broken? I can't get it up,"
she said, a hint of frustration in her tone.
After a moment of silence, Shin-Kei asked, "Do you need my help?" "Come in, the door isn't locked," she replied.
Shin-Kei hesitated for a moment, his hand gripping the doorknob before he finally turned it.
Inside, Meng Zhiyi was panting slightly,
a sense of fatigue evident in her demeanor.
At that moment, the warm orange light above cast a glow,
reflecting in Shin-Kei's dark eyes the alluring curve of Meng Zhiyi's waist, causing him to swallow involuntarily.
"What are you doing? Hurry up," she urged, impatience creeping into her voice.
Shin-Kei closed his eyes briefly, suppressing the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind.
When he opened them again, his gaze was clear. He stepped forward, his tall frame enveloping Meng Zhiyi entirely.
Shin-Kei remained still, as if caught off guard, a flicker of tension evident in his dark eyes.
In the confined space, their positions appeared exceedingly intimate, and undeniable warmth blossoming between them.
Meng Zhiyi's gaze lingered upon Shin-Kei's slightly pursed lips.
And in a moment of folly, she thought, could it be that I wish to kiss him?
The thoughts that Shin-Kei had just suppressed surged forth once more with this notion. His beautiful eyes gradually deepened, harboring emotions that Meng Zhiyi could not decipher. In the next instant, the shadow enveloping Meng Zhiyi grew increasingly profound.
Chapter 73, Was he just thinking of kissing me? The breaths drew nearer.
In Meng Zhiyi's eyes, Shin-Kei's strikingly handsome face gradually magnified. Her heart skipped several beats in that fleeting moment, her body frozen as if under a spell. In the mirror on the wall, their silhouettes slowly overlapped. Suddenly, a rapid knocking at the door pierced through the intimate atmosphere like a sharp blade.
At that instant,
Shin-Kei's breath hitched, and then all that could be heard was the heavy intake of air as he lowered his gaze, his thin lips pressed tightly together, fingers exerting slight pressure to zip up his jacket. All done, his voice emerged, slightly hoarse. Without waiting for Meng Zhiyi to respond, he turned and fled the restroom, leaving her standing there in bewilderment.
Did he just want to kiss me?
Even through the door, Shin-Kei sensed her thoughts.
The urgent knocking persisted, prompting him to shut his eyes tightly and suppress all emotions. He then opened the door.
Yang Xingwen remained in the act of knocking, exclaiming,
"I thought you had already left. I've been knocking for ages without a response. Whereas Meng Zhiyi? Still not ready?"
As he spoke, he adjusted his clothing. Just then, Shin-Kei emerged from the restroom, casually pulling the door shut behind him. Upon hearing this, Yang Xingwen halted his movements, lifting his head with an awkward expression to inquire, "Did I interrupt something just now? Having been single for so many years." Yang Xingwen was still adjusting to the fact that Shin-Kei had a girlfriend. Shin-Kei shot him a cool glance. "What do you think?" At this, Shin-Kei's expression remained impassive as he fixed his gaze on him. Yang Xingwen felt a chill run down his spine under that stare and hastily stepped back to create distance. Raising 3 fingers, he declared, "I assure you, this situation will never happen again." As Meng Zhiyi emerged, she immediately heard Yang Xingwen's resolute and serious words. "What is going on?" she inquired with confusion. He promptly fell silent, then carefully chose his words. "It's nothing, merely some very private matters." Meng Zhiyi, sensing a misunderstanding, approached with a face full of curiosity and said, "How private is it? Whisper it to me." "Ah, this." Yang Xingwen was instantly at a loss. Meng Zhiyi, like a delicate little bird, clung to him, smiling as she conversed with Yang Xingwen. "There's no hurry, we can find an opportunity to chat slowly," she said. Yang Xingwen merely responded with silence. Upon arriving at the banquet hall, they were greeted by a vibrant scene of clinking glasses and lively conversation. Esteemed figures, who had achieved remarkable success in the business world, were engaged in animated discussions, while couples embraced on stage, swaying gracefully to the melodious music.
Not far ahead, Meng Zhiyi spotted Song Wei and Zhou Kai.
She was Zhou Kai's companion for the evening, adorned in a sleek black gown that exuded an alluring charm, her face graced with exquisite makeup. As she engaged in polite conversation.
As Meng Zhiyi glanced their way, the two turned their attention to her. Shin Kai called out the elderly gentleman who had been conversing with Zhou Kai. Upon hearing his voice, Shin Kai guided Meng Zhiyi forward. Zhou Kai, noticing their approach,
first glanced at Song Wei, then, as if eager to showcase something to Shin Kai, intertwined Song Wei's hand with his arm. From the moment Shin Kai arrived,
Song Wei's focus shifted entirely to him.
When her gaze fell upon Meng Zhiyi's gown, her expression subtly changed, revealing a hint of hurt in her eyes. She recognized the dress, a creation from a designer she adored, one she had mentioned to Shin Kai more than once, believing it might someday be a gift for her.
Yet, it now adorned another woman.
Catching the glimpse of hurt in Song Wei's eyes, something flickered in Meng Zhiyi's gaze.
Uncle, Shin Kai greeted the elderly gentleman, displaying the utmost politeness. The man, known as Xie Qing, was a respected elder in Beijing, with royal ancestry, and held a significant position in the city. The Xie and Shin families were related by marriage, as Shin's grandmother was Xie Qing's sister. Xie Qing, fond of his grandnephew, beamed with delight upon seeing him. His gaze turned to Meng Zhiyi, filled with approval. Is this girl your fiancée, as your grandmother arranged? Shin Kai smiled lightly and nodded. Yes. Her name is Meng Zhiyi.
Good evening, sir, Meng Zhiyi responded, having promised Shin Kai not to embarrass him that night, her demeanor reflecting the grace of a refined lady.
Excellent, excellent, Xie Qing exclaimed thrice, your grandmother's judgment is always impeccable.
Following this, he warmly invited Meng Zhiyi, one day. Let Shin Kai bring you home to savor the culinary delights prepared by our family chef.
Observing Xie Qing's warm demeanor towards Meng Zhiyi stirred a complex mix of emotions within her.
Despite her years in the Shin family and numerous encounters with him, she had always faced a frigid reception. No matter her efforts, it seemed she could never earn the approval of either the Shin or Xie families. Though these individuals appeared gentle, an insurmountable distance lay between them.
Yet, why did Meng Zhiyi require no effort to attain everything she desired? Song Wei bit her lip,
concealing her emotions beneath her beautiful facade. Shortly thereafter, Shin Kai led her and his uncle to a nearby lounge area.
As they settled down, just as Shin Kai was about to inquire what Meng Zhiyi would like to drink, he was struck by a shocking revelation.
The Xie family possesses considerable land ownership rights in the heart of Beijing. Although their company is modest in size, the annual rental income secures the family's prosperity for generations. Yet, who could have imagined that such a financially robust family would crumble like a collapsing edifice within just 6 months?
Shin Kai's eyes widened in astonishment, almost betraying his thoughts as he stared intently at Meng Zhiyi.
Fortunately, she was lost in her own reflections and remained oblivious to his unusual demeanor.
Ultimately, it must be attributed to his unreliable daughter.
In the original storyline, Xie Qing faced a mishap at a banquet, leading to prolonged hospitalization until his eventual demise.
Could this be the very banquet?
Suppressing the turmoil rising within him, Shin Kai discreetly observed his uncle, who sat diagonally across from him.
At that moment,
a waiter approached and whispered something in Xie Qing's ear.
Shin Kai, you enjoy your time with your fiancée, I must step out for a moment, Xie Qing said gently before rising to leave. Uncle, wait. Shin Kai, feeling uneasy, turned to Meng Zhiyi. Please wait here for a moment. I need to discuss something with my uncle.
Meng Zhiyi nodded, urging, go ahead, do not worry about me. Shin Kai cast a serious glance at her before rising to follow Xie Qing out of the banquet hall, instructing his personal bodyguard to remain behind to ensure her safety. Meng Zhiyi felt somewhat puzzled, sensing that the glance Shin Kai had cast upon her moments ago was rather peculiar. Nevertheless, she dismissed the thought and turned her attention elsewhere. Outside the banquet hall, Xie Qing leaned on his cane and slowly approached, inquiring with confusion, is there something you wish to discuss? Shin Kai, uncertain whether the surprise Meng Zhiyi had expressed referred to that day, offered an excuse, grandmother has recently asked me to start taking over the affairs of the company. And I feel a bit anxious. Upon hearing this, Xie Qing chuckled softly, patting Shin Kai's hand reassuringly.
Do not fret.
You have always been astute and quick to learn, far surpassing your peers. The matters of the company shall pose no challenge to you.
After a brief pause,
Xie Qing added with a knowing look, What you ought to be concerned about is your own affairs. Shin Kei gazed at him in bewilderment.
That young lady, Meng Zhiyi. Is she not? Indeed, came the reply. Since you have resolved to honor the engagement, you should approach it with sincerity.
That is certain, Shin Kei affirmed.
However,
Xia Qing cast a meaningful glance at Shin Kei and reiterated, what I mean is to invest your heart into it. It took Shin Kei a few moments to grasp the full implication of Xia Qing's words. After a contemplative silence, he nodded, I understand.
Xia Qing smiled and chose not to pursue the topic further. Where is uncle going? Shin Kei inquired.
After the passing of your two cousins, she has become rather spoiled. Xia Qing remarked, his tone tinged with a sense of loss. Like Shin Kei's parents, his two sons were also soldiers, yet both had sacrificed their lives for the country,
leaving behind only a daughter.
Observing the melancholy in his uncle's demeanor, Shin Kei gently reassured him, Uncle, do not worry too much.
When the opportunity arises,
I shall speak with cousin.
That would be good.
Although there is a generational gap, you are not far apart in age, and she would likely welcome your counsel.
Then I shall escort you out.
Shin Kei accompanied Xia Qing toward the hotel exit, thinking that by seeing him to the car, he could avert any unforeseen incidents.
However,
just as they reached the parking lot, the vehicle directly ahead suddenly illuminated its headlights, blinding them momentarily.
Following that, a deafening roar erupted as the car sped towards them. Uncle, be careful.
Chapter 74, The Unexpected. The tremendous impact reverberated violently through the night, attracting the attention of the guests within the banquet hall,
who rushed outside one after another. Meng Zhiyi sensed that the immense noise was unusual.
Upon realizing that Shin Kei and Jie Chang had just gone out, her expression shifted slightly. She swiftly rose and dashed outside, observing the hotel staff hurrying towards the parking lot, with bodyguards trailing behind. When she arrived at the parking area, she beheld a vehicle that had collided with a tree in the landscaped area. The front hood was raised, and the entire car was billowing smoke.
Nearby,
Shin Kei was assisting Jie Chang as they emerged from the side, both of them covered in dirt and appearing somewhat disheveled.
Fortunately, they bore no evident injuries, seemingly having evaded the out-of-control vehicle.
Meng Zhiyi hurriedly approached, extending a hand to support Jie Chang.
Grandfather, are you all right?
Jie Chang slowly waved his hand. Although he had just endured a life-threatening crisis, the storms he had weathered throughout his life left him with little emotional turbulence.
Shin Kei, are you injured? He turned his concern towards Shin Quebec.
It was Shin Kei who had swiftly pulled him away during that perilous moment, using his own body to shield him from harm. Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi glanced at Shin Kei's right hand. Apart from some dirt on his coat, there appeared to be no visible injuries.
Are you all right? She instinctively inquired.
At this moment, Shin Kei's dark eyes were fixed on the mangled vehicle, and only upon hearing Meng Zhiyi's concern did he temper his cold demeanor, gently shaking his head in response.
I am fine. First, let uncle go to the hospital for an examination. I will handle matters here. With that,
he instructed the bodyguards to escort Jie Chang to the hospital, then called upon additional bodyguards, swiftly organizing security throughout the hotel. Meng Zhiyi arrived late, and after casting a glance at the horrific scene of the collision, she swiftly approached Shin Kei and Meng Zhiyi.
What transpired? She inquired.
It is unclear whether the vehicle lost control or if it was a deliberate act of murder. Just moments ago, that car nearly struck Old Master Jia, Yang Xingwen elucidated. Upon hearing that Old Master Jia had nearly been harmed, Meng Zhiyi's expression shifted dramatically.
Is the old gentleman unharmed? She asked anxiously. Yang Xingwen replied, he appears fine.
But he has been taken to the hospital for examination. Meng Zhiyi let out a subtle sigh of relief, then turned his gaze to the side.
Meng Zhiyi bent over, seemingly examining Shin Kei's body.
His coat had been removed, and the white shirt beneath was stained crimson with blood. The medical kit provided by the hotel contained alcohol and gauze, allowing Meng Zhiyi to perform only a rudimentary treatment of his wounds.
Thank you, Shin Kei said abruptly, gazing at Meng Zhiyi, who was tending to his injuries.
I do not refer to this, he continued. I am grateful for your heartfelt voice that has revealed everything to me, thus averting a calamity.
Meng Zhiyi gazed at him in confusion, feeling a bit uneasy under his unwavering stare. We are a couple,
no need to say thank you, she stammered, taking a step back.
It's all bandaged up.
Shin-Kei glanced down at his arm, nearly swathed like a dumpling, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Then I shall thank my girlfriend. Meng Zhiyi gently scratched her face, exclaiming softly before dashing off to seek out Meng Zhiyi.
What on earth am I shy about? Isn't it only natural for him to thank me? This is the first time I have ever bandaged someone.
At that moment, Song Wei hurried over.
Making a beeline for Shin-Kei, Shin-Kei, are you alright?
Shin-Kei suppressed his smile, reverting to his usual cool and aloof demeanor, and replied politely but distantly. Thank you for your concern, my girlfriend has already taken care of the bandaging. Song Wei felt a slight pang in her heart. Upon noticing the bandage wrapped around Shin-Kei's arm, she grimaced and said, Let me redo that for you, it's not properly done.
No need.
I think it's quite satisfactory, Shin-Kei politely declined, then turned to walk towards the police officers who were managing the scene. While he cooperated with the police investigation, Meng Zhiyi remained by Meng Zhiyi's side, gazing at the site of the incident, lost in contemplation.
Shin-Kei actually helped Jie Cheng avoid this accident, is it mere coincidence?
Originally, Jie Cheng would have sustained serious injuries and remained unconscious until the collapse of the Jie family.
Could it be that the storyline has altered? Aside from this possibility, I can think of no other explanation.
Meng Zhiyi remained silent,
discreetly stealing a glance at the pensive Meng Zhiyi before shifting his gaze toward the distant figure of Shin Quebec. Shortly thereafter, the police had taken away the unconscious driver from the vehicle, and preparations were underway to tow the wrecked car for further investigation. Are you alone? Meng Zhiyi inquired, noticing the absence of the bodyguards behind him.
It's fine, Shin-Kei replied.
Meng Zhiyi furrowed her brows slightly. Should I also accompany him? After all, we are currently in a romantic relationship, and it would seem inappropriate not to go, especially in front of my elder brother. Considering how fond I was of Shin-Kei in the past, I mustn't appear too indifferent. The two men listened in silence, while Shin-Kei lowered his gaze, a glimmer of shadowy intrigue flickering in his eyes. After a moment of self-persuasion, Meng Zhiyi donned a concerned expression. I will accompany you. Allow me a moment to change my attire. Very well. The hospital. Meng Zhiyi accompanied Shin-Kei to the treatment room to tend to his wounds. When the nurse beheld his arm, wrapped like a rice dumpling, she couldn't help but chuckle. As she unwrapped it, she remarked with a smile. The bandaging technique is quite robust. Meng Zhiyi touched her nose, appearing indifferent as she gazed around. Shin-Kei chuckled lightly, his tone imbued with a subtle hint of affection, stating, I find it quite satisfactory, at least the bleeding has ceased. The nurse cast a knowing glance at Meng Zhiyi beside him, inquiring, Is she your girlfriend? Indeed. Shin-Kei nodded in affirmation. The nurse pressed her lips together, suppressing a laugh, her will to survive is quite strong. Shin-Kei merely smiled in response. By the time the wound was redressed, it was already quite late. Meng Zhiyi tilted her head, gazing intently at him. Shin-Kei coughed lightly. If you do not wish to go. Meng Zhiyi, no, I meant to say that I am a bit hungry. I had hoped to find something to eat at the banquet, but who could have anticipated such an unforeseen incident? Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, a young woman hurriedly strode through the night, her voice laced with anger as she spoke on the phone. Does my father's accident have anything to do with you? The man on the other end replied lazily, a hint of amusement in his tone, Darling, how could I possibly do such a thing? I love you too much. At those words, the woman's fury was immediately extinguished. Really? She inquired. Of course, if you don't believe me, I'll visit him with you tomorrow. The woman pursed her lips, her tone softening, even tinged with a playful reproach. Perhaps you should refrain from going until I persuade my father to agree to our marriage. All right, I'll heed your wishes, my dear. The woman smiled, sweetly uttering I love you before hanging up. The man on the other end tossed his phone aside, his face adorned with a cold smirk, clutching a photograph of Meng Zhiyi and Shin-Kei in his hand. He gazed icily at the image of Meng Zhiyi and instructed his subordinate, Act quickly, bring this woman to me. Chapter 75, Is this the kind of enchanting creature you desire? After issuing his orders, his subordinate promptly set to work. As the door opened, a provocatively dressed, voluptuous woman entered. She sauntered over and perched herself on the man's lap,
her crimson-tipped fingers seductively caressing his cheek.
Boss, it's been so long since you sought me out.
Her voice was sultry, her body pressing against him. The man chuckled softly, wrapping his arm around her waist, his hands exploring restlessly. But here I am now.
Aren't I?
The woman replied, ever since you became interested in that woman from the Jie family, you seldom come to see me. She is merely a pawn.
How can she compare to you?
He said, playfully pinching the soft flesh at her waist. The woman let out a soft gasp, her heart fluttering at his words. The shadows danced around them, their silhouettes entwined on the wall. After Shinkei instructed the bodyguard to set down the takeout, he dismissed him.
Yet, Meng Zhiyi could not quite articulate what felt different.
She was disinclined to dwell on it, nodding and diving into her meal. Shinkei observed her for a moment, noticing her earnestness in eating, and shook his head in resignation.
Once back in his room, Shinkei exhaled deeply,
shedding his clothes to examine the bruises on his lower back. When the car had struck, he had used his body as a cushion to protect Jie Cheng. Apart from the visible scars on his arms, the injury on his back was the most severe.
To prevent causing unnecessary worry to the elderly,
he had fabricated a story of having sustained no other injuries. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a first aid kit from the cupboard and began to treat himself.
Suddenly,
the door was thrust open. Shinkei looked up in surprise to see Meng Zhiyi standing there, one hand clutching a chicken leg and the other holding her phone. A bewildered expression on her face. He felt a rush of embarrassment, unsure of where to hide the tweezers in his hand.
Meng Zhiyi's phone continued to ring in her hand. She reacted and said, "Your phone is ringing.
I called out a few times from outside, but you didn't respond." Shinkei closed his eyes for a moment before putting down the tweezers.
"Hand it to me," he said. Meng Zhiyi entered the room,
her gaze briefly settling on the bruise on his lower back. While not overly severe, the cold pallor of Shinkei's skin rendered the bruise particularly conspicuous.
"Your injury on the waist." Meng Zhiyi pondered for a moment, glancing at the open first aid kit before inquiring, "Do you need assistance?"
Shinkei raised his eyes to meet hers, locking onto those clear, unclouded orbs, momentarily caught off guard.
"Is that permissible?"
He found himself blurting out, almost thoughtlessly, "Of course." With that, Meng Zhiyi shoved a chicken leg into her mouth, cleaned her hands with alcohol wipes, and then picked up tweezers to dip cotton into the antiseptic solution. As she leaned closer, she discovered that the bruise was even more severe than she had initially perceived. A slight frown creased her brow as she wondered why he had concealed this injury during their time at the hospital. Had it not been for the chicken leg in her mouth, she would have certainly scolded him.
As Meng Zhiyi drew nearer, her gentle breaths brushed against his skin,
causing Shinkei to tense up, his breathing becoming noticeably heavier. The alcohol-soaked cotton made contact, sending a chill through him.
He fixated on the mirror,
observing Meng Zhiyi earnestly treating his wound, a peculiar flutter stirring in his chest. Just as he grappled with the inexplicable emotions towards her, her thoughts echoed in his ears.
"Shinkei has quite a nice physique, doesn't he?
Not an ounce of excess fat on that waist, and the muscle definition is so appealing.
Ah! What a delight to behold. If only I could touch it, the sensation must be exquisite. If I pretend to casually touch it, surely there won't be any repercussions?" He.
Shinkei, upon hearing this, instinctively tightened his body before abruptly seizing Meng Zhiyi's hand. She looked up at him, perplexed.
Shinkei swallowed hard,
a faint blush creeping onto his clear, handsome face, the cause of which was difficult to discern whether it was shyness or something else entirely.
"All right, that's enough," he stammered, hastily rising to retrieve a t-shirt from the wardrobe. His swift action took Meng Zhiyi by surprise. Meng Zhiyi silently gritted her teeth. Damn it, hesitation truly leads to defeat. Next time,
I shall certainly seize my chance." Shinkei, with his back turned to her, squeezed his eyes shut and took a deep breath.
Internally,
he found it both amusing and exasperating, pondering what exactly was on Meng Zhiyi's mind.
What kind of girl is so intent on taking advantage of a man?
Listening to her footsteps fade away, Shinkei finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He had nearly succumbed to his burgeoning thoughts on 2 occasions that night.
Yet,
the realization that Meng Zhiyi was by his side solely for the purpose of completing a task made his heart ache. He absolutely could not be the first to reveal his feelings, otherwise, he would truly become a plaything in her hands.
A night of peaceful slumber ensued.
Meng Zhiyi opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling for a few moments, her mind gradually activating, before recalling that she had spent the night at Shinkei's place.
She rose from the bed, slipped on her slippers, and, yawning, made her way out of the room. Upon entering the living room,
she discovered Shinkei standing on the balcony, engaged in a phone conversation. Today, he donned a crisp white shirt paired with black trousers.
The sleeves rolled up to reveal his slender yet powerful forearms.
Bathed in the bright sunlight, the shirt appeared slightly translucent,
accentuating his lean waist and exuding an air of asceticism. Meng Zhiyi was lost in thought when she picked up her phone and snapped a picture of Shin Quebec. This slender waist is far more alluring than those male influencers in short videos. Hearing the sound,
Shinkei turned around to find Meng Zhiyi gazing at her phone with a blissful smile.
Reflecting on her previous thoughts, Shinkei raised an eyebrow,
told the person on the other end of the line he would call back later, and hung up. He stepped closer, his gaze fixed on Meng Zhiyi's phone,
momentarily pausing before asking her, "What are you looking at so intently?" Meng Zhiyi delicately tapped to enlarge a video of a male vlogger dancing.
Thoroughly satisfied as she clicked the like button, her gaze unwavering from the screen.
"Oh,"
she mused, sensing a warm body leaning in beside her.
"Allow me to take a look as well." Meng Zhiyi was still oblivious to the situation and instinctively raised her phone. "Look at that. The way that little waist twists is truly captivating."
If Shinkei were to do it, it would surely be even more delightful. As she spoke, she couldn't help but emit a rather lascivious chuckle.
Shinkei responded, "Let him twist? Are you certain?" However,
seeing Meng Zhiyi enjoy the spectacle so heartily stirred a slight annoyance within him.
"You have no idea how," she began,
turning to engage the newcomer in a lively discussion. Before she could react, Shinkei snatched the phone from her hand and coolly remarked, "That might disappoint you. I do not possess such inclinations." Meng Zhiyi gazed at him, whose expression was enigmatic, and only then did she realize her surroundings.
Just at that moment,
the video on her phone reached its conclusion, and the male blogger's deep, amused voice resonated, "I truly have no way to deal with you, my young lady." Shinkei looked at her, and a hint of a smile graced his handsome face. "My young lady?"
Meng Zhiyi suddenly pressed her toes down, exclaiming, "Goodness! How dramatic!" Shinkei's gaze darkened, filled with inscrutable meaning as he stared at her.
His lips, which had been slightly curved upwards,
straightened into a firm line as he spoke in a frosty tone. "Do you truly have such a fondness for these gaudy figures?" Chapter 76, Not Bad.
"But her figure does not compare to mine."
Meng Zhiyi flashed a toothy grin, awkward yet polite, and said, "How could that be? What I truly admire is you."
Shinkei raised an eyebrow. If it weren't for his ability to hear her innermost thoughts, he might have believed her.
He shook his phone. The words "I truly have no way to deal with you" echoing repeatedly, sending a shiver down Meng Zhiyi's spine. "First, hand me the phone. That music is far too embarrassing." As she spoke, Meng Zhiyi reached out to snatch the phone.
Shinkei held it aloft, leaving her grasping at air.
"Embarrassing, is it? Just a moment ago, you seemed to relish it."
Meng Zhiyi concealed her bright smile and retorted, "I didn't."
"You must have seen it wrong."
Shinkei remained silent, lowering his gaze as he regarded the girl before him with an air of intrigue. She had just awakened, her hair slightly disheveled, and her fair face bore faint imprints,
exuding a touch of innocent charm.
I too wished to discover the allure of this video. Shinkei made it abundantly clear that he had no intention of returning the phone to her. The alarm bell rang sharply, startling Meng Zhiyi.
"No. The accounts I follow are all male bloggers. What if he sees it?" she thought. "If that happens, my image as a devoted admirer will be shattered." Frustrated, she lamented,
"I can't let this little hobby of mine be discovered."
Shinkei raised an eyebrow. "So, you only follow male bloggers? Is that just one aspect?" He smirked. "All right then, if you want to see, you might as well create your own account." As she spoke, Meng Zhiyi leaped to snatch his phone. However, Shinkei was tall,
and despite her numerous attempts, she could not reach it. "Creating a new account is too troublesome, just let me use yours," she insisted. Shinkei was also curious to see how many accounts she followed.
"No. Absolutely not.
Meng Zhiyi was so anxious that she nearly lost her composure. What a jest! If Shin-Kei were to discover that she professed to be utterly enamored with him while secretly harboring thoughts of his abs, chest, and biceps, that would result in a complete failure of her mission. As this realization struck her, Meng Zhiyi experienced an epiphany. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? If Shin-Kei were to learn of my little hobbies, would he not alter his perception of me and instantly find me distasteful? If he wishes to see, then let him see. Perhaps this could be a turning point. Thus, Meng Zhiyi ceased her pursuit. She resigned herself to the nearby sofa, exclaiming, "Go ahead, look." Shin-Kei, with a slight smirk, cast a penetrating glance at Meng Zhiyi before casually scrolling through his phone. Within her viewing history, a plethora of male influencers adorned the screen, showcasing various styles, some flaunting their muscles in transformation videos, others demonstrating suave moves in formal attire, and a few even stripping down to reveal bathroom mirror antics. Shin-Kei merely skimmed through a handful of short clips, nearly bursting into laughter at the absurdity. How could he have been unaware of the internet's evolution to such an extent? Subsequently, his fingers danced across the screen with remarkable speed. Not interested. Reduce recommendations. Block similar content. He executed these actions in one swift motion. Here, take it. After completing this task, Shin-Kei returned the phone to Meng Zhiyi. Is that satisfactory? Meng Zhiyi accepted the device, her gaze fixed on Shin-Kei's countenance, eager to discern his reaction. However, after a prolonged observation, she noted that his expression remained consistently neutral, devoid of any sign of anger. Not bad, but my physique surpasses yours, Shin-Kei remarked indifferently before turning and making his way to the kitchen. Meng Zhiyi found herself unable to comprehend his demeanor, sitting on the sofa in a state of confusion. Is he not angry? Shin-Kei, I am angry. But I cannot express it. Why is he showing no reaction at all? Is he so magnanimous that he remains unfazed while his girlfriend admires other men? Shin-Kei, magnanimous my foot, I shall teach you a lesson in due time. I see now. Shin-Kei, what do you understand? He must not care for me, hence his indifference. If it were Song Wei, he would surely lose his temper on the spot. Shin-Kei. Forget it. She is not an ordinary person, she requires a gradual approach. As Shin-Kei prepared breakfast, he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He then hurried to the hospital, intending to inquire about his cousin's condition. This time, it was Meng Zhiyi's heartfelt sentiments that had averted an unfortunate incident. Yet he remained uncertain whether the assailant would strike again after a failed attempt. Thus, he needed to ascertain the identity of the perpetrator and take all necessary precautions. Upon his arrival, Shin-Kei witnessed his cousin, Xiaolingxue, embroiled in a heated argument with her father, Xiaqing. At 30, Xiaolingxue was the youngest daughter of Xiaqing, having been doted upon by her two elder brothers who were 10 years her senior. Their untimely demise during a mission left the Xie family with no heirs but her. Currently, she was vehemently disputing her father's stance regarding her foreign suitor. I have said before, you may flirt with that man, but marriage is out of the question, Xiaqing asserted firmly. Xiaolingxue retorted defiantly, why? What is so terrible about him that you despise him so? Xiaqing replied, I do not dislike him, I am protecting you. Xiaolingxue countered. But I do not require your protection if it means being denied the one I love. Xiaqing insisted, you do not even know his family background. Do you not find him perilous? Family background, Xiaolingxue exclaimed, exasperated. You cling to archaic notions of social standing, believing that his family is inferior to ours. Xiaqing trembled with frustration at his daughter's words, leaning on his cane, his eyes filled with helplessness and sorrow as he gazed at her. Observing this, Shin-Kei quickly intervened, uncle, cousin. The arrival of Shin-Kei diffused some of the tension between father and daughter. Xiaqing took a deep breath, turning to sit down in a huff. Xiaolingxue, still aggrieved, turned her head away in defiance. Shin-Kei sighed inwardly and gently remarked, uncle, cousin. You are not young anymore, you should prioritize your health. Upon hearing this, Xiaqing misinterpreted Shin-Kei's intent as support for Xiaolingxue and shot him an annoyed glare. However, their eyes met, and Xiaqing discerned the unspoken understanding in Shin-Kei's gaze, allowing a sigh of relief to escape him. Fine, since you say so. I shall not intervene. Xiaolingxue felt a surge of joy at her father's concession, and soon realized that quarreling with him was inappropriate, softening her tone. "I'm sorry, Dad, I shouldn't have argued with you."
Xia Cheng shook his head in resignation. "You young ones, I am too old to meddle in your affairs. Let it be."
He then patted Shen Kei's hand, adding, "When you have the chance, take your cousin to meet that man."
Shen Kei nodded, "Certainly. Cousin.
Allow me to meet him soon, so that your father may rest easy." Xia Lingxue smiled and agreed. "All right, let me see when he is available.
By the way,
I heard that you were seeing the daughter of the Meng family. Do bring her along for me to meet as well." The early autumn rain fell gently, and as classes ended that day, the sky wept softly, leaving the streets sparsely populated with students. Meng Zhiyi was wrapped in a knitted cardigan, lazily holding an umbrella as she made her way back to the dormitory. Halfway there, Zhou Kai intercepted her directly. He held a black umbrella, his gaze icy as he addressed her, "Meng Zhiyi."
Meng Zhiyi raised an eyebrow. Gazing playfully at the person before her, "Are you seeking your father for something?" Chapter 77, Fourth Brother, Do Not Let Me Down.
Meng Zhiyi cast a provocative glance at the individual obstructing her path. Ever since Zhou Kai was admitted to the hospital, this marked the first occasion he sought her out within the confines of the school. It was somewhat surprising to see him approach personally, considering that in the past, it had always been his minions who bullied her on his behalf.
Zhou Kai's expression darkened, and he was immediately infuriated by a single remark from Meng Zhiyi. "Meng Zhiyi, do not think that just because you have Shen Kei as your support, I am afraid to take action against you," he warned. "Humph," she scoffed disdainfully,
her tone dripping with contempt.
"Then go ahead and try." Meng Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as she curiously awaited his next words. Zhou Kai took a step forward, exuding an air of intimidation, and asked in a low voice, "On that night, was it you who struck my father?" Meng Zhiyi's expression subtly shifted, her gaze towards Zhou Kai resembling that of someone looking at a fool. One would rarely encounter such an interrogation style. She even began to suspect that perhaps she had been too forceful that evening, rendering him somewhat daft. At that moment, a few students passed by, drawn in by his thunderous shout. Upon recognizing Meng Zhiyi and Zhou Kai, they halted to whisper among themselves, though their words were inaudible. "Scram! What are you staring at?" Zhou Kai bellowed at the onlookers. The students, startled, hurried away, none daring to linger and witness the unfolding drama. Once the crowd dispersed, Zhou Kai pressed on with his inquiry. His gaze seemed to possess a predatory intensity, akin to a beast on the brink of unleashing its fury. Meng Zhiyi cast a faint gaze upon him, her eyes betraying a hint of sympathy. "What do you mean?" Zhou Kai momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Meng Zhiyi wore a profoundly exasperated expression, shaking her head as she remarked, "You may be tall, but your intellect is lacking." Zhou Kai, unable to comprehend her words, could nonetheless perceive that Meng Zhiyi was intentionally provoking him. Losing his patience, he strode forward menacingly, ready to resort to violence. Meng Zhiyi's gaze turned icy as she swiftly closed her umbrella, pointing it at him. "If you take another step forward, I cannot guarantee what may transpire." Meng Zhiyi's lips curled into a smirk, her eyes glinting with a frigid light. In the next moment, she wielded her umbrella as a weapon, striking down upon Zhou Kai with unrestrained ferocity. Suddenly, the shaft of the umbrella grazed his cheek before embedding itself into the crevice of the tiled floor. In an instant, she descended upon him, her weight pressing down on his back. The sensation was eerily reminiscent of that night when she had been assaulted in the alleyway. "Indeed. It is you." Zhou Kai seethed, forcing the words through clenched teeth. Upon hearing his remark, Meng Zhiyi let out a chilling scoff. With a determined push of her foot, Zhou Kai found himself unable to bear the pain in his back, involuntarily letting out a groan of anguish. "It is I, and what will you do about it? Do you have any proof?" Meng Zhiyi bent down, resting her free hand on her knee, her weight pressing down on the leg of Zhou Kai beneath her. Zhou Kai's face turned pale from the pain. He attempted to struggle, only to find the agony in his back intensifying. As if any further movement could lead to a fracture. "If you send me to the hospital again, the Zhou family will not let this go," Zhou Kai warned through gritted teeth. However, Meng Zhiyi merely scoffed, unfazed, and retorted, "So what? Even if I were to cripple you today, I could easily claim it was self-defense. After all, you have a criminal record at the police station."
Zhou Kai bit down on his pain, rendered speechless by her words. Zhou Kai, let me give you a piece of advice: if you have feelings for Song Wei, pursue her.
Stop hopping in front of me all the time.
Meng Zhiyi spoke as she deftly extracted her umbrella from the crevice of the pavement, splattering muddy water onto Zhou Kai's face, rendering him quite disheveled. With a swift motion, she unfurled the umbrella once more, looking down at Zhou Kai from her elevated position, and continued, "Do not provoke me.
For I am no longer the Meng Zhiyi who can be easily bullied."
Amidst the curtain of rain, Zhou Kai clumsily rose from the ground, his clothes besmirched with dirt,
casting a malevolent glare at Meng Zhiyi's retreating figure.
Her words had struck a chord within him. Just like himself, even when faced with ample evidence,
one could still be deemed a bully without consequence. Moreover, he lacked any proof to substantiate that Meng Zhiyi was indeed the one who had harmed him. And with the backing of the Meng and Shen families, even possessing evidence would be futile.
Zhou Kai clenched his fists tightly, a frenzied look gradually consuming his eyes.
Ultimately, he erupted into a maniacal laughter directed toward the direction in which Meng Zhiyi had departed.
Meng Zhiyi, our game has only just begun.
At this moment,
she remains unaware of the lengths to which Zhou Kai will go for Song Wei. As winter swiftly approaches, the temperature in the capital has plummeted, with the weather forecast predicting several days of impending heavy snowfall. On this day, the first snow arrived as anticipated.
Upon awakening, Meng Zhiyi gazed out the window, captivated by the expanse of white.
Instantly, she wrapped herself in a cozy blanket and rushed to the balcony. The biting cold wind caressed her face, causing her to shiver involuntarily. At that moment, a car slowly came to a halt outside the front gate, capturing her attention. Meng Zhiyi curiously glanced over and soon noticed a figure, heavily wrapped up, alight from the vehicle. The individual furtively surveyed the surroundings like a thief before stealthily entering through the door. She narrowed her eyes, calculating the time. It seemed to be the moment when her fourth brother was destined to make his entrance. Meng Tinglan, being a twin, was fortunate enough to be born 10 minutes earlier, thus enjoying the privilege of being the elder brother. In the original narrative, none of the Meng family met a favorable end, and Meng Tinglan's fate was particularly tragic. Despite being a rising star with a promising future, adored by countless fans and esteemed by industry veterans, he found himself drowning in resources.
However,
following the bankruptcy of the Meng family, he abruptly transformed from a celebrated figure into an artist whom no one dared to support, relegated to the status of an extra,
begging for roles.
In his quest for redemption and to revive the Meng family's fortunes, Meng Tinglan naively trusted a director's words, becoming a plaything kept in a secluded chamber.
Reflecting on these events, Meng Zhiyi's smile grew tinged with anticipation.
Among the members of the Meng family, Meng Tinglan harbored the greatest disdain for her. Thus, Meng Zhiyi had no choice but to set her sights on him.
Observing Meng Tinglan's furtive entrance downstairs, she grinned and promptly exited the room. Fourth brother, do not let me down. Chapter 78, Why haven't you perished in that ravine? In the living room below, apart from Meng Zhiyi and Meng Yanchuan,
several other members of the Meng family were present. As usual, Mr. Meng was engrossed in the day's financial newspaper, while Mrs. Meng sat by the window, arranging fresh-cut flowers. Meanwhile, Meng Zhizhou and Meng Yang were engaged in conversation about something.
Meng Tinglan was changing his shoes at the entrance when he called out into the house.
Hearing his voice, both Meng father and Meng mother lifted their heads to glance toward the entrance. This was not good.
Until now,
the conflicts between Meng Zhiyi and the other members of the Meng family had not been particularly severe, they mainly stemmed from her causing trouble outside, bringing shame to the family. However, the situation with Meng Tinglan was markedly different.
Meng Zhiyi had once stealthily taken some of his personal belongings and sold them to his obsessive fans. Most outrageously, she had even stolen his underwear that was left to dry on the balcony and sold it for an exorbitant price of 50,000. The most critical aspect was that this incident was flaunted online by those fans, thrusting Meng Tinglan into the spotlight and leading to him being labeled as a perverse man and a disgraceful figure. Consequently, his work suffered significantly, and he had to spend a considerable amount of money to resolve the ensuing turmoil. This incident had escalated their relationship to an irreconcilable state. With this thought in mind, the three of them instinctively cast a glance toward the upstairs, silently hoping that Meng Zhiyi was still fast asleep. As Meng Tinglan changed into her shoes,
A wave of uncertainty washed over her upon noticing that her parents did not greet her with the same warmth as before.
Mother, father, eldest brother, second brother. Did you not hear me calling for you?
Meng Tinglan shook her head and replied, No, I am not hungry at the moment. Meng Mu also set aside the scissors in her hand, gazing at Meng Tinglan, who was wrapped up tightly.
With a hint of confusion, she inquired. Now that we are home, is it really necessary to be so bundled up?
However, Meng Tinglan's voice carried a note of melancholy as he replied.
I wish it weren't so, but… what is wrong? Are you being followed again by obsessive fans or paparazzi? Meng Yang asked with curiosity. No.
Meng Tinglan sighed deeply, gradually removing the hat from his head and the mask from his face.
Upon seeing his countenance, everyone was momentarily taken aback.
And even the other three regarded him with grave expressions.
Meng Tinglan's tone sounded exceedingly helpless.
This cannot be taken lightly. Come, let us change hospitals and take another look.
Meng's mother, filled with concern, insisted on taking Meng Tinglan to the hospital.
As Meng Tinglan finished speaking, he turned and ascended the stairs. Observing his retreating figure, the individuals in the living room silently prayed that he would not encounter Meng Zhiyi. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a furious voice echoed from the upper floor. The four exchanged glances, and in unison uttered, "It's over." Without a moment's hesitation, they hurried swiftly to the scene. On the second floor, Meng Tinglan exclaimed, "Meng Zhiyi, I have told you not to enter my room again. Are you unwilling to heed my words?" As Meng Tinglan opened the door, she beheld Meng Zhiyi standing before the cabinet, oblivious to the trophy she held in her hand. The mere sight of her invoked a torrent of dark memories within Meng Tinglan, igniting a blaze of fury that surged to her very core. Her gaze brimmed with disdain as she approached, gripping Meng Zhiyi's arm with intent to expel her. "Leave at once, you are not welcome here." Meng Tinglan's actions were rather brusque, showing no regard for the fact that Meng Zhiyi was a girl, which revealed just how much he despised her. However, in his forceful tug, Meng Zhiyi lost her grip on the trophy, causing it to crash to the ground and shatter.
"Oh no!
I certainly did not intend for that to happen."
Witnessing the trophy's destruction only fueled Meng Tinglan's fury further, as he disregarded Meng Zhiyi's inner thoughts and bellowed. "Meng Zhiyi! Do you still wish to perish?" Meng Zhiyi was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that Meng Tinglan's reaction would exceed her expectations.
The more intense his response, the greater her delight became.
At last!
At long last, someone truly despises me, she silently exulted within her heart. Meng Tinglan was momentarily taken aback by the inexplicable sound that seemed to emanate from nowhere, and after a brief pause, she fixated her gaze intently on Meng Zhiyi. Why did that voice just now sound so much like hers? At that moment, the other members of the Meng family hurried over. "Tinglan, first release your younger sister."
Meng Zhizhou spoke up first. Meng Tinglan's thoughts were abruptly interrupted, the momentary confusion instantly cast aside. He gazed at his family in astonishment.
They had all previously harbored a deep disdain for Meng Zhiyi.
How could it be that after merely a few months away for work, their attitudes had shifted so dramatically?
Moreover, during the incident with the hospital photographs, when he had called his elder brother, his brother had actually defended Meng Zhiyi.
"Brother, she is Meng Zhiyi. What has happened to all of you?" Meng Tinglan's face was a portrait of bewilderment. At that moment,
Meng Zhiyi took the opportunity to free herself from Meng Tinglan's grasp and immediately adopted a look of feigned grievance, wiping away tears as she lamented, "Elder brother.
Fourth brother is bullying me. I have done nothing, yet he scolds me." "Done nothing? You shattered my trophy," Meng Tinglan thundered. After his outburst,
in an effort to enhance the authenticity of her act, Meng Zhiyi desperately tried to produce a few genuine tears.
However, her attempts were in vain. "Well,
since I can't cry, perhaps a bit of saliva will go unnoticed.
I'll pretend to turn away and discreetly dab a little." The Meng family. Meng Tinglan? That voice has appeared again. Before he could react, Meng Zhiyi's shrill voice rose even higher. "If you do not apologize to me today, I shall shatter all your trophies." Meng Tinglan erupted with fury upon hearing those words. He continued to drag Meng Zhiyi outside, his movements even more forceful than before. "Get out! Just get out!" he shouted, and with that, he shoved Meng Zhiyi away, causing her to tumble to the ground. Strangely, Meng Zhiyi did not retaliate,
while Meng Tinglan seemed to realize that his words had been excessively harsh. His chest heaved with agitation, yet his gaze remained fiercely directed at the fallen Meng Zhiyi. On the ground, Meng Zhiyi bowed her head, and in stark contrast to her earlier determination to fulfill her mission. She felt an inexplicable surge of emotions upon hearing Meng Tinglan's remarks.
Was it anger? Sadness? Or perhaps disappointment?
She could not discern. She knew she should harbor no feelings at all. Yet, when she heard Meng Tinglan question why she did not perish in the ravine, that emotion tore at her uncontrollably. A cold smile escaped her lips silently.
Wishing for my demise? Ha! Before I go, I'll make sure to drag you all down with me. None of the Meng family shall escape unscathed.
Chapter 79. From a genealogical perspective, she was indeed a member of the Meng family.
Meng Tinglan finally understood the source of the voice.
He gazed at Meng Zhiyi in astonishment, barely able to register that she hadn't uttered a word. His mind consumed by her earlier curse upon the Meng family.
How dare you still curse? Before he could finish his sentence, Meng Yang swiftly covered his mouth.
As they both cast a furtive glance at the usually silent figure before them, a twinge of unease flickered between the father and son. Meng Zhiyi spoke gently to comfort her. Little sister, your fourth brother's temperament is just like that, he can be quite blunt at times.
Please do not take his words to heart. Meng's father also believed that his son's earlier remarks were rather excessive.
He could only force a smile and lean closer to her, soothingly saying, Please do not be angry.
Father will scold him shortly, all right?
Meng Zhiyi paid no heed to their words, instead immersing herself in her own thoughts. The system had clearly expelled the previous occupant of this body during their last encounter.
So why did emotions that did not belong to her still arise? To the onlookers, what Meng Tinglan had just uttered was undoubtedly hurtful. Yet,
she was not the original owner of this body, nor did she yearn for the affection of this family, thus, she felt no discomfort from those words. Meng Zhiyi closed her eyes, reflecting on the inexplicable emotions that had hindered her from engaging in a proper quarrel with Meng Tinglan, thus missing a splendid opportunity to cultivate her disdain points.
Should I confront Meng Tinglan now and instigate an argument? Or perhaps succumb to madness and wreak havoc in his room?
Relying on others seems futile. I must depend solely on myself. The last incident involving the theft of undergarments resulted in Meng Tinglan inadvertently pushing someone down the stairs, leading to a grievous fracture.
What reaction might he exhibit this time? Meng Zhiyi secretly pondered, her heart already brimming with anticipation.
Upon hearing her plan, the father and son duo felt as if they were strapped onto a roller coaster.
Little sister, I have an invitation to a hot spring resort. Would you care to join me for a little relaxation?
Meng Zhiyi promptly sought a way to divert her attention.
What hot spring resort? Meng Zhiyi inquired, perplexed.
Meng Zhiyi, it is over by the outskirts of the city. The former royal villa, even in this frigid weather, a soak there would still be delightful. Meng Zhiyi had no interest in the hot springs and was about to decline when suddenly an idea struck her. She changed her mind, all right.
Meanwhile, in Meng Tinglan's room,
he observed one person covering his mouth while another desperately pulled him inside, leaving him utterly perplexed. Mother, second brother, did you not hear what she just said?
That wretched girl actually cursed us.
Meng Tinglan exclaimed, forcefully prying away the hand that covered his mouth, his frustration palpable.
Meng Yang, please remain calm. Allow us to explain in detail.
Meng Tingshan sat on the bed in a huff, her gaze fixed on the shattered trophy lying on the floor, her anger intensifying with each passing moment. She muttered, I truly do not comprehend why someone like her is still allowed to remain in this household.
Why not simply provide her with some money to facilitate her departure?
Upon hearing this, Meng's mother turned to her youngest son for the first time with a stern expression. Her tone grave as she replied, Tingshan, Zhiyi is your sister.
Even if you harbor dislike for her,
it does not alter the fact that she shares the same blood as you. You four brothers have been enveloped in luxury and privilege since childhood, reaping the benefits of the finest educational resources and material comforts, while your sister has suffered greatly after being abducted by nefarious individuals and taken to the mountains. Out of compassion and reason, it is your duty as her elder brothers to show her greater understanding and tolerance. She lost her mother shortly after birth, and as she herself has stated, having enough to eat was a luxury throughout her upbringing. Yet you demand that she behave like a refined young lady cultivated in the opulence of the capital, which is utterly unreasonable.
It is they who,
under the guise of justified reasoning, have coerced her into becoming the person she is today.
Meng Tinglan was reprimanded by her mother, astonished yet perplexed. What transpired in my absence? Why has your attitude towards Meng Zhiyi changed so dramatically? Meng Yang sighed and recounted the matter of the entire family being able to hear Meng Zhiyi's thoughts. Upon hearing this,
Meng Tingtian belatedly recalled the voices he had heard initially. Nevertheless, he still found it somewhat fantastical.
So, what second brother implies is that our entire family possesses the ability to read Meng Zhiyi's mind? Meng Yang did not deny it. Haha, do not be absurd. What era are we living in that you still resort to such trivial excuses? In my opinion, this is likely one of her ploys.
I refuse to believe in the notion of mind reading.
Meng Tingle did not truly believe in the notion of hearing one's heart. To him, it resembled ventriloquism, or perhaps
it was merely a ruse concocted by Meng Zhiyi, who harbored some secret to deceive them.
Observing his skepticism, Mother Meng and Meng Yang refrained from further discussion,
as the most effective way to validate such claims was for him to uncover the truth himself. The mere thought of cohabiting with someone he found odious filled Meng Tingle with immense aversion. However, since his mother had spoken, he felt it inappropriate to counter her. Reluctantly acquiescing, as long as she did not provoke him, he would act as though she did not exist. Suit yourself, Mother Meng sighed helplessly before turning to leave.
Once she departed, Meng Tingle once again queried his elder brother, Meng Yang, "Elder brother, have you also readily accepted her?" Meng Yang fell silent for a few seconds.
He was uncertain whether he had fully accepted his sister Meng Zhiyi or if he merely wished to exploit her sentiments to alter his own future.
In any case,
it was impossible for him to regard her as a sister. Meng Tinglan coldly concluded her statement and rose to collect the shattered trophy from the floor.
Meng Yang did not offer any further advice, merely suggesting that she rest well before exiting the room.
During dinner, Meng Zhiyi was in the dining hall with her family, planning to head to the hot spring resort with Meng Zhizhou after the meal.
Halfway through dinner, a loud sound of a door slamming echoed from the second floor, followed by hurried footsteps descending the stairs. Meng Zhiyi.
Meng Tinglan, clad in a deep gray loungewear, glared at her with reddened eyes, her face marred by splotches.
Meng Zhiyi, perplexed, raised her head, only to have the bowl in her hand overturned by an unexpected hand.
This sudden turn of events left the others at the dining table in astonishment.
"Are you out of your mind?" Meng Zhiyi exclaimed in anger. "Why did you post my allergic reaction photo online?"
Meng Tinglan spat through gritted teeth, each word laced with undeniable fury.
Chapter 80, next time.
I shall share your nude photos.
Meng Zhiyi, filled with rage, ironically smiled as she rose to meet Meng Tinglan's gaze.
Despite the considerable height difference, she exhibited no sign of inferiority.
"Meng Tinglan, if you are unwell, seek medical attention, do not act as if you are suffering from paranoia here. Who, in their right mind, would take your photograph without reason? Do you truly believe yourself to be a celestial beauty?"
Meng Tinglan harbored profound skepticism towards every word uttered by Meng Zhiyi, yet resolutely asserted, "I have only just returned home for a few hours, and already my private photos have surfaced online.
Who else could possibly be responsible but you? Last time it was my underwear that was stolen.
This time it is my private photos.
Speak up, how much have you sold them for this time?"
Meng Zhiyi closed her eyes and pondered the fact that stealing underwear was indeed a wrongdoing on her part. Thus, she endeavored to calm her raging fury.
Moments later. "Damn it, how can I possibly control this?" With that thought, Meng Zhiyi kicked the stool away in frustration and exclaimed, "Yes, it was indeed I who sent it." Satisfied now?
Meng Tinglan and the others cast a glance at the dismembered stool, feeling utterly startled. What a foolish thing, that face must have been traded for a brain.
One remarked, "You lock your door when sleeping, yet I'm supposed to believe I could transform into a mosquito and slip in unnoticed?" Another scoffed, "Still trying to make it in the entertainment industry? It's laughable, with that pig's brain."
It's a miracle you haven't been left as mere bones by the sharks of this world, such leniency from the author on your behalf. Receiving countless gifts from fans.
Have you ever considered what might be hidden within?
Now that trouble has arisen, you shift the blame onto me. You truly are a great fool.
Meng Zhiyi's internal curses were as foul as her expression was grim.
She stepped forward, prodding Meng Tinglan's shoulder repeatedly, her voice frigid as she remarked. You'd best lock your door at night, otherwise, the next thing to appear online won't be private photos, but rather nude ones.
With that,
Meng Zhiyi haughtily called out to Meng Zhiyi, stop eating, take me to the hot spring resort.
Living under the same roof as an imbecile diminishes my intelligence.
Meng Zhiyi gently set down the bowl in his hand, saying, very well. Meng Mu and Meng Fu gazed at the lifeless stool on the ground, both wiping the sweat from their brows.
They exchanged a glance, pondering, to whom could this daughter truly resemble? Meng Yang continued to eat indifferently, yet secretly rejoiced that he had not provoked Meng Zhiyi earlier.
Moments later, it gradually dawned on him, she actually contemplated sending my nude photographs.
Meng Yang nearly choked.
Rolling her eyes at Meng Tinglan, Zhiyi is not wrong, your face must have been exchanged for your intellect, right?
What does that mean? Meng Tinglan was taken aback, then suddenly recalled something, looking at Meng Yang in astonishment. How did you know that Meng Zhiyi just insulted me like that? Meng's father and mother shook their heads in silence. How had they never noticed before that their son exhibited a slight deficiency in intelligence? Meng Yang sighed,
setting down the bowl of rice, and weakly remarked, it has been said that we can hear the heartfelt sentiments of Meng Zhiyi.
Meng Tinglan stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. After a prolonged moment, he murmured, so, this is true? As he prepared to enter the room, he hesitated briefly before turning to fetch a mask from Meng Yinchuan's room and putting it on. Whether it was a psychological effect or something else, Meng Tinglan felt an unsettling sensation as he stepped into the room, as though every corner was under surveillance. He silently encouraged himself and began his inspection. An hour later, Meng Tinglan had meticulously examined nearly all the gifts from fans, yet he found no trace of the so-called surveillance devices. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the bed, panting and seething with anger. I knew she was spouting nonsense, there's absolutely no. Before he could finish his thought, his attention was drawn to the electronic photo frame on the bedside table. With a slight furrow of his brow, he stood up and positioned himself behind the frame. From this angle, it mirrored the perspective of the photos circulating online. How could this be? This frame was a gift from Fong Gu. The brother Fong mentioned by Meng Tinglan refers to his assistant. Just now, he scrutinized all the gifts sent by fans, but this particular one was the only exception he overlooked. As Meng Tinglan pondered further, his expression grew increasingly grim. Without hesitation, he forcefully dismantled the frame and, to his astonishment, discovered a pinhole surveillance camera concealed within. Gazing at the still blinking red light of the device, it felt as though his entire worldview had been irrevocably altered. So, have you made any discoveries? Meng Yang inquired, leaning casually against the doorframe with his arms crossed. Meng Tinglan held the monitor in her hand, wearing an expression of profound skepticism. I found it. Meng Yang raised an eyebrow and said, now, do you believe what we have stated? Meng Tinglan, how could she possibly know? This picture frame was a gift from my assistant. She knows far more than this. You will come to understand in due time. Meng Yang preferred to say little, particularly regarding the future fate of Meng Tinglan. He intended to find an opportunity to apologize to Zhiyi, acknowledging that today was the day he had misjudged her. Before departing, Meng Yang made sure to impart one last piece of advice. Meng Tinglan immediately frowned, her face displaying reluctance. At that time, at the hot spring villa, Meng Zhiyi changed into her swimsuit and sought a secluded hot spring to indulge in solitude. The sky was still dusted with light snow, while steam rose from the hot spring, blanketing the surrounding greenery with a delicate layer of white. She comfortably leaned against a stone, closing her eyes in contemplation. In the original storyline, it was here that Song Wei and Shen Kai experienced a spark of romance. Although the plot has since taken a wild turn, perhaps what is meant to happen will still unfold? I wonder if they have arrived yet. Where could I possibly find them? If I could facilitate some interaction between them, it would surely aid in the progression of my mission. Familiar voices echoed in her ears, and Shen Kai, in the adjacent hot spring, slowly opened his eyes, gazing in the direction of Meng Zhiyi. Between the two springs, a cluster of greenery obscured the view. Yet one could faintly discern Meng Zhiyi languidly reclining against the stone. Ah, how dull, I long to see a sporty boy with an impressive 8-pack. I wonder if the recent internet restrictions are to blame, I can't find any handsome men in my videos. Upon hearing this, Shin Kei's handsome face gradually darkened. He paused for a few seconds, donned a nearby bathrobe, and strode directly toward Meng Zhiyi. Before long, he reached her side. In the steaming hot spring, Meng Zhiyi wore a wine-red, backless swimsuit, her skin, reminiscent of snow, appeared enticing beneath the mist, her graceful figure fully revealed. Sensing a gaze upon her, Meng Zhiyi turned her head in confusion, only to find Shin Kei clad in a loose bathrobe, revealing a glimpse of his smoothly defined muscles. She blinked in surprise. Wait, how did he know I was here? Then, with a playful grin, Meng Zhiyi invited, my boyfriend is here too. Would you like to join me? Chapter 81, The First Kiss in the Snow. Shin Kei stood still, his gaze falling upon the strands of Meng Zhiyi's hair dusted with snow. He had not anticipated encountering her here. They exchanged silent glances for a moment. And as Meng Zhiyi rose from the spring, the water level brushed against her knees, her feet on the smooth stones below. She walked towards the edge, chattering. Are you looking to soak in this spring? If so, I can go to the next one, I'll leave this one for you. As she approached Shin Kei, just as she prepared to climb up, her foot slipped. Oh no! She exclaimed, flailing her arms in a desperate attempt to regain her balance. Shin Kei, close by, instinctively reached out to grasp her hand, only to feel a slight tug at his waist. Before either could react, the tie of his bathrobe suddenly came undone. Meng Zhiyi lunged forward, her nose colliding with his abdomen. A sharp intake of breath accompanied both of them. Shin Kei grasped her arm with one hand while encircling her shoulder with the other, enduring the pain from the impact. The sting at the tip of her nose brought a glimmer of moisture to Meng Zhiyi's eyes. Once she regained her footing, she intended to voice her grievances. However, the words became lodged in her throat. At that moment, their positions were defined by a stark contrast, he was tall, and she was petite. The spot where she had collided still bore a faint blush. As her gaze descended, it fell upon his well-defined, square abdominal muscles. With each breath Shin Kei took, his abdomen subtly rose and fell, exuding an alluring rhythm. What had she just witnessed? Sigh. The heartfelt words of Meng Zhiyi made Shin Kei experience the sensation of shame for the first time. He maintained a stoic expression and said in a stern voice, how much longer must we wait? Meng Zhiyi felt as though struck by a thunderclap, immediately leaping backwards. Yet due to the buoyancy of the water and the slick stones beneath, she fell in a backward posture. The pool, initially shallow, became a treacherous trap without any points of support, causing Meng Zhiyi to bob helplessly in the water, swallowing several mouthfuls. Shin Kei's expression shifted slightly, without a moment's hesitation. He leapt into the water, reaching out to pull her to safety. Cough. Meng Zhiyi clung to his shoulders with both hands, pressing against him as if she were a drowning person grasping a lifeline. Shin Kei firmly embraced her, yet the impact caused him to sit down abruptly. A splash of water erupted, leaving the two in a position where the man was beneath and the woman above. Meng Zhiyi had yet to realize what was happening. Breathing lightly. At that moment, Shin Kei shifted his position, one arm encircling her waist while the other grasped her foot beneath the water, helping her maintain her balance. Then, with a hint of concern in his voice, he asked, did you swallow some water? Meng Zhiyi gasped for breath, her damp hair clinging to her cheeks, resembling a delicate water lily. Of course, that would only be the case if she remained silent. Why did you suddenly speak up? You startled me. Meng Zhiyi sat atop him, their posture exceedingly intimate, her small face adorned with a veil of indignation, her eyes glaring fiercely at him. Shin Kei raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone laced with an unrecognized hint of affection. Indeed, it is my fault. Meng Zhiyi, filled with indignation, attempted to rise only to discover a large hand firmly gripping her ankle. Both of them belatedly realized the intimate nature of their current position. The blood surged once more, and Meng Zhiyi's face flushed crimson as she struggled to stand. With her movements, their bodies brushed against each other, prompting Shin Kei to grit his teeth and softly utter, do not move. Sensing the awkwardness, Meng Zhiyi instinctively lowered her head to look. Shin Kei took a deep breath as she bent down. He cradled the back of her head with his large hand and leaned in to kiss her. His kiss came unexpectedly, leaving Meng Zhiyi momentarily bewildered, even forgetting to close her eyes. She stood frozen, captivated by Shin Kei's long, thick eyelashes. As their lips met, waves of warmth spread across her mouth. His hand around her waist tightened, transforming gentle kisses into an entanglement of lips and teeth. In a daze, she heard the man's husky voice instructing her to close her eyes, and as if under a spell, she obediently complied. The air in her mind seemed to slowly dissipate. And Meng Zhiyi felt her entire being grow languid, instinctively leaning her weight against Shin Quebec. Delicate snowflakes drifted down like ethereal sprites, enveloping them in a misty haze, creating a breathtaking tableau amidst the biting cold. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Eventually, Shin Kei reluctantly released her. Meng Zhiyi, in a daze and somewhat adorably naive, inquired, "Why have we stopped?" In Shin Kei's eyes, filled with desire, a playful smile emerged as he gently caressed her swollen, ravaged lips with his fingers. Oh! Meng Zhiyi's mind was still in a state of disarray, akin to a puppet, allowing Shin Kei to lift her effortlessly. However, her legs, whether numb or otherwise, betrayed her stability, leaving her unable to stand firm. Shin Kei, ever vigilant, safeguarded her to prevent any falls. Consequently, as they turned to ascend from the hot spring, they spotted Song Wei in the distance, staring at them with an unwavering gaze, resembling a stone statue. Meng Zhiyi stood in a daze, her mind gradually rebooting. Oh dear! I've been spotted. Well, it's not so bad. Previously it was merely a facade, but now that it has been witnessed firsthand, the path of Shin Kei in pursuing his beloved is certainly doomed. This was not intentional, it was merely a fortuitous accident. However, one must admit, Shin Kei's kissing technique is truly remarkable. Could it be that he has practiced with someone? Or perhaps he has already shared such moments with Song Wei? Otherwise, how could he be so adept? Shin Kei, overhearing her inner musings, felt a sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, he seemed unaffected, continuing to guide Meng Zhiyi out of the water. Wrap yourself in the bathrobe, you mustn't catch a chill. Shin Kei disregarded Song Wei entirely, seizing a bathrobe from the side and draping it around Meng Zhiyi. Such a splendid scene of tension was not to be missed by Meng Zhiyi. She obediently stood still, allowing Shin Kei to fasten the ties for her. Then suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, playfully pouting, "Stay with me for dinner later." Shin Kei, now willing to indulge her charade, leaned in and bestowed a kiss upon her lips, replying, "All right." Meng Zhiyi immediately sprang away and began to run. He actually launched a surprise attack. What a cunning and treacherous man! Next time, I shall also execute a surprise attack. She picked up her bathrobe and headed straight towards the guest room. Shin Kei, wait. Is there something you need? Shin Kei paused, casting a cold glance her way. Despite being at a hot spring, Song Wei had applied makeup, clearly having prepared in advance. Her eyes were filled with sorrow, even witnessing it firsthand. She still could not bring herself to believe that Shin Kei had truly kissed Meng Zhiyi. In her dreams, Shin Kei had loved her. In her dream of today, Shin Kei was supposed to express his feelings to her, which was why she had meticulously dressed up, hoping to reverse everything that Meng Zhiyi had altered. However, upon her arrival, she found them lost in a passionate kiss in the water. Chapter 82, The Corpse of a Woman in the Hot Spring. Song Wei had always believed that Shin Kei's cold demeanor towards her stemmed from her initial acceptance of the 30 million compensation. However, in truth, there had been no compensation at all. The Shin family had offered it out of respect for the camaraderie shared between Shin Kei's parents and her own. In Song Wei's perception, everything Shin Kei did was out of resentment, believing her to be a materialistic person. Yet, when Song Zhaojing approached her, she had felt compelled to accept. She thought that with that 30 million, she could deter Song Zhaojing from harassing her and, like in her dreams, become Shin Kei's wife and the matriarch of the Shin family. Initially, everything progressed as seamlessly as in her dreams, and Song Wei eagerly awaited Shin Kei to reveal his feelings. She thought that once he confessed, she would never reject him as she had in her dream, which led to their subsequent misunderstandings and mutual suffering. This time, she intended to be proactive in her relationship with Shin Quebec. However, contrary to her desires, Song Wei soon found everything spiraling out of her control. Shin Kei's attitude toward her grew increasingly cold, while he drew nearer to Meng Zhiyi. Upon hearing this, Shin Kei found himself at a loss for words.
He reflected on whether he had inadvertently led Song Wei to misunderstand something.
There is no concept of a second chance between us.
Song Wei, there are things I do not wish to repeat, but please remember. Our relationship is merely one of acquaintanceship, nothing more, Shin Kei stated resolutely, causing Song Wei's heart to constrict. As he turned to leave, she suddenly, in an emotional outburst, grasped his arm. But I like you, I have liked you since childhood. Shin Kei, I have no parents left, I grew up in the Shin household.
To me, you and grandmother are family. Can you not, considering my status as an orphan, extend a modicum of kindness towards me?
Tears welled in Song Wei's eyes. Her gaze filled with desperation. Yet, Shin Kei had seen her in this state many times before.
Those details she believed were unknown. He and his grandmother were already well aware of.
Song Wei, put away your pretense and leave some room for everyone, Shin Kei coldly pushed her hand away. His tone frigid. This was the first time he had articulated his stance so clearly. Alarm flashed in Song Wei's eyes, but unwilling to yield, she pressed on, why?
Do I need to ask you about the true reason Lin Ma and her son left the Shin family?
Shin Kei scrutinized her, his gaze penetrating.
Upon hearing this, Song Wei's face shifted uncomfortably.
She parted her lips, several times attempting to speak, yet all that emerged was silent gasping.
Shin Kei chose not to elaborate further, turning to walk away when he was met with Song Wei's quiet inquiry from behind. Do you truly like Meng Zhiyi?
As the snow began to fall more heavily, Song Wei stood frozen in place, memories long buried resurfacing in her mind. It was the son of Lin Ma that Shin Kei referred to. At that time, before Song Zhaojing had approached her, Shin Kei was abroad, and the only children in the Shin household of similar age were she and Lin Ma's son. Lin Ma had worked for the Shin family for over 20 years, although she was a maid, a Shin family maid earned respect outside.
Moreover, her son was quite outstanding and well liked by the matriarch.
It was precisely because he garnered the matriarch's affection that Song Wei, over time, felt a twinge of jealousy. She believed that his presence had stolen the attention that rightfully belonged to her. Thus, Song Wei orchestrated a scheme to frame Lin Ma and her son,
ultimately driving them away.
At the time, the matriarch suppressed the incident for the sake of appearances, and aside from the elders of the Shin family, few knew the truth. Had Shin Kei not mentioned it today, Song Wei herself might have nearly forgotten that such an event had transpired.
Why would he suddenly bring it up? Did he know something?
Song Wei murmured, her heart heavy with questions.
When the incident occurred, Shin Kei had been abroad, how could he possibly know?
The more she pondered, the more panic surged within her.
Could it be that Shin Kei's coldness towards her was due to his knowledge of the truth behind that event? No. I cannot let that incident ruin me. With a panicked expression, Song Wei hurriedly departed.
Meanwhile, Meng Zhiyi's heart raced as she jogged towards the guest room.
Throughout her journey,
her mind was consumed with the events that had just transpired in the hot spring.
Meng Zhiyi, how can you be so ungrateful? It was merely a kiss. Why are you so shy about it? Haven't you seen a pig run after eating pork? You are an adult, what is wrong with a kiss? You are now a couple, kissing is perfectly normal.
Meng Zhiyi was deeply engrossed in her own thoughts and was utterly oblivious to the approach of a man with a furtive demeanor striding directly towards her.
Suddenly,
the man, clad in a mask and dressed in a janitorial uniform, hurriedly collided with Meng Zhiyi. Meng Zhiyi rubbed her arm, which had been hurt from the collision, and with a look of displeasure, complained, "How can you bump into someone and not even utter an apology? Is the staff at this hot spring resort so devoid of service awareness?" Yet, the other party merely glanced at her hurriedly before continuing on their way. Meng Zhiyi furrowed her brows, silently clicking her tongue in frustration, before ultimately deciding to let it go. However, as she turned away, she noticed several drops of blood where the man had just passed. The metallic scent of blood filled the air, causing her to sense that something was amiss. Compelled by an inexplicable force, she found herself glancing back at the man's retreating figure for a few moments before she decided to follow him. He knocked on the door for quite some time, yet there was no response from Meng Zhiyi. Assuming she had fallen asleep, Shin Kei decided to try calling her. However, the ringtone echoed within the room for an extended period without any answer. Shin Kei felt puzzled, wondering if she was truly in such a deep slumber. Just then, he heard a voice behind him, Meng Zhizhou's. Mr. Meng, Shin-Kei turned around, offering a gentle nod in greeting.
Meng Zhiyi, is Zhiyi with you?
I just called her several times, but no one answered. Shin-Kei shook his head. I saw her not long ago. I came over intending to take her out for a meal, but no one responded to my knocks or calls.
Upon hearing this, a trace of unease crept across Meng Zhiyi's face. Where could she have gone? Shin-Kei, what is wrong? Is something the matter?
Meng Zhiyi, moments ago. Staff discovered a female corpse in the outdoor hot spring pool, and it is highly probable that the perpetrator is still at large.
Upon hearing this, Shin-Kei's expression grew serious. He calculated the time roughly.
It would take no more than 10 minutes to travel from their previous location at the hot spring to the guest rooms.
Furthermore,
the outdoor hot spring pool Meng Zhiyi mentioned was indeed the very place they had just visited.
I am going to find her.
Shin-Kei's heart began to race as he turned and hurried towards the hot spring pool.
Chapter 83, The Serial Murder Case. Meng Zhiyi pursued relentlessly to the parking lot.
Wrapped in a bathrobe, her body trembling from the cold, the figure she chased disappeared into the night, having fled with remarkable speed, leaving her alone in the dimly lit entrance of the parking area. As the snow began to fall more heavily, she hesitated, furrowing her brow, before ultimately deciding to turn back rather than press on. Just moments after she turned to leave, a shadow emerged from the corner of the parking lot entrance. A man, his gaze icy, watched her retreating silhouette, wielding a hammer in his hand. Relieved to see her unharmed, Shin-Kei's anxieties began to dissipate.
Where have you been?
He asked as he hastened to her side, draping his coat over her shoulders and pulling her into his embrace.
Did you encounter something?
His voice bore a hint of apprehension.
What is it? Did something happen? Meng Zhiyi inquired, perplexed.
Shin-Kei replied, there has been a murder.
A woman has been killed. Meng Zhiyi furrowed her brow in confusion. How did the serial killer end up here? Could it be the same person?
Inside the guest room, while Meng Zhiyi was taking a shower, Shin-Kei remained seated on the sofa. He was in the midst of messaging Meng Zhiyi to inform him that he had found someone, and subsequently sent a message to Meng Yanchuan.
Before long,
Meng Zhiyi hurried in, beads of sweat forming on his forehead despite the biting cold, revealing his anxiety from earlier when he couldn't locate Meng Zhiyi.
Is she showering?
Upon entering and glancing at the bathroom where the sound of running water echoed, he let out a sigh of relief.
Shin-Kei reassured him, yes, she is fine. There is no need for concern.
Meng Zhiyi nodded slightly, then retrieved a bottle of water from the cabinet, opening it and tilting his head back to consume half of its contents.
He remarked,
I just visited the crime scene and heard that the victim was a female university student.
What? She went to track that individual? Meng Zhiyi could hardly suppress a laugh.
Genuinely curious about what thoughts occupied the mind of this sister, who would dare to follow a stranger without a hint of fear for her safety. Shin-Kei also found the situation absurd, although he was aware that Meng Zhiyi was not as frail as she appeared. The fact remained that her target was a remorseless and brutal murderer, making the entire endeavor perilously reckless.
As Meng Zhiyi emerged from her bath,
she beheld two men sitting there with grave expressions on their faces.
What brings you both here? She inquired.
Meng Zhiyi raised her gaze, ensuring that she was truly unharmed.
And only then did she feel a sense of relief.
Meng Zhiyi, your third brother is in charge of this case. I shall wait for him. I too wish to await the arrival of the third brother, for it has been quite some time since I last saw him.
Upon hearing her words, Meng Zhiyi instinctively felt the urge to decline. Shin-Kei, very well.
Subsequently, Shin-Kei first took Meng Zhiyi to dine,
and then led her near the scene of the incident.
At this moment, Meng Yanchuan is present at the scene, where a cordon has been established around the perimeter, and the victim's body lies nearby, shrouded in a white cloth.
Meng Zhiyi stood at a distance, unable to discern the condition of the corpse. It was said that the deceased was a female university student with the surname Zhang.
At that moment, the conversations of onlookers nearby reached her ears. Meng Zhiyi vaguely sensed something and, filled with curiosity, approached a passerby.
Excuse me, miss, how did you come to know that the deceased's surname was Zhang? The passerby replied.
At the time of the incident, a young girl rushed to the front desk to report it. She was the first to discover the body. I overheard her mentioning a name that sounded like Zhang.
Meng Zhiyi squinted slightly and replied, "Is it Zheng Qian?" "Yes, that's the name." Upon receiving this revelation, Meng Zhiyi felt a twinge of surprise. According to the narrative she had been privy to, it was Zheng Qian who was supposed to perish in the serial murder case, not Zhang Xiaoxiao. However, not only had the crime scene shifted, but the identity of the victim had also transformed. Something was amiss. She gazed from a distance at the crime scene, where the hot spring where Zhang Xiaoxiao had met her demise was now completely stained crimson with blood. A sight profoundly shocking. Everything has changed, the crime scene, the victim, all diverging from the plot. Zhang Xiaoxiao has become the one who was murdered. What then is Zheng Qian's fate? Moreover, it is peculiar, Zhang Xiaoxiao is entangled in a significant financial case. If she dies at this juncture, how will the case unfold? Could it be that she has attracted the ire of someone and was silenced? Meng Zhiyi was lost in her own thoughts, completely oblivious to the intense gaze of Shen-Kai directed at her. The financial case mentioned in her mind was precisely what Shen-Kai had been secretly investigating for some time. The party that Zhang Xiaoxiao and Zhang Qian had attended with Zhang Yubai was, in fact, significantly linked to this financial case. Moreover, the individuals behind this financial scandal were connected to an organization that Shen-Kai's parents had been tracking. Thus, Shen-Kai had always kept a close watch on this matter. However, the death of Zhang Xiaoxiao was entirely unforeseen. To ensure Meng Zhiyi's safety, Shen-Kai had already arranged her guest room adjacent to his own. After returning to her room, Meng Zhiyi pondered over her thoughts and ultimately decided to seek out Zheng Qian to learn more about the circumstances surrounding Zhang Xiaoxiao's demise. Quietly, she slipped out of her room. At the front desk, she deceitfully claimed to be a friend of Zheng Qian and obtained her room number before hurrying off. At that moment, Zheng Qian was alone in her room, gripped by fear, for she alone knew the truth behind Zhang Xiaoxiao's death. Suddenly, a knock at the door jolted her, causing her to tremble. Who is it? Zheng Qian grabbed an ashtray, her voice quivering with apprehension. The person outside fell silent for a few seconds before responding softly, "Room service." "No need, I don't require any service at the moment," Zheng Qian replied. "I apologize. But our company has a policy, every room must have its trash collected on time." "I hope you understand," the voice outside continued. Zheng Qian hesitated. Considering the surveillance cameras lining the corridor and the likelihood that the murderer wouldn't dare linger here. Thus, she lowered her guard slightly and opened the door. As soon as the door creaked ajar, before Zhang Qian could utter a word, the person outside forcefully shoved it open. Upon seeing the intruder's attire, Zheng Qian's face drained of color. She instinctively attempted to scream, but her mouth was swiftly covered. Gradually, the door closed, and Zhang Qian struggled, her legs fighting against the force that dragged her inside. The hot spring resort was expansive, and it took Meng Zhiyi several minutes to locate the correct room number. When she finally arrived at the door, ready to knock, she discovered it slightly ajar. A flicker of unease crossed her eyes as she carefully pushed the door open. "Zheng Qian?" Meng Zhiyi stepped inside slowly, softly calling out. Just then, a figure suddenly burst forth from the bathroom. Meng Zhiyi quickly realized something and rushed out a few steps. Third brother, the murderer hasn't left yet. He was wearing a janitor's uniform. Stands about 185 centimeters tall, has slightly long hair, and carries a scent of disinfectant. Chapter 84, Should we also remove fourth brother's tongue? Upon receiving the call, Meng Yanchuan swiftly arrived with his team. As the only witness who had encountered the assailant, Meng Zhiyi was left to cooperate with the police investigation. While Meng Yanchuan was examining the scene, Meng Zhiyi was outside being questioned. At that moment, her hands and clothes bore numerous bloodstains, and a few droplets marred her fair chin. During her interrogation, she recounted the circumstances of her first encounter with the murderer and the recent events. "Thank you for the information you've provided. Please ensure your personal safety until the perpetrator is apprehended." Since Meng Zhiyi was the sole individual who had encountered and could describe the assailant, the police, upon concluding their questioning, took special care to remind her of this. Furthermore, to guarantee her safety, an officer was assigned to escort her away. Upon learning that she had secretly gone to confront the murderer again, Shen-Kai felt both anger and helplessness. Why hadn't she called on him to accompany her when he was so close by? Were they not in a romantic relationship? However,
These minor grievances could only be silently harbored within him, as Shin-Kei chose to express his discontent in another manner.
After Meng Zhiyi was brought to the suite, she gazed at Shin-Kei with a bewildered expression and asked, "Why have we changed rooms again?" Pausing for a moment, he then rephrased, "Your brothers are quite concerned about you living alone." Meng Zhiyi pouted slightly but chose to remain silent. She wandered around the suite for a moment before making her way to the master bedroom. "I shall take a nap, please wake me when dinner is ready," she declared. When Shin-Kei looked up, he noticed she had already entered the room. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, the door clicked shut. Sitting on the sofa, he murmured softly, "That is my room." Yet, Shin-Kei said nothing further, allowing Meng Zhiyi to claim the bedroom that was originally his. In the evening, Meng Zhiyi stirred awake, her senses slowly returning as she heard voices outside. Rubbing her eyes, she glanced out the window to find that night had fallen, prompting her to rise at a leisurely pace. Upon stepping outside, she found her two brothers engaged in conversation with Shin Quebec. Noticing her awakening, Shin-Kei was the first to approach. "Awake now? Shall you change and join us for dinner?" he inquired softly, a glimmer of something flickering in his eyes. He could hardly reveal that her brothers were seeking valuable insights from their heart's desires. "They have finished their work and came to share a meal with you," Shin-Kei stated with an impassive demeanor. "Oh." 10 minutes later, the four of them gathered in the dining room. During this time, Meng Yanchuan found himself on the verge of speaking several times, yet he could not find an opportune moment. Meng Yanchuan also joined the ranks of admonishers. "Your elder brother is correct. Knowing that person is the murderer, you still chose to pursue him. If something were to happen, how are we to explain it to our families?" Meng Zhiyi kept her head lowered, consuming the meat without paying heed to their words. However, upon hearing the phrase about how to explain to the family, the three men caught a hint of her cold derision in her heart. Such eloquent words, in truth. They must wish for my sister to have perished in that ravine long ago. Alas, fate has not aligned with their desires. Heaven has sent me to vex them instead. He, the more they fret, the more joy I derive from it. Shin-Kei, seated beside her, furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing these thoughts, then raised his gaze to the Meng family brothers sitting opposite. He turned his head, casting a questioning glance towards his elder brother. Meng Zhiyi sighed quietly, resorting to his phone to recount the events unfolding at home. Meng Yanchuan remained silent. Within the confines of their home, only he truly comprehended the depths of Meng Tinglan's disdain for her. The previous incident involving undergarments had nearly obliterated Meng Tinglan's career. To claim there was no animosity would be utterly implausible. Yet, he had not anticipated that Meng Tinglan would utter such words. After considerable deliberation, Meng Yanchuan meticulously organized his thoughts internally. Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi finally lifted her gaze. "You all speak of teaching him a lesson. But how shall we go about it?" As soon as these words escaped her lips, Meng Zhiyi suddenly averted his gaze, adopting an expression that conveyed his disassociation from the matter at hand. Meng Yanchuan suddenly felt as if he were striking his own foot with a stone. Awkwardly locking eyes with Meng Zhiyi, "How do you wish for me to discipline you?" Meng Zhiyi was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Meng Yanchuan would pose such a question. A slight smile curved her lips as if a thought had crossed her mind, and she casually remarked, "When I err, my elder brother deducts my allowance, my parents disregard me, my second brother treats me as if I do not exist. My fourth brother caused me to tumble down the stairs, and my third brother even contemplated severing my hand." The three individuals present were left speechless. Meng Zhiyi seemed to be concealing something as he lifted his cup of tea and took a sip. He thought to himself, "It appears that his transgressions are the least severe." Meng Yanchuan's facial muscles twitched slightly. It was the first time he had witnessed someone enumerating accusations to his face. Shin-Kei leisurely sipped his tea, the corners of his lips curling into a faint, elusive smile. He knew that with Meng Zhiyi's temperament, she was not one to simply let grievances pass. "At that time, third brother wanted to sever my hand. Does that mean fourth brother's tongue should be cut out this time?" As the words left his mouth, both Shin-Kei and Meng Zhiyi choked on their water. "Zhiyi, your third brother was merely trying to frighten you," Meng Zhiyi hastily interjected. "In such circumstances, you all would undoubtedly cover for him." With that,
She continued to lower her head and gnaw on the rib. Meng Zhiyi first shot a glance at his brother. Feeling as if he had never been so flustered while managing the company's significant affairs. He continued, surely it cannot be so, my elder brother must treat everyone fairly, right? Thus, before you started working, your monthly allowance was 1 million.
How about I give you double that? Meng Zhiyi, who was in the midst of savoring a rib,
paused momentarily, not even bothering to wipe the grease from the corner of her mouth, her eyes sparkling with excitement.
2 million a month? Doesn't that make you feel a bit more at ease? Is it too much? Meng Zhiyi feigned a touch of modesty. Too much? Not at all. This is merely the beginning.
Brother can certainly provide for you. Meng Zhiyi gazed at her with tender affection. Thinking to himself that as long as money could resolve the issue, it was no problem at all.
Meng Zhiyi could no longer suppress the upward curve of her lips.
All right then, for the sake of my elder brother, I shall not hold a grudge against that fool.
Upon hearing this, Meng Yanchuan let out a sigh of relief. However,
the next moment, he received a message from Meng Zhiyi, 2 million each month, transfer it to my account on time. Shinkei silently observed the subtle movements of the siblings, shaking his head inwardly.
At that moment, Meng Yanchuan's phone rang. After answering, he looked at Meng Zhiyi with a serious expression and said, Zhiyi, your classmate has woken up and wishes to see you. Chapter 85, The murderer has seen your face. He will undoubtedly return to find you. When Meng Zhiyi arrived at the hospital, Zheng Qian had just completed her treatment, lying weakly on the hospital bed. Upon seeing her enter, Zheng Qian struggled several times in an attempt to sit up. Meng Zhiyi casually picked up a chair and sat down beside her, crossing her legs and lazily leaning against the wall. Zheng Qian appeared pale, with 4 drips still attached to her hand. She vividly recalled that in the fleeting moment before she lost consciousness, the last sound she heard was Meng Zhiyi's voice. She realized that if it were not for her, she might have met the same tragic fate as Zhang Xiaoxiao, falling victim to that murderer. Perhaps driven by a lingering sense of conscience, Zheng Qian weakly uttered an apology. Meng Zhiyi lifted her eyelids slightly, yet ultimately did not cast a glance in her direction. Rescuing someone did not signify her forgiveness of Zheng Qian for the wrong she had inflicted upon the original host, it was merely an instinct inherent to humanity. Zheng Qian did not harbor any delusions that Meng Zhiyi would absolve her, but continued, I am uncertain whether you discerned the face of the assailant upon your entrance. Yet there is something I must convey to you. Speak, Meng Zhiyi replied without raising her head, preoccupied with her phone. Upon hearing this, Meng Zhiyi finally exhibited a hint of reaction. Zheng Qian added, it would not be entirely accurate to say that, perhaps his initial target was, in fact, me. Meng Zhiyi rested her tongue against her cheek, awaiting her continuation. Over a week ago, when Zhang Xiaoxiao and I emerged from the hotel to indulge in a late-night snack, I sensed someone trailing behind us. At that moment, we dismissed it as mere sensitivity and paid it no mind. However, subsequently, each time I traversed the dimly lit streets, I felt the presence of a shadowy figure lurking behind me. Meng Zhiyi, so, the murderer was already aware that the target was not the intended victim, yet still proceeded to kill Zhang Xiaoxiao? At this point, Zheng Qian's voice trembled with a hint of fear. She took a few deep breaths and continued. I heard the police mention that you remembered his basic characteristics, but you likely did not see his face. Meng Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, patiently awaiting further discourse. One of his eyes bore the marks of cataracts, and a conspicuous mole adorned his brow. Did you convey this information to the authorities? Meng Zhiyi inquired, discreetly noting the details. Zheng Qian nodded affirmatively, I have mentioned it, yet I felt it necessary to reiterate it to you personally, so you may remain vigilant. As their conversation reached its conclusion, Meng Zhiyi rose, hands tucked into her pockets. She gazed intently at Zheng Qian for a few moments before uttering a simple, thank you. Observing her retreating figure, Zheng Qian struggled to rise partially, mustering the effort to call out, Meng Zhiyi, be cautious of Songwei. Meng Zhiyi was not foolish. Outside the hospital ward, Shinkei and her 2 elder brothers from the Meng family awaited in the corridor. Upon her emergence, the 3 of them approached her with inquiries. However, it was evident that they did not fully believe her, their gazes fixed intently upon her. Meng Zhiyi was perplexed, pondering to herself. Why is everyone looking at me like this? Is there something dirty on my face?
She even went so far as to rub her face earnestly.
Did Zheng Qian mention this to the police as well?
No, they were unaware. Thus, upon hearing this, the three of them began to feel a sense of concern.
Yes. I understand, Meng Zhiyi nodded obediently.
In such circumstances, it is definitely wise to agree first and then discuss.
Shen Ke sighed inwardly, knowing that this person was not so easily compliant. Ha! Meng Zhiyi exclaimed in surprise, what will you do then?
The Shen family has other bodyguards, and besides,
the murderer wouldn't come looking for me, right?
That may be true, but leaving a personal bodyguard with me feels somewhat unsettling, Shen Ke remarked. To divert Meng Zhiyi's thoughts, he promptly changed the subject.
Due to the unforeseen incident, Meng Zhiyi's plans for a brief stay at the hot spring resort were disrupted. Moreover, the once thriving resort now faced the looming threat of closure due to this homicide. Aren't you going to stay a few more days? Meng's mother inquired. What?
She hastily set down what she was holding and hurried to Meng Zhiyi, anxiously checking for any injuries on her.
Are you hurt? Meng Zhiyi felt somewhat awkward.
Yet she allowed her mother, Meng Mu, to inspect her from head to toe. Just then, Meng Tinglan descended the stairs with a cup of water.
Upon seeing Meng Zhiyi,
a subtle change swept across her expression. The two exchanged glances for a few seconds, but ultimately, Meng Tinglan, feeling a touch of discomfort, was the first to avert her gaze. Meng Yanchuan glanced at the two individuals and suddenly spoke, Tinglan, come to the basement to find me later.
With that, he rose and made his way towards the basement. The basement of the Meng family had long been transformed into Meng Yanchuan's clandestine sanctuary.
It was filled with various medical specimens, and apart from him, few dared to enter.
Upon hearing the mention of that place, Meng Tinglan felt a wave of unease wash over him.
However, contemplating his elder brother's temperament, he feared that refusing to go would lead to something even more terrifying.
Reluctantly,
he acquiesced and made his way directly to the water dispenser.
Meng Zhiyi did not delve into Meng Yanchuan's reasons for sending her to the basement,
as the double allowance promised by Meng Zhizhou had already been credited to her account. Cheerfully, she ascended the stairs and closed the door to admire her little treasure trove. Having spent 6 or 7 days at home, boredom began to creep in as she tossed and turned in bed, feeling somewhat restless. Reflecting on how Shen Ke had left the bodyguards with her, who were now settling in at the Meng residence, she contemplated taking them out for a leisurely stroll.
Resolute in her decision, Meng Zhiyi swiftly changed her attire and made her way downstairs. However, upon reaching the ground floor, she encountered Meng Mu and Meng Yanchuan, who were gathered around Meng Tinglan, exchanging worried remarks. How long had it been? Why was there no improvement?
Third brother.
Can't you conduct a thorough examination for your younger brother? Meng Yanchuan sighed in exasperation. Mother, I am a forensic expert, not a physician. Meng Zhiyi listened with a hint of schadenfreude. The allergens are relentless, and even if there is a temporary reprieve, they will inevitably return. Alas! Who could blame Meng Tinglan for incurring the wrath of petty individuals?
This is merely the beginning, greater trials await her in the future.
Chapter 86. What a remarkable variety of fans.
Upon hearing the voice, the three swiftly turned, their eyes brimming with eager anticipation, as if awaiting her next words.
Meng Zhiyi felt somewhat bewildered by the scrutiny she was under.
However, recalling the ongoing Cold War with Meng Tinglan, she immediately lifted her chin, adopting an air of indifference. Mom, third brother, I'm off to find Shen Ke for hot pot. With that, Meng Zhiyi changed her shoes and prepared to step outside. Meng Yanchuan's eyes twinkled as he thought to himself that it had been quite some time since he had enjoyed hot pot. He promptly called out to her, wait. I haven't had hot pot in ages.
Third brother will join you. However, Meng Yanchuan was met with indifference,
as she disregarded his invitation and proceeded to change her shoes without a care. Seeing this, Meng Mu quickly reached out and nudged Meng Tinglan, you should also go. This evening, your father and I have a dinner engagement, and with Wu Ma off, there will be no one to prepare your meal.
Meng Tinglan was bewildered,
still contemplating what to say when Meng Yanchuan interjected, then let us go together.
Consequently, Meng Zhiyi brought her family along to seek out Shen Quebec. Prior to her relationship with Meng Zhiyi, hot pot had never graced Shen Ke's culinary repertoire.
Accustomed to a light diet, he now gazed at the bubbling pot of crimson broth before him, already feeling a twinge in his stomach.
The memory of the last spicy tofu pudding lingered vividly. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Knowing full well about my allergy, you only ordered the spicy pot?
Meng Tinglan furrowed her brows, her displeasure evident.
Meng Zhiyi dipped a slice of fatty beef into the pot and remarked nonchalantly, I never asked you to eat. If you don't like the spicy hot pot, feel free to sit beside and order your own meal. Meng Tinglan chuckled in disbelief, slamming her chopsticks down. Meng Zhiyi, have you grown some audacity? How dare you speak to me like that? What, are you the king of heaven? Must I lower myself to appease you? Meng Zhiyi rolled her eyes and retorted.
I am not one of your mindless admirers, and I am under no obligation to indulge you. I'll say it once more, eat if you wish, or leave.
Do not disturb my appetite. Meng Tinglan was still eager to erupt, but was restrained by Meng Yanchuan, sit down. Do you wish for everyone here to recognize your identity?
Upon hearing this, Meng Tinglan cast a glance at Meng Zhiyi, who was engrossed in showcasing her allure, and though resentment brewed within, she ultimately settled back into her seat. Throughout the entire exchange among the siblings, Shinkei remained aloof, acting merely as an unfeeling server of dishes. Unable to indulge in such spicy fare himself, he chose to accompany his girlfriend instead. Under his attentive feeding, Meng Zhiyi relished her meal with great satisfaction. Meng Yanchuan was not particularly fond of spicy food. After just a few bites, he found himself sweating profusely from the heat. He grabbed a tissue to wipe his forehead and glanced at Meng Tinglan, who had initially protested against the spicy hot pot yet was now enjoying it with great enthusiasm. Do take it easy, do you wish to lose your face? He couldn't help but remark. As Meng Tinglan had just prepared to savor a piece of beef tripe, the moment she heard those words, she suddenly found the delicacy lost its appeal. Meng Zhiyi sipped her coconut juice, her gaze fixed upon the two individuals across from her, pondering in silence. The current developments suggested that Meng Tinglan's downfall was imminent. He had first undergone a phase of disgraceful retreat from the limelight, and now, with the Meng family's decline, he sought to re-enter the scene in a bid to alleviate the burdens weighing upon his family. A thought crossed her mind, should she lend him a hand in hastening his descent into disgrace? Meng Tinglan was still somewhat unaccustomed to the fact that he could hear the voice of his own heart. Therefore, upon hearing that his face might be disfigured, he instinctively wanted to voice his concerns. Fortunately, reason prevailed at the last moment, allowing him to restrain himself. Silently, he set down his chopsticks and picked up a nearby drink, contemplating how to extract clues from Meng Zhiyi regarding who had drugged him. Just as he was deep in thought, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Brother, is that you? The newcomer was a girl who had been sitting at a nearby table, her gaze fixed on him for quite some time. Startled by the voice, Meng Tinglan shivered and hastily adjusted his mask. It really is you. The female fan, seemingly oblivious to the allergic reaction on Meng Tinglan's face, exclaimed with delight, incessantly asking if they could take a photo together. The last time a picture of him had surfaced online, his agency had brushed it off with various excuses. If fans were to discover his facial predicament now, it would undoubtedly lead to a trending topic the following day. At that point, he wouldn't even need to wait for his face to truly become disfigured. He would have to withdraw from the public eye. However, it was evident that the girl before him was not a typical fan. Upon hearing Meng Tinglan decline her request for a photo, her expression shifted to something more complex. Just one, please. Just one. Brother, I have liked you for a long time. The female fan brandished her phone, persistently aiming it at Meng Tinglan's face, as if she were eager to throw herself into his embrace. Meng Zhiyi, with her arms crossed and an expression of indifference, gazed at the performance as though it were of no concern to her. Meng Yanchuan initially chose a seat outside, concerned about encountering fans to prevent such occurrences. However, the girl circumvented to the back, determined to approach Meng Tinglan despite the barrier of the chair. Even after Meng Tinglan had explicitly refused a photo, the girl's behavior escalated. She incessantly tugged at Meng Tinglan's clothing and the scarf wrapped around her face. Observing this, Meng Yanchuan was taken aback and rose to intervene. Miss, he remarked, I have already stated that today is not convenient, could you please show some respect to others? The girl, already irate from the refusal for a photo, found her emotions ignited further by Meng Yanchuan's interference. She violently brushed his hand away, her words turning vitriolic.
What's so impressive? Do you truly consider yourself a superstar? You should be grateful for fans like us, you know? Now you're acting all high and mighty?
Come, everyone, take a good look, this is the brother you adore.
Who can't even take a photo with a fan?
Truly, anyone can become an idol these days. Someone like him will inevitably fall from grace and fade into obscurity. Unbeknownst to her, the girl's phone had transitioned into screen recording mode, capturing her tirade against Meng Tinglan's visage as she vociferously berated him. Meanwhile, patrons nearby enjoying hot pot,
many of whom followed the entertainment industry, flocked over upon hearing Meng Tinglan's name, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Meng Zhiyi's smile was intriguing from beginning to end.
How prophetic it was, Meng Tinglan indeed faced a downfall in the end. The spectacle of obsessive fans furiously tearing apart their idols is truly an endlessly captivating scene.
Today was certainly not a loss.
Meng Zhiyi playfully linked her arm with Shin Kei's, her voice light and cheerful. By the time they reached the car, the video recorded by the overly zealous fans had already been uploaded online.
Moreover, it was edited to exclude the beginning and the end, revealing only the most detrimental parts regarding Meng Tinglan. What a peculiar breed of fans, it's truly astonishing. As Meng Zhiyi stepped into the vehicle, she heard a remark. Chapter 87. In this world, there are countless wealthy individuals. What difference does one more make? What kind? Of course, it's the kind that will tarnish your reputation. Meng Tinglan, your glamorous star aura will soon fade away.
When that time comes, all the vile labels, ugly face, diva behavior, homosexuality, male mistress, and so forth will be affixed to you.
Ah. I must admit, I am rather looking forward to witnessing the expression on your face when that day arrives. I truly am a wicked woman. As Meng Zhiyi nestled into the car, an enveloping silence descended upon the vehicle.
Shin Kei sat beside her,
his gaze cast downward as if he had heard nothing at all. Meng Tinglan had almost forgotten that his phone was incessantly replaying that short video. He swallowed hard, gazing intently at Meng Yanchuan, though he still found it hard to truly believe in Meng Zhiyi's ability to perceive thoughts.
The mere fact that she could hear them was already quite extraordinary. There was little else he could dismiss as impossible. He licked his lips, finally realizing he needed to turn off the video that was still playing, and hesitated on how best to apologize to Meng Zhiyi. Before he could utter a word, the serene stillness of the car was abruptly pierced by the sound of a ringing tone. Meng Tinglan fumbled to answer the call, instinctively activating the speakerphone.
Brother Meng, will you be attending the match tonight?
A youthful voice resonated from the other end.
In the back seat, Meng Zhiyi perked up her ears. Match? What match? Ah.
I recall now, Meng Tinglan seems to have founded a professional competitive team.
What was the name of that game? Oh yes, it's One Sword, Three Lives? It appears to be an MMO with a martial arts backdrop. Interestingly, the storyline mentions that Meng Tinglan's team is regarded as the most promising in the domestic competitive scene. Upon hearing this, Meng Tinglan couldn't help but curl his lips,
a hint of pride flickering across his face.
Hello? Brother Meng?
Meng Tinglan was so engrossed in Meng Zhiyi's heartfelt words that she nearly forgot she was still on the phone.
Yes, the game officials recently held a guild tournament. And tonight is the preliminary round. The preliminary round. However, little did Meng Tinglan know that among her proud team lurked a traitor. Ha ha. They narrowly lost to their opponents by a single point during the crucial championship moment. I am somewhat intrigued to visit his gaming studio. How should I find an excuse?
You all wait for me, I will be there shortly. She had initially planned not to go, but she immediately changed her mind.
Since you have nothing else to do, why not accompany me for a trip?
After Meng Tinglan hung up the phone, she turned to address the passengers in the car.
Meng Yanchuan casually remarked, shifting his gaze to Shin Kei and Meng Zhiyi seated in the back row. What are you looking at? Do you expect me to initiate a conversation?
The steering wheel is not in my hands, it is the driver who determines our destination. Meng Zhiyi rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window. Shin Kei, stifling a chuckle, then remarked, I am entirely available.
There is nothing pressing at the company today. Meng Tinglan listened to her awkward yet proud inner voice and couldn't help but curve her lips into a faint smile.
Once this concludes, I shall treat you all to a grand feast.
Meng Zhiyi pouted. With your knack for attracting negativity, even a lavish feast fails to satisfy. It's either the fans intruding or the haters, or perhaps the obsessive fans. Never mind, he won't be prancing about for much longer anyway.
I suppose I shall graciously accompany him for a while.
As the vehicle started, Meng Zhiyi reluctantly uttered these words. Upon hearing this,
the other 3 individuals in the car stifled their laughter.
How could someone so peculiar be so oddly endearing? Shortly after,
they arrived at the game studio founded by Meng Tinglan. The studio was situated in a villa, a birthday gift from Meng Zhiyi when Meng Tinglan came of age.
However,
the Meng siblings resided at home, leaving their respective properties unoccupied.
All except for Meng Zhiyi.
Although the Meng family provided her with a generous allowance. Due to the previous owner's extravagant spending and the exorbitant real estate prices in the capital, she possessed little in terms of assets.
The favoritism is indeed quite evident.
All my brothers own properties, yet I have none. Meng Zhiyi stood in the courtyard, gazing at the expansive villa that spanned over 1,000 square meters.
And she curled her lips in disdain. What does it matter if there's one more wealthy person in this world? Beside her, Meng Tinglan and Meng Yanchuan discreetly wiped the sweat from their brows.
In truth, the family had previously contemplated acquiring a property for her, intending to encourage her to move out of the Meng household. However, following a conflict between Meng Zhiyi and Meng Tinglan, which resulted in her accidental fall down the stairs, the plan was shelved. Now, having heard her innermost thoughts, the family gradually began to accept her and no longer entertained the idea of her relocation. Thus, the notion of purchasing a property had faded from their minds.
Subsequently, the group followed Meng Tinglan inside,
where they discovered the spacious living room had been transformed into a small office. In front of numerous computers sat a number of youthful boys, their faces still cherubic, each fixated on the screens as their nimble fingers danced across the keyboards.
Meng Zhiyi curiously stepped forward and paused behind a young man, captivated by the dazzling special effects on the screen.
She seldom engaged in gaming, irrespective of the virtual realm.
Since she could remember, she had traversed various worlds, accomplishing tasks.
Her singular ambition was to retire comfortably with a bountiful reward after fulfilling a certain number of assignments.
However, Meng Zhiyi had never delved into her earlier memories.
She held no interest in her original identity, her whereabouts, or the events that transpired. Thus, within the confines of her recollections, nothing truly belonged to her.
Is this game enjoyable? Meng Zhiyi inquired after observing for a while.
Upon hearing her voice, the boy, engrossed in his game, turned around and, upon noticing the unexpectedly beautiful woman behind him, felt a tinge of bashfulness grace his youthful face.
Is it all right? Meng Zhiyi smiled softly, her heart racing with anticipation. Of course. The boy immediately stood up, offering her a place and willingly lending her his gaming account. Meng Zhiyi was quite unabashed. After taking her seat, she swiftly became acquainted with the game controls under the guidance of the young boy.
Before long, Meng Zhiyi had transformed into a fervent gaming enthusiast. When Meng Tinglan emerged from a meeting with the core team members, she found Zhiyi happily ensconced in the boy's spot, thoroughly engrossed in the game.
Very well. If you wish to play, I shall provide you with an account later. For now, they are preparing for a match.
Meng Tinglan approached, speaking in a gentle tone. Meng Zhiyi bared her teeth and turned her head, but upon seeing Meng Tinglan, she immediately concealed her bright smile.
Rising to her feet,
she relinquished her spot to the young man and, with a haughty demeanor, declared, "I am not at all interested."
Humph, as if a mere game could bribe me. Not a chance. Meng Tinglan wore a look of exasperation and retorted, "Love it or leave it."
Beside her, Shinkei and Meng Yanchuan shook their heads in silence.
After all, which family doesn't experience sibling disputes from time to time? Shortly thereafter, they were ushered into the audiovisual room,
where they could watch the live broadcast of the competition via projector.
Meng Zhiyi nestled into the sofa with a bag of potato chips, eagerly awaiting the start of the match. Just as she was engrossed in the spectacle, her phone in her pocket vibrated. Meng Zhiyi curiously took it out and discovered it was a message from Dingyu. Incredible. Song Wei actually arranged for Shinkei's uncle to stay in a rental apartment near the school?
Beside her, Shinkei raised his eyelids slightly.
Even Meng Yanchuan cast a surprised glance. Since when did Shinkei have an uncle? Chapter 88, was that really a dream?
Meng Yanchuan glanced at Shinkei, only to discover that he seemed utterly indifferent to the sudden addition of a young uncle.
Casting his gaze towards Meng Zhiyi,
he noted that she had lost all interest in the live broadcast of the competition, her attention instead consumed by the rapid tapping on her phone screen. It appeared that the matter of this individual's itinerary needed to be addressed.
Should he also inform Shinkei of this person's existence? Meng Zhiyi contemplated,
gradually turning her head to gaze at Shinkei beside her. At that moment, Shinkei had impeccably concealed his emotions.
Sensing her gaze,
he turned to look at her gently.
"What is it?"
he inquired softly. Meng Zhiyi chuckled softly, shaking her head before redirecting her gaze to the large screen.
"For now, it is best to keep this under wraps.
Once he is completely infatuated with me, I will strike with full force.
At that point,
I shall betray him with his younger uncle, allowing him to experience the harsh realities of society. Then, Shinkei will succumb to darkness. And I shall accomplish my mission right here."
Woohoo! Meng Yanchuan could not contain himself and was momentarily choked by his own saliva.
He coughed several times in succession, then hurriedly unscrewed a bottle of water and drank deeply.
Concerned, Meng Zhiyi asked, "Third brother, is there something wrong with your health?" Meng Yanchuan waved his hand, striving to calm the discomfort in his chest.
At the opportune moment, Shinkei handed him a tissue, saying lightly, "You should consider visiting a hospital.
Do not shun medical assistance."
Since they were able to perceive Meng Zhiyi's innermost thoughts, it was only reasonable that he should not allow them to witness his own misfortunes. Meng Yanchuan chuckled, secretly competing as he snatched the tissue from his hand, then gritted his teeth and said, "Thank you."
Just moments ago,
he had felt sympathy for Shinkei, who had encountered his own sister, this tempestuous spirit. Yet now he believed that meeting Meng Zhiyi was indeed Shinkei's stroke of fortune. The group lingered until the conclusion of the competition,
after which Meng Tinglan waved his hand grandly and treated everyone to a midnight feast.
Naturally, to avert the same unfortunate events that had transpired at the hotpot restaurant, Meng Tinglan reserved the entire barbecue establishment.
With complimentary delicacies at hand, Meng Zhiyi had no reason to turn down the feast. However,
upon discovering that his previously unacquainted uncle resided nearby in a rental unit, Shinkei discreetly instructed someone to investigate.
Thus, when Meng Tinglan proposed the late-night outing,
he had already informed Meng Zhiyi that he had matters to attend to and would be leaving early.
After watching the driver whisk him away, Meng Zhiyi turned to enter the barbecue restaurant. Since the entire venue was reserved, Meng Tinglan felt no reservations as he introduced Meng Zhiyi and Meng Yanchuan to the others. Of course, his intention was to glean from Meng Zhiyi's sentiments who among them might be a traitor.
When introducing Meng Yanchuan, he spared no praise, his words brimming with pride. After all, he was the youngest and most promising forensic expert in the capital, a singular talent. Even those who typically paid little heed to such matters would find themselves compelled to commend Meng Yanchuan upon hearing his name.
Yet, when it came to introducing Meng Zhiyi,
Meng Tinglan found himself at a loss.
"She is my younger sister." That was all he could muster.
However, the attendees were merely youthful individuals, the youngest being 15 and the oldest just having reached adulthood, and they remained oblivious to the undercurrents of tension between Meng Tinglan and Meng Zhiyi. It was the young boy who had earlier vacated his seat for Meng Zhiyi who cheerfully remarked, "Meng Zhiyi's sister is impressive, I merely mentioned the game elements." And she immediately grasped them.
Upon hearing this, another individual, somewhat skeptical, retorted, "Is that for real? With all your flattery, does that mean she could become a professional player?
We've been toiling day and night to perfect our skills, and she has only played for a few minutes, yet you dare to compare her to us."
If you want to flatter someone, at least do it properly.
It seemed the remark struck a nerve, as the individual immediately stood up, bristling with indignation.
"What do you mean by that? Are you looking for trouble?" The youth, undeterred, rose to meet him with a fierce glare. "Wasn't it you who initiated this? What's your problem?"
As the atmosphere crackled with tension, Meng Zhiyi rapped her chopsticks against the table and coldly interjected, "Enough, if we don't eat soon,
the meat will grow cold." The youth swallowed his pride and retook his seat. No sooner had he settled in than Meng Zhiyi offered him a skewer of grilled lamb. smiling as she said, "Eat up." The boy's face flushed with embarrassment as he shyly nodded in response.
Meanwhile, another individual, still displeased,
glared at Meng Zhiyi for a while before huffily taking his seat.
Meng Tinglan initially intended to intervene, but upon witnessing her resolution of the situation, she merely cast another glance at the individual from earlier and said nothing further. Meng Zhiyi was not disturbed by the words of that person. In fact, she scarcely gave them a second thought. After all, one who posed no threat to her required no consideration.
"Ajia, have you just consumed explosives?"
There is no need for such overreactions. She is merely a young girl.
"What harm is there in offering a few compliments?" At that moment,
a low voice reached Meng Zhiyi's ears. She lazily lifted her eyelids and cast her gaze toward the boy seated 5 or 6 people away from her.
"Ajia isn't that the traitor?"
So it is him, for the sake of a million. He has rendered the efforts of comrades who fought side by side for countless nights futile.
Upon hearing this, Meng Tinglan discreetly glanced at the individual referred to as Ajia.
She was exceedingly familiar with him, as he was the very first person she had recruited,
having personally conducted his interview. Meng Tinglan did not exhibit any outward reaction. Instead, she quietly took note of this individual. As Meng Zhiyi settled into the car, a wave of drowsiness washed over her.
She wrapped her coat tighter around herself, tilted her head, and closed her eyes for a brief nap.
Outside the window, the streetlights flickered in rhythm with the speed of the vehicle, resembling frames of a film flashing across Meng Zhiyi's face. In her dreams,
she found herself once again in that peculiar space. This time, there was no voice from the system.
Meng Zhiyi stood in place,
her expression grave as she gazed into the distance at a figure desperately sprinting through the veil of mist. Behind that figure loomed numerous dark shadows, seemingly in pursuit. "Catch her, don't let her escape." As the words echoed, Meng Zhiyi was astonished to find that she could distinctly see the bullet hurtling towards her forehead. Her pupils contracted slightly, and instinctively, she raised her hand. A sharp sound of a slap resonated through the air.
"Meng Zhiyi!" A furious shout rang in her ears.
Meng Zhiyi opened her eyes in bewilderment, only to behold Meng Tinglan, whose left cheek was swollen and red, glaring at her with palpable fury.
"What is it?"
she inquired wearily, only to receive a stinging slap in return.
Meng Yanchuan, fearing they might clash again, hurriedly stepped forward to separate Meng Tinglan.
As she walked, she pondered.
Was that truly a dream? Yet, why does it feel so remarkably real? Chapter 89, Brother, She Hit Me. Until her figure vanished at the entrance, Meng Tinglan,
who had just received a stinging slap, touched her